I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Having perused the memories of this body, a playful smile graced Chen Feng's countenance. Tianwu continent, Manshan town, the Chen family, an imbecile? It seems I have returned to the Tianwu continent once more, he reflected on his past life, where he had instilled fear in all the peerless geniuses of the Tianwu continent. Little did he expect that, reborn, he would find himself back in the very same realm. A murderous aura outside. Chen Feng's gaze darted, instantly detecting someone lurking menacingly outside the secluded chamber. Dear brother, why not be more forthright with your desires? Chen Lingxue giggled, her beauty captivating. With breath as fragrant as an orchid, she moistened her rosy lips and leaned closer, saying, "Today, I am yours alone." Chen Feng, sensing the movements outside and considering the memories of this body, comprehended everything. He had been ensnared, and by someone close to him. Ha, never would I have imagined that, reborn, those closest to me would still seek my demise. How ironic, Chen Feng chuckled, though the mirth held a chilling undertone. He grasped Chen Lingxu's delicate, boneless hand and jested, "Sister, you are quite the seductress." Chen Lingxue paused, seemingly caught off guard. Subsequently, Chen Feng effortlessly lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Witnessing this, Chen Lingxue was overjoyed. The fool had fallen for it. Chapter 2, Cleaving Through All, I Reign as Sword Emperor. Chen Feng gently placed the lithe, enchanting enchantress upon the bed. At close quarters, gazing upon her exquisite features, a face capable of captivating nations, Chen Feng was filled with emotion. In terms of beauty, Chen Lingxue undoubtedly lived up to her title as the fairest in Manshan town. Alas, she was a viper, her heart filled with unspeakable malice. Had Chen Feng not been reborn, capable of sensing the murderous intent outside the chamber, he might have fallen into her trap. Sister, let us not tarry, let us commence forthwith. Chen Feng divested Chen Lingxu's exquisite form of its final garments, revealing a flawless nude form, ripe for the taking. However, just as Chen Feng was about to proceed, Chen Lingxue suddenly cried out, "Help!" Before the sound could fully escape her lips, Chen Feng swiftly struck a pressure point on her throat with a finger imbued with subtle force. Instantly, Chen Lingxu's voice was stifled, her cries reduced to inaudible whispers. What have you done to me?" Chen Lingxue opened her mouth, her limpid eyes filled with disbelief. "A slight adjustment. You are mine now, and I desire no interruptions." Chen Feng sneered. Chen Lingxu's expression shifted, and without hesitation, she channeled her spiritual energy, her palm striking towards Chen Feng with a gust of wind. However, Chen Feng was prepared, sidestepping the blow. He then seized Chen Lingxu's hand, pinning her to the headboard. Despite Chen Lingxu's cultivation, Chen Feng's body possessed immense strength. Though an imbecile, he was blessed with extraordinary physical prowess, rivaling Chen Lingxue in strength. At this moment, Chen Lingxue was clearly panicked, unable to cry out or fight back. "Sister, you would do well to remain still, or I might just be compelled to end you." Chen Feng looked up, his eyes narrowing with a cold, murderous intent that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. The air seemed to solidify. That single glance caused Chen Lingxu's body to freeze, her face filled with terror as she felt as though she were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Chen Feng began his assault, Chen Lingxu's slender, pliant form struggling in vain, but Chen Feng's body possessed unmatched strength, almost a divine gift, and how could a mere woman hope to escape? I am your sister." Chen Lingxue cried out in desperation, "Spare me the theatrics, there is no blood relation between us." Chen Feng scoffed, there was no blood tie between Chen Feng and Chen Lingxue. Years ago, Chen Feng had heard that Chen Lingxue was merely an adopted granddaughter of the Grand Elder, granted the Chen surname to elevate her status within the family. Over the years, many young members of the Chen family had coveted Chen Lingxu's body. The Grand Elder had even planned to betroth her to his eldest grandson, Chen Tianlang, but in the end, Chen Feng was the first to seize the advantage. "No please, no," Chen Lingxue struggled with all her might, but her efforts were futile. From violent resistance to the swaying of the bed, Chen Lingxu's body quivered, every inch of her being violated. Her exquisite form undulated, her skin radiant, her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her fragrance intoxicating. She never imagined that her plan to use her own purity to ensnare Chen Feng would backfire, leading to her own defilement. Even Chen Feng had to admit that this woman was indeed captivating. Her legs were flawless, her skin as smooth as jade, glowing in the candlelight, her slender waist was as delicate as a willow branch, exuding endless charm, and her graceful neck was an invitation to be kissed. Such a beautiful form was truly a masterpiece, worthy of the title of the fairest in Manshan town. But now, it was his turn to savor her. Chen Feng showed no mercy towards this venomous woman. At that moment, the scene was filled with boundless passion and intimate entanglement. In a haze, a man and a woman intertwined like yin and yang, a body of natural beauty undulating with graceful curves. Soft moans escaped her lips, quiet yet enough to ignite a man's desire. Outside the chamber, Chen Xiu stood guard, waiting patiently. "Young master, something seems amiss. Why has it been so long without Miss crying for help?" A guard asked, puzzled. Chen Xiu also began to sense that something was not right. However, considering Chen Ling's cultivation, he remained somewhat reassured. After all, the opponent was just an imbecile. Even if he couldn't win, he could simply cry out, and they would rush in. The fact that he hadn't cried out meant that the fool hadn't been ensnared yet. Let's wait a little longer, perhaps the fool is not easily deceived. Chen Xiu muttered, understood. The Chen family guards nodded in agreement. Half an hour passed. Finally, the silence in the chamber was broken. A woman's sob echoed, help, someone, help. Chen Xiu was overjoyed. The opportunity has come. Charge in. Immediately, he led the Chen family guards and kicked open the door. However, the scene before them stunned everyone into disbelief. Chen Feng was calmly putting on his clothes, while Chen Lingxue was sobbing, covering her body with a blanket. On the bed, there was a stain as red as a peach blossom, sparking endless imagination. Wah! What is going on? Chen Xiu was dumbfounded. Oh, the prodigal son has finally arrived. Chen Feng grinned. Chen Xiu looked at the chaotic scene on the bed and then at the two individuals, instantly understanding everything. Their trap had failed, and Chen Lingxue had been violated. Chen Feng, how dare you touch my sister, I'll kill you. Chen Xiu raised his head, glaring at Chen Feng with a ferocious expression. Without the slightest hesitation, the sword was drawn and lunged directly at Chen Feng, aiming to strike him down. Chen Feng, agile as a monkey, adeptly evaded the sword strikes within mere exchanges. Child, that is not how one wields a sword. Allow me to teach you the true art of swordsmanship. Suddenly, Chen Xiu's sword slipped from his grasp and, unbeknownst to him, was seized by Chen Feng. A beam of sword light shimmered across the air like the auroras of a starry sky. In the next instant, a severed head fell to the ground without warning. A swift execution. You killed my brother. Chen Lingxue had just donned her clothes and descended from her bed when she beheld Chen Xiu's head rolling before her. Her eyes, now ablaze with crimson fury, lifted to reveal a chilling intent to kill. I shall slay you. I want your corpse shattered. Before she could finish her venomous words, Chen Feng unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, a severed head flew from Chen Lingxue, detaching from its body, blood gushing forth. The pungent scent of blood filled the entirety of the Chen family estate. Demon! He is a demon. The other Chen family guards were left in shock at this gruesome sight. The eldest elder's most cherished grandchildren had been slain. Chen Feng lifted his gaze towards the remaining guards, showing no hesitation as he charged forward. His sword flashed with incredible speed. Though lacking in cultivation, his physical prowess was formidable, and with the experience of being the first sword emperor who dominated the ancient celestial roads, these guards were no match for him. In no time, the ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. A mere swarm of ants. Consider yourselves fortunate. Chen Feng spat disdainfully, discarded the sword, and turned to leave. The personal maid standing at the door was utterly stunned. At this moment, Chen Feng seemed like a completely different person, invincible in battle, merciless in action. He killed without a hint of hesitation. Within the grand hall of the Chen family, where the elders convened, numerous elders sat in rows on either side. The head of the Chen family, Chen Tianhai, Chen Feng's father, occupied the central seat. On the foremost seat to the left sat a woman clad in a pale azure gown, exuding an aura of icy elegance. She appeared to be in her 20s, her skin as fair as snow, and her beauty striking, yet her demeanor was so frigid that she resembled a millennia-old glacier, instilling a sense of unease in those near her. This was Jiang Yin, a female instructor from the Yunhai Academy, the foremost institution of learning in the imperial city, a beacon of aspiration for countless youths in the Ning Kingdom. Countless geniuses and formidable warriors emerged from its halls, and even the royal family treated the academy's head with deference. Although the Chen family was a prestigious martial family in Manshan town, they were but a flickering firefly compared to the luminescence of the colossal Yunhai Academy. Despite her youthful appearance, Jiang Yin's position as an instructor at the academy signified her exceptional strength and influence, prompting Chen Tianhai to treat her with utmost respect. To avoid any slight, Instructor Jiang, I apologize for any inadequacies in my hospitality. Chen Tianhai clasped his hands respectfully, his expression earnest. Do not trouble yourself, Chen family head. Jiang Yin replied, getting straight to the point. To be frank, I have come on behalf of my student, Qin Ruoyue. I understand that Qin Ruoyue and your son have a betrothal agreement, and I am here to annul this engagement. Years ago, Chen Feng's mother, Lu Ruyan, and Qin Ruyu's mother, Zhou Lan, were as close as sisters, leading to a marriage pact between their children at birth, intended to culminate in a wedding upon their coming of age. However, news of Chen Feng's mental incapacity had spread throughout Manshan town, and it was no secret to Jiang Yin and Qin Ruoyue. Determined to safeguard her student's future, Jiang Yin could not allow Qin Ruoyue to marry a fool, hence her visit to dissolve the engagement. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Chen Tianhai furrowed his brow. Instructor Jiang, this matter poses quite a challenge for me. Although Chen Feng was indeed a fool, he remained his son and the pride of the Chen family. Zhang Yin's request to annul the engagement would undoubtedly bring shame upon them. Chen family head, I am aware that my request is rather burdensome and may bring disgrace to your family, rendering you the subject of ridicule. However, I have prepared some generous gifts as compensation. With a wave of her hand, a dazzling light appeared, and dozens of vials filled with elixirs materialized on the table. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the grand hall, invigorating all who inhaled it, causing their internal energies to flow with renewed vigor. What is this? Chen Tianhai gasped, astonished at the potency of the scent alone. These were exquisite elixirs, and there were several vials. This is my compensation gift for the Chen family. Zhang Yin said with a serene smile. The sheer quantity of elixirs constituted a substantial offering. Chen Tianhai's breath quickened, his gaze burned with desire, and his body trembled slightly. The Yunhai Academy was indeed affluent, effortlessly presenting such a lavish gift. Instructor Jiang, your generosity is remarkable, and the matter of my son's engagement with Qin Ruoyue can certainly be discussed. Zhang Yin smiled subtly, aware that although these were merely second-tier elixirs, the sheer number made it difficult for a modest family like the Chens to refuse such a temptation. While these elixirs represented a fortune for the Chen family, they were but a trifling expense for the deeply rooted Yunhai Academy. Suddenly, as the two engaged in discussion, a servant rushed in, visibly flustered. Not good, Patriarch. A grave situation has arisen. Chen Tianhai stood up, his expression darkening. What's the matter? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? The servant swallowed hard, trembling. The two grandsons of the elder, along with a group of Chen family guards, have all been slain by Chen Feng alone. What? Chen Tianhai's heart sank, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 3, Ailments and Remedies. The ancestral hall of the Chen family stood in dim illumination. Chen Feng pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Where ancestral tablets were meticulously arranged upon the altar, their incense swirling, suffusing the air with an aura of solemn reverence. Here rested the forebears of the Chen lineage. Within the township of Manshan, the Chen clan held considerable prominence, once boasting paragons of power who dominated the region. Alas! As their enemies multiplied and their descendants failed to maintain their legacy, they gradually declined, ultimately seeking refuge in this remote town. Chen Feng ventured to the leftmost corner of the hall and retrieved a memorial tablet concealed behind a hidden compartment, precisely where he remembered it to be. Dust had settled upon the tablet, lending it an aged appearance. After carefully wiping it clean, a familiar name emerged, Lu Ruyan. Chen Feng placed the tablet at the forefront of the altar, ignited 3 incense sticks, performed a prostration, and then inserted the incense into the censer. Mother! Chen Feng gazed at the tablet, his lips parting to utter the poignant word. She was his biological mother, the kindest soul he could recall. While he felt little attachment to anyone else within the Chen family, his mother held an indelible place in his heart. In the memories of this body. Whenever Chen family members or outsiders dared to mistreat him, his mother, Lu Ruyan, was always the first to defend him. Originally, his mother was merely a servant within the Chen household, lacking status or recognition, and thus ineligible to enter the ancestral hall. It was the original owner of this body who had secretly hidden her tablet in the corner. After assuming control of this body, Ye Beixuan found that the tablet was its sole attachment to its past life. Chen Feng bowed, since I have taken your body, I shall compensate you. From this day forward, your mother shall be my mother. I will find a propitious burial site where our mother can rest in peace. Those who wronged her will not escape my retribution. Chen Feng's voice dripped with murderous intent. Years ago, Chen Feng's father, Chen Tianhai, in a drunken stupor, forced himself upon Lu Qingyan, a servant, resulting in the birth of Chen Feng without any formal recognition. Consequently, Lu Qingyan endured countless scornful glances and jeers within the Chen household, with whispers claiming she sought to elevate herself by seducing the young master. Chen Tianhai never intervened to defend her, instead indulging in his own pleasures, never sparing her a glance. This led to Lu Ruyan's deep depression. Her nights filled with tears and sleeplessness. Later, the Grand Elder, seeking to preserve the Chen family's reputation, repeatedly tormented her, assigning her arduous tasks until Lu Qingyan succumbed to exhaustion and depression. In essence, the deaths of Chen Feng's mother were orchestrated by the Grand Elder and Chen Tianhai. The Grand Elder was the perpetrator, while Chen Tianhai was his accomplice. Mother, your vengeance shall be exacted by your son. Watch over me from the afterlife. Chen Feng paid his respects. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the ancestral hall. 100 guards clad in frigid armor swiftly entered. Their gazes fixed upon Chen Feng as they formed an impenetrable barrier around the hall's entrance, seemingly preventing any escape. From within the throng, a middle-aged man emerged. His face contorted in a somber expression. This was none other than the Chen family's Grand Elder. "You prepared a memorial tablet for yourself, you vile cur?" The Grand Elder's voice was hoarse with hatred as he spoke. "However, a rebellious son who harms his kin is unworthy of entering the Chen family's ancestral hall." Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Feng slowly turned, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the scene before him. His countenance betrayed no hint of panic. "You old dog!" Chen Feng retorted, "You were permitted to harm my mother, but I am forbidden from killing your grandson?" "Humph, your mother was merely a lowly harlot," the Grand Elder sneered. "She seduced the Chen family's patriarch, attempting to elevate herself through her body. Such a whore deserves not just death but dismemberment." Upon hearing these words, Chen Feng's jaw clenched, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. He uttered, "I will tear that mouth of yours to shreds." "Humph, you insignificant wretch, you dare threaten me? You lack the ability." The Grand Elder scoffed, his face displaying contempt. He then gestured to the surrounding guards, commanding, "Seize this boy. I shall personally carve his flesh piece by piece, ensuring he begs for death but finds no release." Only by torturing Chen Feng to death could he appease the spirits of his two grandsons. At his command, the guards, their eyes gleaming with malice, surged forward, ready to strike. But then, a cold shout resounded from beyond the doors, "Halt!" The encircling throng parted, revealing two figures gradually entering the hall. They were none other than Chen Tianhai and Jiang Yin. "Patriarch!" The guards respectfully clasped their fists upon seeing Chen Tianhai's arrival. Chen Tianhai approached the forefront of the crowd, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Feng, his eyes narrowing. The current Chen Feng bore no resemblance to the foolish simpleton of the past. His erect frame resembled a spear, exuding an imposing aura that instilled a sense of apprehension in those around him. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes also fell upon Chen Feng, a hint of bewilderment flickering within them. "Is this the fool of Manshan that everyone talks about?" she wondered. "He certainly doesn't seem like one. This fearless demeanor compels me to take a second glance. Chen Tianhai, do you intend to shield him?" The Grand Elder inquired, his tone frigid and his gaze hostile. Although Chen Tianhai was the patriarch, the Grand Elder held considerable sway within the clan. Furthermore, Chen Feng's act of murder in broad daylight could not be concealed. "Allow me to ask a few questions first," Chen Tianhai replied. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Chen Feng. "Did you kill Chen Shou and Chen Lingxue?" Chen Tianhai demanded. "Yes," Chen Feng affirmed. "Why? They were your cousins, yet you harmed your own kin?" Chen Tianhai's voice was laced with frost. "Cousins?" Chen Feng scoffed. "They are unworthy of being my kin." As he spoke, he lifted his garments, revealing a horrifying display of scars under the ambient light. "What is this?" Jiang Yin gasped. The scars were crisscrossed and shocking to behold, numbering no less than 100. It was evident that they were inflicted by severe whippings. Some scars had already begun to heal, only to be reopened by recent lashings, resulting in fresh wounds and bloodstains. In addition to these scars, his arms and legs bore marks of scalding. Even Jiang Yin was moved by the sight of these wounds. "Tell me," Chen Feng challenged, "did they deserve to die?" Chen Tianhai was momentarily at a loss for words. He was aware of the abuse Chen Feng had endured at the hands of the clan, but he had dismissed it as mere childish squabbles. Moreover, he had been unwilling to acknowledge the son born from his indiscretion. Therefore, he had never paid him any heed. However, he had never imagined Chen Feng enduring such torment. Although Chen Xiu and Chen Lingxue erred, Chen Tianhai sighed, they should have been disciplined by the clan's rules. "You should not have taken their lives." "Disciplined by the clan's rules?" Chen Feng chuckled. "If the clan's rules were effective, I would not have suffered such abuse. And my mother would not have died. The so-called clan rules are under the Grand Elder's control. Would he ever punish his own grandchildren for their transgressions?" Chen Tianhai, "I am aware of your compassionate heart, yet it appears that your benevolence is solely directed towards others. When have you ever shown concern for my mother and me? Indeed. My mother is merely a maid, unworthy of the Chen family, but had it not been for your reckless affections and the coercion you exerted upon her, do you believe she would have willingly sought to associate with your family? And as for me, I am but a fool. Have you ever truly regarded me? There is no need for you to feign a guise of pity in your visits to me, you merely wish to put on a show before this woman. Chen Feng remarked with a scoff. Although he was unaware of this woman's identity, it was evident that her strength was formidable. Having reached the 8th heaven of the transformation realm. In martial arts, there exist 5 major realms: channeling, condensation, transformation, ascendancy, and divine concealment. Each of these realms is further divided into 9 heavens. This woman had already attained the 8th heaven of transformation, making her possibly the most powerful individual in the entire Man Mountain town, especially considering that Chen Tianhai's strength was merely at the 5th heaven of transformation. Faced with Chen Feng's revelations, Chen Tianhai's countenance darkened, his lips quivering slightly as he struggled to suppress his rage. He had indeed intended to display the dignity of his family's patriarch before this woman, but now he found himself publicly chastised by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you have harmed your kin, and I can no longer protect you. Take heed of your actions. Chen Tianhai replied coolly, placing his hands behind his back, thus indicating his stance. At this, the Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. It seems that even the mightiest of beings cannot save you today. Chen Feng paid him no mind and turned his attention to Jiang Yin, stating, "You are ill, and I can heal you." At his words, the crowd fell into momentary astonishment, questioning his sanity. Jiang Yin's face likewise froze for a moment before she coldly retorted, "What? Have you reached the end of your rope and now seek my assistance?" Her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. She assumed Chen Feng was at his wit's end, believing that with his mere channeling strength, he could not possibly escape this ancestral hall. "No, you are truly unwell. You are born with cold bones. Every full moon night, your entire body becomes as frigid as a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, unbearable to endure," Chen Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. This affliction was known to only a handful within the Jiang family, and she had concealed it even from her students. How could this fool know? Humph. This fool is clearly out of his mind. Seize him. I will make him suffer. The Grand Elder barked. Yes. The guards, eyes gleaming with malice, stepped forward to take action, but Jiang Yin suddenly interjected, "Stop. No one is to harm him." Everyone looked at her in confusion, including Chen Tianhai, who was equally bewildered. Ignoring the others, Jiang Yin turned her gaze to Chen Feng and asked, "Do you know the cause?" "Naturally," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. He could immediately perceive the peculiar chill emanating from Jiang Yin. While others might assume she practiced some form of ice cultivation, he recognized it as her innate cold bones. Your condition is a result of your special spiritual root, known as the cold moon root, which is rare to encounter. When you practice ice-related techniques, it is as though heaven aids you, allowing you to grasp them effortlessly, leading to rapid advancement. However, as your level increases, the coldness within you intensifies. You must feel that during the recent full moons, the chill has become unbearable, leaving you on the brink of death. I tell you, if this continues, you will not survive for another 2 years. Jiang Yin's expression grew grave. She could hardly believe that everything Chen Feng said was accurate. In recent months, she had indeed felt her internal chill escalate, and each full moon night had brought her to the edge of death. On several occasions, she had relied on fire-based herbs to save her life. A physician hired by the Jiang family had previously declared that without identifying the cause of her affliction, she would certainly not live beyond 2 years. Do you know how to treat it? Jiang Yin asked anxiously. Of course. This is not an illness. It is a consequence of your spiritual root. Across the entire Tianwu continent, only I can heal you. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to you, Chen Feng replied. This was no boast. He had encountered a woman with a cold moon root before, who had discovered a method of treatment. When she sought his assistance in concocting a remedy, he had asked for nothing but the treatment method in return. Thus, only he and that woman could provide a cure. Although she had since ascended to the void divine realm and was no longer on the Tianwu continent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin said, "All right. What do you desire in return?" First, you must silence that old coot. Chen Feng pointed at the Grand Elder, his expression fierce. He had endured enough from the Grand Elder, who had not only caused his mother's demise but now had the audacity to insult her before him. Such a wretched old man deserved to have his mouth torn apart. The Grand Elder scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Humph. Though I know not how you have bewitched Miss Jiang, within the Chen family, no one dares to lay a hand on me. However, just as he spoke with confidence, a sudden gust of frigid wind swept through, striking his face with force. Ah! A cry of agony escaped him as he was sent flying, crashing against the ancestral hall's wall, bloodied teeth spilling from his mouth. A visible handprint marred half of his face. Grand Elder. The numerous disciples and associates of the Chen family stood in shock, their legs trembling as they rushed to assist him. Even Chen Tianhai remained frozen in disbelief for a while before incredulously asking Jiang Yin, "Instructor Jiang, what are you doing?" He distinctly remembered that Jiang Yin had no grievances with the Grand Elder. Why would she heed the orders of this fool, Chen Feng? Patriarch Chen. This enmity between the Grand Elder and myself is unrelated to the Chen family. Jiang Yin replied coolly. When did you harbor enmity with the Grand Elder? Chen Tianhai exclaimed. Agitated. This was Jiang Yin's first visit to their Man Mountain town and the Chen family. Prior to this, she had never crossed paths with the Grand Elder. There is. Jiang Yin replied calmly. He just glared at me. When did he glare at you? Chen Tianhai asked, his tone growing frantic, then he seemed to recall something. He merely glanced at you, he did not glare. He did glare. Jiang Yin insisted earnestly. Chen Tianhai felt exasperated, this was merely a pretext to bully the Grand Elder. If she were to find a reason, it should at least be a plausible one. If merely looking counts as glaring, then everyone present had surely stared at her. Why had she not retaliated against them, but only targeted the Grand Elder? Despite his frustration, he recognized Jiang Yin's formidable power and background, and thus he dared not express his anger openly. Man Mountain Town was merely a remote outpost of Ning Nation. And while the Chen family could command respect within the town, that influence was trivial compared to the grandeur of the Cloud Sea Academia in the Imperial City. Akin to the comparison between the moon and the stars, utterly incomparable. Jiang Yin remained silent, her gaze calmly surveying the Grand Elder, her countenance devoid of emotion. A mere Grand Elder of the Chen family was of little consequence to her, striking him held no significance. Not yet complete. A single slap is insufficient. I desire you to tear the old cur's mouth. Chen Feng declared with vicious intent. Jiang Yin arched a delicate brow, casting a displeased glance at Chen Feng, finding his commanding tone disagreeable. Chen Feng met her gaze, stating, Only I possess the means to save your life. Heed or disregard as you please. Very well. Jiang Yin responded, subsequently moving with graceful steps. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. This display alarmed the Chen family's functionaries and offspring, who fled at the sight of Jiang Yin's murderous aura. Miss Jiang, what enchantment has this youth cast upon you? Why must you obey his commands? The Grand Elder rose. His face ashen, the muscles in his jaw twitching, evidently incensed. None of your concern. Jiang Yin retorted coolly. This is outrageous. These words nearly caused the Grand Elder to hemorrhage with rage, questioning what sorcery the youth had employed to render the woman so compliant. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes were indifferent as she lightly brushed her sleeve, delivering a seemingly gentle palm strike carrying a sharp gust of wind. You are excessively insolent. The Grand Elder, no mere pushover, was, after all, a martial arts expert. He would not passively endure Jiang Yin's abuse. Immediately, he moved, executing the Chen family's low-grade yellow-rank martial skill, the heaven-turning palm. A formidable wind roared, bearing the force of splitting mountains as it met Jiang Yin's attack. However, Jiang Yin had already reached the 8th level of the transformation realm, while the Grand Elder was only at the 7th level of the coagulation sea realm. The disparity between them was akin to the difference in strength between an adult and a child. Jiang Yin effortlessly seized the Grand Elder's attacking hand, nullifying the wind force, and swiftly delivered a slap with lightning speed. Thwack! The crisp sound echoed as Jiang Yin struck him several times. The Grand Elder's already flushed face swelled, resembling a grotesque pig's head. Asymmetrical. Jiang Yin frowned, her perfectionist tendencies peaked. How can it be swollen on only one side? She raised her hand, striking the other side of his face. After a dozen or so slaps, the Grand Elder's face was completely swollen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. A horrifying sight. Excellent, now it's my turn. Chen Feng approached, his gaze looking down upon the Grand Elder's bloodied face, his heart filled with hatred. He raised his palm, striking the porcine face dozens of times. The Grand Elder's agonizing screams reverberated throughout the ancestral hall. Chen Tianhai stood by, clenching his fists, his face a mask of ominous darkness. To have the Grand Elder of their clan slapped in front of him was an affront to the Chen family's dignity. Chen Feng ceased his assault, his eyes gleaming with malice. Old dog, these slaps are merely a token of what's to come. Wait. And I will allow you to experience the agony of losing loved ones. Let us depart. Chen Feng spared Chen Tianhai no glance, retrieving his mother's spirit tablet from the ancestral shrine and heading towards the exit. Boom. As the two were about to step out of the ancestral hall's threshold, an extremely formidable spiritual energy suddenly converged in the azure sky above. This spiritual energy, like a tidal wave, surged and permeated the entire sky in a matter of moments. The wind and clouds churned as the vast spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex, swirling in the sky. Countless dark clouds gathered, dimming the sky as if a storm was approaching, and an unspeakable pressure descended. The wind howled, causing the trees within the Chen family's compound to rustle. What is transpiring? At that moment, everyone within the Chen family noticed the scene. Standing beneath the sky, they all felt an intense sense of oppression. The vortex of spiritual energy rotated in the sky, and the pressure it emitted caused the earth within the Chen family to crack inch by inch, the spiderweb-like fissures stretching into the distance. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy shot out from a room within the Chen family's compound, piercing the clouds. This beam of spiritual energy plunged into the vortex, causing a surge of spiritual energy throughout the sky. The spiritual energy intertwined, forming a sword that stood eternally in the sky, unique and unparalleled. The sword seemed to pierce the firmament, causing all weapons within 100 miles to tremble, especially swords. The sound of swords humming resonated throughout the heavens and earth like thunder. A sword soul awakens. It is a sword soul awakening. My grandson's sword soul physique has finally awakened, ha ha ha. The Grand Elder, who had been beaten beyond recognition, suddenly stood up, appearing frenzied. Zhang Yin, observing the celestial phenomenon, couldn't help but gaze towards the depths of the Chun family's compound, where spiritual energy poured forth like a pillar. Such a celestial phenomenon could only be possessed by someone with an awakened sword soul spiritual root. To think that such a small town as Manshan would produce a sword soul physique. It is truly terrifying. Zhang Yin's face showed a trace of solemnity. For a moment, she was unable to assess whether offending the Chen family had been worthwhile. A sword soul physique was destined for greatness, possibly even becoming the second sword emperor of the Ning kingdom. Chen Tianlang has awakened the sword soul physique. He was the #1 genius in our Manshan town. I never expected him to awaken the sword soul physique. Chen Feng is doomed. There are only 2 sword soul physiques in the entire Ning kingdom. Chen Tianlang is the Grand Elder's grandson, and Chen Feng has just beaten the Grand Elder so badly. Chen Feng probably won't live for 3 days. 3 days? You overestimate Chen Feng. I don't think he'll last a day. Once Chen Tianlang emerges, with the potential of his sword soul physique, I doubt Miss Jian will dare to protect Chen Feng. Within the Chen family, all the disciples and servants couldn't help but discuss the matter. The mere words sword soul physique were enough to fill everyone with trepidation. After all, excluding Chen Tianlang, there were only 2 such individuals in the entire Ning kingdom. The emergence of a sword soul was destined to produce a sword emperor. Within Manshan town, many forces turned their attention to the celestial phenomenon, their faces filled with solemnity. The sword soul physique has awakened. It seems that in a few days, the Chen family will be flooded with visitors. Within the Chen family, there had always been a hidden peerless genius, Chen Tianlang. However, Chen Tianlang's spiritual root had been sealed until now. Today, the spiritual root had finally awakened. And it was the unparalleled sword soul physique. The awakening of the sword soul physique meant that Chen Tianlang would become a sword emperor. If they didn't curry favor now, when would they? To think that the Chun family in Manshan Town would awaken a sword soul physique. It seems that you have a formidable foe. At the ancestral hall's entrance, Jiang Yin turned her beautiful eyes towards Chen Feng. The current sword emperor of the Ning kingdom was a sword soul spiritual root possessor. So she knew what the awakening of a sword soul meant. It signified the emergence of a peerless genius onto the stage of history. So what if it's a sword soul physique? We cultivators should overcome all enemies. Chen Feng glanced indifferently at the sky and walked out of the Chun family. In his previous life, he had suppressed countless eternal prodigies. Though the sword soul physique was formidable, it was insufficient to instill fear in him. To ascend to the level of an emperor, one must overpower all adversaries. In those days, even prodigies possessing the Nine Yang spirit root, and those with the chaos spirit root, had once been vanquished beneath his sword. What, then, was a mere sword soul spirit root? We shall depart. Chen Feng continued his march beyond the Chun clan, unaffected by Chen Tianlang's awakening of the sword soul. He felt no lingering attachment to this family. Jiang Yin remained rooted in place, hesitating to follow. Her gaze was fixed upon the celestial phenomenon above, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Rationality urged her that to offend a potential genius with a sword soul spirit root for Chen Feng was not worth the risk. Only I can save your life. Whether to accompany me is entirely your choice. Without glancing back, Chen Feng left her with those words. Jiang Yin clenched her silver teeth and suddenly took a step forward to follow him. If she did not pursue Chen Feng, her remaining lifespan would dwindle to a mere 2 years. She was uncertain whether he could truly heal her affliction. However, should he dare deceive her, she would show no mercy. This decision marked her allegiance. Great Elder, are you unhurt? Some servants hurried to support the Great Elder. Witnessing his current state, they felt an unsettling tremor within, especially after Chen Tianlang awakened his sword soul physique. The Great Elder was likely to ascend in influence, surpassing even the clan leader. At that moment, the Great Elder's countenance twisted into a savage grimace, resembling a feral beast. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng's departing figure. Gritting his teeth as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, almost palpable. Chen Feng, within 3 days, if I do not slay you, I vow to forsake my humanity. His growl echoed throughout the ancestral hall of the Chun clan. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhai gazed longingly at the celestial spectacle. Recognizing that with the assistance of his grandson Chen Tianlang, his position as clan leader might soon be relinquished. Chapter 5, The Innate Tao Embryo and the Eternal Spirit Root. Chen Feng departed from the Chun family, accompanied not only by Jiang Yin but also by a servant named Bauer. In Chen Feng's recollection, Bauer had shown him kindness unmatched by anyone else in the Chen family, save for his mother. In his heart, Bauer was akin to a sister, a cherished kin. Naturally, Chen Feng would not forsake her as he left the Chen residence. On the streets, a considerable uproar ensued in Manshan Town following the awakening of Chen Tianlong's sword soul spirit root. Numerous gazes, awash with astonishment, were fixed upon the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, eliciting exclamations of wonder. The Chen family was indeed on the brink of ascendance. With Chen Tianlong's emergence, it seemed the Chen family might soon establish a formidable presence within the imperial city. Rumor had it that the esteemed sword sovereign of Ningguo had rapidly ascended to his realm due to the awakening of his sword soul body. It was anticipated that Ningguo would soon witness the birth of another sword sovereign. Whispers of this awakening reverberated through every alley and thoroughfare of Manshan Town. The awakening of a sword soul represented an extraordinary significance, for sword soul spirit roots were exceedingly rare within Ningguo. With Chen Tianlong's awakening, there were but 3 such individuals. Young master, where shall we go now? Bauer inquired, gazing up at Chen Feng, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Chen Feng felt a profound gratitude for Bauer's presence, recognizing that she regarded him as family. Let us find a place to settle for the time being, Chen Feng replied. He understood that his immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Only through personal empowerment could he ensure his survival. Reliance on others was insufficient, self-strength was the ultimate truth. Do you have any silver on you? Chen Feng turned his attention to Jiang Yin. I brought only a modest sum, just a few dozen taels. But I possess an ample supply of medicinal pills. Jiang Yin responded. Initially, these pills were intended as compensation for the dissolution of her engagement with the Chun family. However, With Chen Feng's complete severance from the family, she was uncertain whether to continue offering these pills as recompense. A few dozen taels will suffice. Chen Feng nodded. Subsequently, the trio found an inn, each securing a separate room. Protect me while I cultivate. No one is to intrude. When I require your assistance during my seclusion, I will call for you, and you must appear. Chen Feng instructed Jiang Yin earnestly before entering his room. Very well, but when will you assist me with my ailment? Jiang Yin queried. Once I resolve my own matters, I shall attend to your condition, Chen Feng replied. You. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes narrowed. A hint of anger flaring within her. Chen Feng's vague response left her exasperated. Who could say when that would be months, years, or even decades? If he could not manage his own affairs, would she be expected to remain by his side indefinitely? In 3 months, I will heal you. If you cannot wait, feel free to leave, no one will stop you. Chen Feng declared, then disregarded Jiang Yin entirely as he entered his room and shut the door. Let us hope you speak the truth, otherwise. Jiang Yin's unspoken threat lingered in the air, her chilling gaze revealing all. Once alone, Chen Feng began to inspect his own body. He discovered that his current physique could only be described as crippled. Not only were the spirit roots chaotic, but he also lacked any martial foundation. Were it not for his extensive martial experience from his previous life, he would not have so easily vanquished Chen Xiu and Chen Lingxue. To cultivate as a martial artist, possessing spirit roots was an essential prerequisite. Only with spirit roots could one absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for body refinement and cultivation. Spirit roots determined a martial artist's innate talent. Those with pure spirit roots cultivated swiftly, while those with chaotic ones progressed at a painfully slow pace. Just as Chen Tianlong's awakening of the Sword Soul Spirit Root promised rapid comprehension of swordsmanship, individuals with this awakening invariably excelled in the sword arts. In contrast, Chen Feng's current body bore the burden of disordered spirit roots, encompassing all 5 elements, rendering it the weakest possible combination. 5-element chaotic spirit roots. I cannot believe I have been reborn into such a wretched state. Chen Feng lamented. In his previous life, his spirit roots were pristine, and his cultivation talent unparalleled. Yet, in this life, it felt like a karmic retribution, manifesting as 5-element chaotic spirit roots. Nevertheless, Chen Feng mused, even with these chaotic spirit roots, I possess the means to cultivate into a formidable powerhouse. With the void scripture and the elixirs I personally refined, I can still return to the void divine realm within 30 years. Clenching his fists, confidence surged within him. Suddenly, Chen Feng's expression shifted, as if he had sensed something. His face reflecting a growing mixture of incredulity and astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and turned his focus inward once more, examining the spirit roots within his dantian. Gradually, his initial bewilderment transformed into sheer shock, akin to discovering a new continent. This is not 5-element chaotic spirit roots. The elements are perfectly balanced, with a lotus body as the foundation and the 5 elements as the heart, forming a Tao lotus amidst chaos, innately attuned to spiritual energy. This is the innate Tao embryo? Chen Feng's countenance was awash with disbelief. The innate Tao embryo is the closest to the heavenly path, an extraordinary constitution of the highest caliber, rarer than the legendary 9-yang divine body and chaotic spirit roots. The so-called Sword Soul Spirit Root pales in comparison to the innate Tao embryo. Thousands of years ago, there had been but one formidable being with the innate Tao embryo, who later ascended to the position of emperor and became a celestial figure. It was no wonder that such a being might become a fool. The innate Tao embryo is a constitution that the heavenly path cannot tolerate, and most individuals are unable to bear such fortune, inevitably leading to folly. Who would have thought that I would stumble upon such a tremendous boon? Chen Feng's breathing quickened, his excitement surging within him. Even the former sovereign of the void divine realm could hardly quell his exhilaration. The innate Tao embryo was a divine boon for him. With this innate Tao embryo, coupled with the void scripture and his alchemical prowess, he would not require 30 years. In merely 10 years, he could return to the void divine realm. Alas! It seems this spirit root has suffered some damage. Enduring years of mistreatment, Chen Feng's current body had not escaped unscathed. Centipedes, corpse worms, poisons. and various forms of inhumane torture had left their mark on his spirit roots. Once I elevate my cultivation, the first order of business will be to eliminate those scoundrels. A cold glimmer flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. First, he needed to devise a method to concoct some elixirs to restore his spirit roots. While injuries to spirit roots could be fatal for martial artists, they posed little threat to Chen Feng. In his previous life, he not only achieved remarkable success in swordsmanship but also attained unparalleled mastery in alchemy. By refining a recovery elixir, his spirit roots could be swiftly mended. Jiang Yin, come here, Chen Feng suddenly called out. Within 10 seconds, Jiang Yin opened the door, her face as cold as ice. She realized that Chen Feng was indeed quite ungracious. After all, she was a mentor at Yunhai Academy, yet he treated her as if she were merely a servant. Despite her strong displeasure, Jiang Yin maintained her composure and asked frostily, "What is it?" "Go procure some medicinal herbs for me. I require Mu Yuan Zhen, Lan Hui Chao, Zhu Yu Guo. By Nian Ling Shuyi, Hui Han Zhen, Tan Xiang Song Yin Zhen, Tian Han Chao, and 2 pieces of Huo Ling Yu Guo," Chen Feng commanded. "The herbs you mentioned are far too expensive. I only possess a few dozen taels and cannot afford them," Jiang Yin retorted. While Mu Yuan Zhen and Lan Hui Chao are manageable, the 2 pieces of Huo Ling Yu Gui are of considerable value. They thrive above magma, drawing sustenance from the essence of fire, making them rare and elusive elixirs. One alone is worth 100 taels, let alone 2. "Fetch me some paper and a pen," Chen Feng replied. "You!" Jiang Yin exclaimed, exasperated, realizing he truly treated her as a servant. "Wait here." Enraged, she stormed out. Moments later, she returned with paper and a pen. Finding such supplies in an inn was hardly a challenge. Having secured the materials, Chen Feng swiftly penned several types of herbs, detailing even the methods of concoction, and then handed the document to Jiang Yin. "What is this?" Jiang Yin inquired, perplexed. Chen Feng offered no response. Upon examining the document, Jiang Yin was taken aback. It was a recipe. The proportions, timing, and various techniques for preparing the herbs were meticulously outlined. And it even specified the name and grade of the elixir. This recipe alone could fetch you at least 10,000 taels, Chen Feng asserted. "Where did you acquire this recipe?" Jiang Yin asked, her disbelief evident. To casually produce a 4th-tier recipe was astonishing. How could he possess such knowledge? Moreover, alchemists guard their recipes as if they were their very lives. It was inconceivable that one would so readily sell it. Yet here was Chen Feng, so openly offering it for sale, truly an act of wastefulness. "Mind your own business, just do as I say," Chen Feng spoke coldly. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth, feeling immensely disrespected. Not only was she a mentor at Yunhai Academy, but she was also an unparalleled beauty, with suitors aplenty. Yet, Chen Feng seemed to disregard her allure entirely, treating her with such disdain. "Go quickly," Chen Feng urged. Jiang Yin clutched the recipe, casting a frosty glare at Chen Feng before exiting the room. "If it weren't for the fact that my life is in your hands, I'd make you regret this." Though anger swirled within her, she was also enveloped in uncertainty. Who exactly was this man? The mere act of casually discarding a 4th-tier recipe suggested that Chen Feng regarded it as inconsequential, perhaps even viewing it as trash. However, Jiang Yin knew that a recipe of such caliber, if leaked, could incite fierce competition and bloodshed. In the entirety of Ning country, there were scarcely a handful of 4th-tier alchemists, all renowned masters. If they were to witness Chen Feng's reckless behavior, it could very well lead to his demise. Is this recipe even genuine? If he dares to deceive me with a counterfeit, I shall not spare him, Jiang Yin thought darkly. Within Man Mountain Town, there existed an auction house named Zue Baolu. Zue Baolu was a superpower in Ning country, its wealth rivaling that of nations, earning the respect of even the royal family. Branches of Zue Baolu sprawled across Ning country, and even this remote town was no exception. Minutes later, Jiang Yin stepped into Zue Baolu, where a woman in red approached her. Her fair legs were exposed, long and delicate, capturing the gaze of all. With a touch of makeup, her exquisite features were enchanting, her alluring eyes glimmering with a captivating charm that could draw one's soul in with just a glance. She was a paragon of beauty. "Miss," How may I assist you today? The woman, named Tangu, inquired, the manager of Zue Bolu. I wish to auction a recipe, Jiang Yin stated. Oh? Tangu's expression turned curious. Auctioning recipes was rare, as alchemists typically guarded their secrets fiercely, reluctant to share them. What grade is the recipe? It's a 4th-tier recipe. Jiang Yin mumbled, feeling an uncharacteristic wave of self-doubt. Upon hearing this, Tangu raised an eyebrow, her first instinct being disbelief. Which alchemist would be foolish enough to auction off a 4th-tier recipe? Are you here to cause trouble? Tangu scrutinized Jiang Yin. Her demeanor shifting upon noticing the powerful aura radiating from her, indicating she had reached the peak of the transformation stage. Recognizing Tangu's skepticism, Jiang Yin felt compelled to produce a token from her attire, declaring, I am Jiang Yin, a mentor at Yunhai Academy, and I request to meet your highest-ranking alchemist. Initially hesitant, Tangu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Jiang Yin's name and seeing her academy's special token. She trembled slightly, adopting a respectful and even somewhat reverent demeanor. Please hold on, I will contact the alchemist in Yen City immediately to expedite a response. Chapter 6, Ancient Techniques, the 9 Dragons' Annihilation Art within the confines of a room. After sending Jiang Yin out to procure medicinal herbs, Chen Feng opened his palm, revealing an ancient tome emanating countless rays of mystical light, hovering delicately above his hand. Shi Yao, you could never have imagined that the void scriptures you so ardently desired are right within my grasp. Chen Feng declared with a sinister grin. The mere thought of Qi Yao ignited a tempest of hatred within him. 8 centuries of companionship shattered in an instant. After narrowly escaping the life-forbidden zone, Chen Feng was utterly depleted of spiritual energy. Instead of offering protection, his partner, the celestial Qi Yao, conspired with the 8 great martial emperors to betray him, leading to his demise before the threshold of the life-forbidden zone. With the innate Tao and this void scriptures in hand, it would take but 10 years for me to seek you out, Qi Yao. I shall ensure that your suffering is beyond comprehension. Chen Feng's voice dripped with malice, his murderous intent palpable. Suppressing the overwhelming fury within, Chen Feng turned his attention to the void scriptures. This was his first time opening the tome, and he approached it with caution, for he was currently at his weakest, lacking even the foundational cultivation of the pulse awakening stage. Slowly, he turned to the first page of the void scriptures. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted, illuminating the room as if it were midday. This brilliance enveloped Chen Feng entirely. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight. When Chen Feng reopened his eyes, he found himself amidst an expansive, enigmatic starry sky, deep, mysterious, and timeless. An endless desolation loomed, but at the horizon of this vast expanse, a faint golden glow hinted at something extraordinarily terrifying racing towards him from the cosmic edge. With a swift motion, this golden light rent the starry fabric, creating innumerable rifts that extended to the horizon. A tempestuous energy, fierce and overwhelming, surged forth, causing the entire cosmos to tremble violently. Where was this place? Chen Feng's heart quaked in astonishment. Before he could gather his thoughts, a thunderous roar, akin to a dragon's cry that could shatter the heavens, resonated through the void. The cosmos quaked, seemingly unable to withstand the sheer force of this dragon's might. Fracturing in response, a 9-headed golden dragon emerged from the cosmic depths, spiraling through the celestial expanse. Its colossal form, reminiscent of an iron fortress, boasted glistening, translucent horns, shimmering scales of dark gold, and eyes forged from purest gold, radiating an indomitable aura as it surveyed the celestial realm. Lightning danced and clashed within the starry void, illuminating the 9 dragons in a spectacle of grandeur and majesty. Is this the Dragon Clan? Chen Feng floated amidst the stars, mouth agape, utterly awestruck by the sight before him. The Dragon Clan, rulers of the demon realm in ancient times, the mightiest beings in existence. Even a mere fraction of their might could obliterate countless lives. In that moment, the 9 dragons, with their golden eyes emanating supreme authority, suddenly turned their gaze upon Chen Feng. Time seemed to stand still. With a speed akin to lightning, the dragons dove towards him, shattering the very fabric of space itself. Lightning crackled, illuminating the cosmos in a blinding golden light. In that instant, Chen Feng felt as though the very space around him had been frozen. No matter how he struggled, escape was futile. He could only watch as the 9 dragons collided with his form, not causing harm but merging into him. becoming an intrinsic part of his being. Endless torrents of profound knowledge flooded into Chen Feng's mind. With the essence of dragons as power, dragon scales as skin, dragon form as his body, and dragon blood as his essence. The 9 Dragons' Annihilation Art. Suddenly, Chen Feng was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide, still reeling from the shock. The 9 Dragons' Annihilation Art. The mightiest technique of the ancient era. He had not anticipated that the first page of the Void Scriptures would contain such powerful teachings. Within the vast expanse of information, he learned that this art was wielded by the Void Emperor, who, during ancient times, vanquished all foes with its might, ascending to the throne of supremacy. Yet, the true origins of this technique remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps even the Void Emperor was unaware of its creator. How could such a formidable technique belong to a figure as powerful as the Void Emperor if he ultimately met his demise? What calamity transpired in ancient times? Chen Feng pondered, slightly perplexed. The ancient era was rife with enigmas. In his previous life, Ye Beixuan had traversed the river of time in search of the ancient secrets but found little. He only knew of an era steeped in darkness and chaos, during which countless beings vanished, and even the most revered sages fell. What manner of darkness could bring such devastation? Shaking his head, he dismissed further contemplation. The pressing need now was to enhance his own power. He settled into a meditative posture, following the prescribed path of the technique. Though his innate Tao had yet to fully recover, utilizing this art for cultivation posed no issue. As Chen Feng began to channel the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged tumultuously. His body became a vortex, drawing in the vast spiritual essence like a tidal wave, forcing it into his 108 martial meridians. The first threshold of martial cultivation is the pulse awakening stage. The human body possesses numerous meridians, yet only 108 are available for martial artists to cultivate. Only by unblocking all 108 can one truly step into the realm of martial artists. Typically, even the most gifted individuals require years, if not decades, to achieve this. For instance, within the Chen family, the elder Chen Tianhai and others only entered the second realm of martial arts, the ocean condensation stage. At their advanced age, primarily due to the extensive time spent in the pulse awakening stage. However, in just 2 short hours, as Chen Feng practiced the 9 Dragons' Annihilation Art, the vast spiritual energies completely unblocked his 108 martial meridians. The flow of spiritual power coursed through each meridian, an indescribable sensation of bliss washing over him. Ah! Chen Feng exclaimed in delight. Previously, his meridians had been obstructed, and even exerting dark energy felt like a burdensome task, a consequence of this body being utterly untrained. Yet now, with all 108 meridians opened, he felt remarkably lighter, having undergone an unprecedented transformation. Chen Feng opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and basked in the overwhelming surge of power, a smile gracing his lips. The 9 Dragons' Annihilation Art truly lived up to its reputation as the mightiest technique of the ancient era. Its effects were indeed extraordinary. To traverse the 108 meridians, others may require decades of arduous effort. Even the exceptionally gifted individual from a previous life needed 2 years to accomplish this feat, yet now, astonishingly, it has taken merely 2 hours. The time saved is beyond comprehension, exceeding hundreds of times. With the martial arts meridians now unblocked, it is time to focus on the condensation of the sea. Chen Feng mused inwardly. The first realm of martial arts is the Chongmai realm. Upon unblocking all 108 meridians, one can condense a spiritual sea within the Dantian. All the natural spiritual energy that flows through the martial arts meridians converges here, transforming into spiritual power. This represents the second realm of martial arts, the condensation of the sea realm. Chen Feng continued to meditate in a lotus position. Meanwhile, in the auction house of the Zui Baolu, Jiang Yin leisurely sipped tea and savored the exquisite delicacies prepared by Tang Gu. Having recently displayed her status as a mentor from the Yunhai Academy, she was treated as an esteemed guest, enjoying the finest teas and waters. I wonder what that fellow is doing now. Jiang Yin furrowed her elegant brows, recalling Chen Feng's earlier disrespectful demeanor, which filled her with indignation as she bit into the pastry before her. That man, does he even possess the qualities of a gentleman? I am a beauty in my own right, how dare he show such blatant disrespect? It is utterly infuriating. Once I have recovered, I shall make him pay dearly for this affront. As she chewed on the pastry, Jiang Yin secretly vowed that this grievance would eventually be avenged. Throughout her life, she had never been treated in such a demeaning manner. Within the prestigious Jiang family of the imperial city, as a young lady, it was only she who commanded others. Who would dare to give her orders? Furthermore, at the Yunhai Academy, her status as a mentor ensured that no one would presume to dictate her actions. Yet now, in this remote MNSHN town, she found herself at the mercy of a fool who had yet to even step into the condensation of the sea realm. This was a severe blow to her pride. Just as Jiang Yin seethed with suppressed anger, a figure clad in red, Tanggu, hurriedly entered with a silver-haired elder. "Miss Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Tanggu said with genuine regret. She then introduced the elder. "This is Master Wei Mo, a renowned alchemist I specifically invited from Yin City." At this, Jiang Yin's gaze shifted to the elderly man. His gaunt face and slightly sunken dark eyes gave him an air of fragility. Dressed in a white robe that exuded both an ethereal grace and a profound sense of life's weariness. Additionally, he wore a badge in the shape of a medicinal cauldron on his chest. Jiang Yin recognized this emblem as a symbol of the Ningguo Danlu, indicating that he was affiliated with this esteemed establishment. The Danlu is among the most prestigious factions within the Ning Kingdom, founded by the revered Dan Wang, Lin Chaoga. "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wei Mo, a fourth-tier alchemist," the elder greeted with a warm smile. Chapter 7, The extraordinary elixir re-emerges. Upon hearing the mention of a fourth-grade alchemist, Jiang Yin could not help but tremble slightly. It is well known that a fourth-grade alchemist is a significant figure within the realm of Ning, often regarded as a master. In fact, there are only a mere 10 individuals who have attained this esteemed rank in Ning. Even Lin Chaoga, revered as the king of elixirs, is merely a 6th-grade alchemist. As for Wei Mo, she had also heard of him, being one of the top 10 alchemical masters in Ning. But how could such a person possibly visit a remote town like Yin City? "Master Wei, what brings you here?" Jiang Yin inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Ah, I merely ventured out to explore and seek some rare herbs, and fortuitously arrived in Yin City. Little did I expect to be urgently summoned by Miss Tang, who informed me that someone was attempting to sell a 4th-grade elixir formula. Thus, I hastened to come here." Wei Mo replied with a chuckle. Although Yin City is the closest large city to Mianshan Town, it is still merely a city in a remote area. "I see," Jiang Yin responded, beginning to understand. "Miss Jiang, may I take a look at your 4th-grade elixir formula?" Wei Mo continued. "Certainly." Jiang Yin nodded, handing over the formula. She was not concerned that Wei Mo would memorize all the contents at a glance. After all, such formulas require repeated study. One cannot simply glance at them and immediately begin crafting the elixir, as even a minor error could result in disastrous consequences. As Wei Mo examined the formula meticulously, Jiang Yin and Miss Tang refrained from interrupting. However, as time passed, Wei Mo's expression shifted from curiosity to a strange demeanor, gradually becoming grave, and then revealing a profound shock. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Yin closely observed his expressions and, sensing the magnitude of his reaction, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that this formula was a forgery? After all, he was one of Ning's top 10 alchemical masters. If she were to offend him, even as a young lady of the Jiang family, she could hardly bear the weight of his wrath. The connections of an alchemist are extraordinarily formidable. Countless individuals strive to curry favor with them, offering gifts and favors. And if one were to truly offend an alchemist, they could easily rally a group of powerful allies to their cause. In the realm of martial arts, a saying prevails: it is better to offend 10 martial experts than to offend a master alchemist, for one cannot fathom the terrifying connections that an alchemist possesses. Amidst Jiang Yin's unease, Wei Mo finally set the formula down, his aged face still reflecting lingering astonishment. "May I inquire, Miss Jiang, where did this formula originate?" Wei Mo asked urgently, his eyes betraying a pressing need for the answer. Noting his fervent expression, Jiang Yin stammered, "Master Wei, is this formula a fake?" "Oh no, it is indeed authentic," Wei Mo affirmed solemnly, his expression turning serious. However, the method of crafting recorded in this formula is astonishingly remarkable. It is akin to a miraculous technique. Hence, I must inquire, from where did you acquire this formula? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin exhaled in relief but remained somewhat astonished that the formula was genuine. Had that individual truly not been deceiving her? This formula was entrusted to me by a friend to auction. Jiang Yin responded, her expression peculiar. Miss Jiang, could you introduce me to this person? I am eager to make their acquaintance, I implore you. Wei Mo pressed again, his tone filled with earnest entreaty. Jiang Yin was taken aback, her expression growing increasingly strange. She was not alone, even Miss Tang beside her wore a look of surprise. They could see that Wei Mo was making a concerted effort to maintain his composure. Yet his eagerness and urgency astonished them. It was indeed their first encounter witnessing an alchemical master exhibit such intense emotion. I must ask him, Jiang Yin declared. However, considering Chen Feng's cold demeanor, she hesitated to make a decision on her own. Very well, I would be much obliged, Miss Jiang. Additionally, I wish to purchase this formula from you. I am prepared to offer 10 times the price, 100,000 taels of silver. Wei Mo proposed. 100,000 taels? Jiang Yin gasped, her mouth agape. This sum could sustain the Jiang family for 5 years. It is worth noting that they are a prestigious family in the imperial city, earning merely 20,000 taels in a year. Alchemists truly possess lavish resources. Miss Jiang, may I? Wei Mo inquired again, appearing somewhat anxious. Jiang Yin quickly regained her composure. Her voice trembling, why yes, of course. After the transaction was concluded, Jiang Yin purchased the spiritual herbs required by Chen Feng before departing from the drunken treasure building. As she left, Wei Mo earnestly reminded her, Miss Jiang, please remember to inquire about that young friend of mine. I am very much interested in befriending him. I hope you will keep this matter in mind and not forget. Certainly. Jiang Yin nodded, leaving in a daze. It was her first encounter with an alchemical master displaying such humility and sincerity. What could possibly be unfolding behind the scenes that she was unaware of? After Jiang Yin's departure, Wei Mo retreated to the serene courtyard of the drunken treasure building. The environment was exquisite, with mountains and waters complementing each other, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Wei Mo produced a jade slip from his bosom, applying slight pressure to shatter it. A translucent figure of a middle-aged man gradually materialized. This was a transmission talisman capable of transmitting messages over vast distances, and he was currently directing this message toward the imperial city, specifically to the Dan Tower. The translucent figure was none other than Lin Chaoge, the king of elixirs, revered in the realm of Ning. Old fellow, what predicament have you encountered to resort to using such an exorbitant transmission talisman? Did I not inform you that it should only be used in dire circumstances? From your demeanor, it does not appear that you are in life-threatening danger. Do you have any idea of the lengths I went to acquire this talisman from the Tianying sect? Lin Chaoge remarked, surveying the elegant courtyard of the drunken treasure building with bemusement. Master, I have discovered the alchemical formula left behind by the North Xian Sword Emperor. Wei Mo's voice trembled slightly. What? What did you say? Repeat that. Lin Chaoge exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Master, I have truly discovered the formula left by the North Xian Sword Emperor. Wei Mo reiterated emphatically. Are you certain? You did not misread it? Lin Chaoge inquired anxiously. I did not misread it. This is indeed the formula created by the North Xian Sword Emperor, a 4th-grade elixir, the Heavenly Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill. Wei Mo declared. The Heavenly Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill? How could this be possible? Lin Chaoge's breathing quickened, his body trembling with excitement. The Heavenly Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill is a remedy that offers a chance of extending life for those nearing death, with effects lasting up to 3 years. One must not underestimate this 3-year extension. For those on the brink of death, they would willingly sacrifice everything for a single pill, even if it were but for a year. However, the Celestial Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill possesses a singular drawback: it may only be utilized once in a lifetime. Yet, despite this limitation, it remains an exceedingly rare and sought-after elixir. Some esteemed ancestors striving to attain higher realms might rely upon a single life-prolonging pill to extend their existence by 3 years, thus allowing them to pursue loftier aspirations and achieve greater longevity. Such a miraculous concoction could only be crafted by the illustrious Northern Xian Sword Emperor. A paragon of alchemical genius. Countless seekers have pursued this life-prolonging pill, willing to pay any price for a glimpse of its splendor. Is the formula authentic? Lin Chaoga inquired, his eyes widening in disbelief, overwhelmed by the shock surging within him. The Northern Xian Sword Emperor's alchemical formulas are exceedingly rare, and this particular one, defying the heavens, had never been disseminated. Now, the prospect of the celestial silkworm life-prolonging pill's formula surfacing ignited a fervor within him. It is indeed genuine, I have verified it. And it unequivocally belongs to the Northern Xian Sword Emperor's methodology, Wei Mo affirmed. Who revealed this formula? Lin Chaoga pressed urgently. I am unaware. I await a meeting with him, Wei Mo replied. Very well, gather more information, I shall make haste. With that, Lin Chaoga's specter vanished, clearly intent on journeying to Mankind Mountain Town. In his grasp, Wei Mo held the formula, his body trembling with excitement. How many years had it been? The Northern Xian Sword Emperor's formula had resurfaced after so long. Once Jiang Yin procured all the medicinal herbs instructed by Chen Feng and acquired an alchemical furnace. She returned to the inn. Inside, Chen Feng sat cross-legged, having immersed himself in 2 hours of cultivation. He had truly stepped into the condensing sea realm. Though only at the first level, it marked a monumental leap in his prowess. As he circulated his energy and examined his inner self, he discovered a miniature vortex swirling within his dantian, the condensing sea where all a warrior's spiritual power converges, a hallmark of strength. From this moment forth, Chen Feng was a bona fide cultivator. Yet, at the base of his spiritual sea, he sensed an anomaly. Previously drawn into the first page of the Void Codex, the 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon he had glimpsed in the ancient cosmos now lay dormant at the bottom of his spiritual sea. It radiated a faint life force, but otherwise remained still. This miniature version of the majestic dragon exhaled a barely perceptible, yet potent, draconic pressure, bestowing an extraordinary quality upon the spiritual sea. What is happening? At this moment, even Chen Feng, well versed in worldly affairs from his past life, felt bewildered. The 9 colossal dragons he had witnessed were not mere illusions, they were real. And now one lingered silently within his spiritual sea. It felt akin to having these 9 5-clawed golden dragons domesticated. Did the 9-dragon annihilation technique draw upon authentic dragon power to unleash its might? A contemplative expression crossed Chen Feng's face. Suddenly, sensing footsteps outside, he promptly ceased his cultivation and opened the door, only to find Jiang Yin lurking there. What are you doing? Chen Feng asked coolly. You nearly frightened me to death. I brought you the herbs. Jiang Yin retorted, pouting while presenting a bundle of medicinal ingredients, muttering under her breath. Why can't you just send your servant next time? You have one, don't you? Why must I run errands for you? Jiang Yin felt indignant and aggrieved. How had she, a dignified young lady, been reduced to a mere errand runner? As she continued to grumble, she gradually noticed something amiss, her eyes widening in disbelief. You have entered the condensing sea realm? Jiang Yin stammered, her voice trembling. Yes, I fortuitously broke through. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Fortuitously? Jiang Yin's mouth fell agape. Just moments ago, Chen Feng had been an ordinary person, unable even to open the 108 martial veins of the condensing sea realm. Yet, in the brief time she had been gone, he had managed to open all of them? Are you human or a monster? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her worldview crumbling. It had taken her 5 years to achieve what he accomplished in 2 hours. What extraordinary luck! A chosen one? An unparalleled prodigy? No! None of these terms could encapsulate Chen Feng, he was simply an anomaly. This is none of your concern. Where is the alchemical furnace? Chen Feng inquired coldly. Jiang Yin clenched her teeth, unable to tolerate his commanding tone. Although she was merely assisting him, he spoke to her as if she were his servant. Nevertheless, she complied and waved her hand, summoning the alchemical furnace into the room. Chen Feng was taken aback by this supernatural ability. A spatial ring? Oh, are you envious? Jiang Yin replied, stroking the ancient ring adorning her slender finger, pride evident on her face. Before this anomaly, she finally regained a sense of balance. After all, she was still the young lady of the Jiang family, with profound resources. This is a spatial ring, containing its own space capable of accommodating numerous items, a priceless treasure. In all of Mankind Mountain Town, I doubt anyone possesses one. You find such pride in a mere spatial ring? Your expectations are rather low. Chen Feng retorted without reservation. Has anyone ever told you that your mouth has a knack for attracting enmity? Jiang Yin gritted her teeth, exasperated. I have sold your formula for 100,000 taels of silver, here is the remainder, Jiang Yin stated, producing the leftover banknotes and handing them to Chen Feng. He accepted them and tucked them into his pocket, not bothering to inquire about the buyer, as that was no longer his concern. By the way, Master Wei Mo, one of the top 10 alchemical masters of Ningguo, wishes to meet you. He purchased your formula at 10 times its value. Jiang Yin informed him. I will not meet him. Chen Feng replied dismissively. Jiang Yin grew anxious. Are you foolish? He is one of the top 10 alchemical masters. Do you have any idea how many people yearn to meet him but cannot? You are fortunate, he is interested in your formula and desires to meet you. He is affiliated with the Dan Tower, and if you cultivate a good relationship with him, you need not fear the Chun family. With the Dan Tower's protection, they would not dare to harm you. I am busy, I will not meet him. Chen Feng firmly closed the door. You truly do not recognize a golden opportunity when it presents itself. Jiang Yin fumed, nearly ready to stomp her feet in frustration. Inside, Chen Feng offered no further reply. After a long while, the door opened once more. I thought you might possess some resolve. But it seems you have changed your mind and wish to meet him after all? Jiang Yin sneered. No. I require you to run another errand for me and deliver a letter to the Chen family. Chen Feng handed her a missive. You truly think of me as your servant? Jiang Yin's lips twitched in irritation. Yet, despite her complaints, she accepted the letter. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was indeed a challenge letter. In 5 days, I shall visit the Chen residence to claim the head of Chen Tianlang. Signed, Chen Feng. After reading the contents of the letter, Jiang Yin felt as though her head might explode. Insanity. This individual was truly deranged. Did he intend to march to his own demise? In 5 short days, he planned to confront Chen Tianlang alone? Jiang Yin exclaimed urgently. Is there a problem? Chen Feng replied coldly. He had previously stated that he would make the Grand Elder experience the anguish of losing a loved one, just as he had. The Grand Elder had always held Chen Tianlang in high regard, even taking pride in him. Very well, then he would make an example of Chen Tianlang first. Let us eliminate Chen Tianlang without delay. Send the message, brave warrior. With that, Chen Feng once again closed the door to his chamber. This time, the door did not reopen. You bastard! Jiang Yin could no longer contain her rage, unleashing a torrent of curses at the door. Her voice echoed throughout the entire inn. For the first time, Jiang Yin felt utterly constrained in her existence. Having just procured medicinal materials, she had barely settled in before being summoned by this man again. She vowed that she truly wished to strangle him. Chen Feng paid no heed to Jiang Yin's furious outburst outside. For him, the most pressing matter was to restore the innate Tao within him. As for this so-called master alchemist, he held no value in his eyes. Relying on others is often a precarious endeavor, one must depend on oneself. For true strength is the only unassailable truth. After closing the door, Chen Feng gazed at the alchemical furnace before him and began sorting through the herbs. The elixir he aimed to concoct was the Tianqin Revival Pill, a 4th-tier potion. In his previous life, it was as simple as eating and drinking for Ye Beixuan. Yet for the current Chen Feng, it presented more of a challenge. This challenge was not due to his inability to craft it, but rather his insufficient cultivation level. An alchemist must possess a certain level of cultivation, although it need not be extraordinarily high. A minimum of the 7th level of the is required to wield sufficiently potent flames. Alas, while it may seem excessive to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he would nevertheless attempt to employ the 9 spirit fire for the concoction. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. The fusion technique of the 9 yang and 9 spirit fires was a creation of his past life. And utilizing this flame would yield remarkable results while enhancing the quality of the elixir. The 9 Yang spirit fire belonged to the practitioner, a flame of Yang. While the 9 Yin spirit fire originated from the realm of the soul, commonly referred to as soul fire. Most individuals could neither wield nor even perceive it. In his previous life, it was Chen Feng's discovery of this soul fire that ushered in an unprecedented revolution in the alchemical world. Chen Feng, born with exceptional soul power, had developed a secret method to draw forth and transform this soul power into flame. This soul fire not only scorched the spirit but proved extraordinarily effective for alchemical purposes. In his previous incarnation, Chen Feng had been endowed with formidable soul power, and now, having lived 2 lives, his soul strength had multiplied exponentially. In terms of soul power alone, few could rival him. As the secret technique within him activated, a plume of dark flame erupted like dense smoke, burning fiercely with a temperature capable of inflicting fatal harm upon the soul. Soon, Chen Feng became wholly absorbed in the process of alchemical creation. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Chen family, boxes large and small, filled with various cultivation resources, were piled high. In recent days, following Chen Tianlong's awakening of the Sword Soul Spirit root, the Chen residence had become a veritable hub of activity, with countless powerful factions from both Man Mountain Town and the nearby Yen City arriving to pay their respects. Though termed visits, these were essentially displays of goodwill and attempts to curry favor. The emergence of a prodigious talent with a Sword Soul Spirit root within the Chen family heralded an unstoppable ascendance for the clan. If they did not ingratiate themselves now, when would they? Following a banquet, numerous prominent figures gradually departed, leaving Chen Tianlang seated prominently on a high platform, occupying the position of the clan leader. Below, Chen Tianhai clenched his fists, seething with anger. Chen Tianlang had grown increasingly audacious, occupying his position even before he had officially abdicated. Truly, it was a case of falling from grace and being treated worse than a dog. Many elders stifled their laughter, observing how the once mighty Chen Tianhai now lived in utter humiliation. From his elevated seat, Chen Tianlang gazed down at Chen Tianhai with an expression filled with derision. After decades of cultivation, he had only reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. Such talent was hardly worth mentioning, it was practically worthless. How could someone of such caliber ever be worthy of leading a clan? Tianlang, you must avenge me. That Chen Feng killed both Chen Xiu and Chen Shui, leaving my face in tatters. You cannot let him escape. Below, the Grand Elder lamented, his face still bearing the marks of the brutal blows he had received. The grotesque 5-finger imprint a stark reminder of his humiliation. Chen Tianlang glanced at the Grand Elder's bloodied visage, his gaze momentarily lingering on the mark before he turned away, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was truly laughable that the esteemed Grand Elder had been bested by a fool. The Chen family had truly descended into a state of decay. The older generation had lost all ambition for martial arts, consumed only by infighting for power within the clan. Although the deceased Chen Shui and Chen Xiu were his siblings, he felt no sorrow. The sword he cultivated was one of ruthlessness, and his heart had long since turned as cold as iron. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless and pale, addressing Chen Tianlang on the high platform. "Young master, there is someone outside delivering a message. She claims her name is Jiang Yin, and she comes on behalf of Chen Feng." "Bring it here," Chen Tianlang commanded. Moments later, the letter was presented to him. After reading it, a smile spread across his face. "What is it?" the elders inquired, perplexed. With a flick of his finger, Chen Tianlang sent the letter down to the elders, who quickly passed it around. After reading its contents, their faces darkened with anger. The Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, tore the letter to shreds. In 5 days, he dares to come for the head of Chen Tianlang. This waste truly believes he has the right to challenge the sword soul body of Chen Tianlang? Before long, the elders turned their gazes toward Chen Tianlang. The awakening of the sword soul body was indeed a sensational event, now known throughout Man Mountain Town and even the entirety of Yen City. The sword soul body possessed an undeniable allure, and many sought to make a name for themselves by challenging it. It was likely that such challenges would become increasingly frequent. Defeating one challenger would only lead to another emerging. Chen Tianlang remained impassive, coolly stating, "Merely a jumping jack. However, now that I have awakened the sword soul, it seems many foolish individuals will soon come to challenge me. If that is the case, then I shall grant them this opportunity. Spread the word. In 5 days, I shall host a life and death challenge in Yen City. Those who wish to tread upon my corpse to ascend are welcome to come. A life and death challenge? At these words, the expressions of all the elders shifted dramatically. They were no strangers to such challenges. For it was through this very means that the legendary Beixuan Sword Emperor had trodden upon the corpses of countless prodigies, forging his own invincible path. Every sword cultivator who aspired to become a powerful sword emperor must pave their way with the blood of countless talents. This process was indispensable. It is evident that the current Shen Tianlang intends to emulate the legendary Beixuan Sword Emperor, treading upon the remains of countless geniuses to forge his own path of invincibility. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Haha! My grandson indeed possesses great ambition. It seems that under Tianlong's leadership, our Chen family is destined to embark on an unparalleled journey among noble plans." Soon, news of Chen Tianlang spread rapidly throughout Yen City, causing quite a stir. The vast expanse of Yen City, with its remote corners like Mankind Mountain Town, was abuzz with discussions. Within the confines of the city, numerous prodigies existed. And Chen Tianlong's bold proclamation to establish a life and death challenge arena to confront all the talents of Yen City sent shockwaves throughout the region. In the bustling streets, taverns and inns were rife with chatter about this audacious endeavor. Within the city hall, the city lord, Zhou Yi, wore a grave expression upon learning of the matter. A life and death challenge? This mirrors the ambitions of the Beixuan Sword Emperor, as he strides forth atop the corpses of countless geniuses. Dad, is the sword soul body truly that formidable? How could it incite such arrogance in him? Asked a charming girl. This was the city lord's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao, renowned as a prodigy in Yen City. Joey shook his head, sighing, "My daughter, you do not comprehend, the sword soul body transcends mere strength. It is terrifying beyond measure. Do you not know that it was only after awakening the sword soul that the sword emperor rose to greatness?" At this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected a somber weight. As night deepened and darkness enveloped the land, in an inn room, Chen Feng had successfully refined a medicinal pill and held a glossy, verdant pill in his hand. This was the Tianqin Revival Pill, capable of restoring one's spiritual roots. Without hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed it, feeling the medicinal power spread throughout his body, converging towards his dantian, where a five-colored Tao lotus began to unfurl, greedily absorbing the immense medicinal energy akin to a parched well. 2 hours later, as all the medicinal power was fully absorbed by the Tao lotus, a structure resembling a placenta began to emerge at its center, the innate Tao embryo. Suddenly, as the innate Tao embryo revealed itself, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth seemed to respond, gathering frantically from all directions like a flood, creating a spectacle far more magnificent than Chen Tianlong's awakening of the sword soul. Endless spiritual energy coalesced into a radiant pillar, bursting through the inn's roof and shooting into the heavens. The previously desolate and dark sky appeared to be torn apart. As clouds parted, brilliant rays of light flooded the earth, and a vibrant life force spread over thousands of miles, even affecting the distant imperial city, where countless flora began to flourish anew. The scent of blossoms filled the air as all living things revived. In arid, desolate regions, withered tree trunks began to grow anew, their lush branches stretching skyward like a spider's web. What is happening? Throughout Ning country, everyone was astonished by this unparalleled phenomenon, as the life force permeated the entire realm. Within the Jianyu pavilion of the imperial city, a middle-aged man clad in white stood at the window, gazing down into the courtyard where several desolate plum trees were visibly blooming at an extraordinary rate. "Lord Sword Emperor, what is this celestial phenomenon?" A stunning girl beside him was entranced. "I do not know, even I cannot discern the nature of this spiritual roots emergence," the middle-aged man replied solemnly, his eyes drawn to the distant sky, where a radiant pillar shot heavenward, coalescing into a Tao lotus that began to bloom slowly. This Tao lotus, resplendent with colors, released vibrant clouds as its petals unfurled, creating a breathtaking sight that captivated the heart. Suddenly, a tremor echoed from the sky, causing the previously widespread life force and the colorful Tao lotus to vanish without a trace. It was evident that someone had deliberately employed a powerful spell to conceal the celestial secrets. Could that direction be where the sword soul awakened in Yen City? The middle-aged man mused. In the in-room, Chen Feng absorbed all the celestial phenomena within him before finally opening his eyes. I was careless. I did not expect the innate Tao embryo to unleash such astonishing celestial phenomena. Chen Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Nevertheless, it was to be expected. The awakening of the sword soul could invoke such grand celestial occurrences, and the innate Tao embryo, an unseen spiritual root, would undoubtedly provoke an even greater spectacle. Luckily, he had timely employed secret techniques to obscure the eruption of this celestial phenomenon. It is time to seek a worthy sword. Chen Feng rose. Having restored his spiritual root and ascended to the condensation sea realm, all that remained was to acquire an exceptional sword. It is well known that possessing a magnificent sword could enhance a sword cultivator's strength by at least 30%. Chen Feng opened the door and found Jiang Yin vigilantly stationed outside. Upon seeing Chen Feng emerge, she scrutinized him from head to toe. You. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes revealed astonishment. For some reason, she sensed an ethereal energy swirling around Chen Feng. This energy, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, life force, and elemental powers, created a unique blend of myriad forces. Remarkably, Chen Feng was not actively channeling any techniques, rather, this myriad force seemed to gravitate towards him naturally. This was the terrifying aspect of the innate Tao embryo, which naturally attracted all paths. However, Jiang Yin remained unaware of the intricacies involved. Come, accompany me on an outing, Chen Feng declared. Where to? She inquired. To seek a sword. Chen Feng exited the inn, accompanied by Jiang Yin and Bauer, heading towards the martial artists' bazaar. This was a marketplace dedicated to the trade of various martial goods, remaining open even in the night. As Chen Feng entered the vast plaza-like bazaar, he noticed a significant number of onlookers turning their gazes towards him. Yet, the majority were captivated not by Chen Feng himself, but by Jiang Yin at his side. In the entirety of Ning country, Jiang Yin's beauty was unparalleled. Her cold, exquisite features and curvaceous figure evoked a powerful sense of desire, further accentuated by the faint, intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her. This allure stemmed from her unique spiritual root. But such a scent only served to enhance her seductive charm. Many men, upon laying eyes on her, could not suppress their greedy yearning, their gazes ablaze with longing. However, despite their attraction to this stunning beauty, few dared to approach. They could sense the potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from her, a force at the manifestation stage. In the realm of transformation, it is evident that not only is this young woman, around 20 years of age, a prodigy of exceptional talent, but the forces backing her are also profoundly formidable. While Jiang Yin often felt discomfort by the fervent gazes of men, today she found herself relishing in such attention. After being summoned by Chen Feng repeatedly over the past few days, she had begun to doubt her own allure. Yet it was clear that her charm among men remained intact. It was Chen Feng who appeared less than manly, unperturbed by the surrounding stares. Chen Feng made his way directly to the largest establishment for precious artifacts in the market, the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon entering, a sharp and caustic voice echoed through the hall. Who do we have here? Is it not the dog expelled from the Chun family? How brazen of you to appear at the martial arts fair. Turning around, Chen Feng was met with the scowling visage of an elder clad in a blue robe. What a coincidence to see you here, Chen Feng remarked with a smirk. Having not anticipated encountering his old nemesis so soon after leaving the inn. This man was none other than Chen Hongshang, the patriarch of the Chen family. Best mind your tongue, old man. I doubt you wish to be slapped again, Chen Feng said with a casual wave of his hand. At this, Chen Hongshang's face turned a shade of green with rage. You insolent wretch. One day, I will have you minced into paste. He spat through clenched teeth. Chen Feng merely chuckled coldly, ignoring him as he entered the pavilion with Jiang Yin. Their confrontation immediately drew the attention of others within the Lingbao Pavilion. Isn't that the Chen family's fool, Chen Feng? I heard he was struck by lightning a few days ago, and his temperament has drastically changed. He even managed to slay Chen Xiu and Chen Shui with a single stroke. Now that Chen Tianlang has awakened his sword spirit. How audacious of him to appear so openly. Amidst the whispers, Chen Feng remained indifferent. A middle-aged shopkeeper approached respectfully, inquiring, What might you wish to purchase, young sir? The Lingbao Pavilion prided itself on remaining neutral in conflicts. Every visitor was considered a guest. I seek a renowned sword, the finest you possess, Chen Feng declared. Ah! You are indeed in the right place. I have recently acquired 3 exceptional swords, the shopkeeper replied with a faint smile. He then retrieved 3 camphor wood boxes. The first box opened to reveal a 5-foot-long azure sword, the blade glinting with a chilling radiance, adorned with a scale-like pattern that promised to slice through iron effortlessly. This is the spirit fish, forged from azure crystal and tempered for 7 days. It is incredibly durable and classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon, the shopkeeper explained. He plucked a hair from his head and let it fall upon the sword, which severed it silently. Jiang Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, although not a sword cultivator. She recognized the sword's rarity. There are levels of treasures: heaven, earth, spirit, and mortal, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Despite being a low-grade spiritual weapon, it was already a rare find. Chen Hongxing's eyes gleamed at the sight, but Chen Feng shook his head, unsatisfied. I want another. With a darkening expression, Chen Hongxing echoed his sentiments. I refuse to accept a sword that you disdain. The shopkeeper frowned but complied, revealing the second box, which contained a pitch-black ink sword, exuding a powerful yet subdued aura. This is the Black Flame Sword, crafted from a rare stone that contains fire essence, allowing it to unleash formidable flames when wielded. He explained, igniting the sword to demonstrate its fiery potential. Chen Feng glanced at the Black Flame Sword but remained unimpressed. Do you have anything else? Sensing Chen Feng's fastidiousness, the shopkeeper opened the final box, which shimmered with golden light. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a sword with a unique hilt resembling a soaring goose. This is the Surging Goose, forged from dark gold copper and infused with thunderous power, classified as a mid-grade spiritual weapon, he proclaimed proudly. However, Chen Feng was still not satisfied. Do you have anything else? He inquired. The shopkeeper frowned, perturbed. These 3 swords are the finest in my establishment. Are they not to your liking? Though commendable, they lack the purity I seek. True swords possess a raw, overwhelming strength without unnecessary embellishments. Chen Hongsheng scoffed dismissively. What do you know about swords, foolish boy? He picked up the Surging Goose, wielding it with satisfaction. I have one more sword. But I doubt you would dare to desire it, the shopkeeper remarked with a subtle smile. Show it to me, Chen Feng urged. The shopkeeper complied, moving to a concealed section of the wall and pressing a black button. The wall slid apart, revealing a hidden compartment filled with countless swords, resembling a veritable tomb of blades. At the far end, suspended in the air, was a blood-red sword adorned with intricate dark runes. Unlike other swords, this particular blade hovers in the air, unsupported by any visible means, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura that resembles a cursed weapon stained by countless battles. Chen Feng's gaze disregarded the other swords within the sword tomb, focusing instead on this ominous blood-red blade with a grave expression. This sword appeared to possess a certain vitality, creating an exclusion zone within a 100-meter radius, where all other swords dared not approach, as if they wished to retreat far away. A sword spirit? Could it truly be a sword spirit? Chen Feng was astonished that, in this barbaric realm of the Tianwu continent, a sword imbued with a spirit could exist. However, it seemed that the sword spirit within this blade was currently in a state of confinement. This was a cursed sword. 5 previous customers had attempted to purchase it, yet all perished within a month of acquiring it. Each time its master met their demise, the sword would automatically return to this tomb, which was precisely why he had set up a hidden compartment to secure it. If you have the courage, you may purchase this sword. But I must declare that I bear no responsibility for any consequences that may arise, the shopkeeper stated solemnly. He was eager to rid himself of the sword, yet no one dared to accept it. I have examined it. This sword bears no rank and is named Tian Song Yun, a demonic blade. Do not say I did not warn you. The previous 5 customers were all sword cultivators, each reaching the transformation stage. Yet the strange fact remains that they all met untimely ends. Therefore, consider carefully if you wish to make a purchase, the middle-aged shopkeeper cautioned. Despite the shopkeeper's serious tone, Chen Hongxing could not contain his excitement. The sword, enveloped in dark crimson energy, floated majestically, resembling the King of Swords. Any discerning observer could tell that this sword far surpassed others, rendering comparisons futile. I will take this sword, Chen Hongsheng exclaimed joyfully. With this sword, Chen Tianlong's power would increase by at least 30%. Sighing at Chen Hongsheng's exuberance, the middle-aged shopkeeper ceased to impede him. He was merely a merchant. Having stated his warnings, he refrained from further persuasion. Chen Hongsheng radiated confidence as he stepped forward, entering the sword tomb. However, before he could approach within 100 meters of the Tian Songyun sword, a tremendous gale surged forth from the depths of the hall. Boom! A torrent of crimson energy erupted from the sword like a flood, exuding a ferocious force akin to a primordial beast. Chen Hongsheng's eyes widened, but before he could react, an overwhelming power collided with him, propelling him violently against the wall. Puff! The sheer force caused Chen Hongsheng to spit out blood, his face a mask of horror. He was a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the condensing sea realm. What is happening? Did you activate some trap, shopkeeper? Chen Hongsheng shouted darkly. This is not my doing, it is the sword's nature. No one below the transformation stage can even approach it, let alone wield it. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied helplessly. The other patrons in the room were equally astonished. This sword could defeat cultivators below the transformation stage without a master? What kind of terrifying demonic weapon is this? At that moment, even the well-versed Jiangyin stood frozen, her beautiful eyes gravely fixed on the sword. In a mere instant, it had severely injured a 9th-level condensing sea expert. Not only in this flame city but throughout the entire Ning kingdom, such a bizarre demonic sword was likely unparalleled. You should choose among the other 3 swords, you cannot take this one. The middle-aged shopkeeper said with a bitter smile, glancing at Chen Feng. He could see that this young man's cultivation was even lower, merely at the 1st level of the condensing sea realm. Advancing further would be sheer folly. The other customers in the shop shared expressions of regret. They too were tempted by the sword, but witnessing the fate of even a 9th-level expert, they realized that approaching it would only lead to their own demise. Just as the middle-aged shopkeeper was about to close the hidden compartment, Chen Feng spoke up. Wait. I want this sword. He then stepped forward into the hall, his gaze fixed on the Tian Songyun as he approached it step by step. You. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Is he truly mad, courting death? Many onlookers expressed their shock. Even a 9th-level condensing sea expert like Chen Hongsheng had suffered such a fate. How could this 1st-level cultivator dare to approach the sword? Young master, please be careful, Bauer said anxiously, clenching her small hands. Even Jiang Yin's demeanor turned grave. Unable to comprehend Chen Feng's reckless endeavor, after witnessing Chen Hongsheng's dire outcome, how could he still dare to proceed? Humph, a self-righteous fool. Chen Hongsheng scoffed from a distance. If he fell victim to the sword's malevolent energy, he would likely be left with only half a life. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng advanced step by step, closing in on the 100-meter radius. Boom! As expected, the Tian Songyun sword erupted once more with a terrifying blood aura, crashing forth like a tumultuous sea. The very fabric of space trembled violently, an unstoppable force barreling towards Chen Feng. The ground itself began to crack beneath him, the oppressive weight of the sword's aura instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Chen Feng understood that this was merely the pressure of the sword spirit, not true spiritual energy. Instantly, he activated the 9 Dragons' extinguishing god technique, and within his Dantian spiritual sea, the 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to awaken from its slumber. Roar! In that moment, a thunderous dragon roar resonated throughout the universe, emanating an invisible pressure that surged forth like a tide. Bang! The two forces collided, and lightning flickered at their center, illuminating the hall as if it were daylight. Every sword within the sword tomb trembled, issuing mournful cries as if bowing in submission. Amidst the clash of pressures, Chen Feng stood resolutely in the hall, his tall figure resembling a steadfast spear, unyielding in the face of adversity. Did he withstand it? The entire assembly was taken aback. A cultivator of the condensing sea realm managed to withstand the sword's pressure? How is this possible? Even the middle-aged shopkeeper wore an expression of disbelief. The previous 5 customers had all been sent flying multiple times before they could seize the sword. What manner of anomaly is this young man? Jiang Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, her exquisite face reflecting her shock. Boom! The clash between dragon and sword energies unleashed a gale that swept through the surroundings. Yet, Chen Feng's steps did not falter, he continued onward. However, with each step he took, the pressure emanating from the Tian Tsong Yun sword intensified. Boom! The very air seemed to tremble violently. A relentless surge of malevolence striving to impede Chen Feng's advance. He felt as though he were laboring under the weight of a colossal stone, each step leaving an imprint in the ground half a finger deep. However, Chen Feng remained steadfast, refusing to retreat even a single step. No sword pressure could impede his advance, not even the most malevolent blade. A profound determination radiated from his eyes. The earth trembled subtly beneath him, as if he were traversing with the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. A ferocious dragon's might surged from within him, clashing against the oppressive sword pressure. To the astonishment of all present, they watched in disbelief as Chen Feng drew nearer, step by step, until he was within 100 meters of the sword. Then, he extended a hand and grasped the hilt of the sword. The blade vibrated violently, seemingly resisting his hold. Still defiant? Chen Feng coldly remarked. Suddenly, from the depths of his spiritual sea, a scornful dragon's roar echoed, unleashing an unparalleled dragon force that surged through his 108 meridians, infusing the sword with its essence. The clash of ferocity and dragon might reverberated, as the chaotic energy gradually receded, seemingly sealed back within the sword. Instantly, the once trembling Tian Tsong Yun sword became tranquil. A faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he withdrew the sword. A dark crimson glow, reminiscent of demonic blood, flowed down the hilt, enveloping the entire blade with an edge so sharp it seemed capable of cleaving the very stars. Indeed, this sword shall be mine, Chen Feng declared, turning to the middle-aged proprietor in the distance. The proprietor trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. It has been done. He has truly tamed the demonic sword. The onlookers were equally astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. A sword that even a 9th-level condensation sea realm expert could not tame was subdued by a mere 1st-level novice? This was nothing short of a fantastical tale. The arrival of two youths, a boy and a girl, disrupted the atmosphere. The boy, clad in an ancient azure robe, possessed striking features, while the girl, with her exceptional beauty and flowing black hair, exuded elegance and pride in her white gown. What a remarkable find to encounter such an extraordinary sword in Yen City, the young man remarked, smiling at his companion, Sister Ruyue. Our fortune seems to be quite favorable. Qin Ruyue nodded in agreement, marveling, though it is a demonic sword, it surpasses countless renowned swords of Ning Nation. It rightfully deserves to be wielded by me, lest it be wasted. The appearance of these two young prodigies stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Is that not the esteemed disciples of the Sword Sovereign, Ji Gaoming and Qin Ruyue? What brings them here? Whispers filled the air as people speculated about their intentions. It is said that the Sword Sovereign intends to take Chen Tianlang as his disciple. Could they be here to escort him to the imperial city? Among the crowd, Jiang Yin was equally taken aback upon seeing Qin Ruyue. Sister Ruyue? Mentor Jiang? Qin Ruyue's icy demeanor softened into joy upon spotting her former instructor. Why are you here in Yen City? I thought you were training under the Sword Sovereign? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. The Sword Sovereign sent me here. He has decided to take Chen Tianlang as his disciple, which is why I came to Yen City, Qin Ruyue explained. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd at her revelation. The rumors were indeed true. The Sword Sovereign, the foremost master of swordsmanship in Ning Nation, was prepared to accept Chen Tianlang as his disciple. Hearing this, Chen Hongsheng sprang to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and rushed over. Miss Ruyue, I am Chen Tianlang's grandfather. Is it true that the Sword Sovereign wishes to take him as a disciple? Qin Ruyue nodded affirmatively, indeed. Only 3 possess the awakened sword soul in all of Ning Nation. The Sword Sovereign, recognizing Chen Tianlang's talent, wishes to mentor him. Ha! Heaven smiles upon the Chen family. Chen Hongsheng laughed joyously, filled with pride. To be a disciple of the Sword Sovereign meant an immense future. Perhaps the Chen family would one day produce a Sword Sovereign of their own, garnering respect even from emperors. Suddenly, Chen Hongsheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Chen Feng. Chen Feng, hand over that sword at once. You are unworthy to wield it. All eyes in the room turned towards Chen Feng. With the Sword Sovereign's acceptance of Chen Tianlang, the Chen family was poised for greatness. Who would dare to defy them? In response, Chen Feng tightened his grip on the demonic sword and raised an eyebrow. Old fool, do you possess no shame? If you cannot withstand the sword's malice, that speaks to your own inadequacy. Chen Hongqing's face flushed with rage as he glared at Chen Feng. You little wretch. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? If you do not surrender the sword today, I will ensure you meet your demise. Not only Chen Hongshang, but Ji Gaoming, Qin Ruyue, and many patrons of Lingbao Pavilion also gazed hungrily at the sword in Chen Feng's possession. Despite its ominous legends, the sword was undeniably a treasure of unparalleled quality. My lord, we should leave. Bauer timidly tugged at the hem of Chen Feng's garment, her voice trembling. She feared that a confrontation would ensue and that her master would be overwhelmed by the hostile gaze of the crowd. At that moment, Qin Ruyue's gaze shifted towards Chen Feng, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing her features, though it was quickly masked. Chen Feng recalled that he had an engagement with her. A marriage agreement yet to be fulfilled. Suddenly, Qin Ruyue raised her head, icy determination in her stride, approaching Chen Feng. The atmosphere in Lingbao Pavilion shifted as all eyes turned, intrigued by the unfolding scene. I gather that Qin Ruyue's mother was formerly a mere servant, sharing a sisterly bond with Chen Feng's mother. Upon the birth of her daughter, they arranged a betrothal between her and Chen Feng. However, Qin Ruyue's ascension into the tutelage of the Sword Emperor has propelled her and her entire family to prominence in the imperial city, rendering the marital agreement virtually defunct. The unfolding drama has captivated onlookers, curious about the perspectives of the individuals involved. Despite Chen Feng's apparent recovery from his past affliction, his standing pales in comparison to Qin Ruyue's elevated status, making the prospect of their union seem incongruous. Ignoring the crowd's barbed remarks, Chen Feng maintained a stoic countenance. Recognizing the world's inherent preference for strength, power commands respect, while weakness invites exploitation. Despite the former camaraderie between their mothers, Qin Ruyue's current position far surpasses his own. Are you Chen Feng? Qin Ruyue inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Indeed. I heard you dispatched Chen Shui and Chen Xiu? Are you seeking retribution on their behalf? Chen Feng retorted with a sneer. Qin Ruyue demurred, stating, I held no affiliation with them, their fate is of no concern to me. While you may have shed your former simpleton persona and even vanquished Chen Shui and Chen Xiu, what does it truly signify? Have you ever witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of a single sword cleaving 100 mountain? Have you beheld the majestic sight of one soaring through the heavens upon a sword? Have you observed the might of a warrior who, amidst a myriad of troops, could effortlessly claim the head of a general? No. I surmise you have not experienced such wonders, Qin Ruyue declared, her face impassive. Ha! Chen Feng chuckled, his thoughts inscrutable. Qin Ruyue continued, in the celestial martial continent, spiritual roots dictate martial talent, predetermining one's potential for martial achievement. I was born with an awakened sword soul, commencing my sword studies at the age of 7. By 9, I had mastered a sword art, and at 11, I stepped into the realm. At 15, I became a disciple of the Sword Emperor, and now, at 17, I am already a grand sword cultivator. I share these details not to flaunt my strength, but to illustrate that we inhabit disparate worlds. Perhaps realizing the harshness of her words, Qin Ruyue softened her tone. There is no shame in mediocrity, leading a commonplace life can be fulfilling. However, you must understand that some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Chen Feng smiled, his profound gaze meeting her exquisite visage. Are you implying that you are among these individuals? Qin Ruyue arched her pristine neck, her demeanor as haughty as a swan. Precisely. We belong to separate realms. Therefore, harbor no illusions about me. My purpose here is not only to retrieve Chen Tianlang but also to return this betrothal agreement to you. With a flourish, Qin Ruyue extended her hand, revealing a subtle shimmer from an ancient ring adorning her finger. A sheet of white paper and 1,000 taels of silver materialized in her palm. A spatial ring? The crowd erupted in astonishment at the sight of the antique ring. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 existing in the entire Ning Kingdom. Possessed only by the most eminent figures. The fact that Qin Ruyue possessed one undoubtedly indicated the Sword Emperor's high regard for her. Qin Ruyue presented the betrothal agreement and the silver, stating, "From this day forth, we formally dissolve our engagement. Take this letter of severance. Along with this 1,000 taels as compensation, sufficient to sustain you for the remainder of your days." Ha, this Chen family fool is truly unfortunate. To be rejected by a woman. Throughout history, only men have issued letters of severance to women. This Chen family simpleton has achieved the extraordinary feat of being rejected by a woman. This is utterly hilarious. If I were him, I would have no desire to continue living, ha. The onlookers in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion could no longer contain themselves, erupting in uproarious laughter. Jiang Yin frowned, her countenance betraying a hint of displeasure, but she remained helpless. She had come to Flame City for this very matter, intending to grant Chen Feng a modicum of dignity. However, Qin Ruyue's actions were far more decisive, presenting the letter of severance in front of everyone, leaving Chen Feng utterly humiliated. Once this news spreads, Chen Feng will likely never be able to hold his head high again. Chen Hongsheng joined in the laughter. Chen Feng, Chen Feng. I never imagined you would face such a day. Bauer could no longer bear it, exclaiming, "Qin Ruyue, you are going too far. Are you deliberately driving my young master to his demise? Do you truly believe he desires to cling to you? In the future, my young master is destined to become a dragon among men. Then, it will not be a matter of him being unworthy of you, but you being unworthy of him. A dragon among men, him? What a jest!" The crowd was amused by Bauer's words, even Zhu Gaoming and Chen Hongsheng clutching their stomachs with laughter. Qin Ruyue shook her head. How utterly absurd. Even if such a day were to arrive, I would have no regrets. This letter of severance, I am determined to deliver it today. Qin Ruyue. Bauer's face turned frigid, but Chen Feng halted her. Chen Feng calmly reached out and accepted the betrothal agreement, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He, Ye Beixuan, who in his previous life had dominated both heaven and earth, suppressing countless geniuses and captivating countless peerless beauties who yearned to follow him, was now being rejected by a woman in this life. How truly ironic. This world remains as pragmatic as ever. Without strength, even the most basic dignity is forfeited. Chen Feng once again comprehended the nature of this world. Young master. Bauer's eyes welled up, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the anguish etched upon Chen Feng's features. Seeing Chen Feng finally accept the letter of severance, a look of satisfaction appeared on Qin Ruyue's face. That's right, one cannot forever dwell in illusions. It is fine for you to live as an ordinary person. However, before Qin Ruyue could finish speaking, Chen Feng tore the betrothal agreement in two. You insolent! Qin Ruyue's countenance swiftly darkened. Her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Tearing her letter of severance in public was a blatant affront to her. Qin Ruyue, I must say, you are far too conceited. You must realize that there are individuals beyond individuals, and heavens beyond heavens. A sword soul spiritual root is not a justification for you to look down upon everything. Chen Feng declared indifferently, his face devoid of emotion. He tore the letter of severance into shreds, scattering them upon the ground. In an instant, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards them, wide with disbelief. They had never dreamed that Chen Feng would be so audacious as to tear up the letter of severance. Qin Ruyue's face was masked with frost. Do not presume that tearing this letter of severance means you can truly marry me. There is no possibility between us. I am resolved to end this engagement. Ha! You are so eager to break off our engagement, I suspect there must be other reasons, Chen Feng sneered. Qin Ruyue's icy cheeks gradually settled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Tang Long, the third prince of the current emperor of Ninghua, awakened his solar spirit root at the age of 5, began sword practice at 6, and by 10 had mastered all martial arts meridians, reaching the realm of condensing sea. At 13, he broke into the transformation realm, and by 16, he comprehended the essence of the sword, becoming a master of the sword path. Now, at 25, he stands as the foremost figure on Ninghua's talented individuals list. His extraordinary talent, coupled with the rare solar spirit root, sets him apart. He is also a fourth-grade alchemist, excelling in both swordsmanship and alchemy, unmatched in the world. He is the true paragon I, Qin Ruyue, should marry, not someone as worthless as you. Her words echoed through the silent spirit treasure pavilion like a thunderclap. The mere title of the third prince was enough to instill a sense of helplessness. Moreover, this individual possessed the incredibly rare solar spirit root, which grants an innate mastery over the power of flames, even more so than the sword soul spirit root. The talented individual's list of Ningguo encompasses all its geniuses. Anyone who makes it onto this list is a true prodigy. For the third prince to hold the top position signifies that he tramples upon all other talents. What is even more astonishing is that he is a fourth-grade alchemist. In all of Ningguo, those who reach the rank of fourth-grade alchemist are usually in their 60s or 70s. Yet the third prince has achieved this at the tender age of 25. Mastering both swordsmanship and alchemy is nothing short of a celestial anomaly. This is the true paragon of our age. Who could possibly compete with him? No wonder Qin Ruyue was so eager to annul her engagement. She had her eyes set on the third prince. It is understandable, for the third prince is a formidable contender for the throne, with over a 70% chance of inheriting it. If Qin Ruyue were to marry him, she would truly enter a prestigious family. And the entire Qin clan would rise to prominence, with her potentially becoming the future empress. However, Qin Ruyue, possessing the sword soul spirit root and being a highly esteemed disciple of the sword emperor, is exceptionally beautiful and extraordinarily gifted. Only she is worthy of the current third prince. Qin Ruyue and the third prince are truly a match made in heaven, while this Chen Feng is merely a disruptor. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their eyes filled with admiration. Comparing a Chen family waste to an unparalleled genius, anyone with a semblance of reason would undoubtedly choose the latter. Qin Ruyue raised her delicate head, pride radiating from her exquisite face. The union of the third prince and me is the true combination of dragon and phoenix, destined to soar high above the heavens. As for you, your fate is that of a frog in a well, forever separated from our worlds. Dragon and phoenix? Chen Feng chuckled. Who is truly the frog in the well here? If you wish to annul the engagement, I can oblige, but not at this moment. Chen Feng replied. Humph. Qin Ruyue scoffed, her icy demeanor unwavering. Do you still harbor delusions at this juncture? How long do you intend to drag this out? At the Flame City Challenge 5 days from now. After I defeat Chen Tianlang, I shall publicly annul our engagement. But remember, it will not be you annulling it, it will be I who annuls it. Chen Feng declared. Each word heavy and resonant. Defeat Chen Tianlang? You truly dare to say such things? Although he may not match me, he is still an awakened sword soul user and destined for greatness. Do you not find your words laughable? Qin Ruyue taunted. In 5 days, you will see whether this is a joke or not. Chen Feng countered. Very well, I shall grant you 5 days. As for your claims of annulling the engagement, the world will know who truly annulled it. Qin Ruyue coldly replied. Once the news of the annulment spreads, regardless of Chen Feng's protests, the world will perceive it as Qin Ruyue having cast him aside, for the gap in their abilities is evident. Let us go, Bauer. Chen Feng disregarded Qin Ruyue further, tossing down 1,000 taels of silver before striding out of the spirit treasure pavilion. The middle-aged owner, catching the silver note, was elated. This sword, which he had been unable to give away, was now sold for 1,000 taels, bringing him immense joy. Jiangning cast a complex glance at Qin Ruyue. Had it been before their arrival in Flame City, she might have thought Qin Ruyue's actions justified. However, after witnessing Chen Feng effortlessly draft a recipe for a 4th-grade elixir and rise from an utterly talentless individual to a master in the condensing sea realm within 2 hours, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. All of these events indicated that Chen Feng was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Thus, in this annulment of engagement, even she could not discern who truly stood to lose the most. Sighing, Jiang Yin realized that words were futile at this point. She turned and followed Chen Feng, remembering that her life was still in his hands. Stop! Just as Chen Feng was about to cross the threshold of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, an incongruous voice rang out. Chen Feng turned to see the usually silent Zhu Gaoming. Though we have settled the matter with Qin Ruyue, the sword in your possession remains unsettled. Place it down and leave, or you will find it impossible to depart from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion unscathed. Zhu Gaoming sneered. At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality. Earlier, They had been distracted by the engagement discussion, nearly forgetting that Chen Feng held an extraordinary sword in his grasp. How could they allow him to leave so easily? This sword was purchased by me first, and I have already paid for it. Is that a problem for you? Chen Feng coldly retorted. With your status as a waste. You do not deserve this sword. Leave it here, and I will purchase it from you for 2,000 taels. That should be a considerable profit for you, no? Zhu Gaoming declared grandly. Like Qin Ruyue, he was a disciple of the Sword Emperor, and his strength and status were beyond question. Only in his hands could this sword unleash its full potential. You are being unreasonable. This sword was personally chosen by my young master. And he was the first to purchase it. Why should my young master sell it to you? Bauer exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Zhu Gaoming smiled faintly. A look of derision in his eyes. Purchasing this sword does not equate to possessing it. The truth remains, he does not deserve this sword. In that instant, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. It was clear that Zhu Gaoming coveted the sword, and as a disciple of the Sword Emperor, he undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Now, it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. This fellow truly had the worst of luck, having just been publicly rejected. He was now being forced into a sale. Many in the crowd displayed keen interest, eager to see how this young man would navigate his predicament. If he refused to sell, Zhu Gaoming's temperament suggested he wouldn't allow Chen Feng to leave the Spirit Treasure Pavilion unscathed. Chen Feng turned, his deep-set eyes as still as an ancient well, and calmly declared, "You wish to acquire the sword in my possession? Very well. I am willing to sell it to you for 10 million taels. 10 million taels? The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was an outrageous demand. Acquired for a mere 1,000 taels, yet resold for an exorbitant 10 million, representing a staggering 10,000-fold increase in value. It is doubtful that anyone within the entirety of Ning country could readily produce such a sum. You impudent whelp, you dare trifle with me. Zhu Gaoming's countenance twisted into a visage of ferocity, his eyes gleaming with a chilling glint. It appears you have no intention of surrendering the sword willingly. In that case, do not fault me for my ruthlessness. Abruptly, Zhu Gaoming took a forceful step forward, unleashing a torrent of unrestrained flame spiritual energy, causing the temperature within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to escalate rapidly. The 8th level of the realm? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment upon sensing the formidable energy. This individual is indeed a formidable figure. Judging by his appearance, he is likely only 18 years of age, even younger than Qin Ruyue. Yet he has already attained such a high realm. His talent is undeniably exceptional. With a swift schwa, Zhu Gaoming vanished from his position in an instant, leaving behind a sharp gust of wind. The next moment, his figure materialized before Chen Feng like a specter, his hand clenched into a fist, which he delivered forcefully towards Chen Feng's chest. The overwhelming force of the blow was unreserved, indicating his lack of leniency. Observing this, Chen Feng remained motionless. Has he relinquished all resistance? A hint of mockery flickered in Zhu Gaoming's eyes, as his fist continued its relentless trajectory, closing in. Just as the fist was mere inches from Chen Feng's chest, the latter's body moved with sudden alacrity. With a subtle shift of his foot, he evaded the brunt of the attack with remarkable precision. Subsequently, his fingers formed into a palm, and resplendent golden light spiritual energy danced at his fingertips, carrying an intensely domineering aura as he struck out. So swift. Zhu Gaoming was inwardly startled. In haste, he could only raise his other arm as a shield before his chest. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated, causing the entire Spirit Treasure Pavilion to tremble subtly. Zhu Gaoming's body was instantly propelled backwards, staggering more than a dozen steps before colliding with the wall behind him. The wall cracked audibly, with visible spiderweb-like fissures spreading rapidly. Furthermore, a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of Zhu Gaoming's mouth. At that moment, the entire scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 14, a single move to repel the enemy. Declaring his stance in an instant, the entire scene became deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the disheveled Zhu Gaoming, and then on the nonchalant Chen Feng not far away. After a long pause, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. How is this possible? The middle-aged proprietor stood frozen, witnessing a cultivator at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm repel an 8th level expert with a single move. The implications of such a feat defied comprehension. Even prodigies of exceptional talent could only overcome opponents one level higher. The likes of Qin Ruyue and Chen Tianlang, paragons of their era, could, at most, surmount 3 levels. Yet, Chen Feng had bridged a staggering 7 levels. 7 levels. This youth had traversed 7 levels in battle and emerged victorious. What unfathomable strength did he possess? Not only the proprietor but everyone within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion was agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. The world seemed to have lost its verisimilitude. When did this little beast become so powerful? Chen Hongsheng hissed through gritted teeth, his face a mask of incredulity. Even Qin Ruyue, whose countenance was perpetually veiled in frost, couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment. She was well aware of Zhu Gaoming's prowess. He was a prodigious talent, hence his acceptance as a disciple by the Sword Emperor. Despite his youth, his strength had already reached the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Within the imperial city, countless peers had fallen beneath his feet. Yet, now, he had been repelled by a supposed simpleton? That boy must have resorted to some underhanded and ignoble trick. Qin Ruyue muttered, gnawing on her silver teeth. In a fair fight, Chen Feng wouldn't have survived 3 moves against Zhu Gaoming. A flicker of shock also danced within Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes. In the distance, Zhu Gaoming struggled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. He gnashed his teeth, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng like that of a venomous serpent. For him, a dignified 8th level Spirit Sea realm expert, to be repelled by a nobody was an utter disgrace. Boom! In an instant, and even more violent, crimson spiritual force erupted like a tidal wave. The ground beneath his feet cracked as his entire body lunged forward like a predator. Seeing this, Chen Feng remained unmoved. Suddenly, a figure of unparalleled beauty interposed herself between Chen Feng and his attacker. Halt! A delicate shout echoed as the aura of an 8th level transformation realm cultivator exploded forth, instantly generating a formidable gale that swept out, violently repelling Zhu Gaoming. However, she had no intention of harming him, merely forcing him back. Yet, even so, the aura of an 8th level transformation realm expert was enough to leave Zhu Gaoming severely injured. Miss Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Gaoming cried. His face flushed crimson with anger, his eyes laced with blood. Jiang Yin's sudden intervention had caught him off guard. Not only him, but even Qin Ruyue, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, her expression puzzled. Why would Jiang Yin side with Chen Feng? Teacher Jiang, what are you doing? Qin Ruyue inquired, her heart filled with bewilderment. Qin Ruyue, Zhu Gaoming, both of you, cease this, Jiang Yin advised earnestly. Chen Hongxing's face darkened as he exclaimed, Miss Jiang, has this little beast coerced you in some way? Why do you repeatedly stand up for him? First within the Chen family, and now within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Even at the risk of offending 2 geniuses like Qin Ruyue and Zhu Gaoming. I simply cannot fathom what you're thinking. What's so good about protecting an imbecile? Teacher Jiang, has he threatened you in any way? Qin Ruyue echoed. This is a personal matter, unrelated to Cloud Sea Academy or my family, Jiang Yin declared, her face impassive. I am determined to protect Chen Feng today. Whoever lays a hand on him will be considered my enemy. She had declared her stance. Let's go. Chen Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Zhu Gaoming and Qin Ruyue before turning and striding out of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Bauer quickly followed. As for Jiang Yin, her beautiful eyes met Qin Ruyue's. Their gazes locked, Qin Ruyue's eyes filled with incomprehension and a silent question. She wanted Jiang Yin to provide a reasonable explanation, such as being coerced by Chen Feng. If that were the case, she would not hesitate to cut Chen Feng down, preventing him from succeeding in his schemes. Yet, it was not to be. Jiang Yin offered no explanation, merely glanced at Qin Ruyue before turning and following Chen Feng out of the pavilion. Inside the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. No one had anticipated that this simpleton, who had been addled for 17 years in barren mountain town, would, on this day, have the young mistress of the imperial city's Jiang family so willingly act as his follower? Chen Feng, what tricks have you used to bewitch my teacher? Qin Ruyue quietly clenched her fists, her hatred for Chen Feng intensifying. She couldn't comprehend what had transpired after Jiang Yin's arrival in barren mountain town that she was unaware of. Having left the spirit treasure pavilion, Chen Feng turned to Jiang Yin with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to intervene just now. He had assumed that Jiang Yin would remain a detached observer, as she had always done, only offering assistance when Chen Feng explicitly requested it. This time was an exception. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes at Chen Feng. If you were beaten to death, wouldn't I have to accompany you to your grave in 2 years? Don't worry, I'm not that easily killed. Chen Feng chuckled. When will you cure my illness? Jiang Yin inquired. After the challenge ends in 5 days, I'll cure your illness and return your freedom. How does that sound? Chen Feng proposed. Jiang Yin was taken aback. She had thought that Chen Feng would use her life as leverage to keep her by his side longer, as having an 8th-level transformation realm expert as a bodyguard was something few could boast. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Feng didn't try to evade the issue as he had before, but instead offered a short, 5-day deadline. All right. Jiang Yin smiled faintly, a hint of joy flickering in her heart. However, after a moment, she raised her delicate eyebrows and asked with a solemn expression, by the way, are you confident in 5 days? Your opponent possesses a sword soul spiritual root. Throughout the entire Ning Kingdom, he is only surpassed by the Sword Emperor and Qin Ruyue. Chen Feng, carrying a blood-stained sword on his back, pondered for a moment before offering a cryptic smile, who knows? Jiang Yin was taken aback for a moment before smiling wryly. Is that your way of answering? How perfunctory. Chen Feng shook his head, offering no further explanation. His deep eyes gazed towards the night sky, the twinkling starlight seeming to cast a radiant glow upon the youth's handsome face, imbuing it with a clean and restrained sharpness. Jiang Yin, observing Chen Feng's current state, was momentarily stunned. For some reason, she felt that Chen Feng had undergone a subtle transformation compared to before. That coldness and arrogance seemed to have diminished towards her. Is it because of my intervention just now? Jiang Yin wondered, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Let's go, let's head back. Chen Feng gently patted Jiang Yin's head and began walking towards the inn. Jiang Yin gradually regained her senses, as if the faint scent of mint from the young man still lingered in the air. A delicate blush crept onto the young girl's cheeks. Hey! Why are you touching my head? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her face reddening with embarrassment. This little rascal had the audacity to tease her now, he was becoming increasingly bold. Yet, amidst her scolding, an undeniable smile graced her lips. She could sense that Chen Feng's attitude towards her had indeed shifted, he was no longer as indifferent as before. 5 fleeting days passed, during which the news of Chen Tianlong's life and death challenge spread like wildfire throughout Yin City. Countless talented individuals, upon learning of this event, felt a surge of excitement, each eager to challenge Chen Tianlang. Defeating him would guarantee their fame, for he was a prodigy with an awakened sword soul. The only opportunity to best him lay in this moment, before he fully tapped into the potential of his sword soul's spiritual roots. Should he be given time, others would stand little chance against him. Throughout these 5 days, Chen Feng hardly stepped outside the inn, dedicating himself to his cultivation. Jiang Yin refrained from disturbing him, prioritizing his absolute safety over her own training. She took to standing guard at the entrance of his room, protecting him. As the blazing sun of the 6th day illuminated the entirety of Yin City, this long quiet metropolis stirred with a palpable excitement. For a century, no one had dared to establish a life and death arena challenge within Yin City, but now, with Chen Tianlang, a wielder of a sword soul, setting the stage, the attention of various factions in the city was captivated. With the Chen family's financial resources and the backing of the city lord's office, the massive arena was erected in just 5 days. Looking out over the sprawling city, throngs of people surged towards the city center, where a vast plaza had filled to capacity by dawn. From above, the crowd appeared to number in the thousands. Nearby, numerous tall buildings hosted countless figures who had come to spectate. The air was thick with a cacophony of discussions and fervent chatter, creating an electrifying atmosphere. At the forefront of the plaza stood elevated platforms, where the major powers of Yin City had gathered. It seemed that Chen Tianlang intended to leverage this life and death arena to bolster his reputation. In years past, only the extraordinary North Xian Sword Emperor had traversed the arena, challenging countless talents and carving an invincible path. Chen Tianlang likely sought to emulate that illustrious journey for himself. Yet, whether he could achieve such feats remained uncertain. Not everyone possessed the innate genius of the North Xian Sword Emperor. Amidst the clamor, the city lord surveyed the throng below, reflecting that if Chen Tianlang emerged victorious today, it would be nearly impossible to halt the Chen family's ascent. At the center of the platform stood Chen Tianlang, clad in a cerulean robe, a matching long sword resting against his back, its blade gleaming like a clear pool under the scorching sun, evidence of its exceptional quality. Accompanying him were Chen Tianhai, Chen Hongshang, and several elders. Ancestral spirits, the Chen family has finally produced a timeless genius. From this day forward, we shall embark on a glorious path, Chen Hongshang proclaimed, bowing reverently to the sky. His gaze then turned to Chen Tianlang, brimming with hope. Today is your debut, my grandson. Do not hold back against any foes. Slay them as you please and carve out your own invincible path. At his words, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement. The life and death arena was a perilous endeavor. Those who dared to step onto the stage must be prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Chen Tianlang smiled slightly. If they dare to step onto the stage, I will not hold back. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. Standing beside him, Ji Gaoming remarked, Junior brother, now that the Sword Emperor has taken you as his apprentice, even if you were to vanquish every genius in Yin City today, you need not fear the retribution of their factions. With the Sword Rain Pavilion backing us, even the strongest powers shall not intimidate us. I understand, Chen Tianlang replied with a calm smile. Among the crowd, Qin Ruyue cast a glance at the expansive plaza and, upon realizing Chen Feng's absence, let out a cold laugh. This Chen Feng claimed he would challenge Chen Tianlang, yet he doesn't even dare to show his face now? Ji Gaoming chuckled, Sister Ruyue, you overestimate that waste. If he dared to step onto the stage under such scrutiny, he would surely meet his end in a single strike. I suspect he is hiding in some corner of the city right now. Qin Ruyue smiled, indeed, I must have overestimated him, ultimately, he is just a useless individual. As the crowd continued to swell, the anticipation only grew. Finally, when the appointed hour arrived, the city lord emerged from the platform, surveying the throngs gathered in the plaza. Today marks the Life and Death Arena Challenge. All who step onto the stage shall accept their fates. Any brave souls under 30 may come forth to challenge. The Life and Death Challenge officially begins. With the city lord's proclamation, the sound of a bell resonated throughout the land. Chen Tianlang leaped down, taking his place in the square arena. Sword at his back, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he faced the crowd with an air of defiance. I am here. In an instant, someone could no longer contain their excitement, surging forward to leap onto the arena. This young man, robust and muscular, wielded a pair of enormous iron hammers, each nearly weighing 100 pounds. With a sword soul body, if I can slay you, I shall earn renown throughout the Ning Kingdom. The burly youth licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. I am Wang Yang, here to seek your guidance. Spare me your name. I cannot remember the names of those who are about to die, Chen Tianlang replied with a disdainful smile. With no further ado, the burly youth unleashed a torrent of spiritual power, slamming his foot down onto the arena. Like a fierce tiger, he charged at Chen Tianlang with astonishing speed. Crossing hundreds of meters in mere moments, his hammers poised to strike Chen Tianlang's head. However, Chen Tianlang had no intention of drawing his sword. Offended by such disdain, the burly youth's expression darkened. Yet, just as the hammers were about to descend upon him, Chen Tianlang deftly sidestepped, evading the attack at an awkward angle. With a swift motion, he thrust 2 fingers forward, piercing through the youth's throat. Blood sprayed forth, splattering the arena's surface. The burly youth clutched his throat, his mouth agape, before gradually collapsing to the ground. One strike, and he was dead. With such feeble strength, you dare challenge me? What arrogance! Chen Tianlang stepped closer, kicking the youth's lifeless body off the arena. Yang! cried a middle-aged man from below, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. The once boisterous crowd now rendered speechless. In a mere moment, a formidable warrior at the 4th level of the condensing sea realm was vanquished in an instant. Not even drawing the sword at his back. Has the genius of the Chen family grown to such an extent? Next. Chen Tianlang declared coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere turned solemn. As the previous display had cast a chilling effect on the spectators, none could have anticipated the astonishing strength of this individual. After a brief pause, a young man clad in dark robes gritted his teeth and leapt forward. "I am Lei Song, here to seek guidance," he proclaimed with a cupped fist. "I have no memory for the names of those who are about to perish." Chen Tianlang sneered. His arrogant demeanor sparked another wave of murmurs from the crowd. Unfazed, the young man in dark robes unsheathed a silver spear from behind him. Without further ado, he charged forward, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy. The spear darting towards Chen Tianlang with the prowess of a dragon. This fluctuation was astonishing, reaching the 6th level of the condensing sea realm, far surpassing the previous muscular youth. However, as the thunderous spear approached, Chen Tianlang remained undeterred, not even unsheathing his sword, merely thrusting forward with 2 fingers. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as sparks flew, leaving the spectators in disbelief. The young man's spear, once met with Chen Tianlang's fingers, could advance no further. Still merely a waste. Chen Tianlang scoffed, transforming his fingers into a palm, seizing the spear with force, and advancing several steps to deliver a punch directly to the young man's heart. The young man's complexion shifted drastically by the time he attempted to evade. It was already too late. The thunderous sound echoed, and the young man expelled a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward and crashing beyond the platform. His heart shattered, and he perished on the spot. Song-er! A wave of sorrow surged from the crowd. In that moment, the arena was enveloped in a profound silence. So powerful, too powerful. No one expected that even a warrior of the 6th level of the condensing sea realm could not withstand more than 3 moves against him. Everyone had anticipated Chen Tianlang's strength, yet none could fathom he had grown to such an extraordinary level. A true prodigy. Next, Chen Tianlang continued to call out. Yet, the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence. Those who had previously been eager to challenge him, seeking fame throughout Ningguo, trembled and dared not ascend the stage. Next, he repeated, only to be met with continued silence. In the vast plaza of over 10,000 people, not a soul dared to step forward. With such cowardice, how dare you call yourselves warriors? Chen Tianlang remarked disdainfully. The martial artists below clenched their fists, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Being insulted so openly was far from pleasant. Yet still, no one dared to challenge him. Is there anyone left? Step forward. In this Grand Yen city, is there truly not a single brave soul among you? How can you claim to be warriors? Chen Tianlang shouted again. The crowd remained silent. Such a pathetic lot. Merely a bunch of loudmouths. He sneered. On the platform, beside the city lord, a young girl flushed with anger, feeling deeply humiliated as a member of Yen City. Soon, she stirred, ready to charge down, only to be restrained by the city lord, who shook his head. Do not go down, you cannot defeat him. Her face reddened further as she gripped her sword tightly, feeling utterly helpless. Is there anyone brave enough to come forward? Damn it, I established this life and death challenge, and not a single sword has been drawn. I should have known I needn't have set up a tournament at all. A bunch of cowards. Chen Tianlang continued to taunt. All present felt their faces flush with indignation. None had anticipated such humiliation from him. This man had become utterly arrogant. I will. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source, where a young man dressed in pale blue emerged from the parted throng. A sword slung across his back. Accompanying him was an extraordinarily beautiful maiden and a young maid no older than 16. Chen Feng? Upon seeing this figure, the elders of the Chen family on the platform were momentarily stunned. Then, Chen Hongxing's face broke into a wild grin. This little brat dares to come. It seems I needn't send anyone to hunt him down, he's delivered himself right to me. As he approached, Chen Feng exuded an air of calm, showing no signs of fear despite Chen Tianlong's recent rampage. The city lord observed him with keen interest. Is this the foolish one from the Chen family? He certainly does not appear so. This presence is beyond that of an ordinary individual. Behind him, the city lord's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao, displayed surprise. This aura vastly eclipsed that of previous challengers. What a pity, the Chen family has mistreated him too many times. Otherwise, with both Chen Feng and Chen Tianlang as talents, the rise of the Chen family would be an assured outcome. Many clan leaders shook their heads, lamenting that the internal strife between the two prodigies of the Chen family would result in significant loss, regardless of who fell. However, Chen Hongsung harbored different thoughts. Upon seeing Chen Feng's arrival, his grin widened, his eyes filled with a fierce desire for revenge, as he bellowed down to the vast arena, Tianlang, don't let him die so easily. First, sever his limbs. I want him to kneel on this stage, repenting before Chen Shui and Chen Xiu. He intended for Chen Feng to suffer humiliation before the eyes of thousands. Chen Tianlong's expression twisted into a smirk. Avenging Chen Shui and Chen Xiu was not his intention. However, the notion of rendering Chen Feng limbless and forcing him to kneel on the platform was indeed an appealing idea. Chen Tianhai observed Chen Feng with a complex gaze, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Go for it, young master. Bauer cheered from the side. Chen Feng ruffled her hair, offering a gentle smile before leaping onto the arena. At that moment, the atmosphere escalated to a fever pitch, the roar of excitement echoing through the air. Unlike the others, as a member of the Chen family, I shall treat you well. Chen Tianlang fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You might want to refrain from smiling. It does not suit you. Chen Feng replied with earnestness. Chen Tianlang was momentarily taken aback, his expression warping into a fierce scowl. I will tear that mouth of yours apart. Let us hope you possess such capability. Chen Feng retorted. On the platform, the two stood in opposition, the tension palpable, as the gazes of all present converged upon them, filled with anticipation. Having just dispatched two condensing sea realm warriors, this challenger's courage or undeniable strength was now under scrutiny. Amidst the crowd, two elderly figures suddenly pushed through, hastily making their way to the forefront. A man clad in green robes approached Jiang Yin. Miss Jiang, I have searched high and low for you. The person you promised to introduce me to regarding the alchemical formula has yet to be presented. Jiang Yin looked at the elderly man before her in surprise. This individual was none other than Wei Mo, the fourth-tier alchemist she had previously encountered at the Zue Bao building auction. Master Wei Mo, what brings you here? She inquired, taken aback. Her gaze then shifted to another elder beside Wei Mo, who was clad in white robes, his flowing white beard lending him an ethereal presence. He appeared relatively younger than Wei Mo, perhaps in his 50s. Isn't it obvious that I am here to find you? By the way, who is the individual that provided the pill formula? Wei Mo pressed eagerly. For several days, he had been awaiting Jiang Yin's response, only to find that she had not returned to the Zue Bao building since her last visit, almost as if she had vanished into thin air. Had she not arrived at this plaza and caught someone's attention, he might never have discovered her whereabouts. Jiang Yin felt somewhat perplexed. After Chen Feng had refused to meet with Wei Mo, she had put the matter out of her mind, unaware that Wei Mo was still preoccupied with it. Who is the owner of that pill formula? Wei Mo urged. He was intensely curious about the individual who possessed the formula of the legendary North Xian Sword Emperor and harbored serious doubts about whether that person had received the Emperor's legacy. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yin pointed towards the platform where Chen Feng stood. There he is. Is it him? Both Wei Mo and the elder beside him were taken aback, surprised by the youthfulness of the young man. This is bad. How did he end up on the life and death arena? Wei Mo grew anxious. On the arena, Chen Tianlang ceased his banter and unleashed an immense surge of spiritual power that erupted from within him, a brilliant azure light emanating forth. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. He had no intention of using his sword against Chen Feng, for he deemed him unworthy. The azure light flickered across the arena, and in mere moments he reached Chen Feng's front. With his fingers curved, the azure light coiled around them. accompanied by a ferocious gust of wind as he aimed for Chen Feng's shoulder. His intent was to first shatter the boy's limbs. A sharp wind howled as Chen Feng maintained a stoic expression, his body slightly inclined. With remarkable speed, he evaded the attack, and then with an outstretched hand, he gathered radiant golden light in his palm, delivering a powerful strike towards his opponent's chest. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianlong's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng could foresee his attack trajectory. Nevertheless, Chen Tianlang was quick to react, launching a counterpunch with his other hand. Bang! The collision of the furious azure light with the resplendent golden light reverberated through the arena, shaking both combatants. The ground beneath them cracked, and gusts of wind swept across the platform, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. "Little brat, you possess some skill, let's see how many of my attacks you can withstand." Chen Tianlong's expression darkened as he suddenly unleashed a sweeping kick, the azure light enveloping his leg, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade aimed at Chen Feng. Instead of evading, Chen Feng mirrored the movement, executing a sweeping kick of his own. Bang! The clash of their legs erupted in another thunderous roar. The two combatants shifted their tactics. Chen Tianlang unleashed a continuous stream of azure light from his body, infusing it into his legs as he darted across the arena, moving with such speed that his actions were nearly imperceptible to the spectators. "His speed is astounding," the crowd gasped in awe. Chen Tianlang practiced the Azure Wind Wolf technique, an elite martial art of the Chen family renowned for its speed. With his awakened sword soul, his velocity had surged even further. In an instant, he became a phantom, weaving through the arena, leaving the audience only with fleeting glimpses of his afterimages. Harnessing this speed, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught. Bang! 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 The arena was filled with swirling azure light, and the blurred figure of Chen Tianlang unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks, punches, kicks, elbows, and knees, all morphing into razor-sharp blades, coupled with fierce gusts of wind, descending upon Chen Feng. At that moment, the expressions of all onlookers turned grave. They had not anticipated that Chen Tianlang, in addition to his remarkable swordsmanship, possessed formidable martial prowess as well. However, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. His feet danced lightly upon the arena. And although his speed could not match Chen Tianlong's, he seemed to possess an innate combat intuition, predicting his opponent's attack routes and dodging accordingly. In the blink of an eye, the two figures on the arena were locked in a frenzied chase, engaging in a fierce battle. Moments later, the entire plaza erupted in an uproar. What is happening? Chen Tianlong's moves are being anticipated? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. They were astonished to realize that despite Chen Tianlong's ferocious speed and strikes, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, effortlessly evading every attack. After an intense exchange, Chen Tianlang had yet to touch even the hem of Chen Feng's garment. That damned brat! How can this be? On the high platform, Chen Hongxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not alone, many patriarchs of martial families present were equally stunned. What is going on? Why does this feel like an uneven battle? None of Chen Tianlong's attacks seem effective. The clamor grew louder. On the arena, Chen Tianlang also recognized this troubling reality, no matter how fierce his onslaught. Chen Feng always managed to evade at the most critical moments. To the untrained eye, Chen Feng appeared to be struggling, yet he remained completely unscathed. Damn it! Chen Tianlong's face flushed with rage as he clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of power that reached its zenith. He then launched another palm strike, the tumultuous azure light surging dramatically in speed. Chen Feng's eyes turned icy as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fists sent forth dazzling golden and azure lights that flickered like two blazing suns, creating a circular shockwave that swept across the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Both Chen Feng and Chen Tianlang were violently pushed back, staggering for several steps before regaining their footing. At this moment, Chen Tianlong's expression darkened to an extreme. It seems you are not as formidable as I imagined, Chen Feng remarked with a slight smirk, a light smile gracing his lips. You little brat, I will slay you. Chen Tianlong's face twisted into a sinister grin, and as he stomped the arena, the ground beneath him cracked open. In an instant, his aura surged exponentially. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the condensing sea realm. Boom! The unrestrained azure spiritual power surged forth like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc across the arena, spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the crowd was left aghast. They could hardly believe that Chen Tianlang had so swiftly ascended in strength after awakening his sword soul, achieving the 9th level of the condensing sea realm at merely 20 years of age. He was indeed a peerless prodigy. Do you see this? Little brat. This is the chasm that separates us. Chen Tianlang's face twisted into a malevolent smile. Chen Feng regarded the fully unleashed Chen Tianlang, his lips pressing into a thin line as his gaze turned steely. As he stepped onto the ground, a shallow pit formed in the arena, and an overwhelming golden light of spiritual power erupted in layers, rapidly reaching the 1st level of the condensed sea realm. Astonishingly, this young man was merely at the 1st level of the condensed sea realm? I was under the impression that his cultivation was far more formidable. I never anticipated he was only at the initial stage. Laughter erupted from the crowd below the arena. Yet, in the next moment, their smiles froze gradually. Wait. Why does it feel as though something is amiss? This fellow is only at the 1st level of the condensed sea realm. Could it be that he has been battling across 8 realms? This is madness. Has he truly been fighting beyond his level by crossing 8 realms? Is this even possible? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the audience sensed the explosive power emanating from Chen Feng. In the kingdom of Ning, there were indeed geniuses who had engaged in battles beyond their cultivation levels, such as Qin Ruoyue, who had once challenged a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the condensed sea realm while being only at the 3rd. That battle was incredibly arduous, and she had only emerged victorious after a grueling struggle. Yet now, this individual was crossing 8 realms. The disparity of 8 realms is akin to an adult wielding a weapon bullying a mere child of 7 or 8. Has this individual truly been contending with Chen Tianlang, seemingly on equal footing, while being at the 1st level of the condensed sea realm? Is there truly someone capable of such feats? The murmurs of astonishment reverberated throughout the square. Even the city lord, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress his excitement and stood abruptly, disbelief etched across his features. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao was left speechless, her mouth agape in shock. How could this be possible? Qin Ruoyue's beautiful eyes widened, her mind struggling to comprehend the surreal reality before her. Having experienced battles beyond her realm and being hailed as an unparalleled genius for crossing 2 levels, she now found herself incredulous at Chen Feng's ability to leap across 8. Previously, she had assumed Chen Feng merely utilized some underhanded tactics to repel Zhu Gaoming. But it now appeared that he was genuinely engaging in battle across 8 realms. How could this reckless individual have become so formidable? Chen Honshang was in a frenzy, his disbelief manifesting in a grotesque snarl. Below the arena, Wei Mo and Zhang Yin were equally stunned. A prodigy capable of crossing 8 realms, was this individual truly human? Had I known of your extraordinary prowess, I would not have needed to shield you in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. With such monstrous combat capabilities, my interference was utterly unnecessary. Zhang Yin could hardly contain her excitement. On the platform, the heads of various families wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. To engage in battle across 8 realms while remaining undefeated, this individual was truly an extraordinary anomaly of the ages. Who would have thought, in my lifetime, I would witness such a once-in-a-millennium talent? It was genuinely terrifying. What methods had he employed? The air was filled with discussions laden with shock. On the platform, Chen Tianlang gradually regained his composure, recalling that just a month ago, this fellow had been nothing more than a fool, and now, merely 5 days later, he stood on par with him. Did this not imply that Chen Feng had, in essence, overshadowed him, a genius with a sword soul? No, I refuse to believe it. Chen Tianlang's eyes widened in madness, an indescribable killing intent surging forth. If he did not eliminate Chen Feng here, this day would haunt him as his inner demon. In an instant, Chen Tianlang surged forward once more, unleashing a torrent of azure spiritual power, his speed multiplying several-fold. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Chen Feng, launching a flurry of powerful punches. The Blue Wolf Fist. A low growl reverberated as the sweeping azure spiritual energy carried with it a hint of a wolf's howl. The air crackled as illusions of his punches intertwined, creating a terrifying spectacle. Within the depths of Chen Feng's eyes, the formidable force of the incoming punches was reflected. He leaned slightly, evading the barrage with a cunning angle. Then thrusting his finger forward, golden light swirling as it transformed into a piercing spear, striking one of the afterimages. A muffled thud resonated, and in that moment, all the punch shadows ceased abruptly, leaving one figure staggering backward, his shoulder torn and blood dripping, evidently injured by Chen Feng's previous sharp thrust. The vast square fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the heads of the families atop the platform or the onlookers below, all wore expressions of shock. Clearly unprepared for the fact that the ferocious Chen Tianlang had sustained injuries from Chen Feng. "You little rascal, I've truly underestimated you." Blood dripped and spread across the arena's surface. As the fierce winds subsided, Chen Tianlang slowly lifted his head, his once fearsome visage gradually settling into calmness, though his dark eyes held an icy glint. This battle had presented him with an abundance of incredulous revelations. Crossing 8 realms, this fellow possessed terrifying combat prowess. Suddenly, Wei Mo, observing from below the platform, squinted slightly, fixing his gaze entirely on Chen Feng. Next to him, an elderly man in white also wore a grave expression. This battle resembles that of a top-tier martial artist suppressing their own realm to duel a mere fledgling of the condensed sea realm. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Wei Mo nodded in agreement. Both of them, being alchemists, possessed heightened perception and insight compared to others, thus discerning subtle clues. Chen Feng's combat experience was extraordinary, and his acuity was on a different level than Chen Tianlong's, allowing him to maintain a position of invulnerability despite his lower cultivation. However, do not forget that Chen Tianlang wields the sword soul. From earlier until now, he has yet to utilize his sword techniques. The elderly man in white stated gravely. Reminded by the elderly man, Wei Mo suddenly recalled, "Right, how could I overlook that? He is indeed a sword cultivator. Young master seems close to victory." In the crowd, Bauer beamed with excitement upon witnessing Chen Tianlang being continuously repelled. Yet Jiang Yin shook her head, her expression serious. "No, not yet." No one understood better than her the formidable nature of an awakened sword soul, for her student, Qin Ruoyue, was also a bearer of the sword soul, making her acutely aware of its terrifying potential. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up, now was the critical life and death struggle. Jiang Yin's tone grew heavy. The once uproarious crowd in the square gradually fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with shock and seriousness, fixated on Chen Tianlang atop the platform. "There!" Chen Tianlang raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his previously sullen face now calm. "Do you truly believe you have one?" Chen Tianlang looked up at Chen Feng, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. "Nevertheless, this trump card was originally intended for the purpose of vanquishing the myriad talents within the imperial city. Alas, it seems I must first employ it against you." Chen Tianlang uttered coldly, as his hand gradually settled upon the hilt of the sword behind him. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, revealing a strikingly chilling glimmer beneath the sunlight. Chapter 18, The Clash of Sword Forces. As the sword was drawn, all weapons on the scene seemed to tremble subtly. Measuring 4 feet in length, the blade's tip resembled a sculpted tiger, adorned with intertwining black and white stripes along its body, exuding an air of profound mystery. The cold gleam flickered, reflecting the dazzling sharpness in the rays of golden sunlight. It felt as though the air itself was about to be cleaved beneath the sword's edge. The howling wind gradually rising to a mournful wail, reminiscent of both the wind's song and the sword's resonance. This was the Spirit Tiger Sword, a weapon of exceptional quality, boasting a rank of human tier high grade, making it a remarkable sword within the entirety of Ning country. Was he finally ready to wield his sword? At that moment, the entire audience instinctively held their breath, focusing intently. A genius who had awakened the sword spirit root was truly fearsome not merely for his martial prowess but for his extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship. Those endowed with such roots possessed an unparalleled comprehension of the sword path, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Much like the current strongest sword cultivator in Ning country, the Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu, who rose to prominence only after awakening his sword spirit, ultimately becoming the foremost figure in Ning country's sword path. This battle was merely at its inception. Upon the high platform, Chen Hongxing's lips curled into a chilling smile. He believed that unless a genius like Qin Ruoyue intervened, no young contender could withstand Chen Tianlong's sword. "Junior brother, let them witness the might of our sword spirit bodies." Qin Ruoyue's cheeks flushed with pride. The atmosphere grew solemn. Whether on the high platform or below in the arena, all gazes became fervent, as if fearful of missing a single detail, fixated on Chen Tianlang atop the stage. Witnessing a genius wield the sword spirit body would be a rare visual feast. If they could capture even a few sword techniques during this confrontation, the benefits would be immeasurable, which explained the throng that had gathered for this contest. The wind howled across the arena, stirring up dust from the surface. Amidst the tempest, Chen Tianlong's eyes narrowed as he refrained from hastily attacking. Instead, he slightly bent his body, positioning the sword at his waist, executing an unusual motion reminiscent of drawing a sword. Boom! The immense spiritual power of the 9th level of the condensing sea realm erupted from within him. The winds that roared around him became increasingly ferocious, as if intent on sweeping the entire arena away. Boom, boom. Brilliant azure light enveloped Chen Tianlang, and the ground beneath him began to fracture. Spiritual energy surged like a flood, and the aura emanating from Chen Tianlang intensified layer upon layer. Yet, he still did not draw his sword. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had begun to crystallize. Everyone inexplicably felt a constricting sensation in their chests. A pressure that swept over the arena, causing the onlookers to feel significantly weighed down. This fellow, is he condensing sword force? The heads of martial arts families on the high platform were the first to perceive something amiss, their expression shifting to one of astonishment as they gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Could he have already comprehended sword force? At such a young age? At that moment, even the Lord of Yen City could not suppress his trembling body, fists clenched, eyes filled with incredulity. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth hung agape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Sword force? He is actually condensing sword force? Below the arena, a roar of excitement erupted, faces reflecting an indescribable shock. The path of the sword encompasses several levels: sword force, sword intent, and sword domain. To condense sword force signifies entry into the ranks of true sword practitioners, becoming a great sword cultivator. Those who can comprehend the intent within the sword are sword masters. For instance, the current unparalleled genius of Ning country, the third prince, has already grasped sword intent, ascending to the status of a master. As for the even more formidable sword domain, it is revered as the realm of the sword emperor, a level only achieved by Xiao Shiyu in the entirety of Ning country. These three sword realms are further subdivided into three minor levels: minor success, major success, and ultimate perfection. Across Ning country, countless sword cultivators exist, yet true comprehension of sword force, leading to the status of great sword cultivators, numbers fewer than 100. Most of these individuals are in their 30s or 40s, some even in their 50s or 60s, having struggled to attain such understanding. Yet now, no one expected that Chen Tianlang, at merely 20 years of age, had already grasped sword force, entering the ranks of great sword cultivators. Such talent is truly extraordinary. The atmosphere was electrified with astonishment, the sound reverberating throughout. Yet on the arena, Chen Tianlong's condensing force showed no signs of abating. Boom, boom. The azure light of spiritual energy erupted more violently from his being, and the sword pressure he emitted continued to rise, unabated. 1 layer. 2 layers. 3 layers. The ground, forged from blue stone, began to fracture inch by inch, spiderweb-like fissures extending to the edge of the arena, the howling winds intensifying. The sword pressure steadily and persistently escalated. Below the arena, all spectators felt their weapons tremble as if in worship. Even Jiang Yin's face turned grave, exclaiming in awe, "This formidable sword pressure has surely reached major success. The sword spirit body has grown to such an extent?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Yin snapped back to reality, shouting, "Chen Feng, act quickly, do not give him a chance." At this cry, the crowd finally realized that the process of condensing sword force could indeed be interrupted. Waiting until the opponent fully consolidated their sword force could prove too late. "Young master, please act quickly," Bauer urged anxiously. Sword force, indeed? Yet, in the face of Jiang Yin and Bauer's pleas, Chen Feng appeared oblivious, his expression impassive as he gazed at Chen Tianlang. His deep-set eyes were like a tranquil pool, devoid of ripples, until, after a prolonged moment, a subtle arc graced his lips. Suddenly, he leaned forward slightly, drawing the Tian Tsongyun sword from his back, placing it at his waist, mirroring an astonishing action that left the entire audience in shock. The act of drawing the sword. This. At that moment, every spectator trembled into silence. Chen Feng slowly closed his eyes, an ineffable and mysterious aura emanating from his being. Boom! In the next instant, radiant golden light erupted like a dazzling sun, and his aura began to surge layer upon layer. The ground beneath him fractured, cracks extending outward, intertwining with those created by Chen Tianlang. Golden light surged, and the surrounding space seemed to crystallize as an indescribable, terrifying sword pressure was released, rapidly compounding. 1 layer. 2 layers. 3 layers. The sword pressure escalated swiftly. Sword force? This is also sword force? How can this be? The arena erupted in chaos, a complete explosion of shock. On the high platform, the heads of prominent families nearly spat blood in disbelief. By the heavens, this fellow is also condensing force. Is there any reason for one to continue living in a world where such madness prevails? The sheer audacity of challenging the eighth heaven has already driven many to the brink of insanity, and yet this individual has also grasped the essence of sword momentum. He appears to be merely 17 years old, a youthful swordsman of such an age? Qin Ruoyuet, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shudder run through her delicate frame. Her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily, filled with profound astonishment. Sword momentum. This worthless wretch has mastered it too. How can this be? Impossible, it is absolutely unfathomable. Chen Hongsheng was nearly deranged, for the scene before him was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Jiang Yin's lovely eyes sparkled with an indescribable tremor. She too had never dared to dream that Chen Feng could condense sword momentum. Upon the arena, 2 formidable forces of sword pressure were intensifying with fervor. Invisible energy waves radiating outward, only to collide with tremendous force. Boom! The clash of sword pressure caused the ground beneath them to fracture further, deep fissures rapidly extending. Chen Tianlang also sensed Chen Feng's sword momentum, and his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. This vision was akin to a surreal dream for him. A supposed waste, one he should have easily trampled, was astonishing everyone time and again. Not only holding his own against him across the eighth heaven but also manifesting sword momentum to clash with him. You insignificant brat, I shall end you. Chen Tianlong's eyes brimmed with overwhelming murderous intent, the sword pressure surging to its zenith. 91 layers. 92 layers. 93 layers. 99 layers. 100 layers. Boom! As that sword pressure reached 100 layers, the entire blade was enveloped in a radiant azure light. It seemed as though this concentrated power could cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. 100 layers, this was the pinnacle he had attained. The critical threshold of perfected sword momentum. Suddenly, Chen Tianlang raised his head, a glint of icy malevolence flashing in his eyes. With a powerful stomp upon the ground, his body shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow. In the arena, Chen Feng's sword pressure escalated swiftly, mirroring Chen Tianlong's ascent. Reaching 98, 99. And finally 100 layers, Chen Feng mirrored his opponent's achievement. With a sudden surge, Chen Feng propelled himself forward. Like twin bolts of lightning, the 2 figures hurtled towards the center of the platform. The palpable sword pressure manifested, colliding with ferocious intensity. Spectators watched, eyes wide, as the figures clashed with electrifying speed. Chen Tianlang roared, unsheathing his sword. In that instant, a radiant beam, like a celestial arc, illuminated the arena. A tempestuous gale arose, swirling around the platform with untamed fury. His swordsmanship captivated the audience. Simultaneously, Chen Feng drew his sword. A fleeting glimmer, akin to a transient star, flashed with the might of the 7 stars. The crowd watched, mouths agape, as the figures brushed past each other with blinding speed. Then, the tumult subsided. The light faded, and tranquility descended, as if nothing had transpired. Silence. An unprecedented hush fell over the arena. Every breath was held, every eye fixed upon the 2 figures. Who won? A voice trembled. Even Wei Mo and the white-robed elder watched intently. The 2 figures stood like statues at opposite ends of the platform. Backs turned. Gradually, a crimson stain appeared on Chen Feng's blade, blood trickling down its edge. The next moment, Chen Tianlang coughed up blood, collapsing to one knee. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped for air. A gaping wound marred his chest, a gruesome testament to the battle. The arena fell silent. Then, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Bedlam ensued. He lost. Chen Tianlang, with his awakened sword spirit root, lost to that good-for-nothing? How is it possible? Madness. This world has gone mad. He overcame 8 levels. He won across 8 levels? What is impossible? Is he a deity descended? The uproar reverberated. An unequal fight. A first-level Ninghai realm against a 9th-level Ninghai realm. The disparity was insurmountable, yet Chen Feng had triumphed with a single strike. That kid really did it, overcame 8 levels. Jiang Yin murmured, stunned. Sister Jiang, am I dreaming? Young Master won. Bauer exclaimed, leaping with joy. He won. She never imagined her young master could defeat his opponent. From the high platform, clan leaders stared in disbelief. A genius with an awakened sword spirit root. At the 9th level of the Ninghai realm, was defeated by a first-level Ninghai realm youth. How is this possible? Qin Ruyue trembled. Fixated on the blue-clad figure, biting her lip until it bled. How could this happen? A sword spirit root should be invincible in swordsmanship. Qin Ruyue refused to accept it. Chen Feng had won against all odds, defeating Chen Tianlang with a single sword strike. Below the platform, the white-robed elder clenched his fists, his face aghast. This youth is extraordinary. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. Chen Tianlang pales in comparison. Can a 17-year-old truly achieve such mastery? Lord, we must recruit him. His addition would be a boon to our Danlu. Wei Mo urged. Indeed. But the Chen family suffered a great loss. Expelling such a prodigy? They must be insane. The elder exclaimed. The clan leaders and the city lord were equally bewildered. The Chen family expelled such a strong genius? Are they out of their minds? Tianlang. Chen Honsheng watched in disbelief. His grandson had lost? Chen Tianlang, clutching his chest, his face contorted, cried, I'll kill you. He swallowed a pill, and his aura surged. Nearing the Huaxiang realm. A crimson light enveloped him. A blood-burst pill? Has he gone mad? The crowd gasped. The blood-burst pill, a forbidden third-grade elixir. Extracts potential for a temporary boost, but damages the spirit root. How does Chen Tianlang possess it? Jiang Yin exclaimed, worried. Qin Ruyue smirked. The blood-burst pill may harm the sword spirit root, but our sword rain pavilion has the resources to repair it. A minor setback if it means killing Chen Feng. Chen Tianlang, eyes bloodshot, charged, his sword a tempest, aimed at Chen Feng. A blood-burst pill? Chen Feng's expression remained indifferent. A hint of cold mockery lingering in his profound eyes. Suddenly, he stomped his foot against the ground, unleashing a torrent of fierce golden spiritual energy that surged forth. All of it channeled into the sword. He once again assumed the stance to draw his blade. With a hum, the Tianzong cloud sword vibrated incessantly, emitting a series of resonant sword cries. The sword pressure intensified dramatically. In less than 2 breaths, the sword pressure escalated to 100 layers. How could his concentration manifest so rapidly? Gasps of astonishment filled the arena. Typically, a greatsword cultivator requires far more than 2 minutes to gather such force. Yet Chen Feng achieved this pinnacle in merely 2 breaths. As Chen Tianlang rushed towards him, Chen Feng acted. Drawing his sword with a dazzling brilliance akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. On the arena, 2 beams of sword light intersected, and in that instant, spiritual energy erupted like a flood. The ground cracked rapidly, fierce winds howled, and dust billowed, engulfing the heavens and the earth. With a thud, Chen Tianlang was sent flying. Crashing to the ground in a wretched heap, blood spewing forth, his complexion as pale as death. This was impossible, utterly impossible. Chen Tianlong's face contorted in disbelief. If the first strike had been mere luck, this one was a demonstration of undeniable strength. Even after consuming a blood-exploding pill, it had proven futile. The sword spirit root is not a badge of pride. To become the mightiest sword cultivator, one must possess a heart forged through countless trials. Regrettably, I see no trace of such a heart within you. Had you chosen to withdraw gracefully, I might have regarded you with some measure of respect. But your desperate use of the blood-exploding pill reveals your fear of me. Losing is not the end, one can always fight again. But fear is the ultimate manifestation of weakness. Alas, you have run out of chances. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Feng had approached unnoticed. The Tian Song cloud sword slowly lifted, plunging toward Chen Tianlong's heart with a fierce thrust. In that moment, the crowd gasped in horror. Stop! Qin Ruyue's face was icy as she shouted, her delicate form racing forward. Yet, she was still too far from Chen Feng. Such a young age yet so sharp-tongued, you, with your mixed elemental root, dare to speak of sword hearts before my disciple? How laughable! Just then, a mocking voice resonated through the air like the sound of drums. In the next instant, all present felt an indescribable, overwhelming sword pressure descend upon them, causing all in the square to pale in shock. This sword pressure enveloped them as if the weight of the deepest ocean bore down, formless yet terrifying, as if it could suppress all. The crowd involuntarily bent at the waist, their hearts filled with dread. This sword pressure was far beyond that of Chen Tianlang and Chen Feng, belonging to a higher realm entirely. Jiang Yin struggled to lift her head. Even at the transformation stage, she found this pressure unbearable, let alone the others. Her beautiful eyes quickly shifted to the arena, where the once sturdy stone platform began to crumble, debris falling and smoke rising, unable to withstand this overwhelming force. On the platform, Chen Feng was directly blasted away by this sword pressure, landing in a heap at the corner, blood trickling from his mouth. His face pale as a ghost. He lifted his head, his gaze icy as he stared ahead, where a middle-aged man in a blue robe stood, observing him with an indifferent demeanor, as if regarding an insect he could crush at any moment. The only ones unaffected were Qin Ruyue, Chen Tianlang, and an elderly man in white standing outside. Qin Ruyue looked at the suddenly appeared blue-robed man, her face lighting up with ecstasy. Master! Many in the square struggled to lift their heads, quickly turning their gazes to the arena. Upon seeing the blue-robed man, their pupils constricted in shock, gasps erupting around them. The Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu? He actually came! A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. The Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu, was the foremost figure in the Ning Kingdom's swordsmanship and the first to possess a sword spirit root. Yet, no one had anticipated that this legendary sword monarch, who should have been in the imperial city, would appear in this small Yin city. This is troublesome. Jiang Yin clenched her silver teeth, a flicker of anxiety and concern in her beautiful eyes. She never dreamed that this sword emperor would hold Chen Tianlang in such high regard, silently coming to Yin city. And now it was evident to all that he harbored deep animosity towards Chen Feng. On the platform, under the immense sword pressure that felt as if the depths of the ocean had descended upon him, Chen Feng displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, an indomitable fighting spirit surged within him. He gradually supported himself with the Tian Song cloud sword, rising to his feet. Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. You dare not kneel in my presence? Boom! In an instant, an even more torrential sword pressure erupted forth like a flood. This pressure seemed to double compared to before. The space around Chen Feng felt as if a colossal weight of several thousand pounds bore down upon him, attempting to bend him completely. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions rang out as Chen Feng's feet were pressed into the platform. Blood dripping as he gripped the Tian Song cloud sword, his black eyes turning a shade of crimson, brimming with boundless hatred. Such a young age, yet capable of comprehending sword intent, indeed impressive, but alas, your mixed elemental root is chaotic and disordered. With such a mixed elemental root, you will never travel far on the path of swordsmanship. Xiao Shiyu shook his head, expressing his regret. At his level of strength, he could discern the chaotic nature of the spiritual energy emanating from Chen Feng, indicating a typical waste of a spiritual root, utterly ineffective. Never mind. The fact that you have grasped sword intent despite your mixed elemental root indicates you possess considerable talent. How about this? Join my sword rain pavilion and serve as my sword attendant. Xiao Shiyu stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Join the sword rain pavilion? Become a sword attendant? They understood that being a sword attendant was fundamentally different from being a disciple. A sword attendant was essentially a servant, with a status entirely incomparable to that of a cherished disciple. "Do you think you are worthy to be my sword attendant?" Chen Feng scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As the North Xian Sword Emperor, this was the first time someone had suggested he become a sword attendant. Refused by Chen Feng. Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow, unwilling. "Are we? A genius who cannot be utilized must be destroyed." Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Shiyu charged forward, one hand striking down towards Chen Feng with a furious blow, the surge of spiritual energy clearly aiming to take Chen Feng's life. At this critical moment, an elderly man in white suddenly leaped onto the arena, unleashing a powerful palm infused with immense spiritual energy that collided heavily with Xiao Shiyu's attack. Bang! The spiritual energies exploded, sending both figures reeling backward. "Dan Wang, Lin Chaoga?" Xiao Shiyu raised his head, gazing in surprise at the elderly man clad in white before him. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a renewed commotion. The master of Ningguo Dan Tower, the foremost alchemist of Ningguo, Lin Chaoga, had unexpectedly appeared in this fiery city. No one anticipated that such a multitude of formidable figures would suddenly emerge in this small town. The illustrious Sword Emperor bullying a junior seemed rather excessive, did it not? Lin Chaoga remarked with a light smile. "Excessive?" Xiao Shiyu scoffed. "It is none of your concern whom I wish to discipline. It is my concern now. The genius you do not desire is precisely what our Dan Tower seeks." Lin Chaoga retorted with a grin. "Oh? You wish to take him as your disciple?" Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "No, I lack the qualification to take him on as a disciple. From this moment forth, he shall be the vice master of our Dan Tower," Lin Chaoga solemnly declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a clamor. What merits did this individual possess to be appointed as the vice master of the Dan Tower? Simply joining the Dan Tower conferred immense advantages, as it served as the headquarters for the greatest alchemists in Ningguo, boasting not only a wealth of elixirs but also countless enterprises. It could be said that within the entirety of Ningguo, the Dan Tower was one of the few forces capable of rivaling the Sword Rain Pavilion, aside from the royal family. To become the vice master of the Dan Tower meant holding a position second only to the master, far surpassing the masses. "Vice master? You are quite generous." Xiao Shiyu expressed his surprise. "I am not like you, willing to flaunt the title of a sword attendant to curry favor." Lin Chaoga mocked without reservation. Their relationship had always been strained, hence their words bore no need for politeness. Xiao Shiyu raised his eyebrow once more, casting a glance at the distant azure youth, whose crimson eyes glowed with an overwhelming murderous intent, unwavering even under the oppressive sword pressure. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed an ominous premonition emanating from this youth. If this child were not dealt with, he feared it would spell considerable trouble for his disciple. However, a glance at Lin Chaoga revealed a figure radiating fierce crimson spiritual energy. Should Xiao Shiyu dare to act, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint concealed within. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor today. However, should he meet with an untimely demise in the future, it will no longer concern our Sword Rain Pavilion." Xiao Shiyu chuckled darkly. Those present could discern the chilling threat woven into the words of the Sword Emperor. Lin Chaoga's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly. "Should my vice master encounter any unfortunate accidents outside, your esteemed disciples must tread carefully in the future. For any misfortune that befalls them shall also not concern our Dan Tower." Threats? The Dan Tower was least intimidated by threats. While they might be somewhat inferior in power to the Sword Rain Pavilion, when it came to connections, who could rival them? After all, throughout Ningguo, the status and identity of alchemists were held in the highest regard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiyu gritted his teeth, his demeanor growing ever more grim. "Lin Chaoga, do not grow too complacent. In 3 months, the competition for the Linglong Xianhuang pool will commence once more. I hope you can remain as audacious then as you are now." Humph. At this, Lin Chaoga's countenance also shifted to one of grave concern, as thoughts of the tragic competition for the Linglong Xianhuang pool filled him with anguish. Each year, far too many from their Dan Tower perished in this contest. It was nothing short of a massacre. Ha ha. Let us see how many of your Dan Tower remain by that time. Xiao Shiyu laughed maniacally. Seizing the almost lifeless body of Chen Tianlang and striding toward the edge of the plaza. As the battle concluded, on the high platform, Qin Ruyue's cheeks were as frosty as ice, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness as she cast a glance at Chen Feng, then turned to follow Xiao Shiyu. Wait! Suddenly, Chen Feng called out to her. Qin Ruyue and the others turned back. With a flick of his finger, Chen Feng sent forth a letter. Upon receiving the missive, Qin Ruyue's expression darkened drastically as she realized it was a letter of divorce. Qin Ruyue, you need not maintain your haughty demeanor before me. Do you truly believe I am eager to associate with you? From this day forth, regardless of your talents or beauty, I, Chen Feng, sever all ties with you. Qin Ruyue. You are dismissed. Chen Feng stated emphatically. Chapter 21, no longer a member of the Chen family. The expressions of everyone present immediately transformed into a spectacle. A divorce decree? No one anticipated that this fellow possessed such unwavering resolve, in front of the numerous formidable powers of Yen City and the esteemed Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu. He severed ties with Qin Ruyue. It is worth noting that Qin Ruyue is not only the prized disciple of the Sword Emperor but also one of the most resplendent beauties within the Ning Kingdom. Countless noble scions stood in line behind her, cautiously vying for her favor, yet this beauty was dismissed outright by Chen Feng with a mere divorce decree. Without any semblance of reluctance. At this moment, Xiao Shiyu's countenance darkened to an extreme, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, his eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent. Presenting a divorce decree in such a public forum not only humiliated Qin Ruyue but also struck a blow to the reputation of their Sword Rain Pavilion. The Sword Rain Pavilion had always been the one to receive flattery, who dared to humiliate them so brazenly. Qin Ruyue's cheeks were enshrouded in frost. Her beautiful eyes glistening with icy fury as she glared at Chen Feng. Gritting her silver teeth, she pronounced each word with deliberate precision. Very well. I accept this divorce decree. However, Chen Feng, do not mistake your victory over the recently awakened sword soul of Chen Tianlang as a sign that you stand on equal footing with me. A lowly person will always remain lowly and can never ascend to greatness. If you possess the courage, come to the imperial city and I shall make you understand that in this vast world, there will always be those whom you must look up to. I will make it clear to all, who truly annulled this engagement. Qin Ruyue spoke coldly. The imperial city gathers all the heroes of the world. In comparison to the remote Yen city, the imperial city is the true confluence of top-tier prodigies. Even Chen Tianlang, who awakened his sword soul body, would merely be considered an ordinary expert in the imperial city. For there, top talents abound, and extraordinary spiritual roots are commonplace. I shall undoubtedly go to the imperial city. As for who looks up to whom, that is not for you to decide. Chen Feng replied icily. Humph. Anyone can boast. I await you in the imperial city. Do come if you dare. Qin Ruyue retorted with a cold smile, clutching the humiliating divorce decree, before turning to leave. Xiao Shiyu cast a meaningful glance at Chen Feng before also departing. This encounter undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the Sword Rain Pavilion. Chen Tianlang was grievously injured, nearly incapacitated, while Qin Ruyue was publicly humiliated by Chen Feng. The once proud Sword Rain Pavilion found itself devoid of dignity at this moment. No one anticipated that this youth, barely 18 years of age, would exhibit such audacity. This young man is truly remarkable. How I wish he were of our lineage. The patriarchs of Yen City's prominent families observed this scene, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, unable to contain their admiration. Regardless of Chen Feng's prowess, his audacity to stand before the Sword Emperor was enough to leave them speechless. Not to mention he had comprehended the sword intent and defeated Chen Tianlang. Are the higher-ups of the Chen family truly so myopic? To cast away such a genius? They murmured among themselves. I heard that previously, Chen Feng endured considerable abuse within the Chen family, with wounds that were truly horrific. Now, Chen family must be regretting their actions profoundly. The plaza buzzed with whispers. Meanwhile, Chen Feng gazed at the departing figures of Xiao Shiyu and others. Gradually extracting his feet from the ground, his body drenched in blood. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He would not forget the humiliation of this day. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the elevated platform. Chen Tianhai had appeared behind the Grand Elder, a sharp sword ruthlessly piercing through his heart. Grand Elder Chen Hongshang. Unworthy of your position, oppressing the younger members of the clan. Today, I, Chen Tianhai, shall eradicate this scourge for the ancestors of the Chen family. Chen Tianhai declared. His eyes filled with a chilling resolve. Chen Hongshang's eyes widened in disbelief as life force dissipated rapidly, and he gradually collapsed. After executing this act, Chen Tianhai turned his gaze towards Chen Feng, smiling as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, my son Chen Feng shall become the patriarch of our Chen family, governing the entire clan." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one expected that Chen Tianhai would resort to such ruthless measures to regain Chen Feng's allegiance. Even before Chen Tianlong's demise. Chen Feng, come back. The entire Chen family is now yours. Chen Tianhai forced a smile. However, Chen Feng below remained calm. Casting a detached glance at him, his eyes betraying a hint of derision. He understood that Chen Tianhai's actions were merely for show. Control the Chen family? Chen Tianhai. Do you believe I cherish this position of patriarch? Chen Feng scoffed. I have stated before, I share no ties with the Chen family. Born not of the Chen family, I shall not enter the ancestral hall in death. With that, he grasped the Tiansong cloud sword and strode away from the plaza without a backward glance. There was not a single aspect of the Chen family that warranted his lingering affection. All eyes followed Chen Feng as he departed. Only to turn back and witness Chen Tianhai standing there, his expression frozen in disbelief. The crowd revealed expressions of scorn. When you were in decline, you offered no support. Now that you rise again, who are you? This Chen Tianhai truly underestimated others' intelligence. Today, he stabbed Chen Hongshang in the back for Chen Feng. Who was to say he wouldn't do the same to Chen Feng in the future? The Chen family is nothing but a futile endeavor. The short-sightedness of the Chen family's upper echelons elicited a wave of hidden laughter among the onlookers. It seemed unlikely that the Chen family would rise. Merely surviving would be a considerable achievement. Perhaps they could seize this opportunity to divide the Chen family's territories and resources. My daughter, let us depart. The city lord rose. Casting a glance at Chen Tianhai and the other family heads, having already surmised the impending fate of the Chen family. It seemed that the Chen family was destined for ruin. Chen Feng exited the plaza. Meanwhile, the renowned Dan Wang, Lin Chaoga, and Wei Mo quickly followed suit. At the plaza's exit, the two swiftly intercepted Chen Feng. Young friend, might you spare a moment to visit my Zue Baolu? Lin Chaoga cordially invited. Chen Feng regarded Lin Chaoga and Wei Mo, realizing that had it not been for Lin Chaoga's assistance today, he would have had to resort to some forbidden methods to extricate himself from danger, each of which would come at a significant cost. With Lin Chaoga's intervention, he was spared considerable trouble. Thus, Chen Feng, no longer distant, nodded in agreement. Very well. 15 minutes later, in the opulent main hall of Zue Baolu, Tanggu, the establishment's proprietress was personally brewing tea, while Chen Feng and Lin Chaoga sat across from each other. Wei Mo and Jiang Yin occupied seats beside Lin Chaoga and Chen Feng, respectively. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. It has been long since I have witnessed such an exhilarating contest. To confront an opponent across 8 realms and trample a genius with a sword soul, brother Chen Feng is indeed a prodigy of the ages. Lin Chaoga extolled. Tang Gu, responsible for brewing tea, frequently cast admiring glances at Chen Feng. She had attended today's contest as well. This thrilling and spectacular battle left her utterly astonished. Particularly by Chen Feng, who, at the tender age of 17 or 18, not only dared to confront adversaries from the 8th heaven but had also grasped the essence of swordsmanship. This was simply incredible to her. As Lin Chaoga spoke, her gaze was keenly observing the subtle changes in Chen Feng's expression. However, the praise that should have easily elicited pride from a youthful and impetuous youth had no discernible effect on Chen Feng, whose countenance remained serene, seemingly dismissing the accolades entirely. Senior Lin, your kind words flatter me. I am deeply grateful for your assistance today, and I shall remember your kindness. Chen Feng expressed with a respectful clasp of his hands. Brother Chen, you are too modest. My actions stemmed from a genuine appreciation for talent. Lin Chaoga chuckled heartily, his face radiating satisfaction. Was this not the sentiment he sought? He had just defended the Sword Emperor to protect Qin Feng, a gamble that, should Qin Feng flourish, would render all his efforts worthwhile. Young brother, may I pose a few inquiries? Lin Chaoge inquired with a smile. Please, feel free, Qin Feng replied with a calm grin. You previously entrusted Miss Jiang with a pill formula for auction. Is this formula truly yours? Lin Chaoge's gaze was penetrating as he scrutinized Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoge's expression shifted slightly as he continued, if I am not mistaken, this pill formula is known as the Heavenly Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill, created by the esteemed North Xian Sword Emperor. Have you inherited his legacy? Both Jiang Yin and Tang Gu gasped inwardly, their enchanting eyes instinctively turning towards Qin Feng. In the realm, few inheritances could rival that of the North Xian Sword Emperor, a figure not only renowned as a sword emperor but also revered as a divine alchemist, unmatched in his alchemical prowess. Throughout his life, he authored countless formulas, each one a treasure beyond measure. If Qin Feng truly possessed the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, it would indeed be an extraordinary fortune. However, Qin Feng shook his head, stating, I have not inherited the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, I merely possess this one formula. Nothing more. At this, Lin Chaoge's eyes subtly flickered, but he smiled, I see. Nonetheless, obtaining even a single formula from the North Xian Sword Emperor is a significant stroke of luck. Lin Chaoge then declared. What I stated publicly in the plaza still holds true. From this moment forth, young brother Qin Feng shall serve as the vice master of our alchemy pavilion. With a flourish of his hand, he produced an ancient token, presenting it to Qin Feng. This is the insignia of the vice master of our alchemy pavilion. We possess numerous enterprises, including the Drunken Treasure Pavilion. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to present this token there, we shall strive to accommodate your needs. Lin Chaoge said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Lin. Qin Feng accepted the token, bowing in gratitude. Such matters are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. Now that the Qin family feud has been resolved, I invite you to visit the Imperial City. There, the myriad talents and remarkable individuals of Ning Nation gather. A true realm for the young. You will find ample resources for your cultivation. Lin Chaoge suggested. Qin Feng nodded, I shall indeed make my way to the Imperial City. But first, I must conclude matters here. Lin Chaoge's expression brightened, excellent. I shall await your arrival in the Imperial City. Chapter 22, The Onset of Cold Bones. After a brief conversation with Qin Feng and Lin Chaoge, Qin Feng departed with Jiang Yin. However, once Qin Feng left, Wei Mo could not refrain from turning to Lin Chaoge, inquiring, Master, do you truly believe his words? If this young man had not acquired the legacy of the North Xian Sword Emperor, would he so generously present a fourth-grade alchemy formula for auction? It is essential to note that this is a fourth-grade formula, and his willingness to auction it suggests that he possesses even more precious formulas, thus rendering this one seemingly insignificant. Whether he has obtained the legacy or not, he alone knows best. But even if we ascertain that he has inherited the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, what can we do? Can we possibly reclaim it? Lin Chaoge replied. Wei Mo raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Isn't it possible? This young man's strength is merely at the first level of the condensing sea realm. Even if he can contend against 8 levels, it is still confined within the boundaries of the condensing sea realm. A powerful figure in the transformation realm could easily subdue him. Moreover, considering your prowess, Master, dealing with him would be a trivial task. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Chaoge let out a cold laugh. It is not that subduing him is difficult, but Wei. Do you truly believe this young man is so spineless as to surrender his legacy without resistance? Wei Mo's expression faltered slightly. Lin Chaoge continued. You witnessed his conduct on the arena. Even when confronted by the Sword Emperor Xiaoshiryu, this young man resolutely refused to relent. Do you believe that even if you flayed him alive, he would utter a single word? Do you think you could extract anything from him? That seems to hold some merit. Wei Mo chuckled bitterly. Given the young man's performance on the arena, even if they were to sacrifice him 100 or 80 times, it would likely be futile. This young man is not merely obstinate. Are we then to simply relinquish the matter? Wei Mo clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of restlessness. After all, it is the legacy of the North Xian Sword Emperor. Who among us would remain unmoved? Even if those from the sacred sects became aware, they would likely disregard their dignity and rush to seize it. Lin Chaoge shook his head, replying, "Let us not rush, we must approach this gradually. First, we should seek to win him over, as it would not be detrimental to us. Even if this young man has not obtained the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, he is still an extraordinary talent. That Chen Tianlang, who claims to have awakened the sword soul root, is still thoroughly suppressed by him. As for the legacy, we can contemplate it at length, perhaps we may discover this young man's vulnerabilities in the future." Upon hearing this, Wei Mo pondered deeply, beginning to see the rationale in Lin Chaoji's words. After Qin Feng, Jiang Yin, and Bao Er exited the drunken treasure pavilion, they made their way towards the inn. The streets were abuzz with excitement due to the recent arena matches, and the entire Yin city was still immersed in the excitement of the event. In tea houses and restaurants, many idlers were discussing the matter. As for Qin Feng's earlier conversation with Lin Chaoge, he did not dwell on it. They were all cunning old foxes, how could he not discern their intentions? It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Jiang Yin followed beside him, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Qin Feng. She repeatedly attempted to inquire about something, but each time the words lingered on her lips, she refrained from voicing them. "Ask whatever you wish," Qin Feng said casually. At this, Jiang Yin wasted no time and directly asked, "Did you truly acquire the legacy of the North Xian Sword Emperor?" "No," Qin Feng replied bluntly. "No?" Jiang Yin regarded Qin Feng with a skeptical gaze. "I do not believe you, you must have obtained the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy." She felt that Qin Feng harbored too many secrets. He could casually write a fourth-grade alchemy formula, resolve issues that no physician could, and even today, he could defeat Chen Tianlang, causing him to lose face. Such feats were beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. "Believe it or not, I seek no validation from you." Qin Feng dismissed her inquiry with indifference. Jiang Yin was left speechless. "Do you always speak so arrogantly? I am, after all, a stunning beauty. Could you not show a little respect when conversing?" After a half-hour journey, they returned to the inn. As night gradually fell, the dark sky was adorned with a full moon, casting its silvery glow upon the earth. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a chill that tapped softly against the window beside the bed. Compared to the bustling city of Yen during the day, the nighttime atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, forming intricate hand seals as the profound technique, the Nine Dragons Annihilation technique, surged within him. A faint golden light emanated from his body, and a terrifying devouring force erupted, his form resembling a miniature black hole. The abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge like flowing streams, flooding into his being. Deep within the recesses of his spiritual sea, the nine-headed golden dragon lay dormant, yet as Qin Feng absorbed and infused his spiritual power, a continuous stream of dragon energy surged forth, rapidly mending his injuries. In the ancient eras, the dragon clan's physique was unparalleled. No matter how grievous the wounds, they could recover in the blink of an eye, rendering them virtually indestructible. This technique was crafted from the essence of dragon marrow, dragon blood, dragon sinew, and dragon scales, forging the strongest physique. When mastered to perfection, one could even transform into a dragon. Despite sustaining severe injuries during the arena battle, Qin Feng had, through 2 hours of cultivation, managed to recover approximately 90% of his vitality. After 2 hours, Qin Feng's hand seals shifted once more, amplifying the devouring force. From the battle earlier, he had gained considerable insights and felt his realm had reached a bottleneck. It was time to push towards a higher level. As the hand seals transformed, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble violently, and the overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth like ocean waves, all pouring into Qin Feng's body, his aura climbing steadily higher. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the condensing sea realm. Boom! Suddenly, a faint muffled sound emanated from within the spiritual sea, as the potency of his spiritual power seemed to breach a certain limit, spreading rapidly through his 108 martial arts meridians. In that instant, Qin Feng's aura surged from the pinnacle of the first level of the condensing sea realm into the second level. Yet, Qin Feng did not halt. He continued to build momentum for his breakthrough. The vast spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly into him, and from an external perspective, Qin Feng now radiated a dazzling golden light. resembling a small golden statue. His innate Tao fetus was a convergence of the 5 elements, innately attuned to the Tao of heaven. For him, cultivating within the condensing sea realm required little time. Boom, boom. After another hour, the spiritual sea trembled once more. The spiritual power expanded. And his aura transitioned from the 2nd level of the condensing sea realm to the 3rd level. Still not enough, more. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. This was not yet his limit. He accelerated the transformation of his hand seals, the surrounding space rippling as torrents of spiritual energy surged forth like a tempest. The entire inn seemed to tremble at this moment, as all the formidable beings within the city of Yin focused their gaze upon the sky above the inn. In the vicinity, it appeared as though a vortex of spiritual energy had formed, rich and potent enough to almost take on a tangible form. Swirling and sweeping through the air. This overwhelming spiritual energy converged into pillars of power, cascading down from the heavens and infusing into Chen Feng's body. Boom! In an instant, radiant golden light burst forth, dazzling beyond measure. Chen Feng's aura surged, leaping into the 4th layer of the condensation sea realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which now shimmered with a flash of golden light, sharp and piercing. He clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Indeed. A satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's lips. A 3-fold leap. This was quite a remarkable surge for him. With the power of the 4th layer of the condensation sea realm, he could now contend with even the formidable beings of the transformation realm. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Chen Feng's stomach, and he chuckled helplessly, unfortunately. He had yet to cultivate his techniques to the point of skin tempering, otherwise, he could have fasted. Chen Feng rose, preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. Jiang Yin, he called from outside her room. However, after a lengthy wait, there was no response from within. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Typically, Jiang Yin would be attentive. Not the sort to fall asleep at such a critical time. What could possibly be amiss? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a chill seeping through the crack of the door, prompting a sense of unease. Had something happened? He quickly pushed the door open, finding it unlatched and easily yielding to his touch. In the next moment, he saw Jiang Yin curled up on the bed, her enchanting face now contorted in pain. Enveloped in a chill as if she were a block of ice from a millennium past. Cold. So cold it pierced to the bone. This was Jiang Yin's sensation. Enduring the intense cold, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. Had her cold bones flared up? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the moonlight filtering in through the window. The bright full moon hung in the night sky like a silver plate, casting a cool, ethereal glow. In his fervor for cultivation, he had lost track of time. Tonight marked the full moon, the very night when Jiang Yin's cold bones would manifest. This girl could have given me a heads up. Chen Feng sighed and stepped closer. Sensing his approach, Jiang Yin, still cocooned beneath thick blankets, made a valiant effort to open her eyes, but the pervasive cold made her struggle in discomfort. Observing this, Chen Feng swiftly pulled away the blankets and reached to loosen her clothing. Jiang Yin shivered violently, summoning all her strength to grasp Chen Feng's hand. Her face a mask of anguish as she murmured, "No, no." Chen Feng was taken aback, offering a wry smile. It seemed Jiang Yin mistakenly believed he intended her harm. "What does she take me for?" "I am here to aid, not to exploit," Chen Feng explained. "No, no." But Jiang Yin was in no state to heed his words. Her delicate hands firmly clutching his, preventing any further actions. "Rest assured, I shall not touch any critical areas, I merely intend to access the acupoints necessary for treatment," Chen Feng reiterated. Without further delay, he overpowered her grip and began to remove his outer garments. Before him lay the exquisite, jade-like figure of Jiang Yin. Her skin as fair as fresh snow, illuminated by the moonlight with an alluring sheen. She wore a long skirt, though Chen Feng had torn away half of it, exposing her long, slender legs, perfectly shaped, neither too thin nor too plump, evoking an undeniable allure. As the cold seeped from her body, her trembling intensified. Her stunning face flushed a delicate red, her pearly teeth biting her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a pitiful sight that stirred deep compassion. Moreover, her soft gasps of breath heightened the attraction, igniting a primal response in every man. Even Chen Feng, who had cultivated his will for millennia, found his heart racing in this moment. Jiang Yin, renowned as an icy beauty, now radiated with warmth and charm, exuding an irresistible allure that could easily overwhelm the unsteady of heart. What a temptress! Chen Feng silently chastised himself. I nearly lost my composure. He hastily suppressed his burgeoning desires, averting his gaze from her face, fearing that if he continued to look, he might yield to the temptation of this enchanting sprite. Chen Feng curved his fingers, suddenly pressing against the acupoints at the top of her back, channeling his spiritual energy like a torrent, rapidly infusing it into her. Brilliant crimson light enveloped Jiang Yin's delicate form, the temperature rising as the biting cold gradually retreated. Chen Feng's innate spiritual root, the Tao embryo, encompassed all 5 elements, allowing him to convert his spiritual energy into any elemental force. Presently, he transformed his energy into fiery essence. As his fingers glided down, the flame energy followed his command, threading through her acupoints and veins, suppressing the cold bone affliction. Soon, an increasing amount of cold energy expelled from Jiang Yin's body, manifesting as wispy white smoke that filled the room. At a glance, it appeared as if the bed was shrouded in ethereal mist, creating an otherworldly ambience. MMM. Jiang Yin suddenly released a sound of exquisite comfort and delight. The once curling form of her body began to relax, akin to a contented kitten basking in warm sunlight, sprawled across the bed in an ungraceful manner. Chen Feng regarded her alluring posture, his expression darkening. This little enchantress was truly playing with fire. Lie still, do not move, Chen Feng commanded. He then activated the 9 dragons' extinguishing divine technique, unleashing an even more potent flow of fiery spiritual energy, pouring forth from his body. With his fingers deftly directing the energy, he deftly applied pressure to Jiang Yin's form. Fortunately, having encountered individuals with cold moon spiritual roots in his past life, Chen Feng was aware that the acupoints associated with such roots differed from those of ordinary people, and he understood the intricacies of her meridians, enabling him to temporarily suppress the cold energy. However, to completely resolve the issue of her cold bones would require more than a mere day or 2 of effort, involving the cultivation of specialized techniques, which could only be addressed in due time. As more cold energy was expelled, Jiang Yin's flawless skin began to flush. After 2 hours, under Chen Feng's relentless flow of spiritual energy, the last remnants of the cold energy finally dissipated. By this time, Jiang Yin had fallen into a deep sleep, a serene smile gracing her lips. In contrast, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, nearly drained of spiritual energy, his legs unsteady as he staggered, almost collapsing to the floor. His face pale. He gazed at Jiang Yin's alluring figure, offering a wry smile. The night of the full moon had passed. Without returning to his own room, Chen Feng chose to sit down where he was, entering a meditative state to recuperate. Now, Jiang Yin has laid down all her defenses, wary of any unforeseen incidents that might arise, and thus she refrains from leaving carelessly. Time slips by quietly, and before she knows it, a night has passed. When the following day dawns, warm sunlight streams through the window, casting a golden hue reminiscent of a bountiful harvest across her bedside. Bathed in this light, Jiang Yin's long eyelashes flutter slightly as she gradually opens her eyes. The first thing she does upon awakening is to sit up straight, suddenly recalling that last night was the night of the full moon. In her hazy recollection, she seems to remember Chen Feng intruding into her room. She quickly inspects herself and notices that her blouse appears to have been undone, causing her complexion to change dramatically. At that moment, a languid voice drifts through the room. Rest assured, no one has harmed you, Chen Feng states as he rises. Jiang Yin immediately turns to him, her brows furrowing and a chill creeping across her cheeks. What have you done to me? I suppressed the onset of your cold bones, otherwise, do you think you would have slept so soundly last night? Chen Feng replies coolly. Jiang Yin checks her body once more, and upon confirming her safety, she exhales in relief, though her beautiful eyes now hold a hint of grievance as she casts a sidelong glance at Chen Feng. Healing is one thing, but why did you remove my blouse? Were you intentionally taking advantage of me? Listen, sister, not everyone is as despicable as you think. Who would want to lay a hand on you? Last night, I nearly exhausted all my spiritual energy to expel the cold energy from your meridians. Chen Feng retorts, speechless. Jiang Yin clenches her fists, feeling a warm current of spiritual energy flowing within her. She specializes in ice-based techniques, and this energy is evidently not her own. The frost on her cheeks dissipates as she glances at Chen Feng, her demeanor softening slightly. "Thank you," she murmurs. "Forget it. You've been of help to me as well during these days, so it's only right," Chen Feng replies, pausing before continuing. "However, I have merely suppressed the issue temporarily. To resolve the problem entirely, a lengthy process is required. First, you must change your cultivation method. Since you possess a cold moon spiritual root, you must select a technique that aligns perfectly with it. The method you are currently practicing is utterly inadequate, while it is also ice-based. The spiritual energy it cultivates is insufficient to suppress your cold bones. I have a technique more suitable for your cold moon spiritual root. Practicing this will at least increase your cultivation speed tenfold, and with the energy derived from it, you will be able to suppress the onset of your cold bones independently." At this, Jiang Yin is momentarily taken aback, realizing that the technique she has been using is considered the pinnacle of her family's practices. To have it dismissed as trash by Chen Feng is shocking. "Your words are too arrogant," she scoffs, shaking her head. Chen Feng understands her disbelief but chooses not to argue further. "Suit yourself, others seek my teachings, and I'm not inclined to share," he states bluntly, turning to leave the room. After a moment, with determination, Jiang Yin calls out, "Wait, what is the technique you mentioned? I want to learn it." She recognizes that she has no other option but to trust Chen Feng unconditionally. After all, he demonstrated his ability to suppress her cold bones last night, proving his competence. What if he speaks the truth? Chen Feng turns back, saying lightly, "Trust me, I would not deceive a little girl like you." "Little girl?" Jiang Yin rolls her eyes, indignantly retorting, "How old are you?" "I'm several years your senior, you should be calling me sister." Chen Feng, taken aback, thinks, "I've lived for thousands of years. How can you compare ages with me?" However, he decides against further debate, saying, "Just remove your clothes and lie down on the bed without moving." Jiang Yin's face flushes with anger. "Are you trying to force me into something under the guise of teaching me a technique? While I have no desire to perish, I will not yield to such coercion." "Hey, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely intend to guide you on the flow of your spiritual energy. This technique is intricate and difficult to grasp. The meridian pathways differ significantly from ordinary methods. Without guidance, you could easily go astray," Chen Feng explains. Jiang Yin pauses, recognizing the truth in his words. There are 108 pathways available for martial artists, and even a slight deviation could yield drastically different results. However, the thought of undressing in front of a male is exceedingly embarrassing for an unmarried young lady. If I wanted to see, I could have done so last night without waiting until now, Chen Feng smirks. At this, Jiang Yin shoots him a glare reminiscent of a death threat. Chen Feng's smile falters momentarily as he raises his hands defensively. All right, you don't have to remove everything. You can keep your undergarments on. I won't even use my fingers, I'll use chopsticks instead. Is that acceptable?" After considering it, Jiang Yin nods slightly in agreement. "Then, you should step outside. Call me when I'm ready." "Fine." Chen Feng concedes, understanding that it would be inappropriate to force a young girl to undress in front of him. He steps outside. And after a few minutes, he hears Jiang Yin's voice calling, "You can come in now." Chen Feng pushes the door open to find Jiang Yin sitting on the bed. Her delicate form clad only in a thin silk undergarment. Her azure hair cascades down to her waist like a waterfall, and she turns slightly, her cheeks flushed with shyness, her beautiful eyes shimmering with allure. As Chen Feng's gaze falls upon her, Jiang Yin averts her eyes, her face a deep crimson that extends to her graceful neck, exuding an irresistible charm. Even Chen Feng, who has encountered countless beauties in his past life, finds himself momentarily entranced, snapping back to reality only after a brief pause, feeling an involuntary reaction. He suppresses his desires and approaches her. "Sit cross-legged, I will teach you the first level of the 9 cold technique." "Okay," Jiang Yin replies, quickly calming her mind and settling into a state of tranquil focus. Chen Feng then articulates the incantation clearly. This 9 cold technique was created by a woman he once encountered who possessed a cold moon spiritual root. It is the most suitable method for such a root. That woman forged a path of blood in the void god realm using this technique, becoming a formidable force. When she asked Chen Feng to refine pills, he accepted no other recompense but this technique. He never imagined that in this life, he would encounter another possessor of the cold moon spiritual root. Chen Feng recites the incantation rapidly, and Jiang Yin showcases her remarkable memory, almost memorizing it instantly after hearing it just once. Following his instructions, she begins her cultivation. In an instant, the room fills with swirling spiritual energy, flowing like a stream, coalescing into vibrant streams that envelop Jiang Yin's delicate form, pouring into her being. As the energy enters her body and traverses her martial arts meridians, a pained expression soon crosses Jiang Yin's face. And a crimson droplet escapes from the corner of her mouth. Behold, Chen Feng, with a chopstick in hand, traced the pathways of spiritual energy across Jiang Yin's delicate form, guiding her in the circulation of her inner power. Jiang Yin, in turn, diligently followed Chen Feng's instructions, swiftly channeling the spiritual energy to prevent its chaotic dispersal within her body. Gradually, the expression on Jiang Yin's face softened, and a faint, icy luminescence emanated from her, accompanied by a subtle chill. This was no longer the frigidity of her recurring ailment but rather the nascent frost power emerging from the transformation of spiritual energy within her frost moon spiritual root. After Chen Feng delineated the energy pathways twice with his chopstick, correcting their course, he withdrew, with the memory of these pathways imprinted in her mind. Jiang Yin demonstrated her remarkable talent for cultivation, autonomously directing the energy and transmuting it into frost power. Observing Jiang Yin's captivating beauty, Chen Feng ceased his guidance and departed the chamber, leaving her to her own devices. The master may lead the way, but the disciple must tread the path. Her ultimate progress would depend on her own aptitude and diligence. As time slipped by, Chen Feng stood guard outside for 2 hours. Eventually noticing that the flow of spiritual energy within the chamber had subsided, indicating that Jiang Yin had concluded her practice, Chen Feng then re-entered. "How fares it?" Chen Feng inquired with a gentle smile. Jiang Yin's eyes fluttered open, her face radiant with elation. "It's miraculous. I've broken through," she exclaimed. Chen Feng was taken aback, then realized that Jiang Yin had indeed ascended from the 8th to the 9th level of the transformation realm. "I've been stuck at the 8th level for 2 months. Jiang Yin continued, expecting to remain so for at least 2 more. Yet, in these 2 hours of cultivation, I've overcome this bottleneck. Progression becomes increasingly arduous in the higher realms. Some individuals may languish at a single level for years. Jiang Yin, having been at the 8th level for 2 months and anticipating another 2 before advancement, effortlessly broke through to the 9th level after practicing the 9 frost art. It was evident that the art was far superior to her previous methods, incomparable in its efficacy. "You've only just begun to grasp the 9 frost art," Chen Feng cautioned. "To truly suppress the ailment on your own, you must cultivate it to at least the 4th level." "I understand," Jiang Yin replied, nodding. Despite the distance to the 4th level, hope had been kindled within her. At least she now had a direction, whereas before, she was ignorant of the very nature of her affliction, let alone a cure. Chen Feng had granted her a chance at survival, an opportunity to alleviate the torment of her ailment, for which she was profoundly grateful. "A word of advice," Chen Feng added. "Until you reach the 4th level of the 9 frost art, it's best to remain with me, as I am currently the only one who can mitigate the effects of your ailment on the night of the full moon." Jiang Yin paused, a contemplative expression on her face. She had originally intended to stay in Flame City for only a few days before departing. As an instructor at Cloudsea Academy, she could not remain away indefinitely. However, the memory of the agony she endured during her ailment's onset cast a long shadow, and she had no desire to relive that experience. "Are you heading to the Imperial City?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Yes, after I conclude my final task." "I'll venture to the Imperial City," Chen Feng replied. Flame City was a small place with limited resources, far inferior to those available in the Imperial City. Although Chen Feng had restored his innate Dao body, a lack of resources would impede his progress, akin to having a blade without a whetstone. "Do you have other matters to attend to?" Jiang Yin asked curiously. "Indeed. I must first relocate my mother's memorial tablet," Chen Feng replied with a smile. His mother had held no status within the family and was buried in an unmarked grave. This weighed heavily on Chen Feng. His mother had suffered a lifetime of hardship due to a wrong choice of partner, and now, Ye Beixuan, inhabiting this body, would ensure she rested in a place of honor and tranquility. As evening approached, Chen Feng, having dined at the inn, accompanied Jiang Yin to a mountain north of Savage Town. According to his memories, his mother was buried there. This mountain served as the largest pauper's graveyard in Savage Town and its surrounding areas. Many servants and even nobles chose to be buried there, giving the mountain its notoriety. Following the familiar path, Chen Feng ascended the mountain and soon arrived at its waist. There, nestled between two large trees, was a small mound of earth, marked by a crude memorial tablet bearing the words Tomb of Lu Ruyan. Found it! Chen Feng exclaimed, relieved. Although his memories of this body were fading, he had not forgotten his mother. Chen Feng bowed before the tablet and began to dig. However, his efforts were in vain. Despite his digging, the mound remained empty, devoid of his mother's remains. Where is she? Chen Feng muttered, bewildered by the 10-meter deep pit that yielded nothing. Are you certain you remember correctly? Jiang Yin asked. Her brow furrowed. Yes, I placed this tablet myself. I cannot be mistaken, Chen Feng insisted, gazing at the tablet bearing the handwriting of his former self. Then, as realization dawned, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Could it be that even my mother's final resting place has been desecrated? He growled, clenching his teeth. He thought of Chen Tianhai and Shen Hongsheng, capable of such depravity. What will you do now? Jiang Yin inquired, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Chen Feng. His mother was his last bastion. If her remains had been stolen, Chen Feng might truly lose control. Return to the Chen family and demand answers from Chen Tianhai, Chen Feng declared. If the Chen family is responsible, they shall all perish. A wave of icy malice, as if unleashed from the depths of hell, swept over the area, causing the temperature to plummet. If he had previously shown any leniency towards the Chen family, it had now vanished. This family has descended into a chilling ruthlessness that is truly appalling. To take a life is merely a matter of nodding and letting it fall. But if they do not even spare the remains after death, then those within this household have indeed sunk to a level beneath that of mere beasts. Chapter 25, The Truth Revealed. Departing from Yen City without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng, with the Tian Tsong-Yun sword slung over his shoulder, returned to the Chen family estate. Upon entering the gates, the numerous servants and guards within the Chen household were paralyzed with fear, scattering in every direction, none daring to confront him. The news of Chen Feng trampling Chen Tianlang underfoot had spread like wildfire throughout Yen City, leaving the entire Chen family in a state of trepidation. Previously, Chen Feng had endured considerable mistreatment within the family, primarily at the hands of his own relatives, though he had also faced some abuse from the servants. In the past, his lack of standing within the family made it a source of satisfaction for them to torment a young master of a prominent clan. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Feng did not rush to exact vengeance, allowing others to flee in panic. He boldly made his way into the inner courtyard. In a corridor of bluestone within the inner courtyard, Chen Tianhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a pristine white robe. His gaze fixed upon Chen Feng as he approached. You've come, Chen Tianhai remarked coolly, seemingly anticipating Chen Feng's return. You seem to know I would come, Chen Feng retorted coldly, locking eyes with him. We did not disturb your mother's grave, Chen Tianhai stated first. Ha! Chen Feng laughed in anger, incredulous that his adversary had preemptively defended himself without him uttering a word. Since you are aware of my mother's grave, you must also know that her remains have inexplicably vanished, correct? Chen Tianhai, do you still consider yourself a man? Even if you despise my mother and me, she was ultimately your wife. How could you be so heartless as to not spare her remains? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Chen Feng's words were laden with wrath. He had never imagined that his father could be so cruel. He understood that his mother had never held a favored position in his life. Yet he believed there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Was it truly possible that even her remains were not spared? With a heavy sigh, Chen Tianhai's eyes reflected a sense of weariness, as if he had aged nearly a decade over the past half-month. He shook his head and said, all along, you have believed we were responsible for your mother's death, but the truth is, we did not cause her demise. Do you still wish to disavow your connection? Chen Feng laughed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chen Tianhai explained, your mother, consumed by longing for someone, succumbed to depression.
You believe she yearned for me.
But in truth, I never penetrated her heart, the one she longed for was another man. Your biological father is not me, but a mysterious figure. As Chen Tianhai spoke, Chen Feng felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Disbelief etched across his face as he quietly asked, what do you mean by that? Gazing intently at him, Chen Tianhai replied, you have always thought I never regarded you as my son, but the truth is, you are not my son. I did indeed drunkenly intrude upon your mother's chamber, but another man was present at that time. In my rage, I even contemplated killing him. Yet his power far surpassed mine, rendering me utterly helpless under his spiritual pressure, let alone forcing myself upon your mother. Shortly thereafter, I sensed an overwhelming mysterious force near the Chen estate, which I presumed was linked to your father. Eventually, your father chose to sever ties with the Chen family and left, instructing me to care for your mother. In the long years that followed, I witnessed your mother's unwavering affection for that man, and in my fury, I ceased to care for you and your mother, leading to the unfortunate events that transpired. As Chen Tianhai recounted this, a flicker of regret appeared in his eyes. However, during that time, he had witnessed the woman he loved throw herself into another man's embrace. How could he face Lu Ruyan? Each encounter with her brought him anguish. Thus he chose to turn a blind eye to everything. Chen Feng stood frozen, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. His feelings towards Chen Tianhai had been a tumultuous mix of love and hatred, love for the bond of father and son, and hatred for the other's callousness in never acknowledging him as a son. Now, to discover that he was indeed not Chen Tianhai's son was a revelation beyond his imagination. Then who is my father? Chen Feng inquired. The identity of your father remains a mystery, all I know is that he is powerful, Chen Tianhai replied earnestly. Forget it. I have no interest in him. After abandoning his wife and child for so many years, he is unworthy of the title of father. I only wish to know the whereabouts of my mother's remains, Chen Feng asked coldly. I truly do not know. Even if you were to annihilate the entire Chen family, I would be unaware. After your mother's death, I visited her grave, only to find it disturbed, and her remains had vanished. Chen Tianhai clarified. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's murderous intent began to subside, as he bowed his head in contemplation. His mother had seldom ventured outside and had no known enemies. If there were adversaries, they likely stemmed from his father's past. Perhaps those enemies, unable to locate his father, sought revenge by disturbing his mother's grave. Chen Feng. While I harbor resentment for your mother's affections towards another man, she was nonetheless my beloved. I could never bring myself to disturb her grave. Chen Tianhai stated earnestly once more. In response, Chen Feng pondered for a moment, his gaze towards Chen Tianhai gradually becoming more complex. Previously, his hatred for Chen Tianhai stemmed from the latter's refusal to acknowledge him as a son. However, upon learning the entire truth, much of that animosity dissipated. Although he was not a true member of the Chen family, they had raised him for 17 years despite their transgressions. Very well, I shall seek my mother's remains myself. Justice has its rightful place, I shall not direct my fury at the Chen family, Chen Feng declared as he turned to leave. Chen Tianhai clenched his teeth, suddenly raising his head to gaze at Chen Feng's solitary figure and called out, Child, if you have the time, do return to the Chen family more often. It will always be your home. Chen Feng paused momentarily, his heart a tumult of emotions. He gazed around the familiar courtyard, memories flooding his mind, joyful, unforgettable, painful, and tormenting. Here lay everything he had known, his closest kin, and his most regretful past. Right or wrong, love or hate, in 1,000 years. All would fade like passing clouds. With a gentle exhale, Chen Feng muttered, We'll talk about it later. Having uttered those words, he did not linger. As the sun set, the remnants of twilight cast a warm glow upon their heavy shoulders. A smile finally broke through the weathered features of Chen Tianhai. Chen Feng's words suggested that there might still be room for reconciliation. In the evening glow, the three figures walked side by side, heading beyond the confines of Yen City. Unlike before, the three of them now each carried a package. So, could it be that you are the scion of some formidable figure? Jiang Yin gazed at Chen Feng with sparkling eyes. Initially, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Having no affection from his father and losing his mother, Yet now, she discovered that he might very well be the offspring of a powerful individual.
A formidable one?
Perhaps not, who could ascertain the extent of his strength? Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. In his previous life, he was indeed powerful, striking fear into the hearts of all the strong within the void divine realm. It was possible that his reckless father was among those strong, or perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had already dealt with that scoundrel. This would conveniently spare him the trouble of confronting him again.
And how do you intend to search for your mother's remains?
Jiang Yin arched her delicate brows and inquired once more. I currently have no leads, and since those individuals are enemies of my father, they likely possess considerable strength.
I can only search slowly. Chen Feng sighed.
Jiang Yin fell silent.
Young master, where shall we go next?
Suddenly, Bauer, who stood beside him, looked up and asked.
We are heading to the imperial city.
I've heard it is vast and filled with amusement.
Would you like to go? Chen Feng smiled.
Yes, Bauer certainly wishes to.
Wherever the young master goes, Bauer will follow. Bauer exclaimed with a beaming smile.
Chen Feng observed Bauer, who stood a head shorter than him, and contemplated his situation. He had offended quite a number of enemies, it would be perilous to have Bauer continually by his side.
Sister Bauer, do you wish to cultivate? Chen Feng inquired.
Indeed. I aspire to become a hero like the young master. Bauer clenched her petite fist, her eyes shining with excitement and yearning.
No, heroes often meet early demise. It is better for you to be a rogue. Chen Feng replied. Bauer pouted, somewhat unconvinced. Chen Feng then turned his attention back to Jiang Yin. How about we enroll her in your Yunhai Academy?
Jiang Yin raised her finely shaped brows and retorted. The Yunhai Academy is the foremost institution in Ningguo, with stringent admission requirements.
Do you think just anyone can enter? Aren't you a mentor at Yunhai Academy?
Just pull some strings.
Chen Feng asserted confidently. Get lost, I lack that influence. Jiang Yin replied.
You have the ability, believe in yourself, you can do it.
Get lost.
Chapter 26, the Linglong Xuanquang Pool and the royal family's tactics. Chen Feng and his companions journeyed forth, leaving Yan City behind, heading toward the northern expanse. Known as the paradise for mercenaries, the North Spirit Mountain Range.
This range stretches between Yen City and the grand metropolis of Dadian County, which, in comparison,
stands as a true urban center within Ning country. Here, one can find soaring cloud ships that provide direct access to the imperial city. Without such means, traveling to the imperial city by carriage or on foot would require at least a month's time, thus,
many dignitaries and practitioners utilize the convenience of cloud ships to shorten their journey.
As the trio entered the North Spirit Mountain Range, even the formidable Jiang Yin adopted a vigilant demeanor. The mountains teemed with ferocious beasts, and a myriad of individuals from various backgrounds mingled within. These individuals, having long dwelled in the realm of beasts, possessed cunning hearts and formidable strength, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who encountered them. After nearly 2 days of travel, it came as no surprise that they encountered numerous mercenary groups along the way. These hardened warriors, accustomed to the razor's edge of danger, eyed Chen Feng's party with gleaming, greedy gazes, particularly fixated on the two women, Jiang Yin and Bauer.
Boss, those two women are simply stunning.
If only we could have a little fun with them. Dying beneath peonies would still be considered a romantic affair.
Many mercenaries drooled at the sight.
Having spent years in the wilderness, they seldom encountered women, let alone exquisite beauties like Jiang Yin and Bauer. The two women embodied contrasting styles. Jiang Yin exuded a cold elegance laced with allure, igniting a desire for conquest in the hearts of men, while Bauer, though merely a maid,
radiated a delicate charm and vivacity.
These mercenaries, accustomed to the harshness of the beast-infested forests, found themselves yearning at the sight of such beauty. If you wish to court death, feel free to approach, I shall not hinder you. The leader of the mercenaries spoke coldly, a glint of caution in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the previously drooling mercenaries promptly shut their mouths, for they were not mindless brutes. The overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from Jiang Yin made them wary, after all.
A peak figure in the transformation realm was a formidable presence near Yen City.
Moreover, Jiang Yin's youthful appearance led them to speculate on her noble lineage.
Let us proceed, Chen Feng declared, releasing his spiritual energy as he met the mercenaries' gazes with icy resolve.
He gestured for Jiang Yin and Bauer to continue forward, unfazed. The mercenaries exchanged glances of surprise. It seemed that this boy, a mere cultivator of the condensation sea realm, was the leader of the party. That night, the trio sat around a flickering campfire, utilizing its warmth to stave off the night's chill. Over the flames, 3 pieces of meat sizzled, their aromas wafting through the air as they became tender and delectable. Bauer's eyes sparkled hungrily at the sight of the mouth-watering roast, her saliva nearly spilling. Jiang Yin, seated beside her, also expressed surprise, a light smile gracing her lips. I didn't expect you possessed such culinary skills. Though Jiang Yin had brought ample provisions, the enticing roasted meat was far more appetizing than her course rations. By the way, during the competition in Yan City, Xiao Shiyu mentioned something about the Linglong Xuanquan pool contest. What is that all about? Chen Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. He recalled how Xiao Shiyu's mention of the contest had caused even the head of the Pill Pavilion to change countenance. Jiang Yin's expression grew serious as she replied, the Linglong Xuanquan pool contest is a grand event held biannually in Ning country. There exists a naturally formed Linglong Xuanquan pool in the imperial city. This pool is rich in Xuanquan energy, akin to a miraculous elixir for practitioners. It not only refines the physique to an indestructible level but also elevates one's spiritual power to new heights. This coveted Linglong Xuanquan pool had been the catalyst for numerous internal conflicts within Ning country. One must understand that Ning country is home to a multitude of factions, each led by martial powerhouses. When conflicts arise, they often lead to devastating wars that threaten the stability and long-term development of the nation. To prevent such internal strife, the Emperor of Ning country established this contest, allowing young geniuses from various factions to engage in unrestricted combat. The victor claims the right to utilize the Linglong Xuanquan pool for that year. Xuanquan energy? Chen Feng's eyes expressed astonishment. He recognized this as a rare and sought-after energy of the heavens and earth. In his past life, prior to fully realizing his potential, he had utilized only a few small vials of Xuanquan energy, resulting in an unprecedented transformation of his physique. The prospect of entering this so-called Linglong Xuanquan pool stirred a desire within him. He believed it could enable him to cultivate the first level of the 9 Dragons' Destruction divine art to perfection. This art comprised 9 levels, each possessing immense power. The first level, the Dragon Skin Refinement, could forge scales akin to those of a dragon. Dragon scales are among the most resilient substances. Should he succeed in cultivating them, his physical form would undergo an extraordinary metamorphosis. In his previous life, at the peak of his power, he may have dismissed the Xuanquan energy, but in this life, impoverished and resource-deprived, he found himself compelled to pursue such invaluable cultivation resources. Why did the Pill King Lin Chaoga display such a pained expression at that time? Chen Feng queried further. Jiang Yin offered a rueful smile, shaking her head. Despite the Pill Pavilion being one of the most powerful forces in Ning country, boasting nearly 80% of the realm's alchemists, they possess a significant flaw. While their alchemical skills may be unparalleled, their martial prowess is lacking. If the Pill Pavilion were to compete in alchemical contests, they would be invincible. However, in martial contests, they would be easily overpowered. Chen Feng chuckled in resignation. Indeed, as an alchemist himself, he understood this truth. Most alchemists dedicated their lives to researching formulas, leaving little time to hone their martial abilities. Only those rare prodigies, endowed with extraordinary comprehension, could achieve mastery in both alchemy and martial arts. For the average genius, mastering one path was already the utmost limit. Jiang Yin continued. Perhaps it is precisely because of this awareness of their limitations that the esteemed Pill King places such great importance on the Linglong Xuanquan pool. Yet, regrettably, his strongest talents have consistently perished in the contest, a profound sorrow for the Pill Pavilion. Furthermore, it is almost certain that each Linglong Xuanquan pool contest has fallen under the dominion of the Sword Rain Pavilion, with the majority of the Pill Pavilion's elite perishing at their hands. Thus, the enmity between these two factions has persisted for far longer than a mere day or two, breeding a deep-seated animosity that knows no bounds. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly realized why, back then, Lin Chaoga and Xiao Shiyu seemed to harbor an intense desire to tear each other apart. It stands to reason that if given the chance to annihilate each other's forces, neither would show any mercy. Thus, it appears that the royal family of Ningguo is indeed quite formidable, Chen Feng remarked with a faint smile.
Whom?
Jiang Yin looked at Chen Feng with confusion, clearly not grasping the implication of his words.
Chen Feng continued.
Consider this, when these two great factions are locked in a fierce struggle, who stands to gain the most?
Undoubtedly, it is the royal family. Upon hearing this,
Jiang Yin sighed. Indeed, although many are aware of this truth, they cannot extricate themselves from it, for the allure of the Linglong Xianhuang pool is simply too great. I suspect that the reason the Pill Tower has extended an olive branch to you is to have you represent their interests at the Linglong conference.
Indeed. Chen Feng nodded.
Having also arrived at this conclusion, it can only be described as a mutually beneficial relationship.
Chen Feng requires the Linglong Xianhuang pool,
while the Pill Tower seeks to decisively suppress the Sword Rain Pavilion, even to the extent of annihilating all its prodigies, thus asserting their dominance. The legendary Sword Emperor.
You say?
A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He had not forgotten how Xiao Shiyu had bullied others during the Yin City Challenge. If given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to make the Sword Rain Pavilion experience true anguish. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the depths of the dark forest. Who goes there? Jiang Yin and Chen Feng immediately stood, their gazes sharp and alert as they turned towards the source of the commotion.
At that moment,
a young figure stumbled forth, his body marred with wounds, his once handsome face now pale as parchment. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Jiang Yin froze momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief.
Brother?
Seeing Jiang Yin, the young man grasped at the last thread of hope, calling out, Jiang Yin, save me.
Brother? What has happened to you?
Jiang Yin exclaimed, her expression one of shock. In the next instant, as if realizing the pursuers were closing in, he wasted no time and dashed into the depths of the forest, fleeing for his life.
Brother! Jiang Yin cried out again,
not daring to hesitate as she swiftly pursued him. Observing Jiang Yin's departing figure, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Within the dark forest, the young man fled desperately ahead, while Jiang Yin chased after him, her voice filled with urgency.
Brother, please stop. What has happened? Why are you here? Brother!
Yet, no matter how fervently Jiang Yin called, the young man did not halt.
Finally, after covering a considerable distance,
the young man's frantic pace abruptly ceased in a clearing.
Brother! Jiang Yin hurriedly followed, calling out loudly.
However, as she gazed at his back, her brow furrowed in concern.
Gradually, she sensed something was amiss.
Her second brother seemed to have become a powerhouse of the Tongtian realm, ranking second on the young prodigy list.
In Ningguo, few, even among the older generation, could defeat him. How could he possibly find himself gravely injured in such a trivial locale? And why would he, so proud, seek her aid?
Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes grew cold as she fixed her gaze upon him, demanding, You are not my second brother.
Who are you?
The figure before her slowly turned, peeling away a human mask to reveal a gaunt, terrifying visage.
My dear sister, I've missed you dearly.
The young man's eyes gleamed with a greedy malice,
unabashedly roving over Jiang Yin's alluring form, licking his lips with a sinister grin.
Jiang Yin's brows knitted tighter, and as if struck by a sudden realization, she turned to flee back to Chen Feng. However, at that moment, several shadows emerged from the forest, surrounding her.
My dear sister, where do you think you're going? Isn't it better to stay with your brother?
The young man chuckled darkly.
In an instant, Jiang Yin's expression turned frigid. She had fallen into a trap.
These fiends were deliberately luring her away. Their true target was not her, but rather, Chen Feng. Chapter 27, Night Raid, distracting the tiger from the mountain at this moment. By the campfire, Chen Feng was surveying his surroundings, sensing a subtle disturbance in the air.
The Zhang family, being a prominent clan within the imperial city,
should have had formidable strength, and as Jiang Yin's elder brother, he ought not to be so weak as to sustain grievous injuries. How could he possibly be in such dire straits that he would call upon his sister for help? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't he prioritize her escape before his own peril? Suddenly, as Chen Feng pondered, 3 glimmering projectiles shot forth from the dark forest behind him, hurtling towards his back with astonishing speed. Ever vigilant, Chen Feng sensed the impending danger and swiftly reacted, unleashing a powerful punch that sent the projectiles crashing to the ground. "Who goes there?" Chen Feng demanded, frowning as he directed his voice towards the shadowy woods.
Yet, silence enveloped him, no reply echoing back. In the next instant,
a barrage of spears, imbued with violent spiritual energy, erupted from the darkness, raining down upon Chen Feng and his companion like a tempest.
"Humph!" Chen Feng scoffed,
his strength surging as he unleashed his power at the fourth level of the sea-condensing realm. Clenching his fists, he retaliated with a series of explosive strikes, his spiritual energy sweeping across the area and dispersing the myriad spear shadows. The force of his blows shattered several nearby towering trees, leaving them splintered in their wake. Perhaps intimidated by Chen Feng's overwhelming prowess, the forest fell silent, no further sounds emerging from the shadows. Since they have come this far, why hide in the shadows? Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he scanned the darkened woods, a frosty demeanor settling upon his features.
"Young master, what should we do now?" Bauer, feeling the tension, instinctively drew closer to Chen Feng.
"Do not worry, I am here," he reassured her.
Yet, Bauer, with her youthful innocence,
could not help but feel a tremor of fear at the unfolding scene. Chen Feng remained tense, his eyes sharp as he prepared for any unexpected developments. As Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings, the sharp sound of piercing air rang out once more. In the dark night, 3 more spearheads sliced through the air, producing a deafening noise as they aimed for Chen Feng and Bauer. Chen Feng's pupils constricted slightly, and in a blink, he swiftly wrapped his arm around Bauer's slender waist and leapt away, propelling himself a considerable distance.
Boom! The ground erupted beneath them,
dust swirling as the 3 lethal spears plunged into the spot they had just vacated, their incredible force causing the spear shafts to quiver and emit a resonating hum.
"Is this truly a ploy to lure the tiger from its mountain?"
Chen Feng mused, his expression darkening. It was evident that their assailants had meticulously orchestrated this ambush,
first diverting Jiang Yin before launching their assault on the 2 of them.
However, Chen Feng surmised that their primary target was likely himself, otherwise
such a grand setup would be unnecessary.
Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Chen Feng raised his head, his deep-set eyes fixing on the distant dark forest where he perceived 3 ghostly figures silently materializing on the trunk of a robust tree,
clad in black robes.
Their features were obscured, rendering them nearly unrecognizable.
"Impressive reflexes.
You've evaded numerous surprise attacks," one of the robed figures remarked.
"Do not underestimate him.
He is capable of defeating those with sword soul spiritual roots. Underestimating him could lead to our downfall," another added. The trio exchanged mocking laughter, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice as they regarded Chen Feng, as if he were already their prey.
Meeting their gaze unflinchingly,
Chen Feng was taken aback by the palpable spiritual energy emanating from them, revealing that they were all formidable warriors at the Transformation Realm.
3 Transformation Realm experts. Such a formidable assembly was indeed rare in the entire Yin city.
Chen Feng's attention shifted further into the forest, where he sensed extreme fluctuations of violent spiritual energy sweeping toward them, brilliant flames erupting alongside deafening roars. Jiang Yin was evidently embroiled in a fierce battle of her own.
"Stop looking, boy. That beauty has already been detained by us. Your last chance for survival has been severed,"
one of the robed figures taunted, their eyes glinting with icy malice, as if they had already claimed Chen Feng as their quarry. Slowly, the 3 figures drew long, black spears from behind them, the weapons appearing almost invisible against the night, making them difficult to perceive. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. These individuals were seasoned forest hunters, exhibiting a level of skill and precision that spoke of countless similar hunts. "You truly think highly of me, going to such lengths just to take my life?"
Chen Feng remarked with a faint smile.
"Do not feign modesty, you are indeed worthy of our efforts," one of the robed figures retorted coldly.
"Masters,
you are all Transformation Realm experts, while I am merely at the sea-condensing realm. Before I perish, might you enlighten me as to which faction you represent?" "I would prefer to die with clarity." Chen Feng smiled, projecting an unassuming demeanor. "Do not concern yourself, you can die in blissful ignorance."
"It suits you well,"
the black-robed figure sneered. Seeing their resolute silence, Chen Feng fell quiet, realizing that extracting information from them would not be an easy task.
"Now, It is time to send you on your way. Attack swiftly and decisively, eliminate him.
The black-robed figure commanded, his voice laced with icy intent. With overwhelming spiritual energy converging, the three assailants lunged forward like tigers descending from the mountain, their spears poised to strike with blinding speed, targeting Chen Feng's head without hesitation. Watching their decisive movements,
Chen Feng's expression shifted. He recognized that these were no ordinary hunters.
Their combat experience and skill far surpassed that of the typical children of noble families, such as Chen Tianlang. Celestial Shield, Chen Feng proclaimed, positioning himself in front of Bauer as he clasped his palms together, summoning a barrier of light through his unleashed spiritual energy.
Clang! Clang!
The sharp spear tips clashed against the shimmering barrier, reverberating with metallic sounds as the shield trembled. Yet it held firm against their assault.
This boy possesses some genuine skill,
one of the black-robed figures exclaimed in surprise,
realizing that even 3 transformation realm experts could not dispatch him with a single strike.
In the next moment, the 3 individuals shared an unspoken understanding and simultaneously pivoted, swiftly dispersing. One continued to advance towards Chen Feng, while the other 2 circled around him, charging toward Bauer. All 3 were seasoned veterans. They recognized that breaching this young man's defenses in a short time was unlikely. Thus, they redirected their focus toward Bauer, discerning that this young man harbored feelings for the maid. If they could capture her, even Chen Feng, no matter how formidable, would be compelled to acquiesce.
Suddenly,
a tempest of formidable spiritual energy erupted as the 2 cloaked figures extended their hands, launching an assault on Bauer. Observing this, Chen Feng's gaze darkened with a chilling intensity. The assailants communicated without words, coordinating perfectly with merely a glance, a feat not easily achieved by ordinary factions.
"Young master!" Bauer exclaimed,
her heart racing at the sight of the 2 menacing figures rushing towards her. She had yet to embark on her own path of cultivation and stood no chance against these seasoned hunters. Meanwhile, another cloaked figure advanced swiftly from the front, encircling them in a pincer movement. One could not deny that these black-clad foes were experts in life and death battles. At that critical juncture, Chen Feng drew his sword. An overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from the Tian Tsomyun sword, transforming into a streak of crimson light that coursed down the blade. The sword's momentum surged,
layering upon itself until it reached 100-fold in the blink of an eye.
With a sweeping motion, Chen Feng unleashed a horizontal strike, the sharp glimmer cleaving through the air like a celestial star, streaking across the heavens. The 7-star sword technique, a blade of starlight. The surrounding space seemed to split, as a radiant sword energy, glistening like blood, swept through all in its path. The 3 black-clad figures' pupils constricted. In a flash, they clenched their fists,
retaliating against the sword energy.
A resounding explosion echoed as they staggered back, astonished expressions painting their faces.
"A great sword master?"
they gasped, their eyes narrowing with disbelief. At only 17, Chen Feng was a prodigy unparalleled throughout the entire Ning kingdom. They had not anticipated such immense power from this youth. No wonder he triumphed over the sword soul body, his innate talent was indeed extraordinary. The prospect of slaying such an exceptional genius filled them with a sense of accomplishment. Their murderous intent surged. Seeing this, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. After forcing the 3 back, he did not linger, he unleashed his golden spiritual energy,
scooping up Bauer and charging into the dark forest like a roaring tiger, disappearing from sight.
"After him!" the trio shouted, their voices echoing as they enveloped themselves in spiritual energy and swiftly pursued.
Within the shadowy forest, towering trees flourished, their dense foliage obscuring the silver moonlight,
rendering visibility nearly impossible.
As Chen Feng cradled Bauer, he moved with the agility of a spirit monkey, traversing the terrain with an almost mystical grace.
Each step left scarcely a trace, for he was well acquainted with the art of jungle evasion. In mere moments, he had already covered several hundred meters.
"Are you all right?"
Chen Feng glanced down at Bauer, whose face was pale, her eyes still haunted by lingering fear. "I'm sorry, young master, I have burdened you,"
she lamented.
Chen Feng chuckled softly.
"Do not speak such nonsense. I hardly regard those 3 as a threat.
However, should they continue to follow us, they will become a significant nuisance.
They must be dealt with."
He cast a backward glance, spotting the three figures not far behind, relentlessly pursuing them. A cold glint flickered in his eyes.
Bauer,
I will find a safe place to set you down.
Hide well and do not come out, understood?
All right, she nodded. Chen Feng quickened his pace. And as he navigated through the forest, he plucked several leaves, crushing them in his palm to create a pungent liquid, which he smeared on Bauer.
What are you doing, young master?
She asked, puzzled. This leaf juice will mask your scent, making it difficult for beasts to detect you, he explained.
Without hesitation,
he applied the liquid thoroughly before stepping onto a tree trunk and leaping into a nearby thicket, gently placing Bauer down.
This place is secluded and dimly lit, a perfect hiding spot. Remain quiet and do not move, he instructed.
Be careful, young master, Bauer replied, her voice laced with worry.
Do not fret, I will be fine.
He ruffled her hair affectionately before darting out of the thicket. Clenching his fists, he unleashed his golden spiritual energy,
allowing it to surge forth to draw the attention of the three pursuers.
As expected, upon sensing the fluctuation of his energy, they immediately reacted.
Kid, you finally decided to reveal yourself? Pursue him, they commanded, hastening their chase.
As they crossed the thicket where Bauer was hidden, they remained oblivious, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet soon, worry returned to her eyes as she silently prayed, Young master, please be safe.
In the dimly lit ancient forest,
Chen Feng moved like a nighttime predator, every step deliberately leaving traces on the tree trunks. Behind him, the three black-clad figures followed the signs, closing in rapidly.
This boy, while a genius, is still inexperienced, making such rudimentary mistakes, they scoffed, observing the footprints. In the realm of jungle hunting, leaving tracks was tantamount to exposing one's whereabouts. Let us catch up and finish this quickly, otherwise, we might lose him,
one of the black-clad figures urged. With a unified shout, the trio surged forward, their spiritual energy enveloping them, resembling streaks of lightning as they pursued.
Ahead, Chen Feng glanced back,
a cold smile playing on his lips upon noticing the faintly visible shadows in pursuit.
So, you've caught up? Let the hunt begin.
With a subtle lick of his lips, a hint of crimson flickered in his deep-set eyes. He had not engaged in such thrilling hunts for quite some time, and an indescribable bloodlust began to awaken within him, akin to a slumbering lion stirred by the scent of blood.
In the cover of night,
three ghostly figures moved with blinding speed through the dark forest, their movements silent and undetectable. As they maneuvered, their faces contorted into cruel smiles,
fixated on the desperate figure fleeing ahead.
As the chase commenced, the disparity in combat experience between both parties became increasingly evident. Compared to their ethereal and silent gait,
Chen Feng ahead appeared utterly disheveled.
In his hasty escape, his attempts to conceal his aura or the faint footprints he left behind were negligible. They surmised that regardless of Chen Feng's apparent talent, he was merely a youth of about 17, nurtured within the confines of his clan, lacking the trials of experience. Compared to seasoned hunters who constantly flirted with death, the disparity was vast.
In the throes of life-or-death combat, one's mental fortitude is paramount.
A composed mind, keen intuition, and ruthless, decisive actions are the most crucial determinants in a battle for survival.
Regrettably, they believed Chen Feng possessed none of these qualities, hence his current state of panic. To lose one's composure in a life-or-death struggle is to court death.
Little whelp, you won't escape our grasp. The trio sneered, and with a forceful step, their spiritual power surged, and their speed increased dramatically, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye.
Ahead, Chen Feng fled frantically, devoid of the agile, monkey-like movements he initially displayed.
He stumbled repeatedly over tree roots, only to scramble back up and continue his erratic escape like a headless fly.
As time wore on, the distance between them dwindled.
Spotting a dense thicket of foliage, Chen Feng seized it as his last hope, plunging into it with haste.
Seeing this, the trio behind him exchanged disdainful glances. Did he truly believe that hiding in such a thicket could offer him a glimmer of survival? In an instant,
they unleashed their formidable spiritual power, quickening their pace, and followed his trajectory into the thicket. However, as they entered the dense woods, the figure that had been fleeing in disarray vanished before their eyes. Moreover, not a single footprint remained on the nearby tree trunks or the ground. as if he had disappeared into thin air.
Gone?
One of the black-robed men exclaimed in astonishment.
He was right under our noses. He couldn't have gone far. He must be hiding nearby.
Search!
Search quickly!
The leading black-robed man barked, his face grim. A 17-year-old raised in a greenhouse, no matter how talented, could never escape their grasp. The trio dispersed swiftly, scouring the more overgrown corners of the thicket, the most likely places for someone to conceal themselves. As the three men spread out to search, a mysterious black shadow, cloaked by the dim light, burst forth from a thicket like a tiger, making a beeline for one of the black-robed men. In this environment of scarce light, its sudden appearance was difficult to anticipate, and its speed was astonishing.
Oomph, presumptuous brat! Did you think I hadn't anticipated this move? The black-robed man remained calm, betraying no sign of panic.
The three of them were experienced individuals, and their spears remained firmly in hand, their bodies shielded by a layer of spiritual power, all in preparation for Chen Feng's emergence from any corner. They had seen countless such ambushes and were not easily fooled. The black-robed man thrust his spear out in a flash, the shaft resembling a dragon, carrying a violent surge of power, piercing the shadow's body instantly. Blood splattered, and the acrid scent permeated the surrounding air.
This smell of blood?
The leading black-robed man,
as if sensing something amiss, paused slightly.
His face then registered shock, and he shouted, "It's a beast's corpse! It's a beast's corpse!" Before the black-robed man's contemptuous smile could solidify, another mysterious black shadow emerged from behind the corpse, delivering a sword strike with lightning speed. The beast's corpse exploded on the spot, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. The black-robed man's pupils contracted violently as a merciless swordlight flashed across his throat. In an instant, he felt the world spin, and his vision blurred.
Decapitation. Instant kill.
Chen Feng severed a head, dripping with blood. Illuminated by the dim light, a tall, youthful figure stood upon the headless corpse, a faint smile gracing his seemingly harmless face.
"This head is a gift for you," Chen Feng quipped.
The other two black-robed men had yet to fully react. They stared blankly at Chen Feng standing atop the headless corpse, while their compatriot was beyond saving. "Third brother!" The leading black-robed man cried out in anguish, his eyes bloodshot. He never imagined that his most resourceful brother would die, and at the hands of a youth they had underestimated.
Underestimation.
They had underestimated him greatly. The three of them had been deceived by the little bastard's earlier display of panic. This fellow was a prodigy capable of defeating a sword-soul physique. How could such a person be so flustered when pursued by enemies? They had made a grave error, underestimation. "I swear, I will tear you to pieces." The black-robed man raised his head, his face twisted with a terrifying murderous intent. Only by personally claiming Chen Feng's head could he appease the spirit of their fallen brother.
"As you wish,"
Chen Feng replied with a harmless smile. Turning, his body once again moved with the agility of a monkey, disappearing into the forest. "Chase! We must not give him a chance to survive,"
the black-robed man declared resolutely.
This time, Chen Feng had to die.
The remaining two black-robed men,
their eyes filled with tears, charged forth. This time, they would not give Chen Feng any quarter. Their spiritual power surged, and their speed reached its limit as they gave chase.
After this encounter, the black-robed men understood that this youth was no ordinary individual.
That sword strike was too swift. So swift that they could not react. They conceded that even if they had been in their third brother's position, they would have been severely injured, if not killed. That sword strike had exceeded the maximum limits achievable by someone in the Ninghai realm. The black-robed men pursued with all their might, while Chen Feng also exerted his full speed, traversing the trees, desperately widening the gap between them.
2, Huaxiang, realm level 2 and 1, Huaxiang, realm level 1. Now that I've taken out 1, Huaxiang, realm level 1, that leaves 2, Huaxiang, realm level 2.
Chen Feng calculated mentally. 2, Huaxiang, realm level 2 would be troublesome.
He needed to find a way to take out another one.
Chen Feng took a deep breath and burst forth,
plunging into another dense thicket ahead.
Seeing this, the two men behind him revealed a deep hatred in their eyes. Without hesitation, they followed him into the thicket.
However, the same thing happened again. Chen Feng's tracks vanished, leaving no footprints or traces of his presence.
Under the dark night sky, everything was silent,
shielded by the dense foliage. Even the wind could not penetrate.
The black-robed men glanced around, their vision obscured by the dim light, making it difficult to see anything,
let alone easily find Chen Feng's trail.
In the not-so-distant shadows of the concealed thickets, a profound stillness enveloped the air, devoid of any sound.
Yet,
with the haunting memories of past lessons still fresh, these hidden corners of the forest were now fraught with suspicion.
Was there an intention to repeat past tactics?
A sinister expression flashed across the face of the cloaked figure as he opened his palm, unleashing a surge of potent fiery energy that erupted with devastating heat,
wielding an almost cataclysmic destructive force. Let us see how you evade this,
he declared coldly, striking fiercely towards the concealed jungles. The surge of energy ignited the foliage in mere moments, flames rapidly consuming the underbrush, illuminating the darkness and restoring light to the forest.
However, silence still reigned. Are they not here?
Questioned another cloaked figure, bewildered. The leader furrowed his brow, his anger intensifying as he growled, cunningly concealed, "Come forth and face us." He seemed to forget that they had employed similar stealth to ambush Chen Feng and his companions. The hunter-prey dynamic had simply reversed.
"Let us advance and investigate,"
commanded the leader, as the two figures tightened their grips on their long spears, proceeding cautiously forward. At that moment, a spectral figure descended silently from a thicket above. As he landed, his footsteps made no sound, akin to a chilling stillness. Suddenly, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, charging directly towards their backs. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, which sliced through the air with the ferocity of thunder, aiming straight for one of the cloaked figures. The lethal intent that erupted in that instant startled the leader into a sharp warning: "Second brother, be cautious." Unlike the other cloaked figure, this one reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting in a flash, his spear striking out like a serpent from its lair. With an explosive force, the crimson energy coiled around the spear, igniting into a brilliant blaze as it thundered forth, aiming directly at Chen Feng's head.
Secret art, chaotic blossoms.
As the spear approached within 3 feet of Chen Feng, his countenance transformed into a frigid mask, and he stomped his foot against the ground, unleashing an ancient, profound wave of energy that radiated outward.
Suddenly,
a dozen identical figures emerged around him, scattering in all directions, each one lunging towards the cloaked figure with a sword.
In that electrifying moment,
the cloaked figure found himself caught off guard, unable to determine which target to aim for as he thrust his spear through the illusions. The leader, astonished, wondered,
"What martial art is this?"
Gritting his teeth, the cloaked figure adjusted his grip on the spear, sweeping it horizontally to dispel the phantoms. The sound of shattering echoes filled the air as the illusions dissipated into swirling black smoke.
"Humph!"
he scoffed coldly, but before his smirk could solidify, a glimmer of sword light appeared unexpectedly to his left, mercilessly slicing towards his throat. The sound of steel-cleaving flesh resonated sharply as an arm fell away,
blood gushing forth like a fountain. The cloaked figure let out a horrifying scream. "Ah!
You little wretch, I will ensure your demise."
Clutching the stump of his severed arm,
his face drained of color from the pain, he snarled through gritted teeth.
"Let us hope so,"
Chen Feng replied with an innocuous smile. He had initially intended to sever the opponent's throat with that strike, but the adversary had managed to deflect the lethal blow with his arm.
However, this did not hinder Chen Feng's subsequent onslaught.
Meanwhile, the leader of the cloaked figures was visibly shaken, filled with dread. This little imp was far too enigmatic. Compared to anyone they had previously encountered, he was strikingly peculiar, as if an unparalleled powerhouse were toying with them, suppressing his true strength. Countless foes had perished at the hands of the 3 brothers. Yet this mere child of the 4th layer of the condensing sea realm was causing them to suffer grievous losses, rendering their expectations utterly surreal. They should have effortlessly annihilated him. Is this surprising? Chen Feng smiled, gripping the Tian Xongyan sword, now stained with blood. The malevolent aura within the sword seemed to awaken, crimson veins spiraling along the blade, exuding a captivating yet sinister charm. Truth be told, if we were to engage in this forest hunt, you would find yourselves woefully inadequate, Chen Feng declared. His words bore no exaggeration. In his past life, he had frequently engaged in such forest hunts, mastering the art of stealth and all manner of jungle tactics far beyond these individuals.
It is time to conclude this game. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy, his voice devoid of warmth. One was crippled, the other unscathed, although this duo remained formidable. It was no longer sufficient to compel Chen Feng into retreat. Damn it, you little brat! The two cloaked figures seethed. Their teeth clenched in frustration as they beheld the unblemished youth before them, harboring a mix of fear and loathing, shaken by his previous display of power. Yet, upon sensing Chen Feng's relatively weak fourth layer of the condensing sea realm, they regained their composure. After all, he was merely a child trailing behind them by nearly 7 layers of cultivation. They refused to believe that a disparity of such magnitude could allow him to turn the tables. It was well known that the gap in strength between realms only widened as one ascended. Let us strike together and eliminate him. The leader of the cloaked figures roared. In the next instant, they unleashed their full might, the fervent crimson energy radiating from their forms, enveloping them in a searing inferno. Both figures charged forth in unison. Their spears aimed directly at Chen Feng's head with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Observing their advance, Chen Feng slightly bent his body, preparing to draw his sword. The earth beneath him began to crack and tremble as he amassed layers of sword pressure, the surrounding space seemingly intensifying under a multiplying force. The wind howled, lifting clouds of dust from the ground. The speed at which he accumulated sword pressure was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he reached 100 layers. Concentrated upon the blade, the Tian Tsomyun sword vibrated violently, enveloped in a dazzling golden light. The rapidity of this accumulation astounded the two cloaked figures. They had encountered formidable sword practitioners before, yet those had required time to gather their power. Chen Feng, however, had completed this feat in less than 3 seconds, shattering their expectations. As the twin spears approached Chen Feng's head, he moved with sudden ferocity. The figure deftly sidestepped, evading the two oncoming assaults at an exceedingly acute angle. In a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the brilliant starlight resembling an arrow piercing through the void, slicing through the air with lethal precision, grazing his throat. In an instant, the howling winds ceased. The black-cloaked figure, now an armless entity, dropped his spear with a resounding clang. Head severed, blood gushed forth. A single stroke claimed a life. Chen Feng, gripping his sword, turned to cast a glance back, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion. "You little beast, I shall end you." The last remaining black-cloaked figure twisted his face in a grotesque snarl, a surging murderous intent rising within him. Grasping his spear, he unleashed a torrent of crimson spiritual energy, channeling it entirely into his weapon. In an instant, the spear trembled violently, a brilliant flash of red light erupting as it coalesced into the form of a menacing dragon. The fire dragon Shadow. With a fierce stamp of his foot, the black-cloaked man surged forth like a cheetah, his spear transforming into a dragon of considerable size, roaring as it charged forward, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Witnessing this, Chen Feng gripped his sword tightly, his profound gaze suddenly closing, as if the world around him had vanished. Golden spiritual energy surged forth like a flood, continuously infusing the heavenly cloud sword, the ominous blood patterns on the blade igniting, as if an ancient seal was being forcibly unbound. In the next moment, a terrifying malevolence erupted from the sword, transforming it into a deep crimson hue, the tip radiating an aura of death. Chen Feng opened his eyes, his foot striking the ground as he too charged forward. Swordlight and spear shadow clashed, tearing through the heavens, the earth fracturing beneath their feet. At that moment, a fierce wind howled through the skies, dust swirling, trees swaying violently. The 7-star sword technique. The Qilan's might. A soft murmur escaped his lips, and at the instant the sword light pierced forth, the blade transformed into a thunderous Qilan, launching forward to collide fiercely with the dragon charging towards him. The explosion resounded, brilliant flames and lightning flashing simultaneously, astonishing shockwaves radiating outward. The black-cloaked man was horrified to witness the lightning Qilan's blade cleaving the dragon in twain. The dragon's form shattered, and the spear was sent flying, the chilling sword light halting at the man's throat. Feeling the deathly aura emanating from the blade, the black-cloaked figure froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the cold-eyed youth before him. He could hardly fathom his defeat. And such swiftness! 7 realms crossed. This boy was a veritable monster. Who sent you? Speak! Chen Feng commanded coldly. The black-cloaked man scoffed, a disdainful look crossing his face. Want to know? You are unworthy.
Without hesitation, Chen Feng swept his sword across the man's throat, decisively severing his head, and in an instant, the last black-cloaked figure fell lifelessly to the ground.
Truly foolish.
Chen Feng cast a cold glance at him. He had not intended to kill so swiftly, yet the man had seemed eager for death. With no information to extract, he would let the secret accompany the man to the afterlife. Chen Feng sheathed his sword, preparing to depart when he suddenly sensed something.
Halting in his tracks, he looked down at his palm, noticing a trace of bloodthirsty aura lingering within.
Though not potent, it sought to infiltrate his meridians.
Is this the corruption of the demon sword?
Chen Feng mused softly. As he propelled his spiritual energy to its zenith, the demon sword began to reveal its formidable power.
Though still bound by seals, the bloodthirsty aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand.
The previous wielders of the demon sword likely perished due to their inability to endure this aura, perhaps oblivious to its danger or helpless against it. This bloodthirsty energy posed a challenge that would need addressing at an opportune moment.
Chen Feng contemplated.
He activated the Nine Dragons' extinguishing divine technique, suppressing the lingering bloodthirst within him. After completing this, he was about to leave when a stunning figure suddenly emerged, cradling a delicate girl, descending swiftly from the distant forest. It was Jiang Yin, having located Bauer and brought her along.
Young master, are you all right? Bauer rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears, clearly shaken. I am fine. Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. Seeing Chen Feng unscathed, Jiang Yin exhaled in relief.
Yet, upon learning that three formidable figures from the transformation realm had pursued him, her heart had been fraught with worry. Though Chen Feng had once crossed 8 realms to defeat Chen Tianlang, the sword soul body, that had still merely been an opponent from the condensation sea realm. Now, he faced adversaries from the transformation realm, a level of strength comprehensible only to someone like her, who had also entered the transformation realm. However, as Jiang Yin glanced at Chen Feng and then at the 2 headless corpses nearby, her expression froze, a peculiar look crossing her face.
Did you kill them?
Jiang Yin asked, her voice quivering in shock.
What else could I do? Wait to be slaughtered?
Chen Feng retorted, casting her an irritated glance.
Jiang Yin gasped, her face etched with astonishment.
Those were figures from the transformation realm.
But what about the remaining one? Bauer mentioned there were 3.
The other perished elsewhere.
Why? Do you fancy them?
Chen Feng replied with a knowing smile.
Get lost.
Jiang Yin snapped, though her mind was still reeling from the shock. This young man was increasingly defying her expectations. To have crossed 8 realms and defeated the sword soul body was one thing, but now
he had slain 3 from the transformation realm.
If he continued to grow for a few more months,
the entirety of the Ning Kingdom might be unable to find a rival. Do you know who they were?
Chen Feng suddenly inquired.
Jiang Yin shook her head. I'm not sure.
I was just engaged in a fierce battle with 2 peak transformation realm experts, barely managing to drive them off before rushing here.
Chen Feng contemplated the 2 headless corpses before him. Could these be sent by the Sword Rain Pavilion?
Thus far, the greatest force he had offended was indeed the Sword Rain Pavilion. Given their terrifying connections and strength, dispatching several transformation realm figures to eliminate him would pose no issue. I too suspect they may be from the Sword Rain Pavilion. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, aligning with Chen Feng's reasoning. It's likely only the Sword Rain Pavilion would act in such a manner, regardless of who they are. This debt will be laid at the feet of the Sword Rain Pavilion. I shall hold them accountable.
Chen Feng declared resolutely.
His greatest enemy at present was undoubtedly the Sword Rain Pavilion.
Even if these individuals were not directly sent by them,
he would still hold the pavilion accountable for this debt. Let him bear this burden.
Let us depart under the cover of night. We are not far from the Great Heaven County. Once we arrive, even if the Sword Rain Pavilion intends to assassinate you, they will not be so brazen. Jiang Yin urged. Indeed.
Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The trio wasted no more time, packed their belongings, and continued their journey toward the Great Heaven County. Shortly after Chen Feng and Jiang Yin left, 2 figures clad in black cloaks emerged in the now quiet forest. They approached the lifeless bodies of the headless corpses before them, their expressions darkening. They could hardly believe that their hunting expedition had ended in failure. Despite the formidable forces they had deployed, how could they not have eliminated even a mere specter of the fourth level of the condensing sea realm? If Jiang Yin were present, she would immediately recognize these two as the black-cloaked figures who had previously engaged her in battle. What a bunch of useless fools. The Sword Rain Pavilion invests in your training, yet it would be more prudent to raise a pack of dogs instead. What a waste of resources. One of the black-cloaked men spat angrily. What shall we do now, my lord? The other black-cloaked man asked, his eyes betraying his agitation. He sensed that in just under 10 days, that young man's strength had surged considerably, now even surpassing those of lower-tier formidable opponents in the transforming image realm. The leader of the black-cloaked men revealed a chilling expression. What else can we do? We must report this to the Sword Rain Pavilion. I wonder if the Sword Emperor will be angered by this news. Initially, they had anticipated a chance to achieve merit, but instead, they faced the possibility of inciting the Sword Emperor's wrath, truly a case of losing more than they would gain. Shall we strike on the Cloud Ship instead? The black-cloaked man suggested cautiously. Cloud Ship? Do you know who is behind the Cloud Ship? That is the Holy Dragon Commerce Association. Do you dare to act there? Upon hearing this, the black-cloaked man recoiled, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. He refrained from pursuing the topic further. While the Holy Dragon Commerce Association might not rival the Pill Tower or the Sword Rain Pavilion, they were exceptionally wealthy. The Cloud Ship was their invention. It is often said that money can even move the spirits. The Holy Dragon Commerce Association had amassed countless powerful individuals to serve them. They would likely be expelled from the Cloud Ship the moment they acted, regardless of which faction they belonged to. Let us deliberate further on this matter. The black-cloaked man said darkly, no longer willing to waste time there. With a flicker, he vanished into the night. As dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight gradually dispelled the pervasive darkness. With the night receding, the vast mountain range echoed once more with the sounds of commotion. Numerous mercenaries concluded their overnight rest and resumed their treasure-seeking endeavors within the mountains. At this moment, Chen Feng and his companions had already exited the shadowy mountains and arrived at the entrance of the Great Heaven County. Gazing at the bustling city and the throngs entering and exiting through the city gates, Bauer finally let out a sigh of relief. Having never experienced such life and death trials before, the journey had been an unprecedented thrill for her. Now, upon witnessing such a grand city once more, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The Great Heaven County was far more prosperous than Flame City, its power structures more chaotic. However, there was no need for them to linger. They could simply board a cloud ship and depart. Jiang Yin smiled. Indeed. Bauer nodded her small head obediently. Turning back, she glanced at Chen Feng and hesitated for a moment before saying, the factions within the Great Heaven County are several times more powerful than the various families in Flame City. Do not provoke anyone. Do I look like someone who relishes causing trouble? Chen Feng replied, exasperated. After all, the earlier incident had been instigated by others, it was not his fault. Just as well. Jiang Yin remarked lightly, then sighed. For some reason, she had an intuition that Chen Feng was a magnet for calamity. During their time together over the past half-month, they had encountered several life-or-death battles. Let us go inside and take a look, Jiang Yin said, waving her hand and leading Chen Feng and Bauer in. This was not Jiang Yin's first visit to the Great Heaven County. She had previously arrived here on a cloud ship before heading to Flame City. Upon entering the Great Heaven County, they were immediately met with a vibrant atmosphere, with the flow of people and the number of shops surpassing those in Flame City. Moreover, it was here that the most trade caravans circulated. For it was the only city among several large ones in the vicinity that had cloud ships. The convenience of such transportation naturally made the Great Heaven County far more lively than other cities. Let us find a place to eat first, after dining. We can head straight to the Holy Dragon Commerce Association, or we can board a cloud ship, Jiang Yin proposed. Certainly. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, having no objections. After days of consuming roasted meat, even the most delectable fare could become tiresome, and they were eager for a change of taste. The three of them found a restaurant. Unafraid of indulging a little, especially since Chen Feng had several tens of thousands of taels on him, enough to last them for quite some time. They ordered an extravagant spread of dishes and began to feast. As they devoured their meal with great enthusiasm, even Jiang Yin, who typically maintained a refined demeanor, let go of her usual decorum, eating heartily in front of Chen Feng and Bauer. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, a hushed conversation commenced. Have you heard? The third sword soul body, renowned throughout the Ning Kingdom, has yet to showcase his impressive talents and has already been defeated.
Oh? The sword soul body is not a prodigy of extraordinary caliber? Is he so easily vanquished? Humph, what does it matter if he is a prodigy? A nascent talent.
In the eyes of those great figures, is still merely a child. A dark-skinned man lamented before continuing, however. I have heard that the one who defeated him is not some notable figure, but rather a fool from barbarian mountain town named Chen Feng. What a pity! I had intended to confront the possessor of that sword soul root myself, only to find that someone else had beaten me to it. A tall, slender man chuckled. You! The dark-skinned man scoffed, patting his shoulder. It is good to be alive, why court death? At the dining table, Bauer listened to the gossip, her cheeks glowing with delight as she lowered her voice and chuckled. Young master, it seems you have gained some fame.
Merely a false reputation.
Chen Feng shook his head,
not overly concerned.
However, the chatter at the neighboring table did not cease. What intrigues me more is another matter. I have heard that the young lady of the Jiang family from the imperial city seems to have been bewitched by that fool, following him closely.
It is truly laughable. The esteemed Jiang family young lady has become someone else's servant.
The dark-skinned man sneered.
What Jiang family young lady? Haven't you heard? This Jiang Yin is a bastard child.
Born of the patriarch's fourth concubine, the status of the fourth concubine is equivalent to being destined to serve as a maid.
The tall, slender man laughed heartily. Bastard? Fourth concubine?
Listening to the discussions and laughter from the adjacent table, Chen Feng abruptly lifted his head, his gaze drawn to Jiang Yin. He noticed her delicate figure tremble slightly at the comments, her beautiful eyes flickering with a barely perceptible glimmer of sorrow before she quickly regained her composure and continued eating in silence.
Upon realizing this,
Chen Feng pressed his lips together.
It seemed that Jiang Yin was not faring well within the Jiang family. In this world,
there remained a significant distinction between the legitimate and the illegitimate offspring.
Even among ordinary wealthy families, it was common to take multiple wives and concubines.
Let alone the prominent families in the royal city, where wives and concubines were abundant. The offspring of the primary wife held the highest status, known as the legitimate heirs, while those from the second, third, or even fourth and fifth households were merely illegitimate, their status significantly lower. Jiang Yin, born of the fourth household and being a female, occupied a notably lowly position. The conversation at the adjacent table continued unabated. The Jiang family was a prominent household of generals, with the family head, Jiang Dongting, wielding military power and holding a high position in the court. However, he spent most of his time on military campaigns, leaving the affairs of the household primarily to his first wife. I have heard that recently, Madame Jiang has begun to arrange a marriage for Jiang Yin, seemingly planning to marry her off to the son of the Minister of Revenue, said a dark-skinned man.
Is that so? The son of the Minister of Revenue? Isn't he that debauched young man who frequents the brothels of the royal city? Hasn't he already taken 6 concubines?
Replied a tall, slender man, incredulous. The dark-skinned man chuckled. That is why I say, regardless of Jiang Yin's exceptional martial talent, she is destined to be relegated to the fate of a concubine.
Alas!
What a pity for such a beauty. Indeed, it is a pity, the tall man nodded in agreement, shaking his head in regret.
Jiang's sister. Suddenly, Bauer felt a pang of discomfort as she listened.
Her beautiful big eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she gazed at Jiang Yin, feeling a twinge of sorrow. It dawned on her that this powerful older sister also bore an unbearable burden. While others merely saw her glory as the young lady of the Jiang family, they were oblivious to the harsh realities of her life. Yet, Jiang Yin remained composed. After finishing her meal, she wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and calmly said, "Have you eaten your fill? If so, let us purchase our boat tickets.
Let's go."
Chen Feng nodded, settled the bill, and departed without uttering any comforting words, for he understood that Jiang Yin did not require them. After the three had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they purchased 3 boat tickets and boarded a cloud ship. Even Chen Feng could not help but marvel at the rapid development of the Tianwu continent over the years he had been away. The cloud ship, powered by fiery mineral energy, floated gracefully in the air. The trio stood on the deck, gazing at the distant mountain scenery below. It was dusk. The evening glow cloaked the vast expanse of sky and earth in a crimson hue, presenting a breathtaking vista reminiscent of a grand landscape painting. The peaks rose and fell. Gorges twisted, waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way, and the 5 great mountains towered majestically, resembling colossal beasts guarding the great city. As far as the eye could see, it was the land of Ningguo. "Young master, look at how small those mountains have become," Bauer exclaimed, pointing at the rolling hills below in astonishment. Indeed. One must ascend to great heights to gain a broader perspective. When you diligently cultivate and reach the celestial realm, you will be able to traverse the skies at will, traveling wherever you desire. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Traverse the skies? Bauer's eyes sparkled with longing. Young master, can warriors truly reach such terrifying heights? She had merely heard tales of the extraordinary abilities of true masters, who could ride swords through the air and walk upon nothingness, all recorded in ancient texts. However, having grown up in a small town like Manshan, she had never witnessed such wonders. Of course, Bauer. The world is vast beyond measure. What you see now is but a speck in the grand scheme of things. Even this Ningguo is merely a grain of dust in the grand tapestry of existence. From the celestial realms above to the abyss below, these realms exist outside the knowledge of ordinary people, yet they are undeniably real. That is where the true world lies. Chen Feng chuckled. Then I must cultivate diligently. One day, I too wish to traverse the skies and explore this vast world, Bauer declared. Her eyes filled with excitement and joy. Amidst their conversation, a sudden, violent coughing interrupted them. Grandfather, the wind outside is strong, let me assist you back inside to rest. A graceful young woman in purple attire was supporting an elderly man, her face reflecting concern as she noticed his severe coughing. Do not worry. My time is limited. There are few opportunities left to behold the beautiful landscapes of Ningguo. Once I leave this world, I may never see them again. The old man said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Grandfather, please do not say that. The young woman's eyes turned red as tears welled in her clear gaze. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Do not give up. We will surely find a way to save you. The old man shook his head, remaining silent. He understood his own body better than anyone. He was but a withered leaf, ready to depart at any moment. How could he still harbor hope? Yet, having reached the twilight of his life, he simply wished to gaze upon the mountains and rivers a few more times. Perhaps hearing their conversation. Chen Feng turned in surprise to see a man in a blue robe and the purple-clad young woman standing on the deck. The old man appeared frail, emaciated, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles. As he gazed at the scenery below, he coughed violently, his murky eyes filled with nostalgia. Supporting him was the purple-clad girl, who stood tall and graceful, her exquisite beauty and noble demeanor indicating she was no ordinary person. However, what caught Chen Feng's attention was the faint yet palpable aura of killing intent emanating from both the grandfather and granddaughter. Particularly from the old man, whose aura was heavy. A testament to a life of bloodshed. Such a presence could not be feigned. It was accumulated through the act of taking many lives, a sensation that ordinary people could not perceive. However, with Chen Feng's strong spiritual awareness from living 2 lives, he could distinctly sense it. As Chen Feng's gaze fell upon them, the old man and the young woman noticed his scrutiny and turned their attention toward him. The young woman's eyes flashed with disdain. She had encountered such gazes countless times before, naturally assuming Chen Feng was captivated by her beauty. What are you staring at? She snapped, slightly irked. Xiaolan, do not be rude. The old man admonished, his voice stern yet gentle. You must learn to maintain a tranquil spirit and guard your heart. Do not let your own resentment ensnare you, for in time, it will surely backfire upon yourself. Yes. I understand. The young woman nodded, not daring to retort. Let us return. The old man stated, then offered Chen Feng a nod of apology. The young woman hurriedly assisted the old man back, and seeing this, Chen Feng chose not to intervene.
However, just a few steps into their return, the old man's coughing intensified, and he began to cough up blood. This sight alarmed the young woman. "Grandfather, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me." As she spoke, she bit her lip and placed her hand on the old man's back, preparing to channel her internal energy to aid him. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng could not help but shake his head and remarked, "I advise you not to act recklessly. Your blind attempts to channel spiritual energy into him will only accelerate the spread of the toxins within his body. He might have lived for another month, but due to your indiscretion, he may only survive for 3 days." At these words, the young woman turned, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Feng as she coldly retorted, "Do you dare curse my grandfather? Do you believe I won't end your life?" The aura of menace radiated from her, suggesting she had indeed taken many lives. "Very well, do as you wish." Chen Feng dismissed her threats, turning away to resume admiring the scenery. A conflicted expression crossed the young woman's face, her delicate hand, which had just been raised, hovered uncertainly in the air. Unsure of what to do next, the old man's coughing gradually subsided. He lifted his hand and said, "Xiaolan, I am fine, do not act impulsively." He then paused, turning his gaze in surprise towards Chen Feng, a flicker of astonishment in his murky eyes. "May I ask your name, young brother?" "Chen Feng." "Chen Feng?" Both the old man and the young woman were momentarily taken aback. This name had recently gained considerable renown. "Might you be the one who defeated the Sword Soul?" Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. "Indeed remarkable. If my granddaughter has offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive her." The old man smiled and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. As he spoke, a fit of intense coughing seized him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling many onlookers on the deck. "Grandfather, please do not speak." The young woman's eyes reddened, tears shimmering with urgency. She could not fathom that her grandfather, a formidable warrior in his prime, had fallen to such a fate in his twilight years. "We must seek out other renowned physicians. I believe that beneath the heavens, there exists a divine healer who can save my grandfather," she urged, desperation evident in her voice. The old man shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "It is futile, I know my body best. No matter the skill of any famed physician, they cannot cure my ailment. Grandfather." The young woman could no longer contain her emotions, tears silently cascading down her exquisite cheeks. Chen Feng remained impassive, his eyes betraying no emotion. Having witnessed the cycles of life and death countless times, the scene failed to stir his heart. After a few more coughs, the old man seemed to regain some composure and lifted his head, smiling as he said, "Young brother, I am quite curious. How did you come to know that I am afflicted with toxins? You exhibit weakness in your legs, your complexion is ashen, and a crimson aura resides between your brows. Moreover, the blood you coughed up carries a faint chill. These are unmistakable signs of a severe poison. If I am not mistaken, you have succumbed to the most insidious poison in the world, the corpse poison from the northern frontier," Chen Feng explained. Chapter 33, I Can Heal. But I do not wish to. A flicker of emotion sparkled in the eyes of both the elder and the young girl. They were astounded to have been accurately discerned. The girl opened her mouth slightly, her disbelief palpable. It was well known that the corpse poison from the northern frontier, while exceedingly toxic, was not widely recognized. The fact that the other party could identify it solely through keen observation was a testament to remarkable skill. It could be said that within the realm of Ningguo, there were perhaps no more than 10 individuals capable of identifying this poison at a glance. "My young friend possesses extraordinary insight, I am truly impressed." The elder clasped his hands in respect, and at that moment, his gaze towards Chen Feng transformed, imbued with newfound reverence. However, the disdain in the girl's eyes did not wane. "So what if you recognized it? I wager you've merely read a few ancient texts and happened to come across this corpse poison. It is not a remarkable feat." The girl scoffed, still filled with contempt. Chen Feng appeared to be no more than 17 years of age, even younger than her by a couple of years. She simply could not believe that he possessed any discernible insight. "Xiaolan, cease your insolence," the elder admonished sternly. The girl bit her lip, remaining silent but still exuding defiance. "My granddaughter can be quite headstrong, I hope you will not take offense, young friend." The elder smiled gently before continuing. Since you have discerned my ailment, might I inquire if you are capable of revealing anything else?
His words bore an unmistakable hint of testing. Chen Feng smiled lightly.
Given your current physical state and the intensity of the crimson malevolence between your brows,
I would venture to say you have been afflicted by the poison for no less than half a year. Though your cultivation is sufficiently high to temporarily suppress the spread of the corpse poison, if left unchecked for too long, even your formidable abilities will not be able to contain it. Moreover, you carry a faint aura of killing intent, despite your attempts to conceal it.
It is still somewhat apparent.
I surmise you hail from a military lineage in Ningua, and your rank is not insignificant.
The elder's face displayed sheer astonishment. Everything was spot on. Not a detail was overlooked.
Merely through keen observation, this young man had discerned so much. Who exactly was he?
Your perception is astounding, sir. I am in awe.
The elder swiftly suppressed his prior condescension, straightening his attire and bowing slightly in a gesture of deep respect, his address shifting from young brother to sir.
In this world,
the title of sir was the highest form of respect.
Grandfather, he merely got lucky with a guess. Is it necessary to bow so low?
The girl protested, feeling indignant.
With our attire and demeanor, any ordinary person could deduce our military background.
Perhaps let him guess our names, if he can do that.
Then I will concede he has some skill.
The girl remained unyielding, her frustration compounded by her grandfather's deference towards someone younger than herself.
Go on. Show us your prowess, guess who we are.
She challenged Chen Feng. Chen Feng was left speechless. He was no fortune-teller and had no way of knowing who they were. Seeing his silence only strengthened the girl's conviction.
Humph, I knew it. Grandfather, did you see? He is merely fooling you.
Unexpectedly, the elder's countenance darkened.
And he rebuked, silence. Do not offend the sir. Grandfather, how can he merit such a title?
The girl was on the verge of tears. Feeling her grandfather had been duped by someone not even a year older than herself. The elder ignored his granddaughter's protests and continued to regard Chen Feng with respect. Clasping his hands once more, to be candid, I am Xiao Wendian from the imperial city of Ningua, and this is my granddaughter, Xia Jilan.
It is indeed my fortune to meet you, sir. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin, standing beside Chen Feng, was struck with an indescribable shock. Xiao Wendian? The legendary military god of Ningua? Jiang Yin gasped. Xiao Wendian, his name resonates like thunder among all who dwell in Ningua.
He was a military titan of the previous generation. Having once commanded the highest ranks, a singular figure beneath whom countless others served. In his youth, he led 3,000 troops to vanquish an enemy force of 30,000.
Becoming the youngest general in Ninggua's history.
He had repeatedly showcased his military prowess, thwarting invasions and assaults from Tang Kingdom,
contributing immensely to the protection of Ninggua's borders.
It was said that merely hanging one of his garments at the city gate was enough to repel an invading force of 30,000 men. Such a figure instilled fear in enemy nations and was a living legend in Ningua. His mere presence ensured that for decades, Tang Kingdom remained compliant, harboring no ambitions.
However,
half a year ago, Xiao Wendian had retired, citing the frailty of age, marking the closing chapter of a legendary era.
Yet now,
Jiang Yin could hardly fathom that this military god was not simply aging but was afflicted by poison.
To think she could meet the esteemed elder Xia here was truly humbling.
Jiang Yin hastily clasped his hands in respect.
In all the land,
Xiao Wendian truly deserved the title of Sir, for his military genius had shielded Ningua from foreign oppression. He was an irreproachable figure in the hearts of all Ningua citizens.
Seeing Jiang Yin's profound respect, Xia Jilan's expression swelled with pride.
In her eyes, only her grandfather was worthy of the title Sir. As for this audacious young man, he was utterly unworthy.
Ha! Merely a name.
Xiao Wendian chuckled ruefully, reflecting on the insignificance of titles and power as he approached the twilight of his life.
Sir, since you are aware of my ailment, do you possess a method for healing? Xiao Wendian inquired, hope gleaming in his eyes.
Although Chen Feng's cultivation appeared to be merely at the third level of the condensed sea realm, his insight and experience had left Xiao Wendian astounded. Thus, he placed a glimmer of hope in Chen Feng's hands. Though the corpse poison within you has begun to spread, fortunately, it has not yet completely eroded your internal organs.
There is still time to save you. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Is there hope? The enigmatic youth truly had a means to heal? With my connections and status in the imperial city, if you can cure my ailment, I will fulfill any request you may have. Xiao Wendian declared earnestly, without a hint of exaggeration. Even in retirement, he retained considerable influence, having nurtured numerous commanders in the military. His standing was far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and even the current chancellor would treat him with utmost respect. Thus, no matter how grand the request, as long as it did not contravene his principles, he could likely fulfill it. Grandfather, you overestimate him, mere guesses are all he has. Healing? What can he possibly heal? Xia Jilan retorted defiantly.
Yet, Chen Feng disregarded the self-important young lady and continued, the corpse poison originates from the extreme north, where the climate is perpetually frigid, intolerable for most. Only the indigenous people who have resided there for generations can endure it, having lived alongside ice and snow and possessing knowledge of certain practices. The poison of the northern frontier, derived from their concocted goo poison, manifests through parasitic goo insects that inhabit the corpses of the northern tribesmen. These insects are nurtured with a special formula, absorbing the unique chill of the northern bodies. Once they have consumed this essence, they merge with the toxic brew, thereby forming the notorious poison of the northern frontier. Once infected, the afflicted emanate a frigid aura of death, and as time progresses, this poison invades the internal organs, rendering even celestial beings powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wentian's expression shifted dramatically. While Chen Feng's earlier remarks might have seemed mere conjecture or drawn from ancient texts, this latest revelation clearly indicated an understanding beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Half a year prior, in search of a remedy for his ailment, Xiao Wentian traversed the landscapes of Ninghua and gleaned the origins of the northern poison from an elder on the brink of death. To his astonishment, Chen Feng was also aware of its genesis. Instantly, Xiao Wentian's visage darkened, and he respectfully clasped his fists, inquiring, "Sir, do you possess knowledge of an antidote?" In response, Chen Feng fell silent. Observing this, Xia Jilan's face clouded, and she interjected, "Grandfather, even in desperation, one must not seek remedies recklessly. If he feigns understanding and provides a formula, your frail constitution may not withstand any further torment. Moreover, look at his age. How can someone so young possess the prowess that even esteemed physicians of 70 or 80 years, with decades of experience, have failed to offer?" "Shaolan, be silent," Xiao Wentian rebuked once more. He then turned to Chen Feng, bowing respectfully and adding with a smile, "Sir, I implore you to guide me." Yet, Chen Feng merely shook his head. "I indeed possess knowledge of healing, but due to your granddaughter's demeanor, I find myself disinclined to assist you." He was no altruistic savior. Nor did he relish the idea of condescendingly offering his healing abilities. "Jiang Yin, Bauer, let us return to the ship," Chen Feng declared, hands clasped behind his back as he made his way inside. Bauer, momentarily stunned, hurried to follow. In contrast, Jiang Yin cast a sympathetic glance at the bewildered Xiao Wentian and Xia Jilan, shaking her head. Having spent considerable time with Chen Feng, she was acutely aware of his capabilities. Even the chilling affliction that had tormented her for years had succumbed to his treatment. If Chen Feng asserted he could cure the northern poison, it was assuredly within his power. Regrettably, Xia Jilan's obstinacy was a perilous folly, while others may bring misfortune. She was courting disaster for her grandfather. Chapter 34, Youth does not equate to incompetence. On the deck of the cloud ship, the sound of the wind howled, and both Xiao Wentian and Xia Jilan stood frozen in place. Xia Jilan could hardly believe that Chen Feng would depart so decisively, as if disregarding their presence entirely. "Grandfather! He is utterly arrogant. How dare he speak to you like that, a legendary military god?" Xia Jilan seethed, her eyes filled with animosity. She deemed Chen Feng to be a person who disdained his elders and believed he would achieve nothing in life. Xiao Wentian gazed at Chen Feng's upright figure as he departed and sighed deeply. "Xiaolan, your pride is still too heavy. Born into the Xia family, you have grown up with a golden key, endowed with strengths and resources that others lack. Yet, you underestimate the world. You must understand that there are always those beyond your measure. The world is vast and filled with extraordinary talents," he remarked. Xia Jilan furrowed her brows. "Grandfather, But his age, he is merely 17.
Do you truly believe he can cure your ailment? At 17, many youths are still wandering aimlessly,
indulging in a life of hedonism. Xiao Wendian shook his head, a wry smile on his lips.
Do you know how old I was when I led 3,000 cavalry to defeat 30,000 troops of the Tang Kingdom? I was also just 17 then. Yet I had already become a renowned general. Would you still consider 17 to be an age of utter incompetence? Xia Zhilan opened her mouth, wanting to retort,
but the words faltered on her lips. Xiao Wendian sighed again, his weathered gaze drifting towards the sky beyond the cloud ship.
Not only I, but even the current Prime Minister of Ningwa achieved fame at a young age.
Born into humble beginnings, he served as a bookkeeper at the age of 6. Yet by 12, he had read extensively and excelled in the imperial examinations, becoming the top scholar. By 14, he was appointed as the prince's tutor.
Already a pillar of the nation.
Moreover, the third prince of the current emperor awakened his solar spiritual root at 5, practiced swordsmanship at 6. Comprehended all martial arts channels by 10, reached the condensation sea realm by 13, and grasped sword intent by 16, becoming a master of the sword path.
Is he not also a prodigy? Xia Zhilan's brows knitted tighter. But how can he be compared? The Prime Minister possesses unparalleled talent and capabilities. He is not someone that boy can rival.
As for the third prince, he hails from royalty and has access to vast resources for cultivation. His achievements are hardly surprising. Xiao Wendian chuckled and continued, very well, let us return to this youth, Chen Feng. I believe you have heard of his tale, just 10 days ago. He defeated the sword soul body, Chen Tianlang. However, have you considered that just a month prior, he was merely a fool? A fool? How can that be? Xia Zhilan's eyes widened in disbelief. I have learned that this youth was previously just a fool from Yanshan town, having lived as such for over a decade. I do not know if he was truly foolish or merely pretending, but it cannot be denied that he had never trained in martial arts until half a month ago. Yet, in just half a month, he has transformed from a martial arts waste to the 4th level of the condensation sea realm.
Do you still think he is a trivial character? Xiao Wendian stated.
Upon hearing this, Xia Zhilan's expression turned incredulous.
To ascend from an ordinary person with no martial foundation to the 4th level of the condensation sea realm in merely half a month?
It took her 2 years to break through to the pulse realm.
How is this possible?
Xia Zhilan stood rooted in place, her heart in turmoil.
Could this youth truly possess such strength?
Seeing the disbelief in Xia Zhilan's eyes, Xiao Wendian shook his head and sighed, child, appearance is not a measure of one's worth.
Nor is age.
Some may be young, yet that does not imply they are incapable.
On the contrary,
the abilities displayed at a younger age only serve to highlight their profound potential.
You are ultimately mistaken. Xia Zhilan, upon hearing this, gradually lowered her head.
Xiao Wendian's words struck her heart like thunder.
Indeed, youth does not equate to incompetence. How could she judge others' abilities based solely on age? She had been utterly wrong. Grandfather, what should we do now? Xia Zhilan felt a surge of anxiety.
She had spoken too many hurtful words, reflecting on them now. She realized that anyone would be angered by such remarks, especially those of high caliber.
Perhaps this is simply my fate.
As she spoke, Xiao Wendian suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughs, as if he were expelling his very lungs, blood tainted with purple-black toxins spilling forth.
Chapter 35, Atonement Grandfather.
Upon seeing Xiao Wendian in such a state, Xia Zhilan was immediately alarmed, her expression fraught with worry.
What has happened to you, grandfather?
Xiao Wendian coughed violently a few times before gradually calming down. His aged hand gently rested on Xia Zhilan's head, and his eyes softened as he reassured her.
I am fine, do not fret. Grandfather, it's all my fault.
If I hadn't interfered, perhaps Chen Feng truly had a way to cure your ailment. Xia Zhilan lowered her head, a wave of regret washing over her. Xiao Wendian's words had deeply resonated with her. She had always looked down on her peers, harboring an inflated sense of self-worth. It was only now that she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Youth does not equate to ineptitude. The fact that Chen Feng could discern the cause of her grandfather's illness merely by looking at him demonstrated his extraordinary insight. Such a person could rightfully be called a genius, yet she had dismissed him and driven him away.
Grandfather does not blame you, Xiao Wendian said with a kind smile.
Grandfather, I will go and apologize to him. I will ensure that he treats you,
Xia Jilan declared resolutely, clenching her teeth.
Since she had caused this situation, it was her responsibility to resolve it. With that, she turned and dashed into the cloud ship. Behind her, Xiao Wendian opened his mouth, intending to call her back. But to his surprise, in just a few hurried steps, Xia Jilan had vanished from sight. This girl. Xiao Wendian chuckled softly, realizing that perhaps this incident would help Xia Jilan mature a little. Before long, Xia Jilan arrived inside the cloud ship, which housed numerous rooms, potentially over 100. Categorized into various grades. Searching room by room for Chen Feng would undoubtedly be a daunting task.
However, this challenge was not enough to deter Xia Jilan.
Just as she was about to knock on doors in her quest, a graceful figure appeared in the corridor of the cloud ship, with lovely eyes fixed on her.
The woman smiled gently. You've come. She knew Xia Jilan would undoubtedly arrive.
Sister Jian. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, Xia Jilan was momentarily taken aback. But her face quickly lit up with joy as she hurried over. She knew Jiang Yin had always been close to Chen Feng and would surely know where he was.
Sister Jiang, I realize my mistake.
I should not have insulted Chen Feng. You must know where his room is. Please tell me, I want to apologize. Xia Jilan pleaded earnestly.
Jiang Yin sighed softly, wishing Xia Jilan had understood this sooner.
Nevertheless, she had no intention of making things difficult for her. Glancing at the room behind her, she said, he is right inside, but whether he wishes to see you is entirely up to him.
Xia Jilan nodded, thank you.
Sister Jian. With that, she pushed open the door and found Chen Feng sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed as if in a state of deep meditation. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy swirling around him, converging towards his being. Xia Jilan swallowed hard and stepped inside, yet Chen Feng remained unmoved.
Sensing her entrance, he coldly commanded, who allowed you to enter?
Leave. Xia Jilan trembled slightly, a hint of bitterness in her gaze. Yet, seemingly resolved. She bit her lip and suddenly knelt down. Sir, I was wrong. I was blind to your worth and offended you. Please punish me, I will accept any retribution.
As long as you can heal my grandfather, I will agree to any condition.
She implored, her head bowed low. Jiang Yin and Bauer exchanged surprised glances,
recognizing the pride that often characterized Xia Jilan.
Even under the severest duress, she would typically refuse to yield. Yet here she was, kneeling. Both women turned their gazes towards Chen Feng. He continued his intricate hand gestures, gradually halting his meditation, opening his eyes, which still bore a hint of indifference. I cannot accept the title of Sir. As I have stated, I will not treat this illness. Seek another. Chen Feng replied coldly. Chen Feng possessed his own pride. He would not simply treat anyone because they begged him. If the other party did not believe in him, he had no intention of engaging further. Sir, I truly regret my actions. Please punish me. It is entirely my fault for insulting you and for my arrogance. Xia Jilan pleaded once more. Leave. Chen Feng's voice turned sharper, his irritation palpable. Xia Jilan bit her lip, a trickle of crimson seeping from her mouth. She lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. If you can cure my grandfather, I am willing to comply with any request. She emphasized the phrase any request with particular weight. Her intention unmistakable, even if it meant sacrificing her own body, she would agree. In the realm of Ninghua, Xia Jilan's beauty was indeed exceptional. A woman of such allure willingly offering herself was a temptation few men could resist. Yet, regrettably, Chen Feng was not one of those men. I have no interest. I will say this once more, leave. He reiterated coldly. Xia Jilan's body trembled, tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Bauer observed this with a hint of sympathy. Yet she dared not speak up in light of Chen Feng's frigid demeanor. Sighing, Jiang Yin stood at the doorway. Having spent enough time with Chen Feng to understand his nature. Though he appeared unfazed by the world, he was, in truth, more prideful than anyone else. It would not be easy for Xia Jilan to sway him. Xia Jilan silently rose and exited the room. Had she given up? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Chen Feng continued with his meditation, ignoring her entirely. Moments later, a commotion erupted on the cloud ship, with various voices echoing down the corridors.
Before long, Bauer rushed in. Breathless.
Young master, Sister Xia, she is kneeling on the deck.
Chen Feng opened his eyes, surprised. At that moment,
more and more people gathered on the deck to witness the spectacle. A young woman clad in purple knelt before the ship, her head bowed,
indifferent to the murmurs surrounding her.
Despite Xiao Wentian's repeated attempts to persuade her to rise, Xia Jilan remained resolute, determined to kneel until Chen Feng forgave her.
The biting wind howled, and Xia Jilan's pitiable demeanor drew the attention of many men. Such a beauty! Who made her kneel? What a scoundrel! How can they bring such a lovely lady to her knees?
If I find out who did this, I swear I will make them pay. The men regarded Xia Jilan with sympathetic eyes, while a few women, envious of her stunning beauty, hurled scornful remarks. That woman must have been caught with another man. And the rightful owner discovered her.
Indeed, a beautiful disaster.
Xia Jilan kept her head down, choosing not to respond to the biting words, enduring the scrutiny of the crowd. At the pinnacle of the cloud ship, a woman clad in crimson gazed intently at the gathering crowd below, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It was unexpected that the esteemed daughter of the Xia family would engage in such an act. Evidently, the individual she sought was no ordinary person.
Mused the woman in red.
An elderly man beside her furrowed his brow and inquired, "Miss, this seems to have significant repercussions."
Outsiders may perceive it as our sacred dragon trading company bullying the Xia family. Might this incite their discontent?
The woman in red shook her head, replying with a smile.
The Xia family will understand.
With the capabilities of our sacred dragon trading company, we are far from deserving their submission.
However, I am curious about that young man.
What abilities does he possess that could compel the proudest daughter of the Xia family to perform such a grand gesture? A flicker of astonishment danced in her enchanting eyes. It was noteworthy that Xia Jilan had knelt in Chen Feng's chamber, signifying her actions as solely her own.
Yet now, before the watchful eyes of many,
her kneeling represented an apology from the entire Xia family.
In the realm of Ning country, the Xia family was known as a prominent military clan, wielding immense influence.
The notion that such a powerful family would bow to a mere 17-year-old boy was indeed beyond her expectations.
"Miss, shall we not intervene in this matter?" the elder asked.
As those responsible for the safety of the cloud ship, they were naturally drawn out by the commotion within. "As long as they do not cause a disturbance on my cloud ship, the Sacred Dragon Trading Company will refrain from unnecessary interference.
Let them handle it themselves,"
the crimson-clad maiden declared. With her words, the two vanished from the summit of the cloud ship. Time passed gradually, as Xia Jilan remained kneeling from day to night.
And from night back to day.
Throughout this period, she had not consumed a morsel of food, nor a drop of water.
2 days later,
the cloud ship began to traverse the vast skies. Amidst the initially rising peaks of the expansive mountains, a prosperous city, akin to a colossal iron fortress, came into view. This was the destination of their journey, the imperial city of Ning country. "Young master, the imperial city is so vast and lively,"
exclaimed Bauer, standing by the window,
her face reflecting awe as she beheld the grand metropolis.
"Once we arrive at the imperial city, I shall take you for a tour," Chen Feng replied with a smile.
"Yes, yes."
Bauer beamed with joy.
Then, as if recalling something, she glanced towards the deck, her cheeks displaying a hint of bitterness and compassion.
"Young master, why not lend a hand to that sister? She seems quite pitiable."
At her words, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the deck, where a solitary figure knelt in the cold wind. In stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor, she now appeared frail and vulnerable.
He had not anticipated Xia Jilan's obstinacy. Despite her vehement rejection, she remained undeterred.
Sighing softly, Chen Feng stepped out of his chamber, adorned in white garments, and made his way to the deck.
"Sir!"
Xia Jilan lifted her delicate head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Chen Feng. Perhaps due to the 2 days without water, her lips were slightly cracked, and she appeared somewhat wan.
Chen Feng instructed, "Please fetch me paper and ink. I shall write down the names of several medicinal herbs for you to procure upon our arrival in the imperial city."
"Of course." A smile of genuine delight finally illuminated Xia Jilan's face.
Chapter 36 Arrival at the imperial city before long.
Xiaojilan found paper and pen inside the cloud ship and respectfully presented them to Chen Feng.
Sir, the paper and pen are ready.
Chen Feng took the items and inscribed the names of several medicinal herbs, handing the paper back to Xiaojilan upon completion.
This is the prescription.
After we arrive at the imperial city, prepare medicine for your grandfather. There are a total of 10 prescriptions, although they are not identical.
Administer one each day in the order I have written. Each prescription must be brewed into a bowl of soup. Remember, do not mix up the order. Chen Feng instructed.
Understood, I will remember.
Xiaojilan nodded eagerly, clutching the prescription as if it were a treasure, her face glowing with delight.
However, as she perused the list of herbs, her expression abruptly shifted. This prescription, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in confusion. Why are all the herbs listed here poisons?
Over the years,
she had accompanied her grandfather in seeking medical expertise. Although she lacked knowledge in healing, she had read countless medical texts and was familiar with the effects of various herbs. Each of the 10 prescriptions contained deadly poisons, which would undoubtedly result in death if consumed by a healthy person, let alone her grandfather, who was already frail. Consuming such toxins would likely lead to his demise within 3 days. This prescription indeed consists of poisons. But the notorious Northern Border Corpse poison cannot be countered through conventional means.
We must employ a counterintuitive approach, using poison to dispel poison. Chen Feng elucidated. Although these herbs are toxic, they possess the efficacy to counteract poison.
If we first expel the Northern Border Corpse poison from your grandfather's body, treating the other toxins will no longer pose a challenge. Upon hearing this, Xiaojilan pondered deeply, her heart suddenly enlightened. She looked back at Chen Feng, astonished. For none of the renowned physicians she had encountered had ever conceived such a method of detoxification.
Without a doubt,
Chen Feng possessed the understanding required to treat the Northern Border Corpse poison. Sir, your kindness is deeply appreciated, and I will forever remember it. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask.
Xiaojilan bowed respectfully, and in that moment,
she finally grasped why her grandfather held such reverence for him, addressing him as Sir. Chen Feng's foresight and abilities undoubtedly warranted such a title. Her judgment of character was still quite naive compared to her grandfather's.
Such kindness is not necessary, it is merely a small effort. Chen Feng chuckled, shaking his head.
This is not a prescription for alchemy, it holds little value. However, for those who are severely poisoned, this prescription is priceless.
3 days later, the cloud ship finally reached the imperial city.
From the deck, the imposing iron fortress lay before them, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait,
with countless soldiers guarding its periphery, as solid as a fortress.
This was the epicenter of power in Ningguo and a place where countless young dreamers aspired to. In a dense forest on the outskirts of the imperial city, a vast river stretched for about 100 feet, where at least dozens of cloud ships were moored. As the cloud ships docked, a melodious female voice resonated within. Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at the imperial city. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. Chen Feng returned to his cabin, packed his belongings, and descended the ship with Jiang Yin and Bauer.
Do you intend to visit the Pill Tower? Or would you prefer to see my home? Jiang Yin inquired. The Pill Tower?
Chen Feng contemplated for a moment. With more than 2 months remaining until the Linglong conference, let's postpone that for now and visit your home first. It is far more rewarding to converse with a beauty than to be surrounded by a group of old men.
On the ground,
Xiao Wendian and Xiaojilan awaited their arrival and approached as soon as they spotted Chen Feng and the others.
Sir, now that you are in the imperial city, do you have a place to stay?
If not, you are welcome to rest at my residence.
Xiao Wendian offered with a smile. I already have accommodations.
But in 10 days, I shall visit the Xiao residence again to address the remaining toxins in your body, Chen Feng replied.
Thank you, sir. Upon hearing this,
Xiao Wentian's aged face broke into a smile as he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude.
Could you kindly inform me of your accommodation, so I can send someone to escort you? Xiao Wendian was eager to spend more time with Chen Feng, as the latter harbored many secrets.
Beyond this prescription, he was curious about the extraordinary achievements of someone who could defeat the sword soul body in martial arts.
Chen Feng shook his head. No need. I will find my way to you. The Xia residence is within the imperial city, it shouldn't be difficult to locate. Xia Wendian nodded reluctantly, accepting this. Very well. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the gates of the imperial city. Compared to the gates of Yen City, the grandeur of the imperial city gates was magnified several-fold. The city walls were constructed from formidable black stones, resembling an indomitable fortress standing amidst the mountains. The throngs of people entering and exiting the gates were dizzying, making it nearly impossible to count the multitude. How magnificent! Bauer exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Although Chen Feng did not overtly display his amazement, he too felt a measure of surprise, for the imposing aura of the Ningguo imperial city surpassed his expectations. It seemed that during his absence from the Tianwu continent, martial arts had flourished to remarkable heights. Noticing Chen Feng's expression, Xia Wentian chuckled. Is this your first time in the imperial city, sir? Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, it is indeed my first visit. Since you are so familiar with the city, I presume you know the location of the Linglong Su Huang Pool? Linglong Su Huang Pool? Xia Wentian paused, then quickly responded, astonished. Could it be that you have come to the imperial city for the Linglong Su Huang Pool? Xia Jilan also gazed at Chen Feng in surprise. Is there a problem? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. It seems I have misunderstood your intentions, but considering your abilities, what else could draw you here aside from the Linglong Su Huang Pool? Xia Wentian laughed. Chen Feng remained confused. Xia Jilan smiled slightly and explained, to be frank. My grandfather and I initially speculated that you would come for the Sword Dao tea gathering. The Sword Dao tea gathering? Chen Feng queried, momentarily taken aback before asking curiously. What is this gathering? Xia Jilan elaborated, the Sword Dao tea gathering is an event initiated by the royal family, a platform for exchange and sparring among swordsmanship practitioners. Gathering the top sword masters and prodigies from Ningguo. Anyone who studies the sword would not miss this opportunity, as it is the only chance to engage with those master swordsmen and deepen their understanding of the art. I see. Chen Feng nodded, finally grasping the purpose of the sword gathering. In essence, it resembled an academic exchange where great minds would spar and discuss. However, for Chen Feng, the allure of such a gathering held little appeal. I did not come for this Sword Dao gathering, I am here for the Linglong Su Huang Pool. Do you know its location, Elder Xia? Chen Feng calmly articulated his intentions. Xia Wentian, with a wry smile, responded. The Linglong Su Huang Pool is situated to the north of the imperial city, a place perpetually guarded by various factions. Ordinary individuals cannot approach it. I fear you may be disappointed, for even I cannot draw near to the Linglong Su Huang Pool. I see, Chen Feng sighed with regret, having hoped for an opportunity to get closer. With the advantage of his techniques, he could have secretly absorbed a wave of Su Huang Qi, thus negating the need to wait for the Linglong conference. It appears, however, that he must indeed rely on the conference. May I inquire on behalf of which faction you intend to participate in the Linglong conference? Xia Wentian asked curiously. The Dan Tower, Chen Feng replied. Both Xia Wentian and Xia Jilan were momentarily taken aback. The Dan Tower? Isn't that the faction that has historically ranked at the bottom in the Linglong conference? Is there a problem? Chen Feng inquired. The Dan Tower's advantages seem somewhat lacking, after all, it specializes not in martial arts but in alchemy. It appears you may find yourself without formidable allies during the competition, Xia Wentian remarked. Not to worry, I am sufficient on my own, Chen Feng asserted confidently. Ha ha! You possess great resolve. Xia Wentian laughed heartily. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation as they soon entered the imperial city. At the city gates, the officers on guard, upon seeing Xia Wentian, exhibited utmost respect, for he was an enduring legend within the military camp of the imperial city. With his guidance, they were spared the inconvenience of thorough inspections. At the Jiang residence, Chen Feng bid farewell to Xia Wentian. Subsequently, under Jiang Yin's lead, Chen Feng and Bauer entered the Jiang estate. As a military family, the Jiang residence was vastly more extensive than the Chen household, rendering any comparison futile. Jiang Yin arranged a separate courtyard for Chen Feng and Bauer, accompanied by 2 maidservants. This made Bauer feel somewhat embarrassed, as she had always been the one attending to Chen Feng's needs.
Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Feng once again secluded himself within his room to continue his cultivation.
Dragon scales.
This time, he sought to ascertain whether he could successfully cultivate the dragon scales as delineated in the first level of the 9 dragons extinguishing gods technique. Chapter 37, The Refinement of Dragon Scales and Bauer's Disappearance. Within the confines of the room, Chen Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. Both his breathing rhythm and mental state had been adjusted to an extraordinarily subtle condition. Suddenly, he altered the stance of his palms, and with a flicker of thought, the 9 dragons annihilation technique commenced its operation within him. The surging spiritual energy of the universe surged towards him like a mighty tide.
In an instant,
Chen Feng's exterior shimmered with a golden radiance. As he absorbed this spiritual energy, the golden light enveloping his body began to compress,
forming a sort of golden armor upon his skin.
The armor shimmered with brilliance, exuding an aura of formidable resilience.
Yet, despite this,
it was still not the state Chen Feng desired. He began to bring his palms together, and under his mental control, threads of golden spiritual power intertwined between his arms, causing the armor to wriggle and transform, ultimately morphing into a scaled form. These scales resembled those of the dragon race, glistening and radiating in extreme ferocity. In the ancient epics, the dragon race was the most powerful, their greatest advantage lying in their formidable physical bodies. The scales they bore were renowned for their impenetrable defense. Even the most unparalleled imperial figures could not shatter them. The first level of the 9 dragons annihilation technique aimed to refine such scales.
However, the process of refining these scales was not straightforward.
Without the aid of rare treasures,
the accumulation of spiritual power alone could not sustain the formation of the scales for long. As anticipated by Chen Feng, less than 3 seconds after the scales formed,
they shattered spontaneously.
Bang! A dull sound echoed as the scales disintegrated into countless fragments of golden light, scattering into the air. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, opening his eyes and sighing, a failure?
This initial failure was within Chen Feng's expectations. If the scales were so easily cultivated, he would not have had much interest in the 9 dragons annihilation technique.
It was precisely the challenge that made it intriguing.
Taking a deep breath, he resumed his meditation, attempting once more to refine the dragon scales.
Bang! Another failure. Bang! Yet another setback.
As time gradually slipped away, 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Feng's attempts had resulted in multiple explosions of the dragon scales, exceeding 100 failures. Nevertheless, through this relentless endeavor, the speed of his hand seals increased, and his technique grew from clumsy to proficient, with the duration that the scales remained intact also extending significantly. Chen Feng's long and fair hands moved with the grace of a sprite, as the golden spiritual power became increasingly resplendent.
In the intertwining of energies,
the dragon scales began to take clearer form, accompanied by a palpable wave of fierce energy.
Congeal.
Chen Feng gritted his teeth, unleashing the vigorous spiritual energy within him.
Buzz.
A resonant sound filled the air as Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, his concentration peaking, with beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead.
In this heightened state of focus,
the scales on his arms slowly solidified, enveloping them in a radiant glow. This time, the scales did not shatter as before, but rather, they remained fixed upon his arms in a luminous display.
Have I succeeded?
Chen Feng gazed at the scales adorning his arms, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. He clenched his fists, feeling his arms swell with newfound strength, a powerful battle intent surging within him.
However,
he was aware that these dragon scales had yet to reach an impervious level. Under immense force, they would ultimately succumb to destruction.
At its core,
he still lacked a certain extreme energy required for tempering. It seemed that the Linglong Xianhuang pool was indispensable.
Chen Feng murmured to himself.
Only by absorbing the profound energy from the Linglong Xianhuang pool could he perfectly temper these dragon scales, rendering him invulnerable.
In the deep of night,
the luminous full moon cast silvery beams upon the earth. After a day of toil, most of the inhabitants of the Jiang residence had succumbed to slumber. The outer courtyard lay in silence. Yet, within the inner courtyard of the Jiang residence, the lights still burned bright. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was solemn, with rows of core members of the Jiang family seated. At the forefront, a woman of remarkable beauty and poise sat in a high-backed chair.
her proud demeanor casting disdainful glances at Jiang Yin below. This woman was the matriarch of the Jiang family, holding sway during Jiang Dongting's absence. Jiang Yin, I have heard you brought a wild man back from outside? The matriarch's powerful presence filled the room as she demanded an explanation. A wild man?
In the center of the hall, Jiang Yin scoffed coldly, her face still frosted with disdain.
Madam, may I not have friends?
You are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and may certainly have friends. However, do not forget your other identity.
You are the fiancée of the Minister of Revenue's son. Do not associate with dubious men.
The matriarch replied coldly.
Fiancée? When was this marriage contract signed? I was unaware. Jiang Yin's gaze turned icy as she questioned.
This was arranged over a week ago with the Minister of Revenue's family.
Traditionally, marriages are decided by the elders.
The Minister of Revenue's family has always maintained a good relationship with our Jiang family.
Marrying into such a prominent family is a blessing for you,
the matriarch stated matter-of-factly.
Humph. The Minister of Revenue's son is a notorious wastrel,
known for his brazen acts of abduction.
Are his misdeeds not numerous enough?
Jiang Yin retorted, her eyes filled with derision.
Do not think I am oblivious.
You merely covet the minister's south status in court, seeking to sacrifice me for greater benefits for the Jiang family. I shall not acknowledge this marriage.
Presumptuous.
The matriarch's face flushed with anger, slamming her hand on the armrest as she rose, her voice icy. Jiang Yin, do not forget that your illness requires the Jiang family's resources to find a renowned physician, or you shall surely perish.
Upon hearing this,
the onlookers in the hall displayed expressions of intrigue. Jiang Yin's mysterious ailment had plagued her for years, and only a prominent family like the Jiangs could seek out distinguished doctors across the realm for her treatment. This was why, despite her exceptional talent,
Jiang Yin had endured the matriarch's tyranny without confrontation.
However, today, Jiang Yin defied expectations, her voice cold. I will no longer trouble the Jiang family for my illness. I shall resolve it myself. As for the marriage matter, as long as I have not signed, the contract is as worthless as scrap paper.
With that,
Jiang Yin turned and strode out of the main hall, unwilling to linger a moment longer.
Jiang Yin, stop right there. The matriarch barked, panting with fury. Yet,
Jiang Yin acted as though she had not heard, dismissing her entirely as she departed the hall. This wretched girl dares to be so insolent. The matriarch ground her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. She could not comprehend why Jiang Yin had seemingly adopted an entirely different demeanor during her brief absence. In the past, she would never have dared to scold her so harshly. As for the enmity and rivalry between Jiang Yin and Madame Chang, Chen Feng remained oblivious. During the subsequent days, he continued to reside within the Jiang estate, relying on their hospitality for his daily needs, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed about his uninvited presence.
As time progressed,
the sword Dao tea gathering drew ever closer, and on one particular day, an unexpected letter arrived at the Jiang residence.
To their astonishment,
it was an invitation to the sword Dao tea gathering, extended by none other than Qin Ruyue, which surprised Chen Feng and Jiang Yin alike. I have only been in the imperial city for a few days and hardly ventured outside, yet the Sword Rain Pavilion seems to know my every move. They must be quite attentive to my whereabouts, Chen Feng remarked indifferently.
Jiang Yin responded, I doubt Qin Ruyue harbors any ill intentions.
She probably merely wishes to invite you to the gathering. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled, you may see others as benevolent,
but they may not possess the same goodwill you attribute to them.
Jiang Yin furrowed her brows, ultimately trusting her student, Qin Ruyue, who was her protege at Yunhai Academy.
Nevertheless,
the Sword Rain Pavilion had swiftly detected Chen Feng's arrival in the imperial city and was aware of his current residence in the Jiang estate, suggesting that they were indeed monitoring him covertly. Given the connections and strength of the Sword Rain Pavilion within the imperial city, such surveillance was likely effortless for them. Never mind, Chen Feng decided not to dwell on the matter, tossing the invitation aside as he resumed his training. He had come to the imperial city for the so-called Linglong gathering, not for some sword Dao tea gathering, which held no interest for him whatsoever. However, 2 days later, as Chen Feng was engrossed in his training, a maid from the Jiang residence rushed in, her expression fraught with panic.
Young Master Chen, Miss Bauer. Something has happened.
She gasped, breathless.
Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What has transpired?"
"We are uncertain. Today, when we took Bauer outside the imperial city, everything seemed fine at first. We followed her closely, but in the blink of an eye, we lost sight of her, and we cannot find her anywhere," the maid exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression turned icy, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. "Has the Sword Rain Pavilion resorted to such underhanded tactics?" he uttered coldly. Jiang Yin, frowning slightly, suggested, "It may not necessarily be the Sword Rain Pavilion, it could be someone else. I have stated before. Should anyone close to me face misfortune, I will lay the blame squarely on the Sword Rain Pavilion," Chen Feng retorted coldly. "Let us go." He grasped his sword and exited the inner courtyard. "Where are we headed?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Since the Sword Rain Pavilion has been so eager for me to attend this Sword Dao tea gathering, I shall oblige them. However, I hope they are prepared to bear the consequences," Chen Feng declared, a chilling aura of menace surrounding him. Chapter 38, The Swordsmanship Tea Gathering. The humiliated Dan Tower at the heart of the imperial city lies a vast plaza. One of the most spacious locations within the realm, capable of accommodating thousands. Today, this expansive area is teeming with a multitude of people, their heads forming a dark sea that stretches to the very edge of the square. The air is filled with a cacophony of exuberant cheers, rising like a surging tide within the plaza. This is the annual venue for the Swordsmanship Tea Gathering, a grand event of utmost significance. The Swordsmanship Tea Gathering attracts the most talented young swordsmen from various cities throughout the Ning Kingdom, alongside some young warriors skilled in spear and blade techniques. They hail from diverse backgrounds, some from humble origins and others from affluent families, yet they share a common goal: to gain recognition at this gathering, with the hope of being recruited by powerful factions and ascending to greatness. Should they catch the attention of the royal family, they might even be granted positions of honor in the imperial court, bringing glory to their families. In recent years, many of the kingdom's renowned prodigies have emerged from the Swordsmanship Tea Gathering. At the center of the plaza stands a magnificent arena, where young warriors engage in fierce contests. Though these encounters are framed as friendly sparring, the sparks and dazzling techniques displayed elicit gasps of awe from the spectators. On either side of the plaza, elegant tea pavilions are erected, where the most prominent figures of the imperial city gather, savoring fragrant tea while engaging in light-hearted conversations. Remarkably, despite the passage of years, no young talent has yet managed to challenge the position of the third prince, whose extraordinary gifts are indeed remarkable. I suspect that even 50 years from now, no one will be able to rival the third prince's standing. His strength is truly formidable. As the eminent figures converse, their expressions reveal astonishment as they glance toward the left side of the plaza, where a colossal illuminated stone tablet stands prominently, inscribed with the sweeping characters, "The Talented Rankings." This prestigious list ranks all the prodigies of the Ning Kingdom, with those featured being the pinnacle of youthful strength from various factions. After each contest in the arena, an elder standing before the tablet adjusts the rankings accordingly. At the very top of the Talented Rankings, a name shines forth in radiant golden light, instilling a sense of pressure: Tang Long, the third prince of Ning Kingdom, reigning at the pinnacle of the rankings, a truly unparalleled genius. His presence casts a shadow over all other talents in the kingdom. His rise to fame began at this very Swordsmanship Tea Gathering, underscoring its immense significance in the hearts of the Ning people. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoes through the arena as a strong young man is forcefully sent flying from the stage, landing below. The contest concludes with a proclamation of victory for Zhu Gaoming. The elder's voice resonates throughout the plaza, enveloped in a powerful aura, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Zhu Gaoming, who only 2 years ago became a disciple of the Sword Emperor, has astonishingly grown so formidable. One can only wonder what heights he might reach in another year or two. Amidst the murmurs of the spectators, the strong youth rises, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and casts a despondent glance at the arrogant young man on the stage before walking dejectedly off the field. Next, Zhu Gaoming declares with an air of superiority, surveying the crowd with a cold gaze. Yet, in this vast plaza, no one dares to respond. The young talents who meet his gaze bow their heads, their expressions grim. Currently, Zhu Gaoming stands as a formidable presence, having reached the first level of the transformation realm, making him a standout among his peers. Frowning in displeasure at the lack of challengers, he calls out again, "Next." with no one stepping forward. The distinguished figures at the tea tables exchange astonished looks. Indeed, Master Sword Emperor, your esteemed disciple lives up to his reputation, each one is exceptionally talented. A true blessing to be under your tutelage. They remark. Yes, not only does the Sword Emperor excel in swordsmanship, but he also possesses remarkable skills in nurturing the younger generation. It seems Zhu Gaoming will undoubtedly be the focal point of this tea gathering. The heads of prominent families cast reverent glances toward Xiao Shiyu, who, seated at the center of the tea table, smiles and acknowledges their admiration, stating, "These accomplishments are the fruits of their own hard work and talent, it is only to be expected." Then, with a casual glance toward another tea table, Xiao Shiyu remarks, "Brother Lin, why is your Dan Tower so quiet this year? I have yet to see any of your talented individuals compete." Lin Chaoga grits his teeth. A flicker of anger in his eyes, and coolly replies, "The talents of my Dan Tower are all engrossed in researching alchemical formulas, naturally. They disdain participating in such a swordsmanship tea gathering." "Is that so?" Xiao Shiyu smiles. "In that case, I shan't press the matter further. I only hope that the Dan Tower thrives, lest the exquisite Linglong Xuanquan pool falls into our hands at the Sword Rain Pavilion this year." "Humph. It's too early for you to make such assertions," Lin Chaoga retorts coldly. "Ha!" Xiao Shiyu laughs coldly, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Observing the tension between Lin Chaoga and Xiao Shiyu, the leaders of other factions wisely refrain from intervening. Aware of the long-standing enmity between the Dan Tower and Sword Rain Pavilion, both factions wield significant influence and connections within the imperial city, making it prudent to avoid taking sides. Is there no one left? Next. Zhu Gaoming continues to call out, his sidelong glance directed toward the Dan Tower, mocking. Is there truly no one? However, the young warriors from the Dan Tower bow their heads, unwilling to speak. Meanwhile, the young talents from the Sword Rain Pavilion stand proudly, strutting like roosters. Damn it, how dare a mere first-level transformation realm novice boast here? Lin Chaoga angrily slams the tea table, his chest heaving with rage. Brother Lin, do not get too worked up. The talented juniors from Lu Qingxin's faction have all gone to the Holy Spirit Mountain, leaving our Dan Tower devoid of competitors. Wei Mo interjects with a wry smile. I can only hope those little brats find the Earthfire Dragon's essence, otherwise I shall have to skin them alive for bringing me such humiliation. Lin Chaoga exclaims furiously. Wei Mo sighs in resignation, typically. It is Lu Qingxin's juniors who uphold the Dan Tower's reputation, but with them currently at the Holy Spirit Mountain, they find themselves lacking in youthful talent. Wei Mo turns his gaze back to the young warriors behind him and inquires, is there anyone left willing to step up? Yet, in this moment, the once promising talents appear as dejected as fledglings, rendered speechless. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Chaoga's anger reached its zenith. He slammed his palm on the table and stood up abruptly. No more of this. Let us leave and spare ourselves the embarrassment. Is Brother Lin departing so soon? Xiao Shiyu teased with a smirk. This swordsmanship tea gathering is utterly devoid of interest, I shan't return again. With that, Lin Chaoga strode towards the exit. Xiao Shiyu chuckled inwardly, old fellow, don't think I'm unaware, you've lost all semblance of dignity and are too ashamed to linger any longer. Nonetheless, he relished the delightful sensation of witnessing the Dan Tower brought low in such a setting. The heads of various prestigious families observed Lin Chaoga's retreat with a sense of amusement. The once mighty Dan Tower had been thoroughly disgraced at this swordsmanship tea gathering. Senior Lin, are you in such a hurry to depart? At that moment, a soft, teasing voice suddenly resonated through the silence of the crowd. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Wei Mo and Lin Chaoga brightened, their gazes swiftly turning towards the source. At the far end of the square, the throng of people began to part, revealing a youthful figure stepping into view. Chen Feng? You've come to the Imperial City? Wei Mo exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng? Lin Chaoga was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this lad would take an interest in the swordsmanship tea gathering. Xiao Shiyu's palm subtly clenched, his eyes narrowing with a chilling intent as he fixated on Chen Feng. So, you did show up, you little brat? Chen Tianlang's fists tightened, his heart brimming with malevolent resentment. He would never forget the humiliation Chen Feng had inflicted upon him half a month prior.
Since joining the Sword Rain Pavilion,
he had been relentlessly training, not allowing himself a moment's respite, all to ensure he could one day crush Chen Feng beneath his heel. Sensing Chen Tianlang's brooding demeanor, a strikingly handsome young man beside him remarked with a smile, "Rest assured, junior brother, as long as he dares to show himself, our Sword Rain Pavilion will ensure he is utterly crippled."
"Thank you, Senior Liao," Chen Tianlang replied with a fist salute and a smile.
The Sword Rain Pavilion was known for its recruitment of talent, and this dashing young man was one of their own.
Qin Ruoyue remained silent, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
As she sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, her expression gradually turned frosty. "He has grown significantly, it seems I must eliminate you sooner rather than later." A fierce glint of malice flickered in Qin Ruoyue's beautiful eyes.
Chapter 39, Challenging Qin Ruoyue. An invincible stance. Is he the young man who defeated the Sword Soul Body? He appears even younger than Zhu Gaoming and the others.
At such a tender age,
he has managed to trample the Sword Soul Body beneath his feet?
The heads of several prominent families seated at the tea table displayed expressions of keen interest. Xiao Shiyu remained silent, her gaze directed towards Zhu Gaoming, her eyes gradually turning cold. Zhu Gaoming understood his mentor's intent and nodded in acknowledgement,
vowing to cripple this young man at the first opportunity. "Hey, you! After arriving in the Imperial City, you haven't even visited the Pill Tower."
"I had no idea you were here."
Lin Chaoga patted Chen Feng's shoulder, chuckling. Chen Feng remained silent.
He lifted his head, his cold gaze fixed on Qin Ruoyue and Xiao Shiyu on the high platform, his teeth clenched, a hint of murderous intent brewing within him.
"What's the matter?" Sensing the killing aura emanating from Chen Feng, Lin Chaoga frowned, feeling that something was amiss. "Bauer has gone missing," Chen Feng replied. "Bauer? Your little maid?"
Lin Chaoga recalled the young maid who had always followed Chen Feng closely.
Has the Sword Rain Pavilion truly sunk so low? Lin Chaoga's face flushed with indignation,
equally outraged that they would stoop to harming even a mere maid.
"I'll take this one," Chen Feng declared. Without further ado, he leaped onto the arena, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Gaoming. "You dared to come, kid. It seems we underestimated your courage."
Zhu Gaoming licked his lips,
a cruel smile gradually forming in his eyes. "I won't fight you, you're too weak. Just get lost," Chen Feng replied indifferently. Dismissing him with a glance and turning his attention to Qin Ruoyue on the high platform, his voice icy, "Qin Ruoyue, come down, I want to fight you."
The crowd erupted into a frenzy.
"This guy is insane, he is challenging Qin Ruoyue right after arriving. Does he not realize that Qin Ruoyue and Zhu Gaoming are on entirely different levels?" The vice president of Yunhai Academy, witnessing this scene, expressed surprise. "This is rather intriguing.
I admire this young man's character."
"Is the president quite fond of him?"
A middle-aged man beside him, named Wu Su, inquired with a smile.
"Youth should be audacious," the vice president replied. "Audacity must be backed by capability. I wonder if he possesses that strength?" Wu Su retorted.
Qin Ruoyue's face was frosted with anger, her delicate hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her body trembling not from fear, but from rage.
Suddenly,
a swift rush of wind echoed as Zhu Gaoming lunged toward Chen Feng, a manic grin plastered on his face. "Kid, your opponent is me.
Defeat me first." Blazing fire slash.
Zhu Gaoming drew his sword, a torrent of flames enveloping the blade, and aimed a fierce slash at Chen Feng.
The dazzling flames formed a perfect arc in the air, the intense heat radiating in waves.
Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. "If you wish to die first,
then I will oblige."
Instead of drawing his sword, Chen Feng clasped his hands together, channeling the Nine Dragons annihilation technique within him, a powerful golden light enveloping his arms,
rapidly transforming into a layer of dragon-scale skin.
With a single step, he surged forward like an arrow, delivering a devastating punch. Before the spectators could comprehend his speed,
an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted, shattering Zhu Gaoming's fiery sword strike into fragments. The wave of energy continued unabated, crashing violently into Zhu Gaoming's body.
A resounding thud echoed as Zhu Gaoming was sent flying, the sheer force fracturing the arena's ground beneath him. He coughed up blood, his energy waning.
The onlookers gasped in shock, a wave of astonishment sweeping through the crowd. One punch, just one punch, and Zhu Gaoming had been reduced to a wretched state. This guy is incredibly fierce. Even the heads of the prominent families on the high platform widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle. Fifth level of the condensing sea realm? The vice president of Yunhai Academy sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the arena. In that instant, Chen Feng's realm and power were fully revealed. The vice president discerned that Chen Feng stood at the fifth level of the condensing sea realm, while Zhu Gaoming was merely at the first level of the transformational realm. The disparity in realms was staggering. With just a single punch, victory was achieved. This terrifying act of overcoming a higher level sent shockwaves through his mind. Even Wu Su, seated beside him, wore an expression of incredulity. Excellent! Excellent! This young man has indeed exceeded my expectations. In the corridor of the tea table, Lin Chaoga watched the unfolding drama with exhilaration, his heart soaring. That punch had dealt a severe blow to the arrogance of the Sword Rain Pavilion. Zhu Gaoming, spitting blood, displayed a pained expression, acutely aware that several of his ribs had been shattered. How could this young man's strength have surged so dramatically? Zhu Gaoming was profoundly shaken. Just half a month ago, Chen Feng had been at the first level of the condensing sea realm, struggling against those of the transformational realm. Yet, in a mere half-month, he had ascended to the fifth level of the condensing sea realm. Such an exponential rise in power was nothing short of monstrous. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyu's eyes were equally riveted on Chen Feng, his rapid growth unsettling her profoundly. Qin Ruyue, come down! Chen Feng shouted from the arena, his voice reverberating. Qin Ruyue gripped her sword, her beautiful eyes filled with icy resolve, her graceful steps poised to leap down, yet she was halted by Xiao Shiyu. You are currently at a critical stage in breaking through the transformational realm. Engaging in a life-or-death battle is ill-advised. Let Liao Yu take your place. Xiao Shiyu instructed. Sister, let me handle this. I will personally eliminate this brat. A handsome youth standing beside Qin Ruyue interjected, stepping forward to leap onto the arena. Once again, the crowd erupted in fervor. Allow me to be your opponent, kid. Liao Yu licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a cold murderous intent. However, Chen Feng did not even glance in his direction, continuing to shout at Qin Ruyue, come down. Seeing Chen Feng so blatantly disregard him, Liao Yu's temper flared. Veins bulging on his forehead, his lips curling, you dare to ignore me, little pest? I will slay you. Liao Yu stomped forward, unleashing a torrent of deep yellow spiritual energy that surged like a roaring river. The intensity reached the fourth level of the transformational realm, far surpassing Zhu Gaoming's strength. With a thunderous roar, Liao Yu drew his sword, a formidable wave of spiritual energy enveloping the blade, creating an oppressive sword pressure that steadily mounted. This was the sword intent. Clearly, Liao Yu had grasped the essence of sword intent. Liao Yu was ranked 17th on the genius list. Anyone within the top 20 of the genius list was a true prodigy. The discussions among the crowd intensified. On the arena, Liao Yu's momentum continued to swell relentlessly. The pressure from his sword surged in layers, causing the platform beneath him to shatter violently under the strain. Chen Feng, act quickly! Lin Chaoga shouted from the high platform. Yet, Chen Feng on the stage seemed oblivious to the urgency, not even drawing the sword at his back. His arrogance was astounding. The two of them were separated by 8 realms, and this young man stood there, dazed, awaiting Liao Yu's gathering of might. Vice Dean. Does someone like this truly deserve your esteem? Wu Su sneered, unable to contain his disdain upon witnessing the scene. The Vice Dean's expression shifted continuously. His gaze fixed on Chen Feng, equally perplexed as to where this youth derived his audacity to confront a genius swordsman surpassing him by 8 realms, unarmed. In a mere moment, Liao Yu had condensed his sword intent to around 100 layers. When he raised his head again, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Liao Yu stepped forward, his body launching like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Chen Feng. His primary cultivation method was the earth formula from the 5 elements. And a dense yellow spiritual energy enveloped his sword, imbuing it with a weight akin to that of a mountain. Mountain Splitter Slash! Liao Yu roared as he executed a horizontal strike. A brilliant flash illuminated the astonished eyes of the onlookers, as if the very gravity of the earth had intensified.
The surface of the arena cracked with visible, jagged fissures spreading rapidly. That one strike seemed to carry the force of a mountain crashing down.
Golden Tiger Shield.
Chen Feng did not evade, instead, he clenched his fists, an endless golden light erupting from his being, accompanied by the faint sound of a tiger's roar. The golden light formed an impenetrable shield around him, adorned with the fierce visage of a giant tiger, radiating a violent and indomitable aura.
Clang!
Liao Yu's sword struck heavily against Chen Feng's golden shield, the terrifying weight causing Chen Feng to sink into the arena, debris exploding around him.
Chen Feng! Zhang Yin and Lin Xiaoge felt their hearts tremble with apprehension.
However, to the astonishment of all, the Chen Feng who had seemingly plummeted into the arena emerged unscathed. The golden light enveloping him like an indestructible defense.
How is this possible?
Liao Yu's grip on his sword trembled slightly. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head. A glimmer of icy killing intent in his eyes.
You wish to kill me?
Child, you are still too green. With a swift stride, Chen Feng vanished like a specter.
Liao Yu's eyes widened in fear.
Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind echoed, and in the next moment, Chen Feng appeared behind Liao Yu without a trace of his prior position. Drawing the Tian Tsongyun sword, a surging aura of bloodlust enveloped the blade, turning it a deep crimson, as if a ravenous spirit had awakened at the scent of blood.
Die!
Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent as he swung the sword down toward Liao Yu's head.
Stop! On the high platform, Xiao Shiyu's expression changed drastically as she shouted in alarm. Chapter 40, Who's next?
Despite Xiao Shiyu's icy rebuke, Chen Feng seemed deaf to his words, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he struck with his sword. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, and a torrent of blood erupted like a geyser,
splattering across the arena floor.
The metallic tang of blood permeated the air, and then, before the disbelieving eyes of the crowd, a head tumbled to the ground.
Liao Yu was dead.
Silence descended upon the arena, so profound that even the slightest breath felt like a thunderclap.
Dead? Had a prized disciple of the Sword Emperor truly perished?
Eyes widened, hearts pounded in chests. The scene was simply too surreal to comprehend. He had dared to slay one of Xiao Shiyu's disciples right before his very eyes.
Impressive. Even Wu Su couldn't help but exclaim, this kid is too reckless.
His sword reeks of bloodlust. The vice principal frowned, observing the sword in Chen Feng's hand, a contemplative look on his face.
Too much steel snaps easily, he mused. Not just the sword, but the man as well.
The Sword Rain Pavilion is at its zenith in the Imperial City, and yet Chen Feng shows such blatant disregard. He courts his own demise.
Next.
Oblivious to the potential repercussions, Chen Feng gripped the blood-soaked aim no Murakumo, his gaze piercing through the Sword Rain Pavilion, and roared, next. Xiao Shiyu's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes burning with murderous rage.
Silence reigned within the Sword Rain Pavilion, its disciples still reeling from the spectacle they had just witnessed.
Qin Ruyue gritted her teeth, this madman.
No one else? Come down then, Chen Feng taunted,
directing his challenge at the Sword Rain Pavilion.
Didn't you want me to participate in the Sword Dao Tea Party?
Very well, I shall grant your wish.
This is outrageous.
Fury contorted the faces of the Sword Rain Pavilion disciples as they beheld the headless corpse.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a tall, slender youth leaped from the platform,
landing gracefully in the arena.
Zhong Tian, ranked 14th on the prodigy list, has come to offer his guidance, the youth declared with a snarl.
Chen Feng wasted no time. Charging forward, sword in hand.
Golden spiritual energy enveloped the blade, causing it to gleam with a blinding light.
Boom! Zhong Tian responded in kind,
stamping his foot upon the earth, unleashing a torrent of fiery spiritual energy that soared into the sky, creating a spectacle of terrifying grandeur. The surging flames formed a vortex, a colossal pillar of fire piercing through its center. Then, from within the fiery maelstrom, a dragon of fire, 10 feet in length, materialized and coiled around the burning column.
A draconic pillar of fire blazed in the sky, emanating waves of intense heat that spread outwards. The heavenly Inferno Dragon!
Exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd at the sight of the fiery dragon. It was a manifestation of a spiritual root, one that rivaled the sword soul in power. A testament to the youth's martial talent and strength. Zhong Tian grasped at the air, summoning a sword with a fish-scale pattern into his hand.
Sacred Inferno sword art!
He roared, unleashing a tempest of flames that engulfed the arena, incinerating everything in its path.
The temperature soared, the oppressive heat becoming unbearable. The audience felt as if the arena had transformed into a miniature sun, radiating intense heat that kept them at bay. Flames danced around Zhong Tian, converging upon his sword,
forming a gargantuan fire dragon that sent shivers down their spines.
Swish!
Chen Feng reached his opponent, his aim no Murakumo cleaving through the air,
creating a tempestuous vortex of spiritual energy that shattered the encroaching flames. A single star.
A streak of sword light, like a shooting star, flashed across the arena.
It was so swift that it defied reaction.
Zhong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could even register what had happened, the starlight had already grazed his throat.
Blood arced through the air, painting the arena crimson as another head fell.
Chen Feng had mastered many sword techniques in his past life, but this one was his pride. In the world of martial arts, speed was the ultimate weapon. Any technique, when executed with sufficient speed, could become invincible.
Speed was power.
Chen Feng was a man who pursued speed above all else.
Another head rolled upon the ground.
Zhong Tian had not even uttered a word before meeting his demise. The arena descended into another deathly hush. From the platform, Xiao Shiyu's eyes burned crimson with rage. Zhong Tian.
Qin Ruyue stared in disbelief.
Zhong Tian had already reached the 5th level of the transformation realm.
Had this man transcended 8 levels to kill him? Had a 5th level Spirit Sea Realm cultivator slain a 5th level Transformation Realm cultivator? How was such a thing possible? Where had this monster come from?
The clan leaders rose to their feet, their faces etched with shock. They had witnessed battles where cultivators overcame their superiors. But those victories were usually limited to 1 or 2 minor levels. This man had bridged an entire realm. That sword was fast.
Even the vice principal had risen to his feet, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The sword technique was unembellished, its greatest attribute was speed. Yet, it possessed a terrifying power of destruction. Excellent! Lin Chaoga clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. The Pill Tower had not enjoyed such glory in ages. Continue. Next.
Chen Feng ignored the headless corpse, turning his gaze back to the Sword Rain Pavilion and roaring his challenge. But the Sword Rain Pavilion remained silent. Its disciples still struggling to process the events that had transpired. No matter how impressive Zhong Tian's performance had been, no matter how extraordinary his spiritual route, he had fallen with a single strike of Chen Feng's blade. Is the Sword Rain Pavilion filled with cowards?
Come down and fight! Chen Feng taunted. Qin Ruyue, come down!
The Sword Rain Pavilion disciples flushed with anger.
Never had their pavilion been so humiliated.
Throughout the kingdom of Ning, even the royal family treated them with respect. Yet, a mere Spirit Sea Realm whelp dared to taunt them. It was a slap in the face to the Sword Rain Pavilion.
That bastard! Chen Tianlang gritted his teeth.
He had been diligently cultivating, but Chen Feng's growth had far surpassed his own.
Qin Ruyue's face was a mask of frost.
Her jade fists clenched so tightly that her body trembled with suppressed rage.
Who's next? Chen Feng roared. This is too much. I'll go. Finally.
A handsome youth in white robes broke from the ranks of the Sword Rain Pavilion.
His emergence ignited a wave of excitement throughout the arena.
Here is a refined and improved version of the text you provided. Behold, Jiang Hao.
A formidable figure ranked 13th on the prodigious leaderboard. Could this paragon also be succumbing to the fray?
With a resolute bellow, Jiang Hao unleashed his profound spiritual force, ascending skyward and conjuring a cerulean lunar disk.
Upon this disk perched a verdant celestial lion, its overwhelming aura of carnage permeating the heavens and earth. A moon-treading lion?
A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly upon witnessing this ethereal feline astride the lunar sphere. Such a manifestation signified an exceedingly rare spiritual root. Having unveiled his full puissance, Jiang Hao grasped his palm, brandishing a sword.
Limitless spiritual energy surged forth like an inexhaustible torrent, transforming the firmament into a boundless ocean.
Peerless aqueous sword.
With a thrust, Jiang Hao impaled the heavens with his blade, manipulating the cascading waters to engulf Chen Feng.
Though water is the most pliant element. Jiang Hao's swordsmanship imbued it with terrifying lethality, a mere droplet could pierce steel. Now, a dozen aqueous torrents converged, forming a deluge aimed at Chen Feng.
Rather than evade,
Chen Feng adopted a stance to draw his sword.
Boom!
The very air seemed to solidify.
100-fold sword pressure coalesced in an instant.
The earth beneath his feet fractured.
Spiderweb-like fissures extending to the horizon. How can this be? How can his sword pressure accumulate so rapidly?
Wu Su exclaimed, his pupils dilated in astonishment.
Bang! Chen Feng's foot struck the arena's surface with tremendous force, propelling him forward like a cheetah unleashed. Again, the starlight sword technique. With lightning speed, the Kusanagi sword exuded a baleful aura, its sanguinary patterns emerging as if possessed by a demon. Boom, boom.
The blade cleaved through the aqueous torrents, causing them to detonate in a shower of spray that drenched the sky. Yet, the sword's edge, with its terrifying velocity, pierced the deluge, threatening Jiang Hao's throat.
Impossible. Jiang Hao's eyes widened as he witnessed his swordsmanship being dismantled in an instant.
The sword's light reached his throat, and he stared into the face of the youth. Now mere inches away, a chilling visage filled with murderous intent. A harrowing sense of impending doom washed over him.
Insolent whelp, you court death. Finally, Xiao Shiyu,
unable to restrain himself, erupted from his perch. One after another, his esteemed disciples had fallen to Chen Feng's hand. Enraged, Xiao Shiyu launched himself forward, his vast sword pressure descending like a collapsing sky. The faces of the crowd contorted in fear. Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu, one of the most formidable figures in the state, was a nightmare made manifest.
Boom!
An invisible sword pressure descended, causing the arena to crumble, countless fissures spreading rapidly from its epicenter, where Chen Feng stood.
An unseen force, like a mountain's weight, crushed Chen Feng. Bang, bang. The ground shattered beneath Chen Feng as his body sank into the earth.
Blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears, and pores, as if he were about to hemorrhage and be crushed to death.
Xiao Shiyu, a master of the divine treasure realm, could obliterate Chen Feng with a mere application of sword pressure.
This was a subjugation of absolute power.
The disparity between their realms was simply too vast. Chen Feng!
Jiang Yin cried out, her face contorted in panic. At the epicenter of the sword pressure, Chen Feng's garments were torn asunder by scythe-like winds.
He gritted his teeth. His eyes bloodshot, and his grip tightened as his murderous aura reached its zenith. You old cur! Chen Feng roared, his voice hoarse. His spiritual energy surged forth without restraint. Boom! The arena exploded, sending debris flying. Spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a colossal vortex around Chen Feng. Brilliant light emanated from him.
And as his spiritual power reached its peak, flamboyant rays of the five elements shot skyward, piercing the clouds and exploding in a dazzling display.
All things revived as an aura of life, like a surging tide, emanated from the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, flora, trees, and even withered branches burst into verdant life, filling the air with fragrance. The five elements united? Is this a mixed five elements spiritual root? No. It's different from ordinary mixed roots. The heads of the great families exclaimed in astonishment.
They clearly sensed the power of all five elements.
A sign of a mixed spiritual root. To think this fellow has reached such heights with this kind of useless root? Even the vice-chancellor of Cloud Sea Academy was taken aback.
The union of the five elements might seem advantageous, but such a root is considered worthless because no one can cultivate all five elements simultaneously.
A useless spiritual root dares to slay so many of my Sword Rain Pavilion's disciples? Today, I will butcher you. Xiao Shiyu, in his fury,
amplified his sword pressure and struck downward with his palm.
The seemingly weightless blow possessed earth-shattering power, capable of annihilating even a transcendent realm expert.
Old codger.
Have you no shame?
Lin Xiaoga, anticipating the attack, intervened, clashing against Xiao Shiyu's palm.
Dawn. A cataclysmic sound echoed through the heavens as their radiant spiritual forces collided, shaking the earth.
Energy storms erupted, scattering the thousands of spectators in the plaza, leaving many injured or dead.
At the divine treasure realm, even a simple conflict could result in countless casualties.
Swish! A sword's edge flashed across Jiang Hao's throat, and blood spurted forth. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the arena. All eyes turned to the center, where Jiang Hao's severed head rolled onto the ground. This fellow dared to seize the opportunity to kill Jiang Hao. He's gone mad. The crowd cowered in despair. Xiao Shiyu, already enraged, would surely lose his mind after witnessing another of his disciples fall. The family heads exchanged worried glances, and sure enough, Xiao Shiyu's face was livid, veins pulsing on his forehead. Insolent wretch, do you take my sword rain pavilion for fools? Xiao Shiyu hissed. His gaze fixed on Chen Feng like a venomous serpent. Xiao Shiyu, do you presume my pill tower does not exist? In the midst of the sword path tea gathering, which was intended as a friendly competition among the younger generation, Lin Chaoga bellowed, "Are you, old dog, unable to play the game?" Unfazed by Xiao Shiyu's fury, Lin Chaoga stood resolute. Both were at the fifth realm of the divine concealment stage. Although Xiao Shiyu held an advantage in swordsmanship, Lin Chaoga's reputation as the Pill King granted him formidable connections within Ning country. Should either side abandon all restraint and conflict, it would spell disaster for the nation. Are you truly prepared to sever ties and engage in a brutal confrontation with my sword rain pavilion? Xiao Shiyu narrowed his eyes and inquired. If your sword rain pavilion dares, my pill tower will follow suit, ready to fight to the death. Lin Chaoga replied, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Director! On the high platform, Wusu cast a hopeful glance at the vice president of Yunhai Academy. However, the vice president shook his head, indicating their unwillingness to intervene. Despite Chen Feng's remarkable prowess, his mixed elemental roots did not warrant offending the sword rain pavilion. Do you comprehend the cost of war between our factions? Ning country will descend into chaos. Xiao Shiyu warned, his gaze piercing. This individual is the vice master of our pill tower. I had stated previously in Yen City that you, old man, cannot bully the weak. If chaos ensues in Ning country, it will be your doing. Lin Chaoga roared. Xiao Shiyu remained silent, yet the spiritual energy surrounding him surged. Lin Chaoga, too, glared fiercely, his own spiritual power escalating. A tempest raged, howling through the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, casting a shadow over the arena as if a storm were imminent. Spectators outside the square paled in fear, hastily fleeing. Aware that a clash between the pill tower and the sword rain pavilion would obliterate any notion of innocence, those who lingered would surely meet their doom. At that moment, a white figure darted from afar, causing all onlookers to freeze in astonishment. The third prince? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervor. The third prince, the foremost figure on Ning country's talented young list, embodied the nation's pride and future. It was prophesied that as long as the third prince existed, Ning country would prevail over Tang country, reaching unprecedented heights of power. He was adorned with countless accolades and legends, a true prodigy beyond envy. All gazes were fervently fixed upon the young man in white, filled with admiration and reverence. He appeared immaculate, devoid of any flaw. Even the typically haughty Qin Ruyue could not contain her excitement upon his arrival, swiftly approaching him. Third prince. Qin Ruyue bowed slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unmasked affection. Ruyue, it's been a while, the third prince replied coolly, bypassing her as he advanced to the front. Third. Qin Ruyue's lips parted, intending to say more, yet hesitating for fear of displeasing him. The third prince soon stood before the arena, glancing first at Chen Feng, bloodied and expressionless, then at Xiao Shiyu and Lin Chaoga, his brow furrowing slightly. I have come at my father's behest. Senior Lin, please stand down. Ning country must not descend into chaos, the third prince declared. Lin Chaoga clenched his teeth, his face ashen. I do not seek chaos, but they of the sword rain pavilion have forced my hand. Recalling the pain, Lin Chaoga's eyes turned crimson. Initially, all factions agreed that the younger generation would compete. My pill tower has lost countless talents, do you think my heart does not ache? Those were brilliant individuals from my pill tower. Now, when it's time for the sword rain pavilion's talents to face judgment, they can no longer bear it. The third prince frowned, turning his gaze toward Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow, coldly asserting, one thing is clear, I want Chen Feng dead. Having witnessed Chen Feng's potential, he was resolute in ensuring the young man did not survive. Otherwise, the dignity of the Sword Rain Pavilion would be challenged.
And the dispute over the Linglong Xianuang pool could become complicated. Enough of your nonsense, old man. If you cannot play the game, just say so. Lin Chaga barked.
Xiao Shiyu remained taciturn, his gaze locked onto the third prince, indicating that there was no room for negotiation.
After having lost so many geniuses from the Sword Rain Pavilion,
he would not rest until Chen Feng was dead. The third prince, expressionless, weighed the consequences before suddenly fixing his gaze upon the bloody Chen Feng,
standing amidst the ruins.
Chen Feng immediately understood the third prince's intentions upon feeling that penetrating stare. To resolve this conflict, the simplest method was to eliminate its primary instigator. It was a harsh yet pragmatic reality. In the eyes of the powerful, sacrificing an inconsequential individual was akin to squashing an ant. "You must die for the peace of Ning country," the third prince murmured. In an instant, he appeared before Chen Feng like a specter, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his crown. Chapter 42, Sun Spirit Root vs. Innate Tao Embryo in the Kingdom of Ning. The third prince represents not only a lofty status but also embodies the pinnacle of combat prowess among the younger generation. For years, he has dominated the list of prodigies,
unchallenged and unrivaled. One can only imagine the terrifying power he possesses now.
Although Chen Feng had previously slain numerous geniuses, his potential, limited by his mixed elemental spirit root,
ultimately constrains his growth.
The third prince harbors no regard for talent. Sacrificing Chen Feng, in his eyes, is akin to extinguishing an ant's life, indistinguishable and trivial. Thus, he strikes ruthlessly at Chen Feng's crown, intent on ending his life on the spot.
As the third prince erupts in fury, Jiang Yin's complexion shifts dramatically. Golden Tiger Shield.
Aware of the impending danger, Chen Feng's eyes gleam with ferocity as he channels his inner strength, enveloping himself in a radiant golden barrier. The shield is adorned with a fierce tiger motif, pulsating with indomitable energy. With a thunderous impact, the force of the third prince's palm collides violently against the golden tiger shield, causing it to tremble violently under the overwhelming might. Despite the ferocious crimson energy being repelled, a flicker of surprise crosses the third prince's gaze. This boy can actually withstand his strike? Though he has yet to unleash his full force. As a formidable power within the divine concealment realm, any of his casual blows could obliterate those in the ocean-gathering realm. You may have withstood my attack, but know this, I am resolved to see you dead, the third prince states flatly. In an instant, the energy in his palm surges, radiating blinding light akin to a sun illuminating the battlefield. This is the true Sun Spirit root, far surpassing any Sword Soul root by dozens of times. As the manifestation of the Sun Spirit root emerges, the flames possess an extraordinarily high temperature, shattering the golden tiger's shield as if it were made of mere paper. An explosive sound reverberates, scattering shards of light like fireworks, with waves of energy surging outward. Caught in the aftermath of the explosion, Chen Feng is violently propelled away, his dragon scales tearing apart, blood pouring forth, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Gasps of disbelief echo throughout the arena, as all eyes widen in shock. The once invincible Chen Feng now falls victim to a single strike from the third prince? He has grown stronger than 2 years ago. Wu's expression turns grave as he murmurs, "It is normal, 2 years is sufficient for him to ascend another level." Alas, a genius meets his end, Wu laments. If he survives, the Sword Rain Pavilion will not relent. To maintain stability in the Kingdom of Ning, he must perish. I have said before, the strongest steel is often the most brittle. Weapons are the same, and so too are people. The Vice Dean asserts solemnly. This world is indeed harsh. Without sufficient value, one will not be favored nor even acknowledged. Despite Chen Feng's recent display of astonishing swordsmanship and formidable abilities, the limitations of his spirit root ensure his path is not destined for greatness. Amidst the ruins, Chen Feng struggles to rise, his body swaying unsteadily. He surveys his form, witnessing the dragon scales burst open, blood flowing profusely, rendering him a pitiful sight. Approaching him, the third prince, engulfed in flames, appears as a divine warrior of fire, with the sun following in his wake. The scorching heat radiates, turning the ground beneath him a vivid crimson. Is this the terrifying power of the Sun Spirit root? The Vice Dean whispers, his eyes filled with astonishment. Witnessing the Sun Spirit root's might is a rare privilege. Yet they are further astounded that the third prince would employ such a force against a mere ocean-gathering realm youth, leaving the older generation in sheer disbelief. On the high platform, Lin Chaoga's expression reflects shock, followed by determination as he rushes down to intervene.
However, the third prince seems to have anticipated Lin Chaoga's actions and strikes first. As he steps forward, engulfed in apocalyptic flames, he charges toward Chen Feng, resembling a colossal fireball hurtling toward a young boy. Yet, in an instant, an inexplicable scene unfolds that leaves the onlookers frozen in place. The overwhelming flames do not touch Chen Feng, instead, they halt 3 feet away, as if an unseen barrier repels the inferno. What's this?
The third prince's face reveals disbelief as he gazes upward, spotting an orb resembling a placenta hovering above Chen Feng's head, radiating with 5 distinct colors, teeming with vitality. Under this orb, the sun above seems to be suppressed, unable to descend.
My sun spirit root is being restrained?
The third prince grapples with disbelief.
Chen Feng.
Zhang Yin's face contorts with urgency, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she fixates on the third prince, sword in hand. Despite her own uncertainty of the courage that drives her, she charges forward, but before she can reach the third prince, he merely glances her way.
Contempt etched across his features, and strikes.
Inevitably, under the overpowering might of the sun spirit root, the ferocious crimson energy crashes into Zhang Yin's delicate frame, sending her flying like a severed kite, blood spewing forth, her complexion paling to that of a ghost.
This matter does not concern the Zhang clan.
If you wish to avoid calamity, it is best not to provoke trouble,
the third prince declares. Clutching her chest, Zhang Yin's eyes brim with resentment.
The third prince's gaze returns to Chen Feng, and to test his suspicions, he dispels the sun spirit root, transforming it into pure energy, unleashing a single palm strike. With a thunderous release, the energy manifests as an unstoppable torrent, launching Chen Feng backward, blood spilling forth as his pallor deepens.
The third prince furrows his brow. Though his expression remains impassive, tumultuous waves churn within him. The energy remains unaffected,
indicating that the recent events were a matter of spirit root superiority. His sun spirit root has been firmly suppressed by the opponents.
This boy. Is he not a mixed elemental spirit root? Outside the arena, onlookers marvel at Chen Feng being sent flying by the third prince's strike.
This is truly a prodigy of our time.
Even a genius like Qin Ruyue cannot compare.
As the third prince approaches, uncertainty grows within him.
If this opponent truly possesses a spirit root rarer than the sun spirit root, why is his strength so feeble? Yet, if he does not, how could he possibly suppress his own spirit root?
To confirm his suspicions, the sun behind the third prince rises once more, releasing waves of destructive heat that sweep forward.
Stop! He cannot die.
However, before he could make a move, a woman in a flowing blue dress appeared silently amidst the desolate land. Her gaze fixed intently upon the third prince as she coldly declared, "You cannot kill him." No one knew when she had arrived, but her sudden appearance sent shockwaves throughout the scene.
Xia Jilan?
Zhang Yin gazed at the woman in blue with a hint of astonishment.
The Xia family? Lin Chaoga and Xiao Xiu, among others, wore expressions of disbelief. As a prominent family of military prowess, the Xia family undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable forces within the imperial city.
While they may not possess the vast connections of the Sword Rain Pavilion or the Pill Tower, they wielded an unparalleled influence within the military that no one else could claim. Even the royal family held a certain trepidation towards the Xia family's power, let alone the Sword Rain Pavilion and Pill Tower. Fortunately, the Xia family had always maintained a neutral stance amidst the conflicts of various factions, refraining from entangling themselves in any disputes even in the royal succession struggles. However, Xia Jilan's sudden intervention was nothing short of astonishing to everyone present. Standing atop a large stone amidst the ruins, Xia Jilan spoke coldly, "You cannot kill him." The third prince raised his head, his expression one of surprise. It was indeed unusual for the typically neutral Xia family to break their long-held stance for the sake of a mere young man at the Condensation Sea realm. Yet, he did not immediately reveal any emotions, merely inquiring, "Why?" "Because he cannot die," Xia Jilan replied. "Is that your personal sentiment? Or does it represent the will of the Xia family?" The third prince asked. "It is the will of Lady Xia," Xia Jilan asserted. The third prince's expression darkened. Even Lady Xia had been invoked.
What if I insist on his death? He challenged.
Xia Jilan remained silent, instead clenching her palm, summoning an ice-blue spear that materialized within her grasp. When she raised her head, her eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Only a resolute battle intent that signified her willingness to face death. The message was clear: if he wished for the boy's demise, he would have to first step over her lifeless body. Faced with such a formidable adversary, she possessed the courage to engage in battle. The third prince narrowed his eyes, his amber irises shimmering with an enigmatic light as he pondered his thoughts. Then, he turned his gaze towards Chen Feng. Intrigued by how this mere boy at the Condensation Sea realm had garnered the support of so many influential figures. Chapter 43, The Blue Flower Tower. Although the power of the Xia family is formidable, it pales in comparison to that of the royal family. However, Xia Jilan is the most cherished granddaughter of Xia Wentian. Should Xia Jilan meet her demise here, the Xia family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Given the Xia family's standing within the military, such an event would likely incite significant turmoil in Ningbo, a scenario the royal family would prefer to avoid. Contemplating this, the third prince furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that this mere child of the Condensation Sea realm could draw in such influential figures. Your Highness. From the high platform, Lin Chaoga descended, his gaze laden with concern. The third prince glanced at Lin Chaoga and then at the distant Xiao Shiyu, whose face was now as dark as thunder. With the Xia family and even the imperial concubine involved, one could not help but wonder how many cards this young man had up his sleeve and why so many were eager to assist him. After a moment of silence, the third prince finally managed a composed smile. I can extend a favor to the imperial concubine this once. His aura of spiritual energy dissipated, and the deadly intent in his eyes retracted. He then turned to Chen Feng, his gaze narrowing with keen interest before he strode towards the square's exit. Seeing this, Xia Jilan released a breath of relief, her grip on the ice-blue spear becoming clammy with sweat. Despite her readiness for battle, the presence of such a remarkable talent weighed heavily on her. That scoundrel! In the distance, the members of the Sword Rain Pavilion wore expressions of deep malice, their eyes fixed on Chen Feng. With the Xia family now intervening, they understood that today, Chen Feng could not be killed. At such a tender age, to have slain so many of us at the Sword Rain Pavilion, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Xiao Shiyu gazed at the blood-soaked Chen Feng, a smile gracing his lips, yet it bore a disquieting edge. Very well. Enjoy your fleeting glory, for in a month's time, the contest for the Linglong Shenhuang pool will commence. We shall see how many of you from the Pill Pavilion remain by then. With a chilling grin, he waved his hand, leading the others of the Sword Rain Pavilion away. Before departing, Qin Ruoyue cast a glance toward Chen Feng, her eyes glinting with mockery upon seeing his bloodied state. No matter how brilliant Chen Feng had previously appeared, before the third prince, he resembled little more than an ant. As if they inhabited entirely different realms. Treasure the time you have left to live. At the Linglong conference, I shall personally end your life, she declared, striding away from the square. Qin Ruoyue, stop. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Feng turned, his icy gaze locking onto her. The atmosphere shifted. All present visibly startled, this man was not ready to relent. Where is my maid? Where have you taken her? Chen Feng's eyes burned crimson, exuding a chilling malice. Young Master Chen, we found Bauer. Suddenly, two maids from the Jiang family hurried in from beyond the square. Chen Feng paused in surprise. Qin Ruoyue turned to look back, scoffing, I have no need for such petty tricks. If we must fight, I shall do so honorably at the Linglong Shenhuang pool conference. With that, she left without hesitation. Sir, are you all right? Xia Jilan rushed over to support Chen Feng. I'm fine. Chen Feng waved his hand, turning his gaze toward the direction the third prince had departed, his silence betraying a deep-seated chill in his eyes. Lin Chaoga descended from above, relieved to see Chen Feng unharmed. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder, saying, You truly are remarkable, managing to eliminate so many prodigies from the Sword Rain Pavilion. I knew I had not misjudged you. He then frowned, noticing Chen Feng's bloodied appearance. Let us return to the Pill Pavilion, I shall personally tend to your wounds. Or perhaps to my Xia family? Xia Jilan hesitated before suggesting, believing her grandfather would be delighted to welcome Chen Feng. Lin Chaoga shot her a disapproving look. This young lady was rather brazen in her intentions. I have matters to attend to, I will visit the Pill Pavilion and Xia family afterward, Chen Feng replied with a wave of his hand, resigned.
Miss, we found Bauer. The two maids approached Jiang Yin with grave expressions.
Where is she?
Jiang Yin inquired hastily.
At the Qingfang Tower.
One maid responded. The Qingfang Tower?
How could she end up in such a place?
Jiang Yin's expression turned pale. Do you know this place? Chen Feng asked as he approached. Jiang Yin nodded. A hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It is a well-known brothel within the imperial city, easily located. Take me there. Chen Feng commanded. All right. Jiang Yin nodded.
But Lin Chaoga and Xia Jilan exchanged glances and stepped forward simultaneously, declaring, we shall accompany you. Having witnessed Chen Feng's terrifying potential at the Sword Dao Tea conference, Lin Chaoga was resolute not to let him escape. If he were to flee, who else could support the Pill Pavilion? Xia Jilan, wishing to draw closer to Chen Feng, naturally wanted to join as well. This. Jiang Yin opened her mouth, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation. A pill king and a young lady from the Xia family going to a brothel, a recipe for disaster. Yet, with Lin Chaoga and Xia Jilan determined to follow, she felt powerless to object. After they departed, Wusa glanced at the vice dean and inquired, Dean, they are heading to a brothel, should we join them? The vice dean's face turned red with embarrassment as he replied, no, we shall not. The Qingfang Tower, situated on a bustling street within the imperial city, has become a favored haunt for both dignitaries and wandering martial artists alike, ultimately establishing itself as the largest brothel in the capital. At this moment, within a lavish private room at the top of the Qingfang Tower, several enchanting women surrounded a distinguished young gentleman. The air thick with the fragrance of wine and an atmosphere of indulgence. Young Master Wang, once you drink this cup, you shall have me entirely. You must not pay attention to Xiao Chang, I am your true beloved, young Master Wang, for you cherish me above all. The women, with their graceful figures, swayed around Wang Gang, and with the irresistible scent of their allure, his desires surged. He embraced them, yearning to collapse them all to the floor in a passionate embrace. After a short while, an old matron knocked on the door and entered, accompanied by a poised young lady. Young Master Wang, we have cleaned this woman you brought back. When do you wish to indulge? The matron smiled. Wang Gang often seized common girls from the streets, bringing them to the Qingfang Tower for a thorough cleansing before presenting them to himself. The matron had to admit, after a thorough wash and a change into clean garments, the girl he had recently captured transformed into a breathtaking beauty, her innocent appearance making her one of the finest in the entire imperial city. Release me. If my young master learns that you have captured me, he will undoubtedly take vengeance upon you. Bauer struggled desperately against her captors. However, given her limited strength, her resistance proved futile. Wang Gang, upon witnessing Bauer's current plight, was nearly beside himself with excitement. Her innocent and charming visage rendered the so-called beauties surrounding her mere painted figures in comparison. My beauty, I come. Wang Gang could hardly contain his eagerness as he lunged forward, pinning Bauer to the ground. Observing this, the brothel madam wisely turned away, discreetly closing the door behind her. Let me transform you into a true woman. Wang Gang licked his lips, his impatience evident as he began to tear at Bauer's pristine garments with reckless abandon. His actions growing increasingly frenzied. Stop. Please, no. Bauer cried out in anguish, fighting with all her might, but her ordinary strength was no match for Wang Gang. A martial artist. What are you doing? Do you have any idea where this is? A commotion arose from outside. Moments later, the door to the private room was violently kicked open, and Chen Feng, Jiang Yin, and others entered. Upon witnessing the deplorable scene within, Chen Feng and Jiang Yin's expressions darkened significantly. Who are you? Wang Gang bellowed, his face contorted with fury at the interruption of his illicit activities. However, as he turned, he recognized a familiar figure and exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Yin? Is that you, Wang Gang? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this young master, her beautiful eyes brimming with indignation. She had never anticipated that the one responsible for abducting Bauer was none other than her betrothed, the son of the Minister of Revenue,
Wang Gang.
Although she had heard tales of his misdeeds in the capital, his rampant violence and abduction of women, she could hardly believe he had sunk so low as to target someone from the Jiang family.
Young master.
Bauer, rising from the ground, rushed into Chen Feng's embrace, her eyes red with tears.
It's all right, Chen Feng consoled her. Then, turning to Jiang Yin, he stated coolly, shall you take action, or shall I?
There was no room for negotiation in this matter, regardless of who Wang Gang had behind him.
Chen Feng was resolute in his intention to exact justice. Jiang Yin sighed, let me handle this.
She understood that should Chen Feng intervene, Wang Gang would surely meet his demise. However, if it were she who took action, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Though this scoundrel did not deserve to live, the influence of the Minister of Revenue's family in the capital posed a significant complication.
What do you intend to do? Do you even know who I am? My father is the current Minister of Revenue. If you dare to touch me, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Wang Gang continued to bluster. Chapter 44, The True Power of the Summer House.
In the face of Wang Gang's taunts, Jiang Yin appeared oblivious. Striding forward with an aura of spiritual energy enveloping her, a fierce azure light radiating a palpable, intimidating force. Behind her, the enchanting women in flowing red gauze trembled, their beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of fear as they gazed at Jiang Yin. These were mere ordinary women, and in the presence of such a formidable warrior, they felt utterly powerless to resist. Yet Jiang Yin's gaze remained fixed solely on Wang Gang. In just a few steps, her graceful figure stood before him, her eyes icy with disdain. Sensing the chilling energy emanating from her, Wang Gang felt a stir of anxiety in his heart.
Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Jiang Yin, do not forget, there exists a marriage contract between us. Are you truly contemplating the murder of your husband? Murder my husband?
Jiang Yin replied with a cold smile.
I have never signed a marriage contract with you, what basis do you have to accuse me of such a thing? To her,
an unsigned contract was as worthless as refuse. Her gaze, fierce and unwavering, pierced through him. Wang Gang, as the son of a high-ranking official,
you should know the law and uphold it.
Instead, you indulge in heinous acts, abducting innocent women and committing unspeakable crimes. You exploit your father's power to trample upon the law in the capital, inciting the people's grievances.
Today, you reap what you have sown.
Wang Gang's face twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. No longer willing to remain passive, he unleashed his spiritual energy and hurled a punch at her. Jiang Yin deftly sidestepped his attack, unperturbed by his level of prowess, which was of no threat to her. As she evaded his strike, Jiang Yin extended her palm, channeling her immense spiritual energy into a single, powerful blow that collided with Wang Gang's abdomen. The resounding impact echoed through the air, sending him crashing against the wall, creating a gaping hole as he coughed up blood. His spiritual energy shattered, leaving him a mere shell of his former self.
You dare to incapacitate me?
Wang Gang struggled to lift his head, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared at Jiang Yin in disbelief, his features contorted in agony.
I am saving you, Jiang Yin replied indifferently.
If I had not intervened, you would surely die at the hands of Chen Feng. Consider this a mercy. Do not persist in your wrongdoings. With that, she turned to leave, while Chen Feng and the others merely glanced back at Wang Gang before following her out. Mark my words. I will ensure my father makes you and the entire Jiang family pay dearly for this. Wang Gang's furious roar echoed through the private room, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Perhaps realizing that he would never again tread the path of martial arts, he spat another mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Outside the room, the commotion drew many people into the Qingfang building. Upon seeing the bloodied Wang Gang, they were struck with terror. The madam, who had been standing outside, trembled and sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. It's over, this time it's truly over. The imperial capital will surely undergo a upheaval. It was well known that Wang Gang was the favored son of the Minister of Revenue. With him now incapacitated, anyone involved would face dire consequences, for the protective nature of the minister would not allow them to escape unscathed. Though Qingfang building was not the instigator, The incident had occurred within its walls, and they would not be able to evade responsibility when accountability arose.
In an instant, chaos erupted within the establishment. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his companions had already exited Qingfang building. I should have been the one to end him.
A swift death and a proper burial would have sufficed,
Chen Feng remarked bluntly.
Jiang Yin shot him a disapproving glance.
Do you think this is a life and death contest?
This is the imperial capital, where killing carries grave consequences.
Especially in public. My actions were the utmost limit of what I could do.
Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face.
What do you intend to do next?
After all, he is the son of the Minister of Revenue.
And I have heard that you are not favored within the Zheng family.
Many matters are under the control of the matriarch, which could lead to unnecessary trouble.
Jiang Yin smiled. Do not worry, I will handle it myself.
Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out.
As for me, I shall not return just yet. I intend to visit the Pill Pavilion. Chen Feng replied with a grin.
Having been in the imperial capital for some time, he had yet to explore the Pill Pavilion, one of the most prominent forces in the capital, rivaling both the royal family and the Sword Rain Pavilion. He anticipated that there would be ample opportunities for cultivation there, allowing him to enhance his strength before the upcoming Linglong Shenyuan pool gathering.
Sounds good, Jiang Yi nodded.
The group bid each other farewell. As for Xia Jilian, Chen Feng promised to visit the summer residence within 10 days to check on the elder's condition.
Delighted with his assurance, Xia Jilian departed happily.
Chen Feng then walked alongside Bauer, following Lin Chaoge to the outskirts of the capital.
On the other side, within the palace.
This was the pinnacle of power in the kingdom of Ning, a fortress of its most formidable defenses. Since ancient times, the divine right of kings prevailed. Regardless of the might of the Sword Rain Pavilion or the extensive connections of the Pill Pavilion, they were compelled to bow before the royal family. At the door of the imperial study, a line of armored guards with stern expressions stood vigil. The third prince approached with measured steps, prompting the old eunuch at the door to hastily bow in respect. "Your Highness."
"Where is my father?"
the third prince inquired.
"The emperor is awaiting you inside the study,"
the old eunuch replied. Nodding, the third prince pushed open the study door and stepped inside.
Upon entering, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air,
and sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting delicate patterns upon the jadestone floor.
At the desk sat a man in his 50s, reviewing memorials.
Clad in a dragon-embroidered imperial robe, he emanated an innate regal authority, intimidating those who dared to meet his gaze. Beside him stood a young and beautiful consort,
elegantly dressed in silk, grinding ink for him.
The room was enveloped in an almost oppressive silence, where even a breath seemed too loud.
This man was none other than Emperor Tang Fengjing of the Kingdom of Ning.
The third prince knelt respectfully, saying, "Your son pays his respects to father."
"Returned, have you?"
The emperor set aside his documents and approached his son. The third prince, standing tall and imposing, exuded an innate majesty that mirrored the emperor's own,
neither showing any sign of inferiority.
The emperor's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he regarded his 13 sons, of whom the third was his greatest pride. In terms of both the heart of a ruler and strategic prowess, he was unparalleled. Moreover, this son possessed extraordinary talent. Among the princes, he excelled in martial prowess, mastering both swordsmanship and alchemy, making him the most formidable genius in the entire Ning kingdom. Within the vast imperial city, various factions thrived, such as the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Alchemy Tower, among countless others. Without sufficient strength and presence, one could not command respect among these powerful entities. As the third prince, a paragon of talent, the emperor had utmost confidence in him. Given enough time, he would surely quell all rivals, instilling fear in their hearts. The emperor smiled and remarked, "It has been quite a while since we last played chess.
Would you honor me with your company in a game?"
The third prince respectfully nodded. "I would be delighted, father." They took their seats at the chessboard, with the emperor making the first move, akin to how he had always been the principal strategist in the realm of Ning.
As they played, the emperor inquired, "What insights have you gained from your recent excursion?" The third prince replied, "The feud between the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Alchemy Tower has deepened into an irreconcilable enmity. However, their fierce rivalry ultimately benefits our royal family." The emperor pressed on, "And what else?"
The third prince pondered briefly before continuing. Despite their apparent strength, neither faction poses a significant threat to our royal authority.
In the face of the million-strong iron cavalry of Ning, they could be easily obliterated.
My greatest concern, however, lies with the Xia family. The emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet his countenance remained unchanged as he asked, "Why do you say that?" The third prince explained. Although father has stripped General Xia Wendian of his military power, he retains an unparalleled prestige within the army, one that even you do not possess. It is said that 80% of the officers owe their positions to his patronage. At his command, at least half of the million cavalry would rally to his side, presenting the most significant threat to our royal family.
During my recent visit, I witnessed the terrifying influence of the Xia family. While their power seems concentrated in the military,
they also possess substantial hidden strength within the court, he added. The emperor paused slightly in his movements, then resumed play with deliberate calm.
The third prince glanced at his father, feeling a weight of pressure beneath the emperor's unwavering and imposing demeanor. The emperor spoke lightly. It was to be expected that Empress Xia would align with her family's interests. What I did not foresee was her eagerness to emerge so swiftly from the shadows. Indeed.
This is perplexing to me as well. Her emergence was far too hasty. The third prince replied, puzzled. As a powerful figure backed by the Xia family and favored by the emperor, countless officials in the court her favor. She is poised to become the Xia family's most potent card, one that could determine their fate, and would not typically be deployed unless in dire straits. Yet, she has now compelled me to yield.
The timing of her appearance is utterly inappropriate.
General Xia, a seasoned veteran of countless battles,
possesses the acumen to control the overarching dynamics. He should not make such a fundamental blunder.
The third prince's brow furrowed in contemplation as he continued, after much reflection. I believe the only plausible explanation lies with a young man named Chen Feng, who has recently surfaced in the imperial city. What secret does this youth harbor that compels General Xia to go to such lengths to protect him, even at the cost of exhausting all familial resources? Chapter 45. The Emperor's cunning strategy. Chen Feng's prowess had been personally gauged by the third prince, who regarded him as merely a fifth-layer condensation C-realm cultivator. Such abilities, he mused, hardly warranted attention, whether in the imperial city or even among the major cities of Ning Nation. The third prince was confident that even if given 3 to 5 more years, or even longer, he could easily crush Chen Feng at any moment. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant individual who garnered unprecedented attention from the Xia manor, compelling Xia Wendian to unveil the formidable card of Lady Xia to counter the third prince. It appeared that the renowned military god was finally succumbing to age, the third prince thought.
Were the third prince in Xia Wendian's position, he would never have allowed Lady Xia to surface, utilizing her to safeguard such a feckless youth. This could only be attributed to Xia Wendian's evident senility,
leading him to make a move that surprised everyone, a blunder. This misstep not only exposed the Xia manor's latent strength but also positioned it at the center of the storm within the imperial city, providing the royal family with justification to target and diminish the Xia manor's power. Regrettably, no matter how commendable Xia Wendian's previous actions had been, he ultimately faltered at this juncture.
One misstep can lead to total defeat. Do you believe Xia Wendian's move was misguided? The emperor inquired, discerning the third prince's thoughts from his expression. Should I assume control of the Xia manor, I would never allow Lady Xia to be revealed as a pivotal piece, the third prince asserted earnestly. Oh? The emperor chuckled in surprise, then asked, what would you do instead? The third prince paused momentarily, reflecting before responding, if it were I would remain an observer, letting the Sword Rain Pavilion and Dan Tower engage in a fierce struggle, thus keeping myself away from the turmoil of the imperial city. Although Xia Wendian currently wields no military power, the Xia Manor still boasts numerous exceptional talents serving as officers in the military. Moreover, many seasoned generals within the army harbor sentiments of loyalty towards Xia Wendian. As long as they remain, the Xia Manor will remain secure. In critical moments, Lady Xia will continue to serve as a vital support for the Xia Manor. Should any disturbance arise within the palace, the Xia Manor would be promptly informed, rendering it unnecessary to squander the strongest card for the sake of an inconsequential youth. The emperor smiled slightly and continued. Have you contemplated why Xia Wendian would take such significant risks, placing the Xia Manor at the storm's epicenter, solely to preserve a youth you deem worthless?
The third prince pondered deeply but could not articulate a rationale. He truly could not comprehend Xiao Wentian's reasoning. The emperor, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, "As far as I know, Xiao Wentian has been seeking medical help for the past 6 months, rarely returning home, while his granddaughter, Xiao Jilan, has remained by his side. However, since Xiao Wentian returned to the Xiao Manor over half a month ago, he has not ventured outside or appeared before others."
"Do you know why?"
The third prince furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before sighing, "I do not know.
Perhaps Xiao Wentian has resigned himself to death, relinquishing hope for survival.
That has been my speculation thus far. However, since his recent move, I am convinced he is not awaiting death, but rather awaiting life."
The emperor replied, "Awaiting life? What do you mean?"
The third prince's face betrayed his confusion.
The emperor explained,
"There is but one reason that can elucidate why he no longer ventures out and why he is willing to go to such lengths to protect that youth. The youth possesses the ability to save Xiao Wentian,
representing his hope for life."
The emperor's imposing gaze radiated with intensity. The third prince's expression shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be? That is the northern border's corpse poison, the most insidious toxin known to man. Although many are unaware of the poison afflicting Xiao Wentian,
the royal family is not blind to it.
The northern border's corpse poison is the most intractable toxin, even the palace's veteran physicians are helpless against it.
How could a 17-year-old youth possibly unravel this poison? It is utterly preposterous."
The emperor remained silent, gently placing a black piece on the board at a strategic position. This move effectively sealed all retreat routes for the third prince's white pieces, leaving him with no further options.
The third prince, momentarily taken aback,
had previously focused entirely on the Xia Manor and Shen Feng, neglecting the board. Upon regaining his composure, he realized he had lost this game, miserably so. With a bitter smile, he promptly rose and respectfully bowed. "Father, your chess skills are unparalleled. I am ashamed of my inadequacies." The emperor, expressionless, replied coolly, "It is not my skill that surpasses yours, but rather your aggressive style that fixates solely on the central position, neglecting the overall layout of the board. A strategist's greatest folly lies in short-sightedness. Moreover, your white pieces are scattered. Every move made by a strategist should carry significance.
Often,
the very piece you underestimate can become the critical factor leading to your downfall." The third prince's face reflected contemplation, as if he were absorbing every word of the emperor's wisdom.
"Xiao Wentian has fought countless battles, having taken more lives than you have consumed rice. His insight and strategic acumen are not to be taken lightly. Do not underestimate him." The emperor admonished, "I have been enlightened."
The third prince promptly replied with a respectful bow. He regarded himself as quick-witted and exceptionally gifted, yet he felt inferior in comparison to the emperor before him. The previous emperor had fathered 17 sons, and this current emperor's ascendance to the throne symbolizing supreme power was not due to flattery but rather his genuine strategic brilliance, which had allowed him to dominate the other princes and ultimately claim the throne. Compared to all in Ning Nation, the emperor was the true cunning fox,
possessing the most elusive imperial strategy.
After imparting his guidance, the emperor offered no further words, rising to stretch, revealing a hint of weariness on his face.
"I am fatigued. You may leave now."
"Yes, I take my leave,"
the third prince responded, standing and departing.
As the emperor watched the third prince's retreating figure, a flicker of imperceptible regret shone in his eyes as he sighed. Though astute and extraordinarily gifted, he ultimately possesses the youthful arrogance that belittles others.
"Your Majesty,
the third prince is still young, he requires your continued guidance," remarked a nearby concubine with a gentle smile, keenly aware of the emperor's high regard for the third prince. "Indeed, let time take its course," the emperor chuckled, then produced an imperial edict, addressing the concubine. "Please assist me in drafting this, I wish to compose a decree."
"Of course."
The concubine smiled subtly, settling beside the emperor to serve him. Upon exiting the study, the third prince chose not to return to his chamber, but rather made his way to the current prime minister's residence. The prime minister, having been the third prince's teacher in his youth, was a source of guidance whenever he encountered uncertainties. If one were to consider who could rival the military prowess of Xiao Wentian in the present day, it would be none other than the current prime minister, Ye Beixuan, who had similarly gained fame at a young age. having excelled in literature and achieved the top scholar position by the age of 12. At the venerable age of 50, he has ascended to the esteemed position of the foremost civil minister of Ningbo. In the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Wei Zhongzheng wore a contemplative expression, enveloped in perplexity. "Your Highness, you claim that your solar spiritual root has been suppressed by that young man?" Wei Zhong inquired. Incredulous. "Indeed." The third prince nodded in affirmation. "I have conducted a thorough examination and found that he possesses a chaotic amalgamation of the 5 elemental roots, which should categorically classify him as having a mixed elemental spiritual root. Yet, inexplicably, he has the capacity to suppress my solar spiritual root, leaving me utterly confounded. As you are well versed in various matters, I seek your wisdom. Do you know of any other spiritual root that bears a striking resemblance to the mixed elemental root but surpasses it manifold?" Wei Zhong rose and began to pace thoughtfully within the hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "There exists a spiritual root strikingly similar to the mixed elemental root, however. It ought not to manifest within our realm of Ningbo." "What spiritual root do you speak of, Prime Minister?" the third prince inquired eagerly. "It is the spiritual root of the innate Tao Emperor from yesteryears, known as the innate Tao embryo of the 5 elements. It embodies a perfect balance of the 5 elements, with a lotus body as its foundation and the 5 elements forming its heart, thus emerging as a Tao lotus within the chaos, innately attuned to spiritual energy. This is a rare spiritual root, seldom seen over millennia. I have encountered merely a few mentions in ancient texts. As for further information regarding this root, I am at a loss. However, the innate Tao embryo typically manifests only in realms abundant in spiritual energy, far beyond our lower realms' capabilities. Moreover, should it appear, given its natural affinity for spiritual energy, it would not remain at the 5th level of the condensation sea after a decade of cultivation. Perhaps I am mistaken. It may very well be a spiritual root unknown to me." Wei Zhong sighed. The third prince's face was etched with deep contemplation. The innate Tao embryo. The spiritual root once possessed by the innate Tao Emperor? How could this be possible? It seemed implausible, surely. He was mistaken, his solar spiritual root was undoubtedly the most formidable one in Ningbo. Chapter 46, the headquarters of the Pill Tower. Qinfeng followed Lin Chaogu as they ascended the majestic mountains. Behind these towering peaks lay a breathtaking expanse of magnificent landscapes. The Pill Tower was situated in the outskirts, north of the imperial city, within a vast complex surrounded by numerous peaks. If one were to ponder which profession reaps the greatest financial rewards, it would undoubtedly be the alchemist. A single pill can be revered as a treasure by the masses. In the realm of Ning, aside from the royal family that possesses vast territories and the holy dragon commerce that spans the globe, the Pill Tower stands as one of the wealthiest entities, gathering alchemists and becoming the largest hub for them in Ning. Thus, their constructed headquarters is arguably the most luxurious. Standing atop the mountain, one could gaze down upon an endless expanse of sprawling plains, dotted with grand cultivation halls. Surrounding these halls were towering mountains and cascading waterfalls, their thunderous roars echoing throughout the realm. The air was alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as robust trees, over a century old, stood tall, their sprawling branches resembling an immense canopy. The scene before them was so awe-inspiring, shrouded in mist, that it felt like a hidden paradise. "How beautiful!" Bauer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The legendary imperial palace could hardly compare. The vistas were primarily untouched by human hands, while the resplendent cultivation halls rising amidst the clouds evoked admiration for the unparalleled wealth of the Pill Tower. One could only imagine the immense financial resources required for their construction. Lin Chaogu wore an expression of pride, remarking that within the entirety of Ning, aside from the royal family and the holy dragon commerce, no other force could boast such a lavish headquarters. "What do you think, young man? Isn't the Pill Tower remarkable?" Lin Chaogu asked with a smile. "It truly is impressive." Chen Feng nodded, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly fragile Pill Tower could establish such a magnificent headquarters. It was evident that the alchemists within were no ordinary individuals. "Come. Let me show you around." Lin Chaogu waved his hand cheerfully. The trio then descended the mountain, walking toward the cultivation halls of the Pill Tower, where numerous martial artists stood guard. Given the Pill Tower's immense financial prowess, they had recruited many formidable protectors over the years. However, these individuals were not of the younger generation, thus they could not represent the Pill Tower in events like the Sword Dao Tea Party or the Linglong Conference. As they wandered, Chen Feng suddenly noticed that the mist enveloping the Pill Tower did not dissipate under the sunlight. Instead, it grew denser as they approached the heart of the Pill Tower. Realizing this, Chen Feng extended his hand, and as he circulated his internal energy, the surrounding spiritual essence surged toward him, coalescing into a sphere of golden light in his palm. This sphere, formed from pure spiritual energy, was undoubtedly more refined and potent. This mist surrounding the Pill Tower is not ordinary, is it spiritual energy? Is there a gathering formation nearby? Chen Feng inquired, astonished, glancing at Lin Xiaogu. Ha ha! Well done, young lad. You've indeed discerned it. Lin Xiaogu laughed heartily, a look of admiration in his eyes. This is a second-tier gathering formation set up by a formation master I hired at great expense years ago. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Xiaogu beamed with pride. Such a large formation was indeed a rarity. In all of Ning, only the royal family, the Holy Dragon Commerce, and the Pill Tower could establish something of this magnitude. Truly affluent. Chen Feng smirked, his smile lacking genuine warmth. Yet, a thought lingered unspoken in his mind. With such lavish resources, pills, spiritual formations, and wealth, how could the Pill Tower find itself in such a pitiful state against the Sword Rain Pavilion? Were the geniuses of the Pill Tower raised on dung? Noticing Chen Feng's unusual expression, Lin Xiaogu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite possessing such advantages, they still fell short against others, which was indeed somewhat disgraceful. Previously, the Pill Tower's talents had excelled in alchemy, yet they were lacking in martial prowess. However, some of the new talents I've recruited this time are quite promising. If you get to know them, you may have a different impression. Lin Xiaogu remarked. And where are they? Chen Feng asked, realizing he had hardly seen any of the younger generation since entering the Pill Tower. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from a nearby cultivation hall, followed by a cloud of dust that quickly spread. The sudden blast startled both Bauer and Lin Xiaogu. What happened? An enemy attack? Bauer asked, her face marked with anxiety. Chen Feng turned to see a thick black smoke billowing from the cultivation hall, and he detected a faint scent of medicinal herbs amidst the chaos. Lin Xiaogu, however, was not pleased. Upon hearing the explosion, his expression soured, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. That damned fatso has blown up my cultivation hall again. Lin Xiaogu cursed as he hurried toward the source of the explosion, with Chen Feng and Bauer quickly following suit. Upon arriving at the scene, they found the magnificent hall's wall had been blasted open, and a small, chubby figure emerged, coughing violently, covered in soot. Ugh! Ugh! The chubby boy spat out black smoke, clearly choking from the aftermath of the explosion. He appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, his plump body jiggling as he moved. His once green robe was now stained black, and his disheveled hair added to his comical appearance. Damn fatty, didn't I tell you not to concoct pills in the cultivation hall? Look at what you've done. Do you know how much silver I spent to build this hall? Lin Xiaogu scolded, gripping the boy by the collar in frustration. Old man, why are you so worked up? It's just a ruined cultivation hall. I can afford to pay for it. The chubby boy retorted, seemingly unfazed by Lin Xiaogu's anger. Pay up 1,000 taels, or this matter will not end well for you. Lin Xiaogu released his hold, seething with rage. At that moment, the boy noticed Bauer and Chen Feng. New faces? He asked, surprised. Hello, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng introduced himself. I'm Sun Xiaotian. Everyone calls me Fatty Sunday. I'm the vice master of the Pill Tower. The chubby boy said with a grin, showing no signs of formality. Wait. Vice master of the Pill Tower? Chen Feng's expression changed, a multitude of dark lines appearing on his face. Can I ask how many vice masters there are in the Pill Tower? Including me, there are 6 of us. Fatty Sun replied. Chen Feng glared at Lin Xiaogu, realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. The vice masters of the Pill Tower were simply too numerous.
He now harbors grave doubts about whether everyone drawn into the Dan Tower by Lin Chaoga will indeed be appointed as deputy tower masters. Oh, don't mind me. Once you enter the Dan Tower, we are family. The title of deputy tower master is merely a formality.
If you can vanquish those prodigies from the Sword Rain Pavilion at the Linglong Conference, I, the legitimate master of the Dan Tower, would gladly bestow that title upon you.
Lin Chaoga chuckled.
Chen Feng turned his head away, choosing not to contest Lin Chaoga any further, for he had never placed much importance on titles like Deputy Tower Master. However, the figure before him, this rotund individual, piqued his interest, for on the chest of his blue robe lay a badge depicting an alchemical cauldron, etched with 3 stars. This indicated that he was, astonishingly, a third-tier alchemist at the tender age of 18, quite a prodigy indeed. After all, the current third prince, with the vast resources of the royal family and his remarkable talent, had only just attained the rank of 4th-tier alchemist. It was evident that this chubby fellow possessed some skill in alchemy. Were you just attempting to concoct the 3-pattern spirit recovery pill again? I've told you that the formula is flawed, yet you persist. Lin Chaoga remarked. In truth, this was not the first time Sun Xiaotian had encountered a furnace explosion. Though the 3-pattern spirit recovery pill was a 3rd-tier elixir, it stood at the pinnacle of its rank. Sun Xiaotian had been attempting to refine this pill for half a month, yet each time ended in failure.
My formula is infallible. It was discovered by my father within an ancient tomb, how could it possibly be erroneous? Sun Xiaotian retorted, his face flushed.
Despite his confusion as to why following the recipe led to repeated explosions, he steadfastly believed that his father's unaltered formula could not be mistaken.
Stop refining. At this rate, you might just blow yourself up. Lin Chaoga scoffed.
Chen Feng cast a glance at the gaping hole in the wall and stepped inside through the large opening. The grand hall had been utterly ravaged, a towering humanoid alchemical furnace lay shattered into fragments, with remnants of charred debris lingering at its base, emitting a foul, acrid aroma.
Chen Feng crouched down, inhaling the noxious fumes in contemplation. Your formula is indeed sound, but your refining technique is flawed. He stated. What do you mean? Are you questioning my alchemical skills? Sun Xiaotian bristled at the insinuation.
Chen Feng replied, Tianyuan grass, Qinlin wood, 3-life sunflower, 5-spice flower, Shiyu fruit.
And 2 ice spirit grasses, these are the ingredients for the 3-pattern spirit recovery pill.
Unfortunately, you allowed the ice spirit grass to overheat, resulting in the furnace explosion. Chapter 47, The Balance of Yin and Yang, the heart of the earth as fiery dragon saliva. What does it mean to slow down?
Sun Xiaotian's expression momentarily faltered, leaving him somewhat perplexed.
However, he soon began to realize that he had seemingly overlooked something of great significance, and his countenance shifted drastically.
Wait a moment. How do you know the formula for the 3-pattern recovery pill? I have never shown this formula to anyone. How could you possibly be aware of all the herbs required for concocting such a pill?
Since the moment Sun Xiaotian encountered Chen Feng, he had never disclosed what herbs were needed to create the 3-pattern recovery pill, and Chen Feng could not have learned it from Lin Chaoga, as he had not even mentioned Lin Chaoga's name. Yet now, Chen Feng articulated precisely the herbs necessary for crafting the 3-pattern recovery pill, leaving Sun Xiaotian utterly astonished. Lin Chaoga's expression also fluctuated rapidly, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng with incredulity. He had only referred to the pill that Sun Fatty intended to concoct as the 3-pattern recovery pill, without divulging any further details about it.
I could smell it. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Sun Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of nose do you possess? Is it truly possible to discern it through scent? Sun Xiaotian was indeed taken aback.
While he had heard of top-tier alchemists capable of identifying various herbs merely by scent, those alchemists had honed their craft to an extraordinary level, having spent years immersed in the study of spiritual herbs, thus developing an extraordinarily keen sense of smell.
However, most of those esteemed alchemists were well into their old age. Yet here was Chen Feng, merely 17 or 18. Already endowed with such remarkable olfactory prowess, it was utterly absurd. Just as Lin Chaoga could perhaps identify a couple of herbs from remnants by scent,
he could never achieve the feat that Chen Feng had accomplished, naming them all in one breath.
You also an alchemist?
Sun Xiaotian scrutinized Chen Feng with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, noting that Chen Feng appeared even younger than himself.
Why not? Chen Feng responded. Well then, please continue. How should I go about slowing down the ice spirit grass?
Sun Xiaotian's interest was piqued. He was eager to hear Chen Feng's reasoning.
Behind him, Lin Chaoga also regarded Chen Feng with inquisitive eyes.
The depth of this young man's swordsmanship was already formidable. But to discover he possessed such profound knowledge in alchemy was indeed unexpected.
Do you know the function of ice spirit grass? Chen Feng inquired.
Of course. Ice spirit grass contains the essence of ice spirit, which can alleviate the excessive fiery energy accumulated in martial artists practicing fire-based techniques.
In alchemy,
it serves another purpose, balancing the temperature of the flames.
Sun Xiaotian explained. The function of ice spirit grass was not a secret, many alchemists understood this,
as it was common knowledge. Precisely, to balance the temperature of the flames. Consider this, among the materials used to concoct the 3-pattern recovery pill, there is a herb called Qinlin wood, which increases in temperature rapidly when burned. Therefore, when introducing Qinlin wood,
you must simultaneously add ice spirit grass to maintain the temperature within the alchemical furnace. However, you neglected to do so.
You added the ice spirit grass only after the Qinlin wood had burned for 15 minutes, which was far too late. The Qinlin wood rapidly releases intense heat, and by the time the ice spirit grass is introduced, its cooling essence is insufficient to neutralize the temperature, inevitably leading to an explosion of the furnace. The duality of yin and yang underscores the importance of balance, and this principle applies equally to alchemy. Any imbalance, whether excessive or deficient, is unacceptable.
Chen Feng elaborated.
Every phenomenon is bound by the interplay of yin and yang. The same holds true for alchemy. In his previous life, Chen Feng championed the yin-yang alchemical method, pioneering several avant-garde theories, which bestowed upon him unique insights into various alchemical practices. Sun Xiaotian pondered deeply for a moment, and suddenly everything clicked into place.
His previously confused expression transforming into one of clarity. No wonder. While refining the pill, I always felt the temperature within the furnace was excessively high.
Yet each time I reduced the flame's spiritual energy, I was unable to solidify the pill, resulting in repeated explosions, while I could not pinpoint the issue in the formula.
It turns out the problem lies here.
Sun Xiaotian was indeed highly perceptive, otherwise, he would not have attained the rank of third-grade alchemist at such a young age. With Chen Feng's guidance, he immediately grasped the concept. The formula was not at fault, the principal issue resided within himself. He had failed to comprehend the properties of ice spirit grass and Qinlin wood, as well as the resulting temperature fluctuations, leading to his repeated failures. Recalling the terrifying destruction caused by the explosions, Sun Xiaotian still bore some psychological scars. The training hall was constructed from exceptionally durable stones, yet they had been shattered into fragments. He was fortunate to have escaped unscathed each time. Had he experienced a few more explosions, his life might have been in jeopardy. Chen Feng continued, in fact, the primary function of the 3-pattern recovery pill is to swiftly restore the martial artist's spiritual energy.
Using ice spirit grass in the formulation is correct, but incorporating ice dragon saliva would yield even better results. Ice dragon saliva?
Sun Xiaotian's face reflected a contemplative expression as he pondered, murmuring, the effects of ice dragon saliva are similar to those of ice spirit grass, yet distinct. The power contained within ice dragon saliva not only balances the temperature of the alchemical furnace but also accelerates the martial artist's recovery of spiritual energy. Aligning perfectly with the essence of the 3-pattern recovery pill, both aim to restore the martial artist's vitality.
However, the melting point of ice dragon saliva is exceedingly high.
Once the flame is intensified, it may diminish the potency of other herbs, potentially affecting the quality of the pill. Chen Feng shook his head, stating, formulas are rigid.
Humans are dynamic. One must learn to adapt.
Ice dragon saliva can serve as the primary ingredient, ignited with 8 parts flame, and when its potency begins to dissolve,
introduce the remaining herbs to blend harmoniously. Is that not feasible?
Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaotian contemplated carefully. Moments later, he suddenly smacked his thigh and exclaimed, of course.
How did I not think of that?
This method is brilliant. By doing so, not only will the failure rate of the alchemical process decrease significantly, but the quality of the pill will also see substantial improvement.
Goodness, what is this mind of yours? How could you possibly conceive such an idea?
Under Chen Feng's guidance, Sun Xiaotian felt as though he had been introduced to an entirely new realm. Lin Chaoga, standing behind, likewise wore an expression of astonishment. Known within Ningguo as the Pill King, his alchemical talents were well established. However, if Lin Chaoga were to attempt revising the formula for the 3-pattern recovery pill, he would never have conceived such a remarkable modification. Altering a formula is not a task for the ordinary. It requires keen intellect and profound understanding of the properties and effects of various herbs. It is worth noting that there are over 80,000 known spiritual herbs, each possessing distinct properties and effects. To modify a formula, one must be intimately familiar with various herbs and their attributes. Chen Feng's approach to formula modification was fundamentally rooted in the principles of yin and yang. If one aspect is overly dominant, one must introduce a more subdued element. The yin-yang alchemical method? A concept unique to the Northern Xian Sword Emperor. Was this mere coincidence? Lin Chaoga narrowed his eyes, gazing solemnly at the youthful figure before him, who still bore traces of innocence. Previously, a recipe from the Northern Profound Sword Emperor was presented, and now, with effortless ease, he pointed out the errors in Sun Fatty's alchemical process. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to perceive the shadow of the Northern Profound Sword Emperor within Chen Feng. Sun Xiaotian, however, remained oblivious to the significance of the situation. Having resolved the substantial issue of the recipe, he felt elated, slinging an arm around Chen Feng's shoulder and chuckling, "Come on, you've been a tremendous help. Let me treat you to a meal. You can choose any restaurant in the Imperial City, and I shall cover the cost." Chen Feng waved his hand, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he inquired, "Let us discuss the meal later. Why is it that you are the only one here in the alchemy tower? Such a major incident as the exploded furnace, and still, no one has emerged." "There are the other 5 Vice Tower Masters, but they have gone in search of the Earth Core Flame Dragoness essence and have yet to return," Sun Xiaotian replied. The Earth Core Flame Dragoness essence? This essence, a product of the Earth Core Flame Dragon Crocodile, is an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, indeed worth its weight in gold. And one may not acquire it even with ample wealth. As the conversation unfolded, the distant sky suddenly resonated with a series of urgent, slicing winds, and soon, amidst the dazzling light, several discernible figures swiftly approached their direction. "They have returned." Sensing that familiar aura, Lin Chaoga turned around, the heavy stone in his heart finally easing. Chen Feng's gaze followed suit. Upon the landing of the figures, their surrounding spiritual energy dissipated, revealing 5 distinct silhouettes, 3 women and 2 men. Each bore traces of blood, their faces pale as if they had just endured a fierce battle. "Did you find the Earth Core Flame Dragoness essence?" Lin Chaoga inquired with a smile. The foremost figure, a girl clad in a white dress, nodded gracefully, "We did not fail our mission." She then opened her palm, and amidst a flicker of light, a transparent, exquisite little jade vial appeared in her grasp. Inside the vial were several drops of a blood-red liquid, bubbling like magma, seemingly infused with an overwhelmingly potent energy. Its hue far more intense than that of other spiritual herbs. Indeed, it is the Earth Core Flame Dragoness essence. Both Lin Chaoga and Sun Xiaotian displayed expressions of astonishment. The Earth Core Flame Crocodile was, after all, a rare and formidable beast, with adult specimens reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. When the Earth Core Flame Crocodile gives birth, it produces this accompanying liquid, known as the Earth Core Flame Dragoness essence, intended for the young. To obtain this essence, one must vanquish an adult Earth Core Flame Crocodile. Lin Chaoga and the others had not anticipated that what was already a perilous endeavor would yield success for Lu Qingxin and the others. The girl in the white dress tightened her grip on the delicate jade vial, a chilling murderous intent radiating from her frostbitten visage. With this, she would be able to ascend to the celestial realm. Qin Ruaiwa, I shall avenge my sister at the Linglong Conference. Chapter 48, Gentle Persuasion. Oh my goodness. You truly are formidable. You actually managed to reclaim the companion liquid of the Earth Core Flame Dragon Crocodile. Sun Xiaotian gazed at the exquisite jade vial containing a few drops of fiery red liquid, his eyes betraying a hint of greed. How did you accomplish this? Sun Xiaotian inquired curiously, directing his gaze towards the 5 individuals. The adult Earth Core Flame Dragon Crocodile possesses power that has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, whereas the 5 of them are merely at the peak of the transformation realm. Such strength surely cannot be easily acquired. Among the 5, A robust man with a sturdy build chuckled good-naturedly and replied, "There was no other way. We had to employ a significant amount of medicinal pills and hire a group of powerful warriors to jointly besiege the Earth Core Flame Dragon Crocodile. However, that battle incurred heavy casualties, nearly 90% of the hired warriors perished, and the cost we incurred was indeed enormous."
Upon hearing this,
Lin Chaga and Sun Xiaotian exchanged glances with the five, noting the grievous wounds they bore, with several gruesome gashes spanning their shoulders.
Impressive.
Sun Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words, simply giving them a thumbs up. If he were in their position, facing the Earth Core Flame Dragon Crocodile,
he would have undoubtedly chosen to flee rather than hunt. He. The sturdy youth chuckled, his dark complexion appearing rather amiable.
Soon, everyone's attention shifted to Chen Feng and Bao Bao, who stood beside Lin Chaoga, revealing traces of curiosity in their eyes.
"Who is this?" the sturdy youth asked. Lin Chaoga smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce.
This is Chen Feng, my newly appointed deputy leader."
Deputy leader?
Upon hearing this, the five exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of disbelief.
This old fellow is once again using this title to deceive people.
Lin Chaoga's face displayed a momentary awkwardness as he pointed to the robust man and said,
"This is Mu Shun, a dual practitioner of martial arts and alchemy, currently at the 8th level of the transformation realm, ranked 11th on the Ningguo talents list.
I hope you will guide him well."
Mu Shun clasped his fists in greeting to Chen Feng, indicating that he was indeed easy to get along with.
Chen Feng returned the gesture. Lin Chaoga then pointed to a pair of remarkably similar twin sisters nearby, saying, "These are Han Xiao and Han Shan. Twin sisters who specialize in spear techniques and have mastered the spear's potential. Do not be deceived by their youth, their strength is formidable.
Currently ranked 12th and 13th on the Ningguo talents list." Chen Feng clasped his fists in respect towards the sisters, recognizing that despite their youth,
they had already attained the 7th level of the transformation realm.
Such strength positions them among the elite in Ningguo.
Lin Chaoga then gestured toward the final man among them,
who differed from Mu Shun.
This last individual bore 2 horns, his eyes a natural crimson, and his slender frame was adorned with well-defined muscles.
Merely standing there, he exuded an indescribable sense of pressure, akin to facing a ferocious beast. "Half-demon?" Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. He could sense the intense vitality within the youth,
coupled with his well-honed physique, indicating he had refined his body to its utmost limit. If it came to physical combat alone, this lean man could likely overpower Mu Shun with a single punch. Realizing he had been discerned, the youth appeared somewhat taken aback before stating expressionlessly,
"My name is Tan Song.
My mother is of the human race, and my father belongs to the Black Elephant clan. I hope for your guidance." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing that the youth's breathing was notably labored, and the crimson hue of his eyes seemed to harbor a fierce energy that he was striving to suppress. Each beast clan possesses an inherent murderous nature, and it was evident that Tan Song was struggling to contain his own. It seems that the talents of the alchemy tower are not as weak as I initially presumed. Chen Feng mused inwardly. Perhaps the geniuses previously recruited by the Sword Rain Pavilion were indeed lacking. However, this current group has revealed some promising prospects. As Lin Chaoga prepared to introduce the final figure, a girl in a white dress stepped forward ahead of him. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like a starry sea, seemingly housing countless celestial bodies, as she fixed her gaze on Chen Feng without uttering a word.
Chen Feng returned her gaze.
Her features were strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, starry eyes, and delicate brows that resembled distant mountains. Her flawless, fair skin bore a subtle blush,
and her pure white off-shoulder gown hinted at her elegant collarbone.
In terms of beauty, she could rival the likes of Qin Ruyue and Zhang Yin. Yet, the aura she emitted was chillingly aloof, deterring any casual approach. The girl in white queried, "Are you at the 5th level of the condensing sea realm?"
"Yes." Chen Feng nodded.
His cultivation was easily discernible, so there was no need for him to conceal it. The girl in white shook her head and sighed, "Lin Sr. I understand your desire to best the Sword Rain Pavilion, and I share that ambition. However, we cannot involve innocent lives in this perilous pursuit." Lin Chaoga's expression stiffened, at a loss for how to counter her statement. The girl in white turned her attention to Chen Feng and said coolly, "My words are not meant to discourage you. Being at the 5th level of the condensing sea realm is indeed too weak. For your own safety, it would be wise for you to leave the alchemy tower. This place is unsuitable for you, remaining here would only make you a burden to us. As she spoke, her expression was devoid of any emotion, as though merely stating an obvious fact. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, while Bao Bao interjected, "My young master is very strong." The girl in white countered. "The geniuses within the Sword Rain Pavilion are even stronger. Qin Ruyue is ranked 8th on the talents list, having perfected her sword intent and reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Huoshuanyu, a powerhouse of the heavenly realm, is ranked 6th and has comprehended sword intent, attaining the level of a sword master. Shinsong, also a heavenly realm powerhouse, ranks 5th, having mastered sword intent and become a grand master of the sword path. Just these 3 individuals are more than capable of overwhelming any young elite from other factions. Moreover, the Sword Rain Pavilion boasts countless other geniuses yet to reveal themselves. Not only the Sword Rain Pavilion, but also the Cloud Sea Academy and the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce possess talents far beyond your imagination. Therefore, you should not remain here." Lin Chaoga opened his mouth, intending to respond, but the words caught in his throat. A significant portion of the geniuses on the talents list hailed from the Sword Rain Pavilion, so their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the girl in white's words were somewhat harsh, they reflected the truth. The previous Sword Path tea gathering was merely a minor skirmish. The gathering lacked sufficient incentives. Winning only awarded a title, and the genuine talents were lured away by more substantial rewards. Consequently, the true gems of the Sword Rain Pavilion did not participate. However, this time, the Linglong Xianhuang pool is different. The Xianhuang Qi is an invaluable elixir for any martial artist, and everyone will be vying for it with fervor. To claim the rights to the Linglong Xianhuang pool, the Sword Rain Pavilion will undoubtedly deploy all its talents. At that moment, a brutal and merciless battle will ensue. Actually, I am not weak either, truly," Chen Feng asserted earnestly. "If you seek death, that is your choice." The girl in white gazed at Chen Feng, uttering those words before turning away expressionlessly. Her counsel had been delivered, and if Chen Feng still wished to remain, she would not impede him. The group exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Sun Xiaotian gently patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and whispered, "Chen Feng, please do not take offense." Her sister met her demise at the hands of Qin Ruyue during the Linglong conference, which has left her with a profound grudge against the Sword Rain Pavilion. This time, she intends to seek vengeance for her sister at the Linglong conference. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the animosity between the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Pill Tower ran deeper than he had anticipated. After enduring a grueling battle, Lu Qingxin and her companions finally obtained the heart of the Earth Flame Dragon. Following a brief period of recuperation and healing, they began their respective seclusions for intense training. With less than 2 months remaining until the commencement of the Linglong conference, they were compelled to elevate their powers at an extraordinary pace. The top-tier geniuses of the Sword Rain Pavilion were wholly devoted to martial arts, and in their undistracted state, their growth was indeed remarkable. In contrast, Lu Qingxin and her companions, who practiced both martial and alchemical arts, inevitably found their martial prowess somewhat inferior to that of the Sword Rain Pavilion. However, this did not imply that their innate talents were lesser than those of the pavilion's elite. On the contrary, as practitioners of both martial and alchemical disciplines, they possessed a significant advantage: the art of alchemy. By crafting higher quality elixirs, they could leverage these advantages for accelerated growth. While the others were engrossed in their seclusions, Chen Feng was not idle. He ventured alone to a magnificent waterfall. He had never underestimated the true top-tier geniuses, so he dared not slacken his efforts. For complacency would only lead to catastrophic failure. The so-called strong were merely those who would forge their talents through relentless effort and innumerable trials. In comparison to innate talent, the rigors of relentless training were far more pivotal. In his past life, Chen Feng had witnessed countless martial artists, modest in talent and spiritual roots, who, through extraordinary tenacity, ultimately rose to become formidable leaders. Thus, what lay ahead for Chen Feng was rigorous training, frenzied training. While he was knowledgeable in many alchemical techniques, relying solely on elixirs to elevate his realm would only undermine the solidity of his foundation. Therefore, He resolved to forego consuming any more elixirs and instead aimed to refine his martial foundation and physique through arduous training. Before him stood a natural waterfall. Approximately 10,000 feet high, majestic and awe-inspiring. From afar, Chen Feng could hear the thunderous roar of cascading water. The torrent, resembling a stampede of 1,000 galloping horses, surged downward, crashing violently onto a rocky outcrop below, creating a thunderous sound that stirred the air with mist and foam. This formidable waterfall, with a drop of 300 feet, possessed a power akin to that of a hammer's strike. The rocks beneath had been worn and cracked over centuries of relentless impact. This natural waterfall was Chen Feng's chosen site for rigorous training. Although it was a natural formation, the pill tower had significantly enhanced its power through special modifications, amplifying the impact of the falling water manifold. Additionally, the pool beneath the waterfall had transformed into frigid depths, akin to a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. The pill tower had invested considerable resources in this transformation. Aside from the royal family and the sacred dragon chamber of commerce, few could afford such exorbitant costs. Yet, despite its construction, very few had truly utilized this waterfall pool, for the trials and tribulations within were not something an ordinary person could endure. Even Tan Song, with his half-demon physique, could only withstand the training beneath the waterfall for less than 2 hours before retreating. Over time, the waterfall pool had nearly fallen into disuse, as the number of individuals capable of tolerating its torment was exceedingly rare. Standing before the waterfall pool, Lin Chaoge frowned and gravely remarked, "Young man, I must caution you. This waterfall pool is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Training within could lead to severe injury. Should you find it unbearable, retreat promptly." "I understand." Chen Feng nodded. Lin Chaoge sighed in exasperation. "It's not that I doubt you, but the Pill Tower offers many other training locations, such as the Heavenly Spirit Pool or the Gathering Spirit Array. Why choose this place? Do you have a penchant for suffering?" Chen Feng remained silent, resolutely shedding his outer garments. Though he appeared slender in attire, once undressed, his robust physique and well-defined muscles conveyed a sense of formidable strength. To the average observer, his build was imposing, yet, compared to the violent force of the waterfall, it was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a stark contrast. Seeing this, Lin Chaoge ceased his counsel, reminding him to exercise caution. Bare-chested, Chen Feng approached the waterfall pool. He was well aware that rigorous training was never easy, and he was mentally prepared to face the challenge. As he arrived beneath the waterfall, the oncoming force of the cascading water became increasingly palpable. Raising his gaze, he beheld the immense curtain of water, crashing down with such force that it sent spray soaring dozens of feet into the air, the thunderous sound reverberating in his ears. In his previous life, he had encountered myriad harsh training grounds, and while this waterfall pool might not rival the intensity of those, it was more than sufficient to test him at his current level. Step by step, he entered the frigid pool, where the biting cold felt like a multitude of needles piercing his ankles. The pool, roughly 10 feet in diameter, had a thin layer of ice forming on its surface. While deeper down, a dense mist of cold air rose, not merely vapor, but a chilling essence condensed to a palpable form. As his bare feet touched the icy surface, Chen Feng trembled involuntarily, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air. Yet he pressed on, gradually submerging his entire body in the frigid waters. Cold. Piercing cold. This was Chen Feng's foremost sensation. Not only was he contending with the impact of the waterfall above, but the bone-chilling temperatures of the pool alone would deter most individuals. Chen Feng understood that every practitioner aspiring to traverse the path of martial arts must possess unwavering will and courage. If one could not endure such trials, how could they hope to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess? The thunderous sound of the cascading water resounded throughout the valley, as mist swirled around him, revealing a youthful figure steadily approaching the heart of the waterfall's descent. As he ventured deeper into the pool, the biting cold intensified, wrapping around him like a vice. If one were to gaze directly at him, they would observe ice crystals visibly forming on his chest. Chen Feng did not summon any spiritual energy. Instead, he bore the brunt of the frigid air with nothing but his physical form. So cold. Chen Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably, his feet numb and unresponsive. He could only move slowly, making his way beneath the waterfall. With a resounding crash, the torrent of water, after rolling and gathering momentum, unleashed a ferocious wave from the towering cliff above, crashing into the pool with a violent force that surged like a tempest.
Standing beside the waterfall, Chen Feng's body swayed unsteadily. To avoid being swept away by the torrent, he exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize himself, yet the relentless waves still shook him violently. It was only at this moment that Chen Feng took a deep breath, activating the Nine Dragons annihilation technique within him. A magnificent golden light enveloped his form, coalescing into scales akin to dragon hide. Lacking rare and precious materials to refine his skin, he could only resort to the most primitive methods for his forging. Although he had achieved a rudimentary mastery of the first layer of the Nine Dragons annihilation technique, it remained merely a modest accomplishment, insufficient for true strength, Chen Feng mused. Previously, his dragon scales had been capable of fending off the assaults of formidable opponents at the transformation realm, yet under the pressure from Xiao Shiyu, they crumbled instantly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ultimately, his current state of refinement was but a nascent stage. Only by perfecting it could he claim genuine success. Taking another deep breath, Chen Feng stepped beneath the waterfall. The torrential cascade crashed upon him like a series of colossal hammers, resonating with thunderous echoes. And the impact immediately tore apart the newly formed dragon scales. Although the waterfall's onslaught bore no trace of spiritual energy, its sheer physical force was overwhelmingly violent. As the scales were shredded, Chen Feng was forcefully thrust backward, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood spewed forth, his complexion paling. Remarkable. The force of this waterfall is no less than 3,000 pounds. Chen Feng exclaimed. Such power, if faced by an ordinary practitioner of the sea condensation realm, would likely prove fatal. Fortunate for Chen Feng, he was no ordinary warrior. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gritted his teeth, determination flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward once more. The Nine Dragons annihilation technique surged anew, cloaking him in another layer of dragon scales. However, within less than a minute, he was once again repelled by the waterfall, the scales rent asunder. His flesh was laid bare, blood flowing freely. The force of the waterfall's impact showed no signs of diminishing with time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, the dragon scales enveloping him once more as he plunged into the torrent yet again. Again and again, he endured the cyclical assault of the waterfall. The scales repeatedly torn apart and then reformed. Simultaneously, the bone-chilling cold of the pool pierced through him, mercilessly stimulating his nerves, especially as his flesh lay torn. The icy air pierced him like countless needles, both frigid and painful. Yet, amidst this intense cold, Chen Feng sensed that his skin and flesh were becoming increasingly resilient through this harsh trial. What a reckless individual! Lin Chaoga observed from the shore, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, who relentlessly tortured himself. Witnessing the bloodied state of the latter, yet still charging forward fearlessly, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed. An hour had elapsed since Chen Feng entered the icy pool, equating his duration within to that of the pool's own essence. Beneath the waterfall, the heavy torrent, resembling quicksilver, crashed down after a tumultuous descent. Chen Feng, bare-chested, felt his well-defined muscles quivering beneath the relentless chill and the waterfall's impact, assailing his nerves. Compared to the scant minute he had previously withstood, Chen Feng now, after numerous trials, managed to endure the onslaught for 2 full minutes. Though it was merely 2 minutes, the significance was profound, marking the rapid enhancement of his physical form. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng gradually closed his eyes, his once restless heart finding tranquility. The sound of the rushing water continued to echo in his ears, yet the flow of the pool seemed to slow within his perception, allowing him to discern every nuance of the water's movement and speed. Though his eyes were shut, an invisible vision granted him awareness of the myriad changes in the world around him. In that moment, it felt as if Chen Feng's soul transcended his body, unburdened by any weight or heaviness. The rhythmic sound of flowing water appeared to embody the natural order, moving with an unhurried grace in his perception. Gradually, Chen Feng became wholly immersed in this state of selflessness. The sensations of pain, cold, and even the weight of his body evaporated entirely. The Nine Dragons annihilation technique operated autonomously within him, as if endowed with a life force by nature itself. Its flow far more precise than any conscious direction Chen Feng could provide. In this state of no-self, forgetting oneself, the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment began to ripple, converging towards him in torrents. His body transformed into a vortex of nature, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence that surrounded him. Chapter 50, The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Grade 7 elixirs. The cascading waters of the waterfall continued to crash relentlessly. At this moment, Chen Feng stood immovable, resembling a serene monk in deep meditation. Unwavering like a rock amidst the tempestuous sea. This ethereal state of transcendence persisted for an indeterminate duration. Upon awakening from this profound state, Chen Feng was startled to find a heavy constriction in his chest, a clear indication that he had inhaled water from the fountain, prompting him to hastily retreat from the icy depths. Chilled water coursed over his body, cascading down. His robust physique, akin to that of a tiger, was now drenched in blood. The dragon's scales had been completely torn asunder long before, leaving him unaware of the intense agony he had endured. It was only upon emerging from that state of no self and forgetting self that he became acutely aware of the excruciating pain enveloping him. Chen Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. The torment was several-fold more intense than when he first entered the cold pool. For he had initially succumbed without any defense, relying solely on his physical form to withstand the waterfall's might. The cold had infiltrated his wounds, seeping into his flesh, rendering the pain unimaginable. Had I just transcended into a state of enlightenment? Chen Feng pondered. Enlightenment, a profound concept within martial arts, is enigmatic and ineffable, relying solely on chance and insight. In his previous life, Chen Feng, possessing exceptional insight, had frequently entered such states of enlightenment, each instance leading to remarkable advancements. The path of martial arts encompasses early stages of cultivation and later stages of enlightenment. Even the 5 major realms, Chongmai, Ninghai, Huashan, Tongtian, and Shinsong, serve as foundational pillars for future enlightenment. As one progresses deeper into martial arts, the significance of enlightenment amplifies. Some martial artists have ascended from the Ninghai realm directly into the Shinsong realm during moments of enlightenment. Such transformations are not mere fables. There are even legends of practitioners who, seated beneath the Bodhi tree, harmonized with nature, achieving the sublime state of unity with the cosmos, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented heights. Recalling his recent experience, Chen Feng realized that he had nearly emptied his mind, entering a wondrous state of practice where breath and nature fused into one. In that state, he felt no pain, nor any sense of bodily existence, as if his soul had transcended its corporeal shell, liberated from torment and burden. The flow of spiritual energy within him reached an exquisitely perfected state. Chen Feng attempted to return to that previous state, but no matter his efforts, he could not recapture that transcendent experience. Alas, how fleeting that state of enlightenment was. Chen Feng sighed, aware that such moments are rare and elusive. After one unsuccessful attempt, he ceased further exploration. Next, Chen Feng began to introspectively assess his spiritual energy, discovering it had surged to more than double its previous potency, placing him firmly within the 6th layer of the Ninghai realm. Evidently, he had experienced a breakthrough during his recent enlightenment, and his 9 Dragons Annihilation technique had also reached the pinnacle of its foundational level, not far from achieving completion. No longer continuing his practice, Chen Feng rose and returned to the shore. 6th layer of the Ninghai realm? Such rapid progress! Lin Chaoga, sensing the fluctuations of Chen Feng's spiritual energy, displayed a subtle change in expression, exclaiming in shock. Just moments ago, Chen Feng had entered the pool as a 5th layer Ninghai practitioner, and now, nearly 2 hours later, he had ascended to a higher tier. This remarkable speed was truly astonishing. Just sheer luck. Chen Feng chuckled, acknowledging that this time, he had indeed been fortunate. For this breakthrough occurred during a state of enlightenment. Under normal circumstances, even with such extraordinary techniques, it would have taken at least a week to achieve such progress. Time to return. Chen Feng gestured, choosing not to linger any longer. The arduous days of cultivation were destined to be monotonous. In the days that followed, Chen Feng spent nearly every moment within the pill tower, rising early to meditate in the courtyard, absorbing the purest essence of heaven and earth. By afternoon, he would endure the cold depths of the waterfall's basin, gradually extending his endurance from 2 hours to a full 3 hours. Though the increase was merely 1 hour, the fruits of his labor were visibly apparent. Chen Feng's realm not only stabilized at the 6th layer of Ninghai, but his physical prowess also reached a stronger stage. The 1st layer of his technique, the skin refining stage, was now tantalizingly close to completion. According to Chen Feng's calculations, he must refine this technique to completion before the Linglong conference. He had never underestimated his opponents,
particularly the Sword Rain Pavilion,
whose members possess genuine skills to excel in this realm teeming with talents.
Furthermore, in this new life, he had only just begun his cultivation 3 months prior. He needed to exert every effort to catch up with those who had trained for around 20 years. Any lapse in diligence would inevitably lead to suppression by others. Days passed in this manner, with Lu Qingxin and Tan Song disappearing after their brief encounter with Chen Feng, leaving him to speculate that they too had entered seclusion for cultivation.
The Linglong Xianyuan pool represented a rare opportunity for any martial artist, equally so for alchemists.
Chen Feng chose not to intrude upon their training, and thus, the days of arduous cultivation continued for approximately 10 days.
One day,
while Chen Feng was meditating in the courtyard, the previously elusive Sun Fatty suddenly appeared, bouncing in with a gleeful expression, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, after such prolonged cultivation,
aren't you considering stepping out for a bit of relaxation?"
Since Chen Feng had helped Sun Fatty refine a pill formula, the latter now held profound respect for him, greeting him as Brother Feng whenever they crossed paths in the pill tower. Opening his eyes in surprise, Chen Feng regarded him and replied, "In less than a month,
the competition for the Linglong Xianyuan pool will commence.
You should be focused on your cultivation rather than entertaining thoughts of leisure."
"Do you wish to be defeated at the conference?" Sun Fatty's face flushed, and he quickly retorted, "Brother Feng, you misunderstand me. Today is a special occasion, the annual grand auction of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It only happens once a year and is a lively event. Who knows what treasures might be available? Let us go take a look." Sun Fatty's face radiated excitement. Going alone would be dreadfully dull, so he naturally wanted to bring Chen Feng along. An auction? Chen Feng contemplated.
In his past life, he frequently attended such auctions, which served as the largest marketplace for goods and trade. At these events, one could encounter rare and extraordinary items, including martial arts manuals, spiritual herbs, precious artifacts,
and an assortment of peculiar curiosities. While numerous auctions were held within Ningbo, the most grandiose surely belonged to the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce,
the wealthiest merchant guild in the nation, renowned for hosting the most prestigious auctions. I have heard that many talented individuals and prominent figures from the imperial city will attend. This event occurs but once a year. It would be a pity to miss it. We should certainly go and see what unexpected treasures we might discover.
How is it?" Sun Fatty inquired once more, clearly eager to go. "Young master, shall we depart?"
Beside him, Bauer gazed at Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes reflecting a similar anticipation.
"Do you long to go?"
"No, if the young master wishes to cultivate, Bauer will accompany you here,"
Bauer replied. Chen Feng smiled gently, tousling her little head.
During their 10 days at the Pill Pavilion, he had focused on his cultivation, while most of the chores such as cooking and laundry fell to Bauer, who had worked diligently. It was rare to have such a grand event, and he could see that Bauer was truly keen to attend.
"In that case, let us venture out."
Chen Feng nodded in agreement, noting that he needed to visit the Xia residence in the next couple of days, which was conveniently on the way.
Sun Fatty's face lit up with joy.
Just as they left the courtyard and stepped outside the Pill Pavilion, they coincidentally encountered Lu Qingxin, Mushin, and others after a 10-day absence. Perhaps because they were both from the Pill Pavilion, Mushin held a favorable opinion of Chen Feng and nodded at him, asking,
"Are you all heading out?"
"Yes,"
Chen Feng responded. Sun Fatty mentioned that today is the annual grand auction of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which is bound to be lively, so we thought we would take a look.
Mushin playfully tapped Sun Fatty on the forehead, chuckling, "You lazy fatso. I've never seen you so dedicated to cultivation, yet you are so invested in this event." Sun Fatty rubbed his head, then curiously asked, "Muge, Lu Jia,
are you also going?"
Mushin nodded, his expression turning serious. "I'm not interested in other auctions, but the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is different. I heard that last year's auction featured a 7th grade elixir that caused quite a stir throughout Ning country."
"A 7th grade elixir?" Chen Feng was taken aback.
In all of Ning country, the highest-ranking alchemist was Lin Chaoga, a 6th-grade alchemist known as the Pill King. 7th-grade elixirs could only be produced by alchemists of the Pill Emperor level, a rank that was currently non-existent in Ning country.
Mushin elaborated.
It is said that this 7th-grade elixir was discovered in an ancient tomb of a predecessor and was sold for an astronomical price,
ultimately acquired by someone from the royal family, Who knows if there will be another elixir of that caliber this time? Time is of the essence, let us proceed.
Lu Qingxin, who had remained silent, evidently had no intention of lingering in conversation with Chen Feng and Sun Fatty. After coldly uttering this remark, she headed down the mountain. Seeing this, Tan Song and the twin sisters Han Xiao and Han Shan promptly followed, while Mushin turned to Chen Feng and said, "We are also going to the auction, let us go together." Chen Feng nodded, grateful for the guidance to the location of the sacred dragon chamber of commerce,
which he was unfamiliar with. The group exited and, after approximately an hour, arrived in the imperial city. Due to the annual grand auction of the sacred dragon chamber of commerce, the crowds in the imperial city were more vibrant than usual, with a steady stream of individuals dressed in varied attire flooding into the ancient city. Last year, the auction had caused a sensation with the sale of a 7th-grade elixir. And now countless eyes were eagerly watching the sacred dragon chamber of commerce, anticipating the exquisite treasures that would be presented. Some warriors had even traveled great distances from other cities just to attend this auction, resulting in a near doubling of the population in the imperial city. However, the city was vast enough that even with the increased numbers, it did not feel overcrowded. Chen Feng and his companions made their way directly to the martial artist marketplace, a hub bustling with activity where shops primarily catered to martial artists, offering a variety of treasures, spiritual herbs, and martial arts techniques. As long as one could afford the price, any desired item could be theirs. "Young master, the imperial city is so lively," Bauer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the bustling streets. After spending 10 days in the Pill Pavilion, returning to such a vibrant marketplace excited her. "It seems I have underestimated the allure of the sacred dragon chamber of commerce," Chen Feng remarked. This unprecedented spectacle was rare in the imperial city, and it was all drawn in by the sacred dragon chamber of commerce. Mushin casually surveyed the surroundings and smiled. "Most of the items here are rather ordinary. The true treasures are found at the sacred dragon chamber of commerce. As the largest merchant in the imperial city, they acquire every rare and precious item that emerges in Ning country. Therefore, if we wish to unearth something of value, we must go to the sacred dragon chamber of commerce." Chen Feng nodded, his interest in the sacred dragon chamber of commerce piqued further by Mushin's introduction. Leading the way was Lu Qingxin, who appeared most familiar with the imperial city, although she remained aloof and spoke little throughout the journey. However, her unique cold and elegant demeanor attracted considerable attention, drawing many admiring gazes. To men, this icy beauty was particularly captivating. Lu Qingxin had long grown accustomed to such attention and paid it no mind. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, dripping with derision. "What a charming disaster! Pretending to be aloof. You probably don't even know how many have had their way with you, yet you dare to strut around so confidently." The scornful remark captured Lu Qingxin's attention, prompting her to stop. Her moonlight gaze fell upon the speaker, a young man of about 20 with brown hair, wielding a sword, adorned with an emblem that Chen Feng and the others recognized as belonging to the Sword Rain Pavilion. "What are you staring at, harlot? I am from the Sword Rain Pavilion, and I specialize in taking down people from the Pill Pavilion. If you dare to challenge me, come at me, you cowardly lot." The brown-haired youth sneered, flanked by a group of young men who wore mocking expressions as they regarded Chen Feng and his companions. Previously, at the Sword Dao Tea gathering, Chen Feng had slain several members of the Sword Rain Pavilion, and they had been waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. They had not anticipated that members of the Pill Pavilion would brazenly appear in the imperial city. "Someone is courting death," Tan Song observed the brown-haired youth, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The feud between the Pill Pavilion and the Sword Rain Pavilion was long-standing, but it was surprising to see how shamelessly the Sword Rain Pavilion had become, attracting all manner of individuals. As the derisive comments spread, more and more onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In less than a month, the competition for the Linglong Xianhuang pool would commence, and it was unexpected that members of the Pill Pavilion would neglect their cultivation to frolic here. It was clear that the Pill Pavilion was nothing but a sinking ship, destined to be pierced by the Sword Rain Pavilion's talons. Amid the crowd, discussion swirled. The warriors present regarded the talents of the Pill Pavilion with little regard, feeling no hesitation or fear. Lu Qingxin's cheeks hardened with frost as she coldly glared at the Sword Rain Pavilion disciple who had spoken.
her azure sword materializing in her delicate hand. "Try to touch me, and I swear I will incapacitate everyone from the pill pavilion today." The brown-haired youth jeered. Lu Qingxin remained silent, gripping her sword tightly as she suddenly stepped forward. Just as she was about to strike, Mushin reached out to stop her. Shaking his head with a warning, "Do not act impulsively, we are in the imperial city." The audacity of their opponent stemmed from the very fact that they were within the imperial city. If they dared to assault someone publicly, the enforcement troops would arrive immediately. And without any effort, the Dan Tower would lose its claim to the Linglong Xianuang pool. It was likely that their adversaries were intent on provoking Chen Feng and his group, aiming to ensnare them all in prison. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? A bunch of cowards, go ahead, try to touch me." The brown-haired youth continued to taunt. Bayer's face flushed with anger as she pointed accusingly at the brown-haired youth. "Don't go too far. Sister Lu has not offended you, what right do you have to insult her?" The brown-haired youth smirked mockingly. "I'm insulting you all. You filthy harlots. What? Upset? Come bite me. Ha ha ha." As the crowd simmered with rage, Chen Feng pulled 2 large silver notes from his pocket. "This is 10,000 taels of silver. I would like to buy the head of this man, ensuring he can never speak again. Who dares to accept? This 10,000 taels belongs to whoever takes the job," he announced to the assembly. Silence engulfed the crowd, all eyes fixed on Chen Feng, mouth agape. 10,000 taels was an enormous sum. Many ordinary families barely spent 10 taels on living expenses in a month. To put it into perspective, when major powers recruited warriors of the transformation realm, they offered only 5,000 taels a year, equivalent to 2 years' worth of pay. What are you doing?" Even the previously boisterous brown-haired youth was taken aback, staring incredulously at Chen Feng's audacious move. A public bounty for murder. And the target was him. However, Chen Feng's declaration did not provoke any hidden powerful warriors to intervene. While the brown-haired youth was an easy target, the Sword Rain Pavilion behind him was not to be trifled with. Noticing the lack of response, Chen Feng continued, 20,000 taels for a single head. The atmosphere was so tense that a pin drop could be heard. 20,000 taels was already an astronomical figure, yet still, no one stepped forward. The silence persisted. 30,000 taels. Chen Feng raised the bounty once more. At that moment, the brown-haired youth began to comprehend Chen Feng's strategy. Under a heavy reward, there would surely be brave souls willing to act. There was no one who could not be killed, it all depended on whether the price was high enough. Panic began to set in for the brown-haired youth. "Little brat, what are you planning? Close your mouth immediately." Chen Feng appeared to ignore his words, calling out, 40,000 taels. 50,000 taels. Stop. You need to be quiet. The brown-haired youth was now thoroughly alarmed. Suddenly, with a flash of cold light, a swift strike pierced through the brown-haired youth's throat. His head was severed from his body, blood spraying everywhere. The crowd was left in shock. The strike had been executed with such swiftness that the youth hadn't even had a chance to react. A formidable warrior of the celestial realm had revealed their power. And everyone could feel the immense pressure. A scarred man, after eliminating the brown-haired youth, withdrew 5 silver notes from Chen Feng's hand and turned to leave without lingering even a moment longer. In that spot, the once boisterous brown-haired youth was now a headless corpse. Chen Feng stepped forward slowly, his gaze cold as he addressed the onlookers. "Do you understand the difference between alchemists and ordinary warriors? Alchemists possess wealth. And great wealth at that. A single medicinal pill or recipe can yield unfathomable riches, something you warriors can only dream of. To challenge us, even without lifting a finger, we could easily eliminate you. Fool." The onlookers were left speechless, their minds utterly bewildered. In that moment, they realized they had indeed underestimated alchemists. These individuals, skilled in both martial and alchemical arts, though perhaps not particularly strong in martial prowess, possessed alchemical skills that others coveted. How dare they insult alchemists? How could they provoke them? It was akin to courting death. Those who had previously mocked Lu Qingxi now wore expressions of fear, worried that they might be the next targets of a hefty bounty. Unlike the disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, they lacked substantial backing.
Their lives could be easily claimed, many would be eager to take up the task. Brother Ling.
The remaining disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion cried out in sorrow upon seeing the headless corpse. What a despicable bounty for murder! I truly underestimated your Dan Tower.
One of them exclaimed.
But using such vile tactics to oppress us, do you think the Sword Rain Pavilion is without defenders?
At that moment,
a voice emerged from the crowd, and soon 3 men clad in white, wielding swords, made their way forward.
It was Zhao Shu, the 10th-ranked warrior on the talented ones list. The crowd gasped in astonishment, excitement rippling through the assembly.
Each figure on the talented ones list was a prodigy among prodigies. And those ranked within the top 10 were exceedingly rare. No one had anticipated these illustrious individuals would reveal themselves at that moment.
Chen Feng furrowed his brow,
pondering who was truly oppressing whom. The Sword Rain Pavilion's shamelessness was now plainly evident to him.
Need I even ask?
You of the Dan Tower flaunt your wealth and power, placing a bounty on my Sword Rain Pavilion disciples.
If you do not perish today, how can my Sword Rain Pavilion save face?
Zhao Shu's eyes gleamed with cold malice. I have encountered many shameless individuals, but none as brazen as you. Chen Feng retorted sharply. From the very beginning, it had been the Sword Rain Pavilion that instigated trouble. Now, they dared to present themselves as victims.
Enough with the talk.
For killing my Sword Rain Pavilion disciples, you shall pay with your life. As soon as Zhao Shu's words fell, a chilling intent surged forth from his gaze. The ground trembled beneath him as he lunged forward like a leopard, releasing his spiritual power in an instant, closing the distance to Chen Feng, and delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his throat. Zhao Shu's strike was ruthless and decisive, devoid of any superfluous words. For both parties understood that the conflict had escalated beyond mere threats, it was now a fight to the death. Chen Feng's eyes reflected a similar ferocity as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The 9 Dragons' annihilation technique surged within him, and a formidable dragon energy coiled around his fist, colliding with Zhao Shu's incoming force.
The resounding explosion echoed as golden and azure lights erupted, creating a tempestuous wave of energy.
Both combatants then simultaneously kicked out, and with a deep sound of impact, they staggered backward.
7th layer of the transformation realm? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. 6th layer of the condensed sea realm? Zhao Shu's eyes widened with astonishment.
He could sense that the spiritual power Chen Feng had just unleashed was indeed robust, yet it was merely that of the 6th layer of the condensed sea realm.
However,
the sheer dominance of that power was enough to rival his own strength as a 7th layer transformation realm warrior. This realization was profoundly unsettling. He had never encountered such an enigmatic opponent. No wonder his master had warned them to spare no expense to eliminate Chen Feng. It seemed the master's foresight was not mistaken. Such a person could not be allowed to live.
Chen Feng raised an eyebrow.
While I can discern that you are attempting to compliment me, such praise, however, feels rather uncomfortable. The murderous intent in Zhao Shu's eyes surged as he roared. Attack together and kill them. Our teacher will bear the responsibility for anything that happens, so don't be afraid. The Sword Rain Pavilion disciples behind him, without hesitation, revealed fierce expressions. They drew their swords, which gleamed with a cold light, and simultaneously charged towards Chen Feng.
Shall we?
Mushin asked Tan Song, his tone grave. He hadn't expected to encounter such trouble before even reaching the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
Wait here to die?
Tan Song retorted, rolling his eyes.
Since they were already being attacked, were they supposed to offer their necks to be chopped?
Suddenly, Lu Qingxin, who had been silent, dashed forward.
Her icy face showed no emotion.
Spiritual energy surged, and her sword flashed like lightning, instantly decapitating a Sword Rain Pavilion disciple. Her actions were decisive and ruthless. Blood splattered,
and a bloody scent quickly permeated the area. Damn, when did the Pill Tower guys become so fierce? This girl is too cool. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise.
In the past, Pill Tower disciples would avoid Sword Rain Pavilion disciples, but now they dared to kill them in the streets.
Mushin and Tansong were also surprised.
Among the people in the Pill Tower, Lu Qingxin probably harbored the greatest hatred for the Sword Rain Pavilion.
Junior brother Yang.
A Sword Rain Pavilion disciple cried out in grief upon seeing the decapitated youth. He stared at Lu Qingxin with murderous eyes.
Lu Qingxin, without a word,
merely glanced at him indifferently and continued her charge, radiating a palpable aura of slaughter. Seeing this, Mu Xin and Tan Song quickly followed.
Kill them all! Zhao Shu roared.
His eyes filled with fury. Never had the Sword Rain Pavilion been bullied like this. Not only were they being attacked in the streets, but their opponents were the Pill Tower disciples they had always suppressed. It was a disgrace. The Pill Tower should have been trampled under their feet. Mere monkeys for their amusement. Now, these monkeys dared to draw their swords. If they didn't wash the Pill Tower in blood today, how would the Sword Rain Pavilion maintain its reputation? The Sword Rain Pavilion disciples, their faces contorted with malice, charged at Lu Qingxin and the others, engaging in a bloody melee. Zhao Shu, leading the charge, his face twisted like a mad beast, headed straight for Chen Feng. He would kill this little bastard and establish the Sword Rain Pavilion's dominance. However, as Zhao Shu charged forward, Tan Song stepped in front of him. "I'll be your opponent," Tan Song said expressionlessly. Immediately, a brownish spiritual energy, like the blood of a demonic beast, coiled around his arms, emanating a powerful and domineering aura. He unleashed a punch. The force of the blow caused the surrounding air to whistle. Caught off guard, Zhao Shu could only respond with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided. With no superfluous techniques. At that moment, Zhao Shu felt as though his fist had struck a piece of steel tempered 1,000 times. The powerful recoil forced him back. "Damn it, what kind of power is this?" Zhao Shu exclaimed, his face showing shock. His arm throbbed with an unbearable pain. Despite Zhao Shu being a terrifying 8th-level transformation realm cultivator, while Tan Song was only at the 7th level, Tan Song had gained the upper hand in the exchange. This was because Tan Song was a half-demon, with half of his blood belonging to the Black Elephant clan. The Black Elephant clan possessed the strength of giants. And an adult black elephant could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This was the difference in bloodlines between the beast and human races. Tan Song formed ancient hand seals, and a blood-red ancestral mark burned between his brows. Then, his body began to grow. His clothes tearing apart to reveal a terrifying physique as mighty as an elephant. "A half-demon!" Zhao Shu exclaimed in anger, his eyes flashing with malice. He drew his sword. His aura exploding, and layers of sword pressure built upon the blade. He lunged forward, his sword carrying an ancient style, and attacked Tan Song. Tan Song did not retreat. His eyes burned with battle intent as he charged, engaging Zhao Shu in a fierce battle. The frenzied spiritual energy swept across the area, and the scene became chaotic. The sounds of fighting echoed incessantly, and the onlookers retreated in terror, fearing being caught in the crossfire. One of the Sword Rain Pavilion disciples leaped up. His 5th-level transformation realm spiritual energy erupting like a world-ending thunderclap. He raised his sword, carrying the force of thunder, and slashed at Chen Feng. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." However, before his sword could reach Chen Feng's head, Chen Feng grabbed his arm. Dragon scales covered his arm, making it more than twice its original size. Like the limb of a demon beast. "You!" The disciple's face flushed red. He hadn't expected Chen Feng, a mere 6th-level sea-gathering realm cultivator, to be so powerful. He could fight across 8 levels as if it were child's play. "Stop!" Zhao Shu, still fighting Tan Song, saw the scene and his expression changed drastically. He punched Tan Song away and rushed forward. "If you dare kill him, I'll slaughter your entire family," Zhao Shu roared. This disciple was a newly recruited genius of the Sword Rain Pavilion, only 18 years old and already at the 5th level of the transformation realm. He was a rare talent, and if Chen Feng killed him, the Sword Rain Pavilion would lose a powerful figure with immense potential. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Chen Feng roared. Threats? He feared nothing more than threats. With a crack, Chen Feng crushed the disciple's throat. Then, he flung the youth's corpse towards Zhao Shu. Who caught it? But the youth's eyes were wide, and he was beyond saving, even with divine medicine. "I'll kill you!" Zhao Shu roared, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his sword and charged. Tan Song blared and charged forward like a giant elephant. "Get out of the way!" Zhao Shu roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He unleashed a sword strike, and 300 layers of sword pressure swept through the area like an invisible storm, shattering the ground and sending Tan Song flying. In a battle of flesh, 10 Zhao Shus would be no match for Tan Song.
However, Zhao Shu was a true swordsman,
and his understanding of sword intent had reached the greater mastery stage. The sword pressure contained within his strike exceeded 100 layers, making it incredibly terrifying. Sword intent was divided into minor mastery, greater mastery, and perfect mastery. At the greater mastery stage, sword pressure could reach up to 900 layers.
And reaching 1,000 layers signified perfect mastery.
After knocking Tan Song away, Zhao Shu charged towards Chen Feng like a leopard and unleashed a sword strike.
Boom!
The sword seemed to transform into a 30-foot giant blade, descending with earth-shattering force. The wind howled, and an invisible force seemed to press down. The ground beneath Chen Feng's feet shattered, and the wind whipped his hair. It must be said that the Sword Rain Pavilion possesses a unique approach to nurturing talent. Before me stands Zhao Shu, a swordsman whose prowess in swordsmanship is sufficient to overshadow countless geniuses of Ning country.
However, Chen Feng is not someone he can easily dominate.
With a swift motion, Chen Feng unsheathed the Tian Song Yun sword, and in an instant, the blood-red patterns on the demonic blade illuminated, exuding a fierce and murderous aura that enveloped the sword's body. Gripping the Tian Song Yun sword, Chen Feng's sword intent surged wildly, accompanied by resounding, clear sword cries that echoed through the air. Within just 2 breaths, the intensity of his sword intent reached a terrifying level, and he struck down with a powerful swing. As his blade descended, it seemed to cleave the very fabric of space, unleashing a furious gale. 2 colossal swords, each about 10 zhang long, crashed together in midair, producing a deafening explosion akin to the collision of meteors. The overwhelming sword pressure shattered the surrounding air, unleashing turbulent waves that ravaged the area.
In that moment,
everyone felt an unparalleled force ripple through the air, causing those who were too close to be sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths.
In midair,
Zhao Shu witnessed his own sword intent being torn apart, as the ferocious murderous energy struck him like a rampaging tiger. Instantly, he was thrown backward, landing on the ground and staggering several steps, before groaning and spitting out blood, his face pale as a sheet.
He looked up, disbelief etched in his eyes as he stared at Chen Feng.
At that moment, Chen Feng also staggered back a few steps, though a hint of pallor crossed his face. It was far better than Zhao Shu's condition. Clearly, Chen Feng held the upper hand in this exchange.
How could this fellow possibly suppress me in the way of the sword?
Zhao Shu's expression turned wild, his eyes wide with disbelief. His swordsmanship was imparted by the Sword Emperor himself, and with his astonishing talent in the sword arts, he believed that even the most seasoned masters of swordplay in Ning country could not rival him. Yet now, he found himself being dominated by a mere 17-year-old youth. The disparity in their realms, Zhao Shu at the 7th level of the Ning High realm, while Chen Feng was 9 levels beneath, was staggering.
Was this fellow a monster?
A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he gripped his sword, denying Zhao Shu any respite.
He charged forward, intent on seizing this opportunity to claim victory.
Zhao Shu's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his spiritual energy, wielding his sword like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Chen Feng's throat.
With a fierce thrust, Chen Feng retaliated.
It was yet another brilliant stroke of his sword. This strike bore no particularly exceptional features, yet its swiftness was unparalleled,
catching everyone off guard.
Before Zhao Shu's blade could reach Chen Feng's throat, Chen Feng's sword had already found its mark beneath Zhao Shu's throat.
In an instant,
Zhao Shu raised his arm to block, but swoosh! The blade sliced through his arm, severing it cleanly, blood gushing forth.
I concede! I concede! Zhao Shu shrieked,
clutching his severed arm, drenched in sweat.
Concede? Chen Feng scoffed.
This is not a friendly spar, it is a battle to the death. A mere concession cannot spare your life, no chance of that. With a swift kick, he sent Zhao Shu sprawling to the ground. Then, under the radiant golden aura of his spiritual energy, he raised his sword and struck down toward Zhao Shu's head. From the moment their blades were drawn, it was a fight to the finish. Had Chen Feng been the one to fall, he was certain Zhao Shu would not hesitate to kill him. Thus, he saw no need for further words, he would simply strike. Please, no. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chen Feng, fear of death finally flickered in Zhao Shu's eyes. In a state of panic, he pleaded for mercy, regretting having crossed this devil, this aberration. Swoosh! Without mercy, Chen Feng severed his head, blood spraying forth and staining the earth a vivid crimson.
Brother Zhao,
The disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion wept bitterly, their hearts filled with rage. Remembering the kindness Zhao Shu had shown them and the joyful moments they shared, the disciples' eyes glinted with murderous intent. "Let us avenge Brother Zhao!" someone shouted. In an instant, a group of disciples from the Sword Rain Pavilion surged forward, their blades glinting menacingly as they aimed at Chen Feng. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers made their assault ferociously overwhelming. Chen Feng had no choice but to retreat a few steps, skillfully evading their strikes at a precarious angle. As he raised his gaze once more, his murderous aura intensified. "If a one-on-one duel is impossible, they intend to gang up on me? Very well." Without hesitation, Chen Feng charged into the fray, activating the Nine Dragons Annihilation technique. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body, forming a layer of dragon scales that radiated an indomitable force. Having endured the harsh trials within the icy waterfall depths, Chen Feng's first level of skin tempering was nearing completion. His dragon scales were now several times tougher than before. "I'll join in." Mushin gritted his teeth, gripping a long spear as he plunged into the melee. Seeing this, Lu Qingxin and Tan Song followed suit. At this point, none of them intended to back down. It was a fight to the bitter end until one side lay defeated. This was not merely a grudge, it was a deep-seated hatred, an unyielding conflict that could only end in bloodshed. The battlefield descended into chaos once more. A disciple of the Sword Rain Pavilion, brimming with murderous intent, struck at Chen Feng's shoulder. Yet, with a resounding clang, the attack failed to pierce Chen Feng's defenses, not even leaving a scratch. "How is this possible?" the disciple exclaimed in shock. But before he could regain his composure, Chen Feng's fist was already hurtling toward his throat, delivering a devastating blow that shattered his windpipe, blood splattering everywhere. "Brother Feng, are you truly a swordsman?" Sun Pingzi exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Chen Feng's monstrous physique. If one were to rely solely on physical strength, Chen Feng was nearing the prowess of Tan Song, who bore half the bloodline of the Black Elephant clan. "Your physicality is impressive," Tan Song remarked, his eyes wide with surprise, before he solemnly added, "Indeed." In the midst of their conversation, Tan Song also felled a disciple of the Sword Rain Pavilion with a single punch. However, he was soon surrounded by a throng of opponents. The number of disciples from the Sword Rain Pavilion had already swelled to dozens. Though the pavilion was not an academy, it attracted talent from far and wide, many of whom took pride in serving under the Sword Emperor's name. Consequently, the overall strength of the Sword Rain Pavilion surpassed that of the Cloud Sea Academy, with greater numbers to boot. Moreover, nearly all the disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion were meticulously chosen geniuses, having been trained by esteemed masters in the arts of swordplay, many of whom had achieved strength surpassing the illusory transformation realm. Thus, in this conflict, the advantage of the Dan Tower was not particularly significant. "Let us wipe them out." Do they truly believe we at the Dan Tower will remain their punching bag as before? Never again. The Dan Tower is no longer what it once was. Sun Pingzi roared amidst the fray. Though his physique was corpulent, his movements were surprisingly nimble, making him a surprisingly agile figure. Under the ferocious strikes of his broadsword, several disciples met their tragic demise, yet he too bore multiple sword wounds upon his body. Fortunately, Sun the Fatty was a man who valued his life. He carried with him a considerable supply of healing pills, consuming one almost immediately after sustaining an injury. In this relentless cycle of consuming medicinal pills, Chen Feng's side surprisingly began to push the enemy into a retreat. Chen Feng, akin to a fierce tiger among sheep, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, with the brilliance of his blade resembling starlight, swift as thunder. Within a mere span of time, 5 or 6 disciples had fallen victim to his sword. Senior Ling, Senior Tian, Senior Wang. The streets echoed with low growls laden with grief and indignation. "Kill! We shall obliterate the Pill Tower today." The remaining disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, with tear-streaked faces and bloodshot eyes, roared in unison, brimming with murderous intent. "To think you aim to extinguish our Pill Tower with mere turtles from your Sword Rain Pavilion? You are not worthy." Sun the Fatty barked without reservation, brandishing his broadsword as he charged forth, prepared for a fierce battle. Just as both sides were about to engage in their final clash, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared before the Sword Rain Pavilion.
With a single hand,
She firmly grasped the charging Sun the Fatty, effortlessly lifting him off the ground.
Master Mei? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd at the sight of this woman.
Chen Feng and his companions came to an abrupt halt. Dressed in splendid purple attire adorned with the emblem of the Sword Rain Pavilion on her left breast, she stood there, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority.
Is it now the elder's turn when the young cannot prevail?
Lu Qingxin gazed at her with a grave expression, a cold huff escaping her lips. Within the Sword Rain Pavilion, aside from the Sword Emperor Shaoxiu, there were 3 Grand Masters of swordsmanship, responsible for instructing the disciples. This middle-aged noblewoman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, was none other than one of those masters, Mei Changlin.
Release me, you old witch. Let me go,
or I swear I will slay you. Sun the Fatty's face flushed crimson as he struggled wildly, despite pouring all his strength into his resistance.
Mei Changlin's grip was unyielding, akin to an iron vice, firmly constricting his throat. Youngster, have you ever heard that a master must not be insulted?
Mei Changlin's face turned icy as she glared at Sun the Fatty, her palm tightening as if she intended to snap his neck. Seeing this, Tan Song rushed forward, his ancestral patterns igniting upon his forehead as the bloodline of the Black Elephant clan surged forth, transforming him into a colossal figure.
With a mighty punch,
he aimed straight for Mei Changlin's face. In an instant, Mei Changlin's eyes narrowed, and she unleashed her spiritual energy, forming a massive azure bell that enveloped her. The force of Tan Song's punch struck the bell with a thunderous clang, yet the azure bell remained unperturbed.
Release me! Lu Qingxin, Mu Shen. And the twin siblings surged forward simultaneously, their blades and spears converging into an overwhelming assault against Mei Changlin.
The bell rang out repeatedly, yet it still stood firm. The disparity in strength too vast to overcome. You youngsters are incapable of breaking through this master's azure bell. Mei Changlin sneered, her palm exerting a slight pressure, causing Sun the Fatty to feel the chill of death encroaching. Suddenly, a piercing beam of sword light, akin to a star piercing through the depths of the cosmos, shot forth from a distance, carrying the weight of 900 layers of sword pressure, striking the azure bell. Mei Changlin's pupils constricted in disbelief as she witnessed a small crack forming in her seemingly indestructible azure bell, followed by a chilling light shooting forth.
In a split second,
she released her grip on Sun the Fatty, leaning to the side, yet the sword light still grazed her cheek, a drop of blood falling forth.
An eerie silence enveloped the crowd.
Mei Changlin lifted her delicate finger, gently tracing the sword scar on her cheek, her expression darkening ominously.
How could a master of swordsmanship be wounded by a mere child who hadn't even entered the elephant transformation realm? This was an unimaginable humiliation. Mu Shen, Tan Song,
and the others gazed at Chen Feng in astonishment, genuinely surprised by his formidable prowess.
Impressive, I underestimated you.
You must be Chen Feng,
the one who holds a marriage contract with Qin Ruyue?
Mei Changlin's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze upon the white-clad youth in the distance.
The news of a once prominent young lady being discarded by a boy with a mixed elemental root had spread like wildfire to the imperial city, and now all eyes turned toward Chen Feng, recognizing him as the one responsible for that scandalous act.
Even Lu Qingxin stared at Chen Feng in surprise,
her moon-like eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. Unable to defeat the young, so you resort to the old? Does your Sword Rain Pavilion possess no shame? How about sending forth your youthful champions for a duel? Chen Feng roared defiantly. Mei Changlin smiled enigmatically, you wish to challenge the talents of the Sword Rain Pavilion? You shan't have the opportunity.
With a sudden burst of malevolence, she vanished from sight like a ghost, and an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by a fierce tempest that seemed to herald the end of days.
Damn it, this old witch is enraged.
Sun the Fatty muttered grimly,
realizing the lethal intent aimed directly at Chen Feng.
In the blink of an eye, Mei Changlin appeared before Chen Feng, a cruel smile gracing her lips.
Prepare to meet your end,
she proclaimed, her palm descending with deadly intent. No intricate techniques were necessary. This single strike alone was enough to instill despair in the hearts of all present. After all, a master of the divine concealment realm stood among them,
a pinnacle of power in Ningguo.
The disparity in realms could not be bridged by mere swordsmanship or tactics.
Unable to defeat the young, so you resort to the old? Do you truly believe the Pill Tower has no champions left? A cold scoff echoed from the distance just then. An imposing 8-foot-long spear, carrying an overwhelming force, shot forth with the speed of a comet. If Mei Changlin dared to strike Chen Feng, this spear would certainly pierce her skull at the same moment.
Mei Changlin's brow furrowed as she instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding the spear, her gaze darkening as she turned to face the newcomer, a figure clad in a green robe.
Stepping into view with deliberate calmness.
A towering figure, approximately 9 feet tall and impressively robust, stood amidst the crowd like an insurmountable wall, inciting an involuntary sense of reverence within those who beheld him.
The eyes of Tian Biao and Mei Changlin glimmered with a palpable chill. "Senior Tian!" exclaimed Lu Qingxin, her cheeks brightening upon spotting the middle-aged man. Within the Sword Rain Pavilion, there exist 3 Grandmasters of the Sword Path, and similarly, the Pill Tower, as the foremost alchemical force in Ningguo, has attracted numerous elite warriors. Before them stood Tian Biao,
one of the most renowned of the 3 esteemed patrons within the Pill Tower, a formidable practitioner of the divine concealment realm. "Your Sword Rain Pavilion's audacity is truly remarkable.
If the young ones cannot contend, you resort to the elders. Do you truly believe that the Pill Tower is an easy target?" Tian Biao bellowed,
his voice resonating with a power akin to that of the ocean.
The earth beneath him cracked underfoot, spiritual energy swirling around him with an awe-inspiring luminosity, causing the very air to emit a piercing hum.
As a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, even facing a sword grandmaster, his momentum was undiminished.
The expressions of all present grew solemn. Were they on the brink of a grand conflict? When practitioners of the divine concealment realm engage, countless lives may be lost.
Mei Changlin's countenance darkened, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Tian Biao, her delicate hand slowly resting upon the hilt of a long sword at her waist.
However,
just as both parties were poised for an explosive confrontation, the sound of urgent hooves, laden with a chilling intent for bloodshed, pierced through the gathering.
"Who dares to cause a ruckus here?"
A contingent of armored cavalry surged into the crowd, their imposing presence compelling all to swiftly retreat.
The Imperial City Enforcement Team?
A shudder ran through the crowd at the sight of these figures. None had anticipated the arrival of the Imperial City Enforcement Team at this critical juncture. At the forefront of the cavalry stood another robust middle-aged man, dismounting with an air of authority. He was none other than Long Shao, the leader of the Imperial City Enforcement Team.
"This is the Imperial City, beneath the Sovereign's feet. What do the two of you intend? Do you believe our enforcement team does not exist? Are the Pill Tower and Sword Rain Pavilion so brazen as to disregard the royal authority?"
Long Zhao's voice boomed, thick with the bloodlust of one forged in battle, eliciting a hushed silence from the onlookers. Even before 2 practitioners of the divine concealment realm, Long Shao, though merely a practitioner of the heavenly ascendance realm, held his ground, for he embodied the Emperor's majesty. In Ningguo, where the strong abound, even the mightiest must bow before the 100,000-strong cavalry of the royal family. Mei Changlin remained mute, her eyes betraying a venomous resentment, especially toward Chen Feng, as if she wished to devour him whole.
"We must depart."
With the enforcement team present, even the Sword Grandmaster dares not incite chaos, she scoffed, turning her back and leading the remaining disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion away. No harsh words were necessary. The enmity between the factions had long since solidified into an unending feud.
"Thank you, Senior Tian."
Lu Qingxin and the others stepped forward, respectfully clasping their fists in gratitude. Tian Biao, a close friend of Lin Xiaoga and one of the 3 revered patrons of the Pill Tower, was well acquainted with them. "It is but a trivial matter. The Pill Tower may concede defeat, yet only in a fair contest. Should it come to bullying the weak, I shall not stand idly by,"
Tian Biao replied sternly.
If the younger generation were to face defeat, the Pill Tower could accept it, acknowledging the superiority of skill. However, should the elder generation resort to violence, the Pill Tower would certainly take issue. "Disperse! Disperse!" Long Shao commanded, dispersing the gathered crowd, his gaze darkening as he surveyed the scene.
"Old Shao. It has been a while."
Upon witnessing Long Zhao's grim demeanor, Tian Biao approached him, greeting him warmly.
"I say, you old fogey. Are you so idle that you seek trouble with me?"
Long Shao retorted angrily. "Ha, I would prefer to avoid it, but that old witch sought confrontation. I was merely defending myself."
Tian Biao chuckled, giving Long Shao a friendly pat on the shoulder.
Their camaraderie resembled that of longtime friends. The iron cavalry behind them looked on in astonishment. Long Xiao, known for his stern demeanor, was now jesting with a stranger. Long Xiao, noticing the bewilderment of his comrades, sighed and clarified, "This man was once a commander under the great General Xia. He is, in fact, an elder of sorts to you all." "Greetings, senior." The cavalryman bowed respectfully to Tian Biao, who returned their gesture with a smile. He then appraised Long Xiao, saying, "You have quite the stature now. Commanding the enforcement team of the imperial city. I recall the first time I took you to battle. You were so frightened by the enemy's killing intent that you nearly soiled yourself." Long Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Tian Biao. "If you hadn't pushed me to the front lines, I wouldn't have been in such a predicament. I was a rookie, not a vanguard." "Ha ha ha." Tian Biao erupted into laughter, reminiscing about their past exploits as if transported back to the battlefield. "Enough of this, the auction is about to commence. We shall reminisce later. We must take our leave now." With a wave, Tian Biao departed with Chen Feng and Lu Qingxin. Time was of the essence, and he had no intention of lingering with Long Xiao. "Old coot," Long Xiao muttered under his breath as he mounted his steed, resuming his patrol of the imperial city. This minor disturbance did not impede the upcoming auction of the Sacred Dragon Trading Association. As time passed, throngs of people poured into the auction venue like locusts. From afar, a palpable excitement emanated from the direction of the Sacred Dragon Trading Association, heralding an annual auction that promised to gather heroes from far and wide. Tian Biao's primary reason for coming to the imperial city was indeed to attend this Sacred Dragon Trading Association auction, and thus, the group ventured forth together. Along the way, Tian Biao cast a surprised glance at Chen Feng, remarking, "You possess quite the talent, having defeated Zhao Shu while merely at the 6th level of the sea condensation realm. It seems Lin old fellow has indeed recruited a remarkable prodigy." "It was merely luck," Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "In a contest of equal levels, luck may play a part, but you have already transcended 8 levels, such a feat is no mere stroke of luck," Tian Biao responded, narrowing his eyes as he subtly scrutinized Chen Feng. Noticing Chen Feng's reluctance to delve deeper into the matter, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Gradually, Tian Biao's expression turned grave as he murmured, "However, do not presume that killing Zhao Shu will allow you to underestimate the Sword Rain Pavilion. While Zhao Shu was indeed their most distinguished genius, he was merely a stepping stone for individuals like Qin Ruyue and Huo Xuanyu. The true powerhouses are Huo Xuanyu, Qin Ruyue, and Shen Song, all top-tier talents of the Sword Rain Pavilion, far surpassing Zhao Shu in strength. Their absence this time likely indicates they are in seclusion. Once the Linglong assembly commences, their prowess will surely exceed your imagination. Exercise caution." "I understand." Chen Feng nodded, a solemn glimmer appearing in his eyes. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is situated deep within the warrior trading hub of the imperial city, where an opulent hall stands resplendently. Inside the hall, a continuous flow of individuals traverses, with fully armed guards stationed at the entrance. Gaining entry to this esteemed chamber necessitates a ticket, a requirement that pales in comparison to the financial capacity of Lu Qingxin and her companions. The group swiftly ventured inside, where numerous corridors branched out, each leading to distinctly different rooms and halls. "This way," Tian Biao called out, already well acquainted with the Sacred Dragon Chamber, as he guided Chen Feng and the others towards the left corridor. Before long, their vision expanded to reveal an enormous auction hall capable of accommodating thousands. The Sacred Dragon Chamber is renowned not only within the imperial city but throughout the entirety of Ning country, especially with the annual auction generating considerable buzz. The auction hall was brimming with attendees, a sea of heads creating an atmosphere of heightened excitement. "What a lively scene!" exclaimed Sun Fatty, unable to suppress his astonishment at the bustling crowd. "Let us take a seat closer to the front." Tian Biao continued onward. Lu Qingxin, Mu Shen, and the others quickly followed, with Chen Feng holding onto Baoer's hand, joining them as well. Despite the multitude of attendees, the first few rows remained surprisingly vacant. For it is customary that such prime positions are reserved for the influential and esteemed individuals within Ning country. As a formidable figure of the God Concealment realm and a former general in the Ning military, Tian Biao had the privilege to occupy a spot in the third row, where they settled down to await the commencement of the auction. The crowd continued to swell, comprising not only prominent figures from the imperial city but also powerful individuals from various cities across Ning country. The cacophony of discussions and chatter amalgamated to create a vibrant, albeit tumultuous atmosphere. Chen Feng's gaze casually swept across the hall until it fixed upon a familiar group on the left, Mei Changlin and her companions, who had recently engaged in a confrontation. "That old hag is indeed here for the auction," Mu Xin remarked coldly. Upon noticing Chen Feng and his party, Mei Changlin and her group also turned their gaze upon them, their eyes glinting with icy hostility. Pay them no mind. Even if Mei Changlin had tenfold courage, she would not dare to act within the confines of the sacred dragon chamber, Tian Biao asserted. Though the sacred dragon chamber typically maintained a low profile, avoiding conflicts, its profound influence was such that even the royal family held it in considerable regard. This formidable force, lurking like a dragon, was not something the Sword Rain Pavilion would dare to offend lightly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and his companions shifted their focus away from Mei Changlin and instead noticed a group of distinguished middle-aged men seated in the front row, all exuding an air of nobility and strength, representing the pinnacle of power in Ning country. Surrounding them were various guards, their presence alone exuding an aura of intimidation. "Sun Fatty, do you recognize them?" Chen Feng inquired. Following Chen Feng's gaze, Sun Fatty quickly responded, "Indeed. The middle-aged man in the purple and gold robe is none other than the current chancellor, Wei Zhong. He rose to prominence at a young age, though a civil servant. His stature in Ning country rivals that of the war god, and he is also the mentor to the third prince. Seated beside him are the Minister of Revenue, Wang Wenlu, and the Minister of Rights, Tong Shangqing. Following them is the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Dongting. After General Xia Wentian retired from military service, Jiang Dongting succeeded him. He is a disciple of the war god and commands significant military strength. Jiang Dongting? Chen Feng pondered, taken aback as he realized he was indeed the father of Jiang Yin. He scrutinized Jiang Dongting more closely, noting the contrast between his expectations and reality. Jiang Dongting appeared remarkably youthful, not yet 40, with a gentle demeanor and an air of elegance, starkly different from the ruggedness typical of seasoned generals. Had it not been for Sun Fatty's introduction, one might easily mistake him for a scholarly gentleman rather than a military commander. Remarkably, this refined middle-aged man was unaccompanied by any guards, save for a young maidservant, showcasing his confidence in his own strength. "I wonder how Jiang Yin is faring. I haven't heard from that young lady in quite some time," Chen Feng mused quietly to himself. Since their parting at the Qinghua Tower, he had not crossed paths with Jiang Yin again. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her standing within the family was not particularly high. Moreover, after incapacitating the son of the Minister of Revenue, she might have encountered some trouble. It seemed he should find an opportunity to visit the Jiang residence soon. It was unexpected that such a plethora of prominent figures had gathered for this auction, indicating that this year's event might hold even greater significance than the last. Tian Biao observed the assembly of distinguished individuals, a grave expression crossing his face. "Weren't these individuals present last year?" Chen Feng inquired. "Not at all." Tian Biao shook his head. Although the Sacred Dragon Chamber hosts this grand auction annually, which is quite prestigious, the Chancellor, being a civil servant, would typically find little value in such elixirs and treasures. Yet, his decision to attend this year's auction is indeed surprising. Chen Feng's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Wei Zhong and Jiang Dongting, pondering whether there was something particularly enticing about this auction that had drawn their interest. Suddenly, amidst the swirling thoughts, the resounding sound of a bell and drum reverberated through the bustling hall. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the auction stage at the front, where the embedded luminous pearls illuminated, casting a brilliant glow that brightened the entire venue, capturing the attention of every individual present. Everyone straightened in their seats, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, aware that the grand auction, held once a year, was finally about to commence. The capital of Ning country, the imperial city, served as its heart, bustling with the trade of elixirs, martial arts, and precious artifacts, making it the most prosperous locale in the nation. As the largest commercial entity in Ning country, the Sacred Dragon Chamber possessed a wealth of rare items, rivaling the royal family and accounting for nearly 40% of the market share, thus rendering this auction exceedingly significant. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire a remarkable artifact, weapon, or elixir at this auction, the opportunity for meteoric rise was certainly within reach. Under the dazzling illumination of the night pearl, a young maiden clad in red gracefully ascended the auction stage, drawing the attention of all present. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. Her long, cascading hair flowed naturally to her waist, and she wore a striking crimson dress. With each delicate step, the silver rings adorning her earlobes chimed melodiously, reminiscent of jade beads falling onto a plate, crisp and delightful. Her amber eyes radiated nobility and elegance. Esteemed friends, I am Wen Xian, the daughter of the president of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and I shall be your auctioneer for this event. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Sacred Dragon Chamber for your patronage. Her voice was soothing, akin to the gentle notes of a guqin, making the act of listening to her a pleasurable experience. Instantly, the previously restless crowd fell into a hushed silence, with many young men casting admiring glances at the girl in red. The title of the Sacred Dragon Chamber President's daughter alone commanded respect for Wen Xian, a fact further amplified by her unique grace, which had garnered her considerable fame within the imperial city. Her mere presence quieted the crowd, showcasing her remarkable ability to command attention. I didn't expect her to preside over this auction, murmured Mu Xin. Do you know her? Inquired Qin Feng. Mu Xin fixated on the refined maiden on stage, his expression turning serious. Her name is Wen Xian, the only daughter of the Sacred Dragon Chamber President, cherished and adored. She ranked 8th on the Heavenly Talents list, though that was 2 years ago. It can be said she is the only young woman whose prowess could rival that of Qin Ruyue and Xia Jilan. At this moment, Sun Fatty interjected, Brother Feng. Think about it, she was already 8th on the Heavenly Talents list 2 years ago. With the countless cultivation resources provided by the Sacred Dragon Chamber, her strength must be formidable by now. A beauty with a powerful background and exceptional talent, she is truly cherished. Understanding dawned on Qin Feng. No wonder she had become the focal point of the entire venue upon her appearance. With Wen Xian's charm, even Qin Ruyue would seem inferior, for her background far surpassed that of Qin Ruyue. Indeed, she was likely the object of desire for countless young men within the imperial city. Little girl, has your father not come today? Wei Zhong inquired with a light chuckle from the front row. Uncle Wei, although I am young, I am well versed in all auction procedures and prepared to handle any situation that may arise during this event. Do you not trust me to preside over it? Wen Xian blinked her beautiful amber eyes, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, adding a touch of mischievous charm. You make it sound as if I am a villain. Wei Zhong replied with a laugh. Uncle Wei, I wouldn't dare. Wen Xian gently bowed, her red dress swaying as she spoke with poise and grace, leaving a comforting impression. Let us commence, I am eager to see the treasures that will be unveiled. Wei Zhong smiled and gestured. You will surely be satisfied. Facing the gaze of the entire audience, Wen Xian exhibited no signs of nervousness. With her lips slightly pursed and a smile gracing her cheeks, she declared, Now, let us welcome our first auction item. Her voice, still as melodious as before, resonated through the hall as a young maid brought forth a camphor-wood chest, covered with a white cloth. Wen Xian gently lifted the cloth, revealing a sword box on the auction table. She extracted a long sword from the box, its blade approximately 3 feet in length, sharp and glimmering with a faint azure light. Infusing her spiritual energy into the blade, the azure glow intensified, flowing along the sword's length and coalescing at the tip into the form of a blue-winged eagle. The majestic creature fluttered its wings, unleashing countless razor-sharp wind blades that seemed capable of rending the very air itself. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce this sword, the Qingfeng sword. A high-grade mystical artifact containing the beast soul of a blue-winged eagle, whose strength rivals that of a transcendent realm expert. As you know, the blue-winged eagle excels in utilizing wind blades and possesses incredible speed, making it difficult for even transcendent realm warriors to catch up when it is at full velocity. Now, this swiftness imbued in the sword significantly enhances its power.
This weapon has been meticulously crafted by Master Mo, a renowned blacksmith. Sword cultivators should not miss this opportunity. Wen Shixian smiled subtly as she elaborated on the sword's features and selling points. Instantly, many gazes in the audience grew fervent. Within Ningguo, there were numerous sword cultivators. Yet truly renowned swords were a rarity, and this sword undoubtedly deserved a place among them. No one had anticipated that such a remarkable item would be presented at the very start of the auction. Chen Feng scrutinized the sword, and as a sword cultivator himself, he possessed a discerning eye. Although he recognized the sword's merit, he regrettably deemed it inferior to his own Tian Song Yun sword. The Qingfeng sword contained a beast soul, while his Tian Song Yun sword housed a spontaneously born sword spirit, two entirely different concepts. Although his sword spirit remained sealed for now, he believed that as his strength grew, he would eventually unlock its potential. Thus, despite the Qingfeng sword's excellence, Chen Feng held no interest in it. The starting bid for this sword is 50,000 taels of silver. Wen Shixian announced with a gentle smile. 50,000 taels? Upon hearing this price, the previously restless crowd quieted momentarily, aware that it was a considerable sum. However, after a brief pause, some individuals began to raise their bids, recognizing that despite its cost, the Qingfeng sword was indeed worth the price. Chen Feng observed the fervent bidding in the auction hall, unable to suppress a wry smile. He had initially sold a pill formula to the pill pavilion for 100,000 taels, but after deducting various expenses, including nearly 10,000 taels spent and another 50,000 taels to reward the assassination of a disciple from the Sword Rain Pavilion, he found himself with only 40,000 taels remaining. Yet, Chen Feng remained uninterested in the sword, quietly watching as others bid. The intense bidding continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding, ultimately culminating in the Qingfeng sword being sold to a slender middle-aged man for 70,000 taels. After successfully selling the Qingfeng sword, Wen Shixian proceeded to unveil a variety of treasures, martial arts techniques, and even medicinal pills, each item more exquisite than the last. While these items would have been considered prized possessions at other auctions, within the sacred dragon chamber, they were presented merely as ordinary offerings, leaving the audience eager to see what rare treasures would follow. Of course, despite being categorized as ordinary, the prices remained high, with all items starting above 50,000 taels. Some even fetching 10,000 taels or more. Only concerning these treasured artifacts, martial arts, and medicinal pills, Lu Qingxin and Sun Ponzi, among others, displayed little interest, as alchemists. They truly lacked these trinkets. Instead, it was the Sword Rain Pavilion that frequently intervened to seize them. It seems this auction does not hold the items we desire. Sun Ponzi could not help but voice his dissatisfaction regarding the annual grand auction. Do not fret, there are splendid items yet to come. Tian Biao replied with a smile. Lu Qingxin, Mu Shen, and the others remained calm and patient, awaiting the forthcoming treasures, for what had been sold thus far were merely ordinary items. Chen Feng's gaze subtly shifted to the front row where the prominent figures of Ningguo were seated. However, Wei Zhong and Jiang Dongting displayed no intention of bidding, remaining composed as they awaited the true treasures to appear. As time gradually passed, finally, after the 9th item was sold, Wen Shixian delicately pressed her lips together and softly announced, "Next, we present the 10th item." With a gentle motion of her jade hand, a brilliant red crystal appeared in her palm. Upon the emergence of the fire flame crystal, an indescribable heat radiated swiftly throughout the venue, causing all present to feel a wave of warmth. This fire flame crystal seemed to be forged purely from the essence of flame, exuding intense heat and containing within it the power of fire. Chen Feng, who had previously shown little interest in the various auction items, finally brightened his eyes. At last, something worthy of his attention had surfaced. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is rather special. It has been excavated from a mineral vein by the mining team and is known as the Crimson Refinement Stone. This rare treasure is one of the 5 elemental wonders, exceedingly scarce and challenging to come by. It harbors rich fire spiritual energy, and if absorbed, it will significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, the absorption of this Crimson Refinement Stone is no simple task. Only those with a spiritual root associated with fire among the 5 elements can hope to absorb it. For those with the appropriate spiritual root, this item serves as an extraordinary elixir. Now, the starting bid for this Crimson Refinement Stone is 70,000 taels.
As when Shurshuan's words fell, few in the audience exhibited interest, instead met with some hisses, for the 5 elemental wonders required corresponding elemental spiritual roots for absorption, otherwise the Crimson Refinement Stone would merely be a worthless stone in their hands. Given the rarity of pure elemental spiritual roots, the reaction to this item was significantly weaker than for others, especially with the starting bid already set at 70,000 taels, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary individuals.
70,000 taels?
Chen Feng frowned. This price was rather steep, as he currently had only 40,000 taels remaining.
Hey, fatty, how much do you have on you? Lend me some.
Chen Feng called out to Sun Panzi.
What? Brother Feng, do you want this item? Sun Panzi asked in surprise.
Yes.
Chen Feng nodded.
His spiritual roots were of the 5 elements, embodying the innate Tao. He could absorb any wonder related to the 5 elements, including the Crimson Refinement Stone, which would greatly enhance his cultivation.
Alright, Brother Feng, leave this item to me, I shall bid for it and gift it to you, Sun Panzi declared generously.
He still remembered how Chen Feng had helped him revise a pill formula, which had yielded him considerable profits.
80,000. The auction hall,
which had been silent for a moment, was suddenly stirred by his call, drawing the attention of many present, including the dignitaries in the front row, all of whom turned their gazes toward Chen Feng and his companions.
The Dan Tower? Seeing Tian Biao leading the group, many expressed surprise.
When Shixian also turned her gaze,
and upon spotting Chen Feng beside Sun Panzi, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. It's him? Upon recognizing Chen Feng, when Shurshuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
She was no stranger to him. Aboard the cloud ship, she had witnessed the daughter of the Xia family kneeling before Chen Feng. Although she did not comprehend how Chen Feng, with his strength, could command such respect from Xia Jilan, she had remembered him since that encounter.
He's actually here.
When Shurshuan's lips curled into a slight, amused smile as her beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd, lightly inquiring, 80,000 taels, does anyone wish to bid further? The auction hall fell into a semblance of silence, as it was evident that the Crimson Refinement Stone was not particularly sought after, given that its value hinged on the attributes of the spiritual roots.
However, just as everyone presumed no one would contest Sun Panzi's bid, a low,
gravelly voice suddenly broke the stillness. 100,000. At this declaration, all eyes turned toward the front row where Wei Zhong sat, astonished expressions etched on their faces.
No one had anticipated that the previously silent chancellor would now enter the fray.
This old man, dismissing all those fine items earlier, chooses this stone.
Is he deliberately opposing me?
Sun Panzi's face flushed with frustration. Lu Qingxin shook her head and remarked, this is quite normal. Wei Zhong is not only the chancellor of Ningguo but also the esteemed tutor of the third prince. The third prince possesses a solar spiritual root, a pure fire attribute, perfectly suited for the Crimson Refinement Stone. I believe Wei Zhong intends to acquire it as a gift for the third prince.
Upon witnessing Wei Zhong's bid, the crowd understood.
Despite being a civil minister with no martial prowess, as the third prince's mentor, he held a certain favoritism toward the prince.
However,
a bid of 100,000 taels was beyond the means of most, especially since Wei Zhong was a renowned figure within Ningguo, prompting others to curry favor with him rather than challenge him openly. After Wei Zhong's bid, those who had initially considered the Crimson Refinement Stone withdrew,
sighing in resignation and abandoning the bidding war.
Only Sun Panzi remained undeterred. Having promised to secure the stone for Chen Feng, he raised his hand and shouted,
110,000.
The auction room fell silent for a few seconds before Wei Zhong, maintaining his impassive demeanor, replied, 120,000.
130,000.
Before Wei Zhong's hand could even lower, Sun Panzi had already raised his hand again, calling out loudly.
The auction hall erupted once more.
Many spectators eagerly watching this unfolding scene, wondering if the chubby fellow intended to challenge Wei Zhong.
Is this courting death? Indeed.
The two middle-aged guards standing beside Wei Zhong turned their sharp, icy gazes toward Sun Panzi, their stares laden with warning. Yet, true to his reckless nature,
Sun Panzi showed no fear, meeting their gaze head-on. He had dared to confront the sword masters of the Sword Rain Pavilion. What was the chancellor to him? After all, he was a free spirit. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would flee. Who could truly devour him?
Wei Zhong chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Having weathered countless storms, his composure far surpassed that of the younger generation. He did not wish to engage with Sun Ponzi, simply raising his hand to bid 150,000. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall instantaneously shifted. Regardless of the immense value of the crimson refinement celestial stone, it was evident that its worth could not reach the staggering sum of 150,000 taels, which was nearly a 30% markup. Sun Fatty's expression darkened to a deep shade of iron. This old man seemed low-key but was evidently a person of considerable wealth. Even for him, producing such a sum all at once would be exceedingly challenging.
Brother Feng. Sun Fatty's face bore traces of anguish and resignation. It's all right.
Let him have the crimson refinement celestial stone. Chen Feng patted Sun Fatty's shoulder, offering words of consolation.
170,000. At that moment, a delicate voice suddenly resonated beside Chen Feng.
Everyone in the hall paused for a moment, including Wei Zhong, who appeared somewhat taken aback.
170,000 was already a high bid. How intriguing.
Wei Zhong chuckled softly, lowering his raised hand, clearly relinquishing his pursuit of the crimson refinement celestial stone. To raise the bid any further would seem rather unworthy, especially since what he truly desired lay at the end of the auction. From the third row, Chen Feng glanced in surprise at the pair of twin sisters beside him. The one who had just called out the bid was the elder sister, Han Shan. Though the twins were also from the Pill Pavilion, their presence was so understated that Chen Feng had nearly forgotten about them. Han Shan flashed a smile at Chen Feng and softly said, "Brother Feng, I shall gift you this crimson refinement celestial stone."
Such generosity?
Chen Feng was astonished. Sun Fatty's willingness to assist in the bidding stemmed from the fact that he had once helped him revise a pill formula.
Yet he could hardly recall any significant interaction with these sisters.
Lu Qingxin interjected, "Do not misunderstand.
Han Shan and Han Xiao are exceptionally pure-hearted and kind. We have received their assistance on numerous occasions.
Moreover, they hail from a family of alchemists. Their ancestors and forebears were all alchemists,
making them the wealthiest young ladies in our Pill Pavilion.
For them, a sum of over 100,000 taels poses no burden."
Ah, I see. Chen Feng nodded,
still feeling a sense of gratitude as he clasped his hands together in thanks, saying, "Thank you."
He. Both Han Shan and Han Xiao smiled in unison,
their charming faces adorned with delightful dimples, exuding cuteness.
The auction continued.
However, after the crimson refinement celestial stone, no further items piqued Chen Feng's interest.
And even the prominent figures from Ningguo seemed to refrain from bidding on anything.
All present appeared to be waiting, as if drawn by a singular purpose,
heightening Chen Feng's curiosity about what they anticipated. Gradually, the auction neared its conclusion, and the once boisterous venue began to grow silent. Despite the thousands gathered,
not a single individual departed, their gazes fixated upon the auction stage, seemingly awaiting the unveiling of the final treasure. Last year's auction featured a 7th grade pill as the grand prize. One wondered if a similar treasure would grace this year's event. Finally, after an exquisite treasure was auctioned, when Shixian surveyed the crowd with her beautiful eyes, her palm slightly opened to reveal a shimmering golden brocade box that materialized within her grasp.
Now, we commence the auction for the 16th treasure.
When Shixian smiled gently, her jade-like fingers delicately pressing the clasp of the brocade box adorned with intricate noble patterns,
which immediately sprang open.
As the box opened, a mist of ethereal energy rose, and an overwhelmingly rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Upon inhaling this aroma, everyone felt invigorated. As their inner spiritual energy began to circulate involuntarily, their blood surging with vitality. Inside the brocade box lay a plump, fiery red spiritual pill, adorned with a myriad of complex and obscure luminescent patterns, intertwining to resemble an ancient, ferocious dragon. A potent aura of the pill emanated from within, suggesting its extraordinary nature.
"This is a 7th grade pill."
The crowd erupted in astonishment.
To possess such an astounding fragrance could only mean it was a 7th grade pill.
Last year's prized treasure had been a 7th grade pill, which had caused a sensation throughout Ningguo. Some had even speculated that it might be the only one in a century. Yet, no one had anticipated the emergence of another 7th grade pill this year.
"This is the red gold dragon marrow pill, a 7th grade pill."
When Shixian announced, 7th grade alchemists were a rarity. Not only were they scarce in Ningguo, but even across the entirety of southern state. Those capable of crafting such a pill numbered fewer than 10. Thus, the value of this pill required no further elaboration. Its starting bid was set at 500,000 taels.
A palpable tension gripped the crowd, their breaths quickening, their eyes ignited with fervor.
While Ningwa boasted a plethora of alchemists from 1st to 6th grade, the 7th grade pills were unattainable even for the likes of Pill King Lin Chaoga.
However,
despite the allure of the pill, the starting price left many in disbelief. A mere starting bid of 500,000 taels represented an astronomical figure. Even the immensely wealthy Sacred Dragon Merchant Association could not casually produce such an amount.
An eerie silence enveloped the venue.
Those who had hoped for the red gold dragon marrow pill could only shake their heads in resignation, withdrawing their hands. Aware that such an esteemed pill was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals.
550,000. 600,000. 650,000.
Bids rang out in succession, primarily from the heads of prominent families seated in the front rows. Others lacked the qualifications to participate in this fierce competition.
Deputy Director Yun. Last year's 7th grade pill fell into the hands of your Yunhai Academy. How is it that you are unwilling to let this year's 7th grade pill slip away?
The head of the Jiang family jested. Such a rare 7th grade pill, who would willingly let it go?
As the bidding escalated,
the influential figures began to subtly vie against one another, none willing to concede.
Humph.
The 7th grade pill belongs to the Young family this year.
No one shall vie with us.
A middle-aged man declared with a cold snort, then raised his hand, proclaiming loudly 70,000 taels.
The Yang family, renowned for their weaponry,
produced nearly 80% of the weapons in Ningwa, thus their familial legacy was formidable. Of course, the other attendees were no ordinary individuals, all possessed substantial influence.
75,000 taels.
The deputy director of Yunhai Academy murmured.
800,000 taels. The Yang family bellowed once more.
Jiang Dongting and Wei Zhong observed this spectacle, shaking their heads with a smile, choosing not to raise their hands.
800,000 taels was indeed an exorbitant sum.
As civil officials and military leaders, their annual salaries paled in comparison to these affluent magnates, leading them to withdraw from the bidding war.
After a fierce contest, the 7th grade pill ultimately fell into the hands of the Yang family's patriarch. Impressive. Sun Fatty could not help but exclaim, 80,000 taels.
How many pills would I need to refine to earn that? Chen Feng maintained an impassive demeanor. He had never felt swayed by the 7th grade pill. He could refine such a pill himself, though it would require time, and with his current abilities, he was not yet capable. Why are Jiang Dongting and the others still present after the last item has been sold?
Tan Song suddenly inquired. At this moment, others also took note of this peculiarity.
Typically, the 7th grade elixir was the final item, and the auction ought to have concluded.
However, the atmosphere suggested otherwise.
Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention toward the auction stage, where Wen Shixian continued to display her crescent-like smile. With her palm outstretched, another golden brocade box materialized within her grasp. This time, when Shixian revealed no secrets, she opened the box directly, unveiling a jade pillar approximately 2 inches tall.
Coiling around the pillar was a uniquely shaped, fierce dragon totem.
In the midst of this dragon, a vague silhouette appeared to be seated atop the spiral jade column.
Indeed.
It seemed that those individuals were waiting for this moment. This was the true treasure of the auction.
Chapter 58, The Fountain of Life of the Sorcerer God.
The moment the coiled dragon jade pillar emerged, it erupted with a blinding radiance. Within this luminous display, a low, resonant dragon's roar and tiger's howl reverberated,
unleashing an indescribable and formidable pressure that surged through the auction hall like a tidal wave.
Every individual present, regardless of whether they were in the transformation realm, the heavenly passage realm, or even the divine concealment realm, felt their faces pale, as if the flow of their internal spiritual energy had been stifled.
This overwhelming force instilled a primal fear within them. What is this?
Such terrifying pressure. A cacophony of gasps erupted throughout the venue,
as the coiled dragon jade pillar left an even deeper impression than the previous 7th grade elixir. Is this truly the Pi Ce da persistence of this auction? What on earth is it?
The gaze of the corpulent son quickly focused on the auction stage, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. This level of pressure is beyond what the divine concealment realm can possess. Lu Qingxin's beautiful eyes shimmered as she gazed at the coiled dragon jade pillar.
Her countenance suddenly grave.
Chen Feng's eyes also fixed upon the jade pillar as he murmured. I believe only a practitioner of the myriad laws realm could possess something like this. The mention of the myriad laws realm caused both Mu Xin and Tan Song to exchange glances, their expressions shifting.
Objects left behind by a myriad laws realm practitioner? How could such a precious item exist in Ning country?
The myriad laws realm is regarded as a superlative powerhouse throughout the southern region, capable of annihilating any practitioner of the divine concealment realm with a mere gesture.
How could an artifact of such caliber possibly surface in Ning country? At last, it has appeared.
Zhang Dongding's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile upon seeing the coiled dragon jade pillar. Mei Changlin raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with rare fervor.
Clearly intent on acquiring the jade pillar.
All the previous rare treasures and the 7th grade elixir were mere preludes. This coiled dragon jade pillar is undoubtedly the centerpiece of this auction.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I believe you are all curious as to why 7th grade elixirs have been appearing so frequently over the past 2 years.
In truth,
these 2 7th grade elixirs were not concocted by our alchemists in Ning country, but rather, they were discovered by us. When Shishuan's eyes lowered slightly as she smiled lightly, a stir rippled through the crowd.
Discovered? What does that mean?
Expressions of confusion adorned the faces of all present, their gazes converging on Wen Shixian as she calmly retrieved the coiled dragon jade pillar from its ornate box and placed it on the auction stage. I believe many of you have heard of an incident 10 years ago when the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Sect mysteriously vanished without a trace. The sect dispatched numerous disciples to search for him, yet none could uncover his whereabouts. Rumors circulated that he had been pursued by enemies and perished.
However, whether this information is true remains unknown.
What we do know is that this coiled dragon jade pillar, along with the 2 7th grade elixirs, was unearthed deep within the sacred spirit mountain. Our appraisal suggests that this coiled dragon jade pillar may very well be an item carried by the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Sect. Thus, I will share something uncertain, that Grand Elder may have met his demise within the sacred spirit mountain, and the location of his fall, as well as vital information, may well be concealed within this coiled dragon jade pillar. Wen Shixian remarked with a smile. The hall erupted in a tumultuous uproar, breaths growing heavy and incredulity evident in every gaze. The revelation that these 2 7th grade elixirs were discovered within the sacred spirit mountain was akin to a bombshell. Even more astounding was the possibility that the site of the Grand Elder's demise lay within the sacred spirit mountain. If one were to ask who in the southern region could concoct 7th grade elixirs, it would likely be none other than the 7 Profound Sect. It stands to reason that the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Sect would possess 7th grade elixirs.
All clues and information suddenly intertwined.
Illuminating the situation, these 2 7th grade elixirs were likely left behind by the Grand Elder. It appears that a significant upheaval is imminent within Ning country, and our contest for the Linglong Shenuan pool is poised to undergo an unprecedented transformation.
Upon hearing this information, Lu Qingxin's expression was not one of excitement, but rather of solemnity. What do you mean? Chen Feng inquired curiously.
Son, the corpulent figure interjected, Brother Feng, are you not aware? The contest for the Linglong pool is to be held within the sacred spirit mountain. Lu Qingxin sighed. Originally, the contest for the Linglong Shenuan pool was already a fierce battle among prodigies. With the emergence of the Grand Elder's legacy from the 7 Profound Sect, numerous powerful figures who exceed the age limit will undoubtedly go to great lengths to disguise themselves and enter the sacred spirit mountain. Chen Feng gazed intently at the coiled dragon jade pillar on the auction stage, then glanced at the tense expressions of the various powerful factions. He understood that this contest for the Linglong Shenuan pool was destined to become increasingly intriguing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a treasure left behind by a practitioner of at least the myriad laws realm, the Grand Elder of the 7 Profound Sect, is of immense significance,
which I need not elaborate upon.
It is possible that within the sacred spirit mountain lie more than just 2 7th grade elixirs, perhaps there are 3, 4, or even 5.
The unknown holds even greater treasures.
After all, the 7 Profound Sect's resources are well known to many.
From here on,
how to vie for this grand treasure will depend on each individual's fortune and strength.
Wen Shixian bore an innocent smile,
yet her words tantalized the greed within everyone's hearts like a devilish whisper. This young lady seems intent on escalating the situation. Observing Ye Beixuan's devilish provocations, Wei Zhong raised an eyebrow, expressing a hint of exasperation. Now, the auction for the coiled dragon jade pillar officially commences. The jade pillar will not be exchanged for silver but rather for items of equivalent value. Ye Beixuan announced. In matters concerning treasures left by formidable predecessors, monetary value is no longer applicable, only items of commensurate worth can be exchanged. I, from the Yang family, offer 10 high-grade mystic tier treasures. The head of the Yang family bellowed first, his bloodshot eyes revealing his determination to obtain this artifact. However, as soon as he spoke, derisive laughter erupted. Those worthless trinkets from the Yang family, how dare you flaunt them? Truly laughable. I, from the Song family, offer 2 crystal mines. Crystal mines? The Song family has truly lost their minds. Upon hearing this, many were left speechless, taken aback by the audacity. Unlike gold or silver mines, crystal mines yield spirit power crystals, which can rapidly replenish a warrior's expended spiritual energy. With a continuous supply of spirit power crystals, a warrior could endure in battle without exhausting themselves, single-handedly standing against legions. A high-quality spirit power crystal is worth a third-grade elixir, and now 2 crystal mines could produce at least 8,000 high-quality spirit power crystals. The auction hall fell into a brief silence, stunned by the Song family's declaration of 2 crystal mines. The head of the Yang family clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration, as the disparity between the Song family's offer and his own became glaringly apparent. I, from the Sword Rain Pavilion, offer the Tangxi Sword Classic, along with the Sword Emperor's martial arts tome, Mei Changlin stated leisurely. The Tangxi Sword Classic is the pinnacle of swordsmanship within the Sword Rain Pavilion, while the Sword Emperor's tome encompasses all of his insights into swordsmanship. These 2 treasures complement each other, their worth is beyond measure. Even the highest sum of silver could scarcely procure them. The royal family once sought to borrow from the Sword Rain Pavilion, only to be denied. I, from the Dan Tower, shall offer 10 6th-grade pills. At this moment, Tian Biao also interjected. He had come here specifically for the majestic dragon pillar, and prior to his arrival, he had received Lin Chaoga's endorsement to present these 10 6th-grade pills, which would be entirely refined by Lin Chaoga himself. The title of Dan King is not merely a title. This bidding prompted even Ye Beixuan to waver, for not just anyone could have Lin Chaoga concoct pills for them. My ministerial residence lacks valuable items, but His Majesty once bestowed upon me a vial of soul liquid, which I could offer in exchange. Wei Zhong spoke. The soul liquid is an exceedingly rare divine elixir that enhances one's soul. It is important to note that the strength of the soul is inherently determined and cannot be cultivated through effort. However, ingesting this soul liquid indirectly augments one's soul strength. Once the soul's power is amplified, the mind becomes exceptionally agile and intelligent, resulting in a qualitative leap in both talent and comprehension. It can be said that this is an unparalleled treasure of immeasurable worth. My Jiang residence may not possess much of value, yet I do have a treasured item, a pair of deep-sea dragon whale teeth, which I acquired during a fierce battle against the Tang Kingdom, Jiang Dongting declared. The dragon whale, a ferocious beast residing in the abyssal depths, is not only capable of reaching the divine concealment realm but is also exceedingly rare, with estimates suggesting fewer than 10 exist in the entire deep-sea domain, making them incredibly difficult to capture. These dragon whale teeth are remarkably sharp and imbued with lethal toxins, even the strongest sword of Ning Kingdom cannot compare, rendering them a deadly weapon capable of silencing foes with a single strike. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the room. All truly powerful and distinguished figures presented their most precious possessions in hopes of acquiring the dragon pillar, leaving the audience in awe. For any item they offered could stir the entire Ning Kingdom. In this moment, even Ye Beixuan found herself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled gently, her eyes turning toward Wei Zhong, and stated, "The Sacred Dragon Merchant Association is willing to exchange for the soul liquid." Compared to other treasures, the soul liquid evidently aligned more closely with the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association's interests. With it, they could potentially cultivate numerous exceptionally gifted individuals. Wei Zhong smiled slightly, anticipating such a decisive choice, for who could resist the allure of transforming mediocrity into brilliance? Yet, just as the assembly believed the auction had reached its conclusion, Mei Changlin suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Wait! All eyes turned toward her as her expression turned grave.
Miss 1.
The Sword Rain Pavilion can offer another item in exchange for the dragon pillar. With that, she opened her palm, revealing an ancient vessel adorned with intricate engravings,
suggesting it had a long and storied history. This is a vial of the Wushan life spring, obtained from the northern Wuzhou tribe, capable of reviving the deceased and mending broken bones. The Wushan life spring? How could the Sword Rain Pavilion possess such a treasure? At this moment,
not only was Wen Shixian taken aback, but Tian Biao, Jiang Dongting, and even Wei Zhong were equally astonished. Nobody had anticipated that the Sword Rain Pavilion harbored such a remarkable artifact.
What is the Wushan life spring? Sun Punzi inquired, his expression one of confusion.
Lu Qingxin and Mu Shen shared similar looks of bewilderment, unable to grasp the significance of the Wushan life spring. Chen Feng's expression grew serious as he explained. In the far north of the Tianwu continent lies a mysterious race known as the Wuzhou, and the Wushan life spring is their sacred treasure. It is said that no matter how grievous the injury, even severed limbs can be healed.
Moreover, as one nears the end of their life,
the Wushan life spring can extend their lifespan by a decade, making it exceedingly valuable. It was truly surprising that the Sword Rain Pavilion managed to acquire such a holy relic, Chen Feng mused, realizing he had underestimated the Sword Rain Pavilion. Who would have thought that such a small nation like Ning could possess a treasure from the Wuzhou? Clearly, the Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu was not as simple as he appeared.
The Wushan life spring is revered by the Wuzhou,
and even a nation's wealth could scarcely procure a vial, yet, the Sword Rain Pavilion had achieved this feat.
Wei Zhong gazed at Mei Changlin in astonishment.
Years ago, the royal family of Ning had sent countless rare treasures to the Wuzhou, only to have them rejected, showcasing the Wuzhou's haughty nature. Yet, the Sword Rain Pavilion had managed to obtain a vial of the Wushan life spring, which left him utterly flabbergasted. Even more surprising was the fact that the Sword Rain Pavilion was willing to part with it for an exchange.
Is it worth it? Who knows?
If it were Wei Zhong, he would never consider relinquishing such a treasure. When Shishuan's gaze fixated on the Wushan life spring in Mei Changlin's hand, her eyes reflecting an indescribable fervor. While the soul liquid was indeed exceptional, it paled in comparison to the Wushan life spring. Very well. The Sacred Dragon Merchant Association is willing to engage in this exchange. When Shixian nodded emphatically, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that she could acquire the Wushan life spring during this auction. The dragon pillar had become a worthy trade.
However, Mei Changlin's countenance was somewhat heavy.
Parting with the Wushan life spring caused her heart to bleed. Yet, recalling the unwavering command from Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu, she knew she had to go to any lengths. She was uncertain why Xiao Shiyu was so insistent on obtaining the dragon pillar. Congratulations, Master Mei, on becoming the ultimate victor. I hope the Sword Rain Pavilion can truly unearth the treasures left behind by the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysterious Sect within the Sacred Spirit Mountain.
Tian Biao stood and clasped his fists toward Mei Changlin, smiling.
Clearly, in his view, no matter how precious the dragon pillar, it could not compare to the value of a vial of Wushan life spring. Mei Changlin's face turned pale, and she shot a fierce glare at Tian Biao. Gritting her teeth, you may revel in your glee, but there will come a time for your lamentation. As the auction drew to a close, the attendees began to exit the venue. Yet, everyone sensed that, following this day, the entire Ning kingdom would likely descend into a frenzy. For the emergence of a treasure would inevitably draw the attention of all, including the royal family. Those who had procured items began to settle their payments in the back. Chen Feng was among them. He, along with Lu Qingxin and others, arrived at the backstage, where they were greeted by Wen Shixian.
Young Master Chen,
here is the crimson refining heavenly stone you requested.
Wen Shixian presented a brilliantly red stone.
Meanwhile, Han Shan produced a banknote of 170,000 taels and handed it to Wen Shixian. After their exchange, Chen Feng planned to take his leave, but just then, Wen Shixian called out, "Wait.
Is there something else? Miss 1? Chen Feng turned in surprise and asked. My father wishes to meet you, may I inquire if you have the time? Wen Shixian inquired with a gentle smile. The chairman of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association? Tian Biao and the others were momentarily taken aback.
The Sacred Dragon Merchant Association typically maintains a neutral stance, rarely forming deep connections or distancing themselves from worldly affairs. Their relationship with the Dan Tower had always been rather lukewarm.
So why this time did they specifically request to meet with Chen Feng?
Even Chen Feng himself felt perplexed. He did not recognize the president of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce at all.
My father means no harm, he simply wishes to meet you. Is that acceptable? When Shixian inquired once more, her demeanor exceedingly sincere. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and nodded, very well.
Although he was uncertain about the intentions of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he bore no grudges against them, and when Shixian exhibited no signs of hostility. Thus he felt there was little to worry about. Furthermore, with the formidable Tian Biao, a powerful figure in the divine concealment realm, present, even if there were ill intentions,
the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce would not be able to detain him if he chose to leave. Soon, under Wen Shishuan's guidance,
they arrived at the conference hall of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Inside, Chen Feng encountered a middle-aged man who starkly contrasted with the plump,
affluent merchants he was accustomed to.
The president of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce was tall and robust, with rugged features and a forehead etched with wrinkles. His hair bore strands of silver, and he donned a pristine white robe.
Though he attempted to temper his presence, he still emanated an undeniable air of authority.
Upon seeing Chen Feng and his companions approach, the middle-aged man rose to greet them, exclaiming with a smile, "Welcome, everyone."
My apologies for the interruption.
Oh. I did not expect General Tian Biao to be here as well.
What an esteemed guest. Tian Biao and the president seem to be old acquaintances, he chuckled. President 1. It has been a while.
You appear quite flourishing these past years.
Oh, not at all. It is merely due to the blessings of old friends like you. Please. Take a seat. When Zhenghua responded warmly, instructing some young maidens to serve tea and pastries with impeccable courtesy. When Zhenghua's gaze appraised Lu Qingxin and the others,
and upon noticing Tan Song, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, clearly recognizing the half-demon lineage, which was quite rare. His attention then shifted to Chen Feng. And upon realizing the latter's cultivation level at merely the 6th stage of the condensed sea realm, he displayed no disdain, offering a gentle smile.
I presume this is Mr. Chen?
Lu Qingxin and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such respectful address from President 1.
You may call me Chen Feng. No need for formalities.
Chen Feng replied modestly, clasping his hands. Ha, I have heard much about your remarkable feats, Mr. Chen.
To traverse 8,
even 9 stages of combat within the condensed sea realm is truly unprecedented. Such a prodigious talent deserves the title of Mr. When Zhenghua remarked with a grin.
Please. Just call me Chen Feng.
Chen Feng chuckled in response. Though the words were complimentary, there was an underlying invasive glint in Wen Zhenghua's eyes that made Chen Feng feel somewhat uneasy. If he were a woman, it might have been comprehensible, but being male, the invasive gaze was decidedly discomforting.
Surely, this man must be sane? He mused.
You sly old fox, just tell me your true intentions.
Tian Biao,
observing Wen Zhenghua's demeanor, felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Having known Wen Zhenghua for years, he recognized the latter's sharp intellect and cunning nature, which had allowed him to establish such an extensive chamber of commerce. Besides business, Wen Zhenghua seldom paid attention to younger individuals, only the third prince garnered his interest. While even a talent like Qin Ruoyue did not warrant a second glance from someone so proud.
Now, however,
Wen Zhenghua seemed inexplicably enamored with a mere boy from the condensed sea realm, causing Tian Biao to question his motives.
Can I not invite you all to sit and chat?
Wen Zhenghua retorted, his face reddening. He then decided to be forthright. Chen Feng,
would you be willing to join my Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce?
Rest assured, I shall not offer you a worthless title like Deputy Master. You would hold the position of Vice President, and whatever cultivation resources you require, I can provide.
Upon hearing this,
Chen Feng immediately grasped Wen Zhenghua's intentions. He sought to recruit him into the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
Regrettably, Chen Feng felt no inclination whatsoever.
He shook his head, saying, I appreciate your kindness, President 1, but I have no interest in business.
He was dedicated to martial arts, striving for its utmost pinnacle.
The allure of wealth and status held no sway over him.
Do not be so quick to refuse, Brother Chen. I take it you are yet unmarried?
Wen Zhenghua suddenly inquired. Chen Feng frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Not yet, he replied cautiously.
Do you find my daughter, Wen Shixian, beautiful? Wen Zhanghua asked unexpectedly.
Chen Feng turned to look at Wen Shixian, who, in her flowing red dress, radiated beauty and grace at the tender age of 17. Her complexion flawless and her voice melodious. Her noble demeanor and flawless visage surpassed even that of Qin Ruoyue.
She is indeed beautiful. Chen Feng replied earnestly. Excellent.
Then how about this, you join our Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and I shall marry my daughter to you, making you my successor. With the vast wealth of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce at your disposal, you would not refuse, would you? When Zhanghua proposed.
What? Sun Ponzi?
Having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered it out in shock. Chen Feng was equally astonished.
Are you serious?
Chapter 60, The Grand Gamble of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
Wen Shixian, the esteemed young lady of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce,
is not only endowed with breathtaking beauty but also possesses remarkable martial prowess, making her one of the rare prodigies of Ningguo.
Countless suitors,
ranging from noble science to elite young talents, vie for her affection. She is a paragon that one can only admire from afar.
However,
no one anticipated that Wen Zhanghua would intend to betroth her to Chen Feng.
This revelation took Chen Feng completely by surprise. He recognized his own potential.
A rare genius capable of transcending the 8th and possibly even the 9th realm, making him an unparalleled figure in Ningguo.
Yet,
it seemed too hasty for Wen Zhanghua to wish to claim him as a son-in-law.
Were Wen Shixian an unattractive woman,
it would be understandable for Wen Zhanghua to worry about her prospects for marriage. Yet, she is an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, blessed with charm, wealth, and potential. It was astonishing that Wen Zhanghua was so eager to marry her off.
Even Lu Qingxin and others, not to mention Wen Shixian herself, were taken aback, standing in shock.
Father, what nonsense are you speaking? Wen Shixian exclaimed, her face turning pale before gradually flushing with embarrassment and anger.
Her father, usually composed and prudent, had acted so recklessly today.
This matter should be left to you, you would not harm me. Wen Zhanghua replied solemnly. He then turned to Chen Feng and inquired.
What do you think, young brother? Are you serious? This cannot be a jest. Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. I am not joking. If you nod your head, the marriage will be finalized within 3 months. Wen Zhanghua affirmed earnestly.
As the president of the Sacred Dragon Chamber, his words carried weight. If Chen Feng desired to marry,
he would find a way to make it happen. Father, I will never agree to this.
If you wish to marry, do so yourself. I absolutely refuse to marry.
This is infuriating. I'm leaving.
Wen Shixian's face blazed with color, and with a swift gesture, she stormed out of the hall.
Unwilling to engage further with her father,
she feared that remaining would truly drive her to madness. Chen Feng acknowledged that he was indeed exceptional, but he still fell short of Wen Shixian's expectations.
Observing the scene, he could only smile wryly, realizing that this was entirely Wen Zhenghua's unilateral desire. To be frank,
he was not inclined to force anyone into such matters, so he shook his head and stated, I regretfully must decline your kind offer.
I see no reason for you to refuse. I have only Shixian as my daughter. Should you marry her, the vast commercial empire of the Sacred Dragon Chamber will be yours.
If you are not interested in managing the business, you may delegate it to your subordinates.
Moreover,
our immense wealth can serve as your support. Wen Zhanghua continued.
Apologies, but I must still decline.
Chen Feng replied firmly.
Do you not find my daughter attractive? Wen Zhanghua inquired, furrowing his brow.
No, your daughter is indeed beautiful, any man would be captivated, and I am no exception as a passionate youth.
However, I still refuse. One cannot force sweetness from a bitter melon. Chen Feng replied. Very well, Wen Zhanghua sighed, resigned to his fate. If there is nothing else, let us take our leave. President 1. We shall reconvene another day. Chen Feng rose and clasped his fists. He feared that lingering might provoke Wen Zhanghua into some desperate act of coercion. Wait.
I brought you here impulsively, and as a senior, I cannot let you leave empty-handed.
Allow me to gift you something, rest assured, it will be of assistance.
Wen Zhanghua produced a black sheepskin scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Feng.
What is this? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, perplexed.
This is a map inscribed on the Panlong Jade Pillar. I have already examined that pillar, and this map is my transcription. Wen Zhanghua explained.
In an instant, Tian Biao and Lu Qingxin's expression shifted to astonishment, their eyes gleaming with an indescribable fervor.
The intense bidding at the previous auction was precisely for the information inscribed on the Panlong Jade Pillar. Now, this map was akin to having acquired the pillar itself. The most crucial aspect was that Wen Zhanghua would bestow such a lavish gift upon Chen Feng.
No reward without effort. Chen Feng shook his head, declining the offer.
Both he and Wen Zhanghua were astute. Everything that had transpired seemed to hint at a deeper motive.
Wen Zhanghua was eager to bind Chen Feng to the sacred dragon chamber.
We are both intelligent individuals. I believe you understand my intentions, Brother Chen.
This is an exchange, not a favor.
Once you have taken flight, ensure the safety of my sacred dragon chamber, and I will not impose further demands. Wen Zhanghua stated.
After a moment's contemplation,
Chen Feng accepted the scroll, pledging, agreed, it is a promise. With that, Chen Feng and his companions departed from the sacred dragon chamber.
Once outside, the group was engulfed in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Only Sun Fatty appeared bewildered, questioning Chen Feng, Brother Feng. Why does the sacred dragon chamber treat you so well?
Tian Biao also turned to Chen Feng. Even he, a rough man, was perplexed by Wen Zhenghua's intentions. These old-timers were shrewd, each step calculated, leaving one unable to discern their true motives.
After a moment of hesitation,
Chen Feng realized that this matter pertained to the fate of Lu Qingxin and Sun Fatty, prompting him to explain. It is not difficult to comprehend.
Although Ningguo appears tranquil on the surface, a tempest brews beneath.
The Sword Rain Pavilion and the Pill Tower are locked in conflict, while various forces rise, taking advantage of the imperial gaze fixed solely on these two factions. Among them is the Sacred Dragon Chamber, one of the most rapidly advancing powers,
now threatening the imperial authority.
Such a colossal entity cannot be allowed to flourish unchallenged, it will inevitably be uprooted. Furthermore, corruption within the court runs deep, with officials like the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Rights amassing wealth, prompting the imperial family to prepare for a significant purge.
This is a preemptive measure for the next emperor's ascension, and to secure the imperial power, the blade will fall soon enough.
I suspect that not only the Sacred Dragon Chamber will be affected, but many forces will face repercussions as well.
Tall trees attract the wind.
With Wen Zhenghua's intellect,
he could not possibly be oblivious to the looming dangers. Tian Biao and Sun Fatty displayed expressions of shock. But Brother Feng, what does this have to do with you? Sun Fatty asked urgently.
Chen Feng smiled wryly, gripping the sheepskin scroll tightly. He replied, he has placed the hope of saving the sacred dragon chamber upon me. Wen Zhanghua has lost his mind.
Tian Biao exclaimed in disbelief.
To place hope in a 17-year-old youth, particularly one at the 6th level of the condensed sea realm. Despite his potential to leap to the 8th or even 9th level, it was still an audacious gamble.
Be cautious.
You have become embroiled in the heart of the storm in the imperial city. Lu Qingxin interjected suddenly.
From the moment I entered the imperial city,
I had foreseen the situation that would unfold today. I simply did not anticipate it arriving so swiftly. Chen Feng shook his head and chuckled. After Chen Feng departed, Wen Zhanghua let out a long sigh. From the dark corner behind him, an elderly figure emerged, his expression grave as he inquired, Sir,
are you certain you wish to stake the very survival of the sacred dragon chamber of commerce on him? He is worth it, Wen Zhanghua asserted resolutely.
Why?
The elder asked, perplexed.
From what I have gathered, this young man named Chen Feng was merely a fool in Manshan Town 2 months ago.
Yet now,
he appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation, having ascended to a level capable of slaying formidable foes.
Do you not find this a tad extraordinary?
Wen Zhanghua elaborated. To traverse through 8 layers of heaven to vanquish enemies is akin to seeking the head of a general amidst a sea of soldiers. If you claim he has not encountered any fortuitous events, I would never believe it.
Even so, he is still not worthy, the elder retorted.
Wen Zhanghua continued to elucidate. Recently at the Sword Dao Tea Assembly, the third prince sought to kill Chen Feng. Yet Xiao Wentian was willing to unveil Lady Xia as a trump card to protect him. It is not merely the sacred dragon chamber of commerce wagering on him. Even the Xia residence is doing the same. Do you think that cunning old fox, Xiao Wentian, would undertake a venture without assurance? But sir, he is only 17. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. A mere 17-year-old, yet he commands such attention? Youth does not equate to inability. What of it if he is 17? When Zhanghua scoffed. The impending bloodshed in the imperial city looms, and when the emperor's blade falls, the first strike shall undoubtedly be directed at the Xia residence. The Xia family's crisis is far more severe than that of the sacred dragon chamber of commerce. Since Xiao Wentian dares to gamble, why should I, when Zhanghua, shy away from the risk? A glint of icy resolve shone in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, refraining from further commentary. He could not shake the feeling that Wen Zhanghua was acting recklessly. Initially, he had presumed that when Zhanghua intended to present the inscribed map of the Panlong Jade Pillar to the royal family to curry favor, only to discover that it was instead gifted to Chen Feng. Given the emperor's suspicious nature, even if the sacred dragon chamber of commerce were to inflict self-harm, it would yield little fruit. Now, they are wagering on how long Chen Feng can survive. If he can endure, considering his current potential and rate of growth, within 2 years, he will undoubtedly disregard imperial authority. At that time, the sacred dragon chamber of commerce may not only avoid decline but could very well thrive. When Zhanghua spoke gravely. Before the emperor's million-strong cavalry, what does it matter if the sacred dragon chamber of commerce possesses immense wealth? It remains a path to ruin. Unless there exists a singular powerhouse capable of withstanding a million-strong army. In Chen Feng, when Zhanghua glimpsed the shadow of the unparalleled Beixuan sword emperor, who crushed his peers and stood invincible in the world. Thus, he placed his bet on Chen Feng. President, the third prince has arrived. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, bowing respectfully. Sir. The elder's gaze shifted towards Wen Zhanghua, aware that the third prince was coming to demand an explanation regarding the Panlong Jade Pillar. See? There is nothing to worry about. Wen Zhanghua replied. Chapter 61, The Foolish Loyalty of Xiao Wentian. Please return first. I shall visit the Xia residence and then return to the Dan Tower shortly. After exiting the sacred dragon chamber of commerce, Chen Feng addressed Tian Biao and the others. It had been quite some time since the toxins within Xiao Wentian's body had been adequately purged, necessitating a visit to the Xia estate. Tian Biao furrowed his brow and replied, very well, but do take care. Subsequently, he led Lu Qingxin and the others back to the Dan Tower, while Chen Feng set off alone towards the Xia residence. The Xia residence, located within the imperial city, was renowned as the abode of the war god, making it relatively easy to locate. However, before Chen Feng could reach the Xia estate, Long Xiao, a member of the enforcement team, suddenly appeared before him with his entourage. Chen Feng, accompany us for a moment. Long Xiao commanded from atop his steed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned, where to? You will find out once you come with us. Long Xiao replied. And if I refuse? Chen Feng countered. Surely we are all intelligent individuals here. If you choose not to comply, we shall have no choice but to fabricate some baseless accusations against you. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Long Xiao, who wore a mocking grin, unperturbed by the prospect of resistance. In fact, he welcomed it, for it would facilitate the execution of the orders he had received. After a brief silence, Chen Feng, resigned, raised his hands. Fine, I will accompany you. How wise of you. Long Xiao sneered. He signaled to one of the iron riders, who promptly dismounted and approached Chen Feng with a pair of iron chains. If we work together, we can minimize the pain. One of the iron riders remarked with a playful smile. Chen Feng, however, raised his hands compliantly, which only intensified the amusement on the iron rider's face. Just as the iron rider was about to bind Chen Feng's hands with the chains, a glint of cold light flashed across his throat. The head fell, blood spraying forth. My apologies, but I have never been fond of cooperating. Chen Feng chuckled coldly. Without uttering another word, he enveloped his feet in spiritual energy and fled like lightning. After him. Long Zhao's face darkened, his murderous intent palpable. No young individual had dared to act so brazenly before him. Chen Feng weaved through the throngs of people, while Long Xiao pursued on horseback.
Yet, in the next moment,
it was as if Chen Feng had vanished entirely, his presence completely obscured. His aura has been concealed. One of the Iron Riders remarked, his face grim. Long Xiao wore a similarly gloomy expression. He had underestimated this individual.
Fortunately,
the recent influx of people due to the Sacred Dragon auction had nearly doubled the population within the imperial city. After a series of twists and turns and after donning a disguise, Chen Feng finally distanced himself from the enforcement team's gaze. It seems there are those above who do not wish for me to cure Xiao Wentian.
Chen Feng contemplated. However, in this game of subtlety, no one in Ning country could rival me.
Before long, Chen Feng, appearing as a different person, arrived at the Xiao residence.
It is an honor for the Xiao residence to host Mr. Chen.
Upon entering, Xiao Wentian promptly came forward to welcome him. After more than half a month apart,
Xiao Wentian no longer required the support of Xiao Jilan. The dark purple aura between his brows had dissipated entirely, and his previously emaciated form now radiated vitality.
I had promised to assist you in purging the toxins within 10 days, but it has regrettably turned into half a month. I feel quite embarrassed.
Chen Feng remarked with a smile.
In a little over a month, the Linglong Xianhuang pool competition will take place.
I understand that Mr. Chen has been preoccupied with his training.
Xiao Wentian replied with a faint smile, showing no signs of anger. The two exchanged pleasantries before Chen Feng took Xiao Wentian's pulse and examined his condition. He then commenced acupuncture to regulate the flow of energy within his body. By employing poison against poison, Chen Feng aimed to drive out the corpse poison from the northern frontier, leaving any residual toxins as mere trifles. As Chen Feng wielded his spiritual energy to guide the needles throughout Xiao Wentian's meridians, a sudden flush crept onto Xiao Wentian's face. And he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, which emanated a repugnant and corrosive stench.
All done.
Chen Feng withdrew the silver needles. The toxins within you have been expelled, but your body remains quite weak.
The Xiao residents should possess second-grade recuperation pills. Consuming a few will expedite your recovery. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xiao Wentian expressed his gratitude once more. Xiao Jilan also cast a grateful glance towards Chen Feng.
Over the past 6 months, they had sought out every renowned physician in Ning country to no avail. Who would have thought that a chance encounter aboard the cloud ship would lead to Xiao Wentian's salvation? Although our Xiao residents did not intend to burden you, we have inadvertently pulled you into this unwarranted storm, Xiao Wentian remarked, glancing at Chen Feng's attire, sensing that the latter had encountered some troubles, and sighed helplessly.
I anticipated this. Chen Feng replied indifferently. With the influence of the Xiao residents, how could the imperial family allow Xiao Wentian to return to life so easily? Alas! Xiao Wentian sighed deeply.
My Xiao family has served as generals for generations, with countless youths heading to battle before the age of 16.
Safeguarding Ning country for nearly a century.
I still remember my elder brother, who joined the military at 15 and fell in battle at 19. His body cleaved into pieces by the enemy, resulting in a tragic end. My second brother enlisted at 16. Only to have his head severed by the enemy at 18 and displayed upon the city walls. My third brother also enlisted at 16, endowed with extraordinary strength. He fought undefeated against 3,000 Iron Riders of Tang. That year, the 10th Prince of Ning country entered the military for training and, disregarding my third brother's counsel,
fell into a trap laid by Tang.
My third brother, disregarding the peril, infiltrated the enemy camp to rescue the 10th Prince, but lost his life in the process.
None of these brave souls exceeded the age of 20. One must ask, which military family in Ning country can match the loyalty of my Xiao residents? We harbor no regrets, even if we bear the burden of a sea of blood. The sons of the Xiao family will continue to serve as the first line of defense for Ning country. Yet now, simply due to our merits,
the imperial family intends to annihilate my Xiao residents. How absurd is that?
As he spoke, tears streamed down Xiao Wentian's weathered face. Having lived to this age,
he should have seen through it all, but he could not accept it. He could not reconcile their sacrifices for Ning country with the emperor's betrayal.
Grandfather, please do not. Xiao Jilan, standing by his side, felt her eyes welling with tears. Alas! Chen Feng sighed. The emperor is suspicious and distrustful.
Coupled with the fear of your achievements overshadowing his own, he will not grant the Xia residents much time.
Human hearts are the most intricate of things.
In his previous life, for the sake of the immortal Pool's Yao, he sacrificed countless things, only to face her betrayal in the end.
Senior Xia,
would you care to hear a word from me? Chen Feng suddenly spoke.
Please, go ahead.
Xia Wendian raised his head eagerly, as if clutching at a final lifeline. Those who wield power can alter the fate of mountains and rivers, determining life and death. Chen Feng declared, his voice resonating with fervor.
In that moment,
a fierce wave of murderous intent emanated from Chen Feng, causing Xia Wentian's expression to shift dramatically.
Do not speak recklessly, sir, he exclaimed urgently. Even Xia Zhilan could not suppress the rapid beating of her heart.
The implication of Chen Feng's words was unmistakable. He was suggesting a change of rulers for Ning country. My Xia residence has served the country loyally for generations. How could I, Xia Wentian, commit such an act of treachery against Ning country?
He exclaimed passionately. Chen Feng gazed intently at Xia Wentian, and after a brief moment, he shook his head.
While others were preparing for confrontation, Xia Wentian remained steadfast in his refusal to yield. In Chen Feng's eyes, this was sheer folly. Very well, let the Xia residents make their own decisions, he remarked nonchalantly. Drawn into the turmoil of the Xia family, he felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that his list of adversaries had only grown. However, he did not intend to linger in Ningguo for long. With sufficient strength, he would depart swiftly.
To Chen Feng,
the power struggles of the mortal realm were mere child's play. Only the pinnacle of martial arts was worthy of his pursuit. The true powerhouses standing atop the void divine realm could obliterate not just Ningguo, but the entirety of the Tianwu continent with a mere flick of their fingers. Such supreme power was what Chen Feng ardently sought. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he declared, clasping his fists in farewell, preparing to depart.
Sir! Wait a moment! Xia Wendian called out to Chen Feng.
Subsequently, he produced several sound transmission talismans from his sleeve and presented them to Chen Feng. I understand that you are sincere towards the Xia residents, and thus, we shall not treat you poorly.
This is a sound transmission talisman. When you crush it,
you will be able to swiftly contact Xia Zhilan. I will ensure that she participates in the upcoming Linglong Shenhuang Pool Assembly. She will be a formidable ally for you. And you may instruct her as you see fit.
Is that necessary? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Do not worry.
My granddaughter Xia Zhilan is exceptionally talented and will only assist you, never be a burden, Xia Wentian replied with a smile.
Xia Zhilan stepped forward gracefully,
her spiritual energy surging forth in an instant. As she gently cupped her palm, the overwhelming spiritual force converged towards her hand like a tidal wave. The sensation was akin to wielding dominion over the very heavens and earth.
Transcendence realm? Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing this display.
Her prowess far surpassed that of Qin Ruyue. Sir, I shall become your sharpest blade, Xia Zhilan declared, kneeling respectfully. Chapter 62, Chen Feng's audacious endeavor. Chen Feng gazed intently at Xia Zhilan, and upon witnessing the earnestness etched upon her countenance, he finally acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Chen Feng conceded, no longer offering resistance. The assistance of a martial artist prodigy from the celestial realm would undoubtedly prove invaluable, capable of deterring a multitude of potential adversaries. Subsequently, Chen Feng refrained from lingering within the Xia residence. Under the discreet escort of Xia Zhilan, he adopted a guise to evade the watchful eyes of Long Xiao and his cohorts, successfully returning to the sanctuary of the Pill Pavilion. With the impending contest for the exquisite Xianhuang Pool merely a month away, figures such as Qin Ruyue and Huo Xuanyu had sequestered themselves in seclusion, endeavoring to augment their strength within the fleeting time remaining. As paragons of talent, they comprehended the significance of unwavering diligence. Without persistent, day-to-day cultivation, even the most prodigious martial aptitude would ultimately falter. Despite Chen Feng's advantage of a past life, affording him a deeper understanding of martial cultivation than his peers, he refrained from succumbing to hubris and dismissing the prowess of other prodigies. Thus, in preparation for the forthcoming grand confrontation, Chen Feng issued indulgence and embarked upon a regimen of rigorous cultivation. His method of cultivation was straightforward, eschewing the rapid advancement offered by elixirs. He elected to subject himself to the relentless torrent of the waterfall cascading from a height of 300 feet, honing his physical form, fortifying his sinews and bones, and establishing a firm foundation for his martial pursuits. The frigid pool beneath the waterfall represented the most conducive training ground within the Pill Pavilion for Chen Feng's arduous endeavors. On this particular day, Chen Feng, burdened by 4 weighty iron stones, arrived at the precipice of the frigid pool waterfall. Securing a 50-kilogram iron stone to each of his limbs, he gingerly immersed himself in the water. In total, the 4 iron stones weighed a substantial 200 kilograms.
"You madman!" exclaimed.
Initially pleased by Chen Feng's unwavering determination to continue his cultivation at the frigid pool waterfall, S complexion paled upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions. The frigid pool waterfall was already an exceedingly perilous training ground. With its inherent icy aura and the crushing impact of the water cascading from a height of 300 feet, capable of inflicting mortal injuries upon martial artists.
Yet, Chen Feng had elected to amplify the difficulty. Should he succumb to exhaustion, the 200 kilograms of iron would drag him to the depths of the pool, potentially resulting in his demise by drowning. Chen Feng was pushing himself to the very brink of life and death. Disregarding vociferous protests, Chen Feng, his gaze resolute, fixed his attention upon the frigid pool waterfall and advanced into its depths.
Piercing, icy, submerged within the frigid pool, Chen Feng felt the icy essence emanating from the surrounding waters assault his senses relentlessly. This frigid aura not only served to temper a martial artist's physical defenses but also enhanced the circulation of spiritual energy within their body. By acclimating to and overcoming these harsh conditions, the flow of spiritual energy would naturally accelerate upon emerging from the frigid pool.
Chen Feng trod through the frigid pool,
and with a series of nimble steps, he ascended a reef. His bare torso, exposed to the intense stimuli of the frigid pool, was subjected to the relentless pounding of the waterfall cascading from 300 feet above. The sheer force of the water, estimated at 3,000 kilograms, struck his frame with devastating impact.
Shi La.
The dragon scale armor enveloping his body was instantly rent asunder, and under the water's onslaught, Chen Feng plunged to the bottom of the frigid pool. Compared to the biting cold above, the frigid air at the pool's depths was even more intense and concentrated. As his skin ruptured, the chilling essence seeped into Chen Feng's wounds. Hiss! Even Chen Feng, with his formidable fortitude, could not suppress a gasp of cold air. The excruciating pain was akin to a torment of life and death.
Cold. Both cold and painful. It was as if he were immersed in an ancient ice cellar,
where even a momentary lapse in concentration could lead to being frozen solid. Driven by an innate survival instinct, coupled with the searing pain, Chen Feng desperately circulated the spiritual energy within his body, striving to ascend towards the surface of the frigid pool.
However, the 200 kilograms of iron proved to be an undeniable impediment, drastically curtailing his upward velocity.
In these moments, Chen Feng would frantically tap into his latent potential, unleashing an even greater surge of spiritual energy to break free from the clutches of the frigid air and propel himself upwards. Just as Chen Feng finally breached the surface of the frigid pool, the waterfall once again crashed down with tremendous force, driving his body back into the depths. Within a mere 2 attempts, the frigid pool was visibly tainted with streaks of blood.
"That boy is a madman,"
exclaimed, his face darkened with concern.
"His training is simply too reckless." It was a well-known fact that one's potential is only truly unlocked when facing the specter of mortality.
And at this very moment,
Chen Feng was doing precisely that.
By leveraging the precarious balance between life and death, he was ferociously honing his physical form and spiritual energy. As the dragon scales were torn apart, he would promptly conjure a new layer, subjecting himself to repeated tempering and battering. While the process was undoubtedly agonizing, the rewards were substantial. Under this relentless regimen, not only did Chen Feng's physical form become increasingly robust, but his spiritual energy also grew more profound and boundless. However, this method of arduous cultivation was not for the faint of heart, as even the slightest misstep could prove fatal.
Rumble. At the apex of the 300-foot waterfall,
the cascading water churned and surged, resembling a stampede of 10,000 horses as it crashed down. Amidst the spray, a petite figure could be discerned, akin to a tenacious vine struggling in a sea of misery, frantically ascending, striving to seize a glimmer of hope on the precipice of oblivion. The 200 kilograms of iron loomed above Chen Feng's head like the Grim Reaper's scythe, poised to fall at any moment.
Having lived a previous life,
Chen Feng had come to a profound realization: the pinnacle of martial arts was akin to traversing a single plank bridge amidst a vast army. Only by unlocking one's potential in the face of life and death could one hope to overwhelm the prodigious talents that stood in the way.
Under Chen Feng's frenzied cultivation,
his spiritual energy was swiftly depleted. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Chen Feng dragged himself onto a reef, retrieved the scarlet heaven stone from his bosom,
and rapidly absorbed the fiery essence within.
The fiery essence coursed through his martial meridians, and upon reaching the 5 elements Tao embryo, it was swiftly converted into the power of the 5 elements, which then flowed back into the spiritual sea, transforming into spiritual energy.
This was the might of the innate Tao embryo.
Possessing the innate Tao embryo, with its convergence and balance of the 5 elements,
enabled him to absorb any power of the 5 elements and convert it all into spiritual energy for his own use.
As he simultaneously depleted and replenished his energy,
Chen Feng's cultivation base rapidly ascended.
Eschewing the assistance of elixirs, he elected to elevate his cultivation through repeated tempering,
resulting in a foundation that was far more robust than that of other martial artists. Following the replenishment of his energy, Chen Feng once again ventured into the frigid pool, subjecting himself to the torment and abuse of the waterfall.
Each time, he pushed himself to the very brink of death before scrambling out of the icy pool,
battered and bruised.
On several occasions, Chen Feng nearly drowned in the frigid pool due to exhaustion. Fortunately, intervened in time, rescuing him from the brink of demise.
Otherwise,
he might have succeeded in his audacious endeavor.
Chen Feng's death-defying cultivation rapidly spread throughout the Pill Pavilion.
Before long, even Lu Qingxin, Mu Shintan,
and others could not resist gathering around.
Upon witnessing Chen Feng, utterly exhausted and drenched in blood, sprawled over a rock, their expressions grew solemn.
Indeed,
Brother Feng was unlike anyone else. This kind of cultivation was utterly insane.
Sun Fatsi could not help but curse.
He had previously believed his own training to be sufficiently rigorous, but after observing Chen Feng's reckless behavior, he realized that his own methods were almost excessively mild. Lu Qingxin's beautiful eyes shimmered with a profound, indescribable astonishment, and she shook her head, deeming him a madman.
In that moment,
her perception of Chen Feng underwent a significant transformation. After clenching his fist, Tansong chose not to speak and turned back to immerse himself in his own training. Following Chen Feng's tumultuous display, the powerful offerings within the Dan Tower noticeably sensed an increase in pressure from the younger generation, compelling them to train with even greater fervor. Clearly, this was a consequence of Chen Feng's influence, for no one wished to be easily surpassed by others.
In the ensuing period, Lin Chaoge was compelled to dispatch the Dan Tower's esteemed warriors to various training locations to keep watch and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile,
Lin Chaoge personally remained by the cold pool's waterfall to ensure that Chen Feng did not drown in its depths. Amidst the relentless training at the Dan Tower, the imperial city of Ningbo found itself enveloped in an unusual tension. The young prodigies ceased to make public appearances, adopting a demeanor as if facing a formidable enemy. Retreating into seclusion and training with utmost determination, striving to enhance their strength further.
The age-old adage, sweat more in peace to bleed less in war, held true.
The underlying cause of this scene was, of course, the impending Linglong Conference.
At last, after a month of silence and seclusion,
the time had come for the competition over the Linglong Xianhuang Pool. It had arrived. Chapter 63, The Unregulated Carnage of the Younger Generation on this day. The sun shone brightly, and the azure sky was devoid of clouds, as clear as jade. It was a splendid day, a harbinger of good fortune. A gentle breeze caressed the earth, warming it under the sun's tender embrace, while delicate floral fragrances wafted through the courtyard. Standing at the entrance of a secluded pavilion in the Dan Tower, Chen Feng shared a heartfelt farewell embrace with Bauer, affectionately ruffling her hair as he smiled and said,
"Stay here and do not wander off, understand?
I shall return in no less than half a month, at most a month.
Also, remember to diligently practice the techniques I have taught you. If you encounter any difficulties, seek guidance from the elders within the Dan Tower."
"I understand, young master."
Bauer nodded obediently.
"You must return safely."
"Rest assured, I will,"
Chen Feng replied with a nod and a smile.
With that,
he turned away and made his way towards the mountain gate of the Dan Tower. At the mountain gate, Lu Qingxin, Mu Shen, and others had been waiting for some time. Today, they all donned the Dan Tower's training attire, proudly displaying a badge emblazoned with the emblem of a medicinal cauldron, symbolizing the power of the Dan Tower.
When we encounter the Sword Rain Pavilion's members, do not hold back.
Kill without mercy, every life taken is a gain. Lin Chaoga's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve as he spoke coldly. The Dan Tower had suffered too many losses at the hands of the Sword Rain Pavilion.
Losses that could not be counted.
Each life lost weighed heavily on Lin Chaoga's heart, igniting a fierce pain within him. Therefore, this time, should an opportunity arise to eliminate those prodigies from the Sword Rain Pavilion, the Dan Tower would show no mercy.
Understood. Lu Qingxin nodded resolutely.
Lin Chaoga waved his hand, leading the group as they swiftly soared into the distant sky. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusual confidence regarding this year's Linglong Xianhuan pool competition. Perhaps the disciples he had gathered this time would truly bring him immense surprises.
The venue for the Linglong competition was set within the Sacred Spirit Mountain.
This mountain was among the largest in Ning country, spanning approximately 10,000 miles, filled with ancient forests that had thrived for millennia. Beneath the lush canopy, the light dimmed, and ferocious beasts roamed, with dangers lurking at every turn. From time to time, the air was pierced by the chilling roars of wild beasts, echoing throughout the land. Compared to the battles on the arena, the unregulated slaughters within the forest captivated the young talents even more. Here, they could unleash their full potential and cunning without restraint. No matter the underhanded tactics employed, be it a group assault, no one would utter a word of reproach, for only the outcome mattered, not the means. Only those who survived to the end would emerge as victors. Within a span of several minutes, Lin Chaoga and his companions reached the summit of Sacred Spirit Mountain.
Before them lay an expansive plain, teeming with figures, nearly 10,000 strong.
All present were the young elites of Ning country. And this place was destined to become their trial by fire. It is essential to understand that the cultivation resources in Ning country are limited.
They cannot be supplied infinitely to everyone.
Thus, survival of the fittest must prevail, and competitions such as the Linglong competition serve this very purpose.
The world is unforgiving.
Those who perish upon the Sacred Spirit Mountain shall remain silent, mere bones beneath the earth. Only by stepping over the corpses of others to reach the pinnacle can one be deemed a true genius, deserving of the coveted cultivation resources that others can only dream of. And so, for these precious resources, all would fight with their lives.
The Dan Tower has arrived. As Lin Chaoga's team reached Sacred Spirit Mountain, many gazes quickly turned toward Chen Feng and his companions, their faces revealing amused smiles.
Historically, a significant portion of the Dan Tower's members perished at the hands of the Sword Rain Pavilion's prodigies, leading many to adopt a derisive attitude towards this beleaguered faction. Lin Chaoga paid no heed to the mocking glances. Upon landing on the plain, he focused his attention ahead. The members of the Sword Rain Pavilion had also arrived, led by none other than the first Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu. Once again, you seem to have brought fewer people from the Dan Tower this year.
What happened? Did the others perish?
Xiao Shiyu sneered.
The number of people I bring is of no concern to you. Tell me, have you prepared enough for your coffins? If not, I can lend you some.
Lin Chaoga retorted coldly. The tension between the two immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Xiao Shiyu chuckled menacingly. You may boast all you like, but when your Dan Tower members are all dead, let us see how you'll weep as a lone commander.
Humph.
Lin Chaoga scoffed,
choosing to ignore him.
Instead, Chen Feng found himself intrigued by some individuals standing behind them. Among the new disciples, many were unfamiliar faces, though a couple were known to him, such as Qin Ruyue and Gao Ming. Amidst the crowd, Chen Feng also spotted a familiar figure, Chen Tianlang. However, he now stood at the very back, suggesting that his standing within the Sword Rain Pavilion had considerably diminished. Time and again, he had been eclipsed by Chen Feng, leading many to regard him as a mere empty vessel, possessing the sword soul root yet lacking any real strength. As Chen Feng's gaze fell upon Chen Tianlang, the latter's eyes met his, filled with a deep-seated resentment. He believed his status should have paralleled Qin Ruyue's, and all his misfortunes were attributed to Chen Feng, who had usurped his glory. His hatred for Chen Feng had reached an uncontrollable level. Noticing the venomous glare from Chen Tianlang, Chen Feng merely smiled.
Choosing not to dwell on it, Chen Tianlang no longer warranted his attention. Instead,
it was the two striking young men standing beside Qin Ruyue that made Qin Feng's heart tense with unease.
Brother Feng, those two are Hua Xuanyu and Shen Song, currently ranked 5th and 6th on the celestial talent list. Sun Ponzi remarked from the side. I know. Shen Feng nodded.
The oppressive aura radiating from them was enough to sweep away countless others present. It was evident that they represented the pinnacle of the Sword Rain Pavilion's younger generation.
Next,
Chen Feng's gaze wandered elsewhere, and he noticed that when Shixian from the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce had also arrived, accompanied by a group. Alongside Xia Jilan from the Xia family, and even other individuals he recognized but did not know personally. This gathering was indeed a congregation of the younger generation's finest talents.
Suddenly, as Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings, a loud cough echoed across the plain, drawing everyone's attention.
A middle-aged man had appeared at the forefront, standing beside a stone tablet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wu Kuan, the organizer of this Linglong competition.
The middle-aged man stated calmly. Wu Kuan's presence immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd.
Do you know him, Sun Ponzi? Chen Feng inquired.
Yes, Wu Kuan is one of the powerful figures loyal to the royal family.
A formidable expert in the divine concealment realm. He has overseen the Linglong competition for many years and holds considerable authority. Sun Ponzi explained. After a brief commotion,
Wu Kuan raised his hand to silence the crowd. Now, I shall explain the rules of the Linglong competition.
As in previous years, the Linglong Conference adheres to a points-based system.
Each of you shall approach the stone monument, which will assign scores corresponding to your abilities.
Subsequently,
all of you will engage in unrestrained combat within the Sacred Spirit Mountain.
A month later,
the individual with the highest score will determine the victorious faction of this session of the Linglong Shenhuang Pool.
Do you comprehend?
The rules are straightforward. It is a points competition where one increases their score by eliminating others. The one with the most points prevails. It is a comprehensible rule for all present. As such systems are commonplace. Thereafter, the young participants began to line up, approaching the stone monument to make contact.
Instantly, the monument would emit a beam of spiritual light.
And amidst the flickering light, a score tablet would materialize in their palms.
Observing the scores on their tablets, many wore expressions devoid of emotion, tightly concealing their scores, seemingly reluctant to allow others a glimpse.
For revealing one's score could render them a target for others, particularly those with higher scores,
who might be singled out from the outset.
When it was Chen Feng's turn, he placed his palm upon the monument, and a streak of light shot forth, resulting in a score tablet resting in his hand.
19 points, this was Chen Feng's current score. Lu Qingxin, Mu Xin, and others also approached to claim their score tablets.
As the last participant received theirs, Wu Kuan spoke, "All right, the score tablets have all been distributed.
Now, you may each enter the Sacred Spirit Mountain. Remember, this contest possesses no regulations, it is the outcome that matters, not the means. Whether you form alliances or fight alone, the one with the highest score emerges victorious."
In an instant, the expressions of all present grew solemn, hesitating no longer, they turned and rushed down the mountain. No one wished to become the first target of another. And all were prepared to seek refuge within the Sacred Spirit Mountain, gradually enhancing their scores through stealthy eliminations. "We shall also set forth,"
declared Chen Feng. Without delay,
the group turned and sprinted towards the Sacred Spirit Mountain. The unrestrained slaughter had commenced. This was the initiation of the bloodshed belonging to the younger generation.
Chapter 64, Why Should I Show You Favor? Amidst the boundless mountain ranges, towering trees stood like mighty spears, their sprawling branches forming an intricate canopy that shrouded the forest below. Although the sun's rays poured down, they struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting the ancient woods into a twilight gloom akin to night.
As the Linglong Conference commenced, a torrent of figures surged into the vast mountains like a swarm of locusts. None wished to remain vulnerable, targeted by others. Only by venturing deeper into the mountains could they secure a hidden refuge and gradually accumulate points through careful hunting. Among them were Lu Qingxin, Chen Feng, and their companions, who swiftly joined the throng entering the Sacred Spirit Mountain. Not far away, several cold gazes were fixated upon them. Qin Ruyue's delicate hand tightened into a fist, her beautiful eyes particularly fixated on Chen Feng, a deep-seated hatred flickering within them. She had vowed to eliminate Chen Feng during the Linglong conference, and she was resolved to fulfill that promise. "Brother Hua, let us first eliminate the Dan Tower participants," Qin Ruyue proposed. "There's no need to rush, junior sister Qin. None of the Dan Tower members can escape. Our priority is to locate the treasure of the Grand Elder of Qishuan sect. Once we secure that treasure, the lives of those from the Dan Tower will be easily reaped," Hua Xuanyu replied with a cold smirk. The lives of the Dan Tower members paled in significance compared to the legacy of the Grand Elder of Qishuan sect. The Sword Rain Pavilion had gone to great lengths, even utilizing a vial of the life spring of the Witch God, to obtain a treasure map. It must not be squandered lightly. They needed to find the treasure first to ensure their peace of mind. Hua Xuanyu studied the sheepskin map in his hands, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. The dragon pillar had already been deciphered by the Sword Rain Pavilion after its return. Fortunately, only they possessed knowledge of this dragon pillar. If it fell into the hands of the royal family, their share would be lost forever. Let the Dan Tower members live a few more days, in Sacred Spirit Mountain. They could not escape. Hua Xuanyu licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Very well." Qin Ruyue nodded, a glint of icy amusement in her eyes. To them, the demise of Chen Feng and his companions was inevitable. They could allow them to live a few more days, and once the treasure was secured, they would come to finish them off. "Let us go." Hua Xuanyu waved his hand, leading the members of Sword Rain Pavilion deeper into the Sacred Spirit Mountain. As the throng of participants flooded into the Sacred Spirit Mountain, the seemingly endless forest echoed with the ferocious roars of beasts, imbued with a sense of savagery and brutality. The young competitors had to remain vigilant, not only against the schemes and attacks of their peers but also against the potential onslaught of the mountain's feral beasts. This trial was far from ordinary. After a large number of people entered the Sacred Spirit Mountain, the long silent ancient forest appeared to awaken. In the dark corners of the woods, light was gradually severed, revealing massive beastly silhouettes that charged with ferocity and bloodlust towards the participants. The beasts were formidable, most exceeding the sea condensation realm, with some even reaching the transformation realm. The sheer number of these beasts posed a considerable threat. Soon, chaos erupted as humans clashed with beasts. The initial fray commenced, with many young powerhouses encountering wave after wave of beastly assaults as they entered the mountains, unleashing their formidable spiritual powers and filling the air with anguished cries. Chen Feng and his companions navigated through the forest at a lightning pace, leaving many competitors in their wake. However, just as they were about to delve deeper into the mountains, they too encountered a blockade of ferocious beasts. In a certain part of the forest, Chen Feng and his group looked on in astonishment as several beasts appeared before them. These creatures were pitch black, resembling bulls, with twin horns and stripes akin to those of tigers adorning their backs. As the sharp black claws swept through the air, a few unfortunate souls who had just rushed forward were mercilessly torn to shreds. Blood sprayed like a fountain across the forest floor, and the grotesque carnage made Chen Feng's companions flinch in horror. "What are these beasts? So vicious. They are neither bull nor tiger," Sun Punzi exclaimed, his face paling in shock. "These are black gold tigers, mid-level beasts, covered in skin as tough as black gold stone, nearly indestructible. But worry not. These beasts don't possess particularly strong bloodlines, and their strength hovers around the second tier of the transformation realm, making them manageable," Tan Song clarified. Being part beast himself, he was well acquainted with these creatures. "Let us resolve this quickly," Chen Feng said calmly. The Linglong conference had only just begun, and he did not wish to squander time battling these beasts. "Agreed." Mu Xin and the others nodded. Chen Feng charged forward first, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that enveloped him in a brilliant golden light, akin to a protective armor. He then delivered a powerful punch toward one of the beasts. Boom! A fierce gust of wind erupted. His punch was enough to shatter any stone. Roar! The black gold tiger, seeing Chen Feng approaching, let out a fierce roar. Its claw, covered in impenetrable black fur, lashed out at Chen Feng, slicing through the air as their forces collided. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated, and the clash of spiritual powers echoed as the beast was sent flying, crashing through several trees before colliding with a massive boulder. The claw that had met Chen Feng's fist was left mangled and bloodied. Witnessing this, Lu Qingxin's eyes widened in surprise. Without employing any sword techniques or martial arts, Chen Feng had relied purely on his physical prowess and spiritual energy. His physique had grown even stronger. Tan Song furrowed his brow, a grave expression overtaking his features. As a half-beast, he boasted a physique that surpassed his peers due to his black elephant lineage. Yet he realized that Chen Feng's strength was now equally formidable. Clearly, Chen Feng's recent training had yielded terrifying results. Having knocked the black gold tiger to the ground, Chen Feng stepped forward, disappearing from sight, only to reappear in front of the beast like a wraith. With a swift kick, he obliterated the creature's skull. Blood sprayed forth, the metallic scent permeating the air. Lu Qingxin clenched her teeth, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. She recalled how she had once mocked Chen Feng when he first entered the Dan Tower. Now there was a palpable gap in their strengths. The sensation of being surpassed was rather disconcerting. Stop staring. We need to act quickly. Lu Qingxin gritted her teeth, her body launching forward. Under the shimmering swordlight, they immediately charged towards the several black gold tigers. Tan Song and Mushin, without hesitation, swiftly followed suit. In the face of Chen Feng and his group's fierce onslaught, it took no time at all for the black gold tigers to fall, lifeless, amidst pools of blood. After enduring a period of arduous training, their strength had seen a significant enhancement, making the slaughter of these formidable beasts a trivial matter. Once the last of the black gold tigers lay defeated, Chen Feng surveyed the direction of the forest and gazed northward. According to the sheepskin map previously provided by Wen Zhanghua, the relic of the Grand Elder of the Seven Xian sect was located in that northern expanse. Here is my plan: let us first locate the Grand Elder's relic, and then proceed to hunt for scores. After all, the map to the Grand Elder's treasures is not exclusive to us, it holds considerable importance. What do you all think? Chen Feng turned to Lu Qingxin and the others, his voice soft yet assertive. I'll follow your lead, Brother Feng. Sun Pengzi chuckled, showing his unwavering loyalty. Now! When Chen Feng directed him eastward, he resolutely refused to venture west. When did you become so obedient? Mushin shot him a surprised glance. It was worth noting that previously, Sun Pengzi had been audacious within the alchemy tower, unafraid even of Lin Xiaoge, yet now he was completely submissive to Chen Feng. Mind your own business. I'm doing as I please. Sun Pengzi retorted with a pout. And you all? Chen Feng inquired, turning his attention to Lu Qingxin and the twin sisters. No objections here. Lu Qingxin shrugged casually. We trust Brother Feng. The twin sisters chimed in with gentle smiles, displaying great faith in Chen Feng. Mushin and Tan Song also nodded in agreement without needing further persuasion. Then let us press on. Chen Feng smiled lightly, his body moving forward as he continued to charge ahead. Lu Qingxin and Mushin quickly followed in his wake. Chen Feng was eager to obtain the Grand Elder's relic, for as a high-ranking official of the Seven Xian sect, he likely possessed substantial cultivation resources. Acquiring such resources would undeniably bolster their team's strength in a short span. However, just as Chen Feng and his companions had darted forward a few meters, he abruptly came to a halt. What's wrong? Lu Qingxin cast a puzzled glance. Without responding, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, fixating on a shadowy area within the forest. I suggest, since you've all followed us this far, why not step out to meet us? He proposed with a faint smile. At his words, Lu Qingxin, Mushin, and the others tensed up, realizing they had been tracked without their knowledge. Swish, swish. The forest remained eerily silent, but in the blink of an eye, two cold glimmers shot forth from either side of the woods, slicing through the air with thunderous speed, aimed directly at Chen Feng's head. Unfazed, Chen Feng did not evade, instead, he unleashed a golden aura around him. The two projectiles struck his protective barrier, resonating with a sharp clang as the daggers fell to the ground. Such trivial tricks need not be displayed, Chen Feng remarked dismissively. Impressive. This year's alchemy tower seems rather different from the past. A light, mocking voice emerged from the shadows of the forest, followed by 7 figures stepping out from behind the robust trees. These 7 figures, evidently of the same faction, were clad in dark blue garments, consisting of 3 females and 4 males, all youthful.
Members of the Yang family? Upon seeing the seven, Lu Qingxin's expression shifted in surprise, recognizing them immediately. They were all renowned talents from the influential Yang family, known for their weaponry prowess in the royal city. I told you, such minor tricks would be ineffective against him. Yet you refuse to believe. A charming girl with a ponytail pouted, scoffing lightly. Yes, you were right. A dark-skinned young man replied, somewhat helplessly. Turning towards Chen Feng. He introduced himself gravely. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Ding, a member of the Yang family. Though I am unaware of how you came into possession of the Grand Elder's relic map, we can propose a trade. He continued. Your alchemy tower seeks to triumph over the Sword Rain Pavilion, correct? We can provide you with that opportunity. We will relinquish our scores to you in exchange for that treasure map. This way, we can avoid a deadly confrontation. What do you say? The dark-haired youth smiled nonchalantly, revealing a stone tablet in his palm, boldly displaying the number 28. Such a score was indeed considerable. Lu Qingxin and the others turned solemn, realizing their previous conversation had been overheard. Otherwise, how could the Yang family have known about the relic map? My score stands at 28, and alongside my fellow clan members, we total around 100 points. This is a substantial score indeed. It is more than sufficient to trade for your map. Yang Ding continued, displaying overt goodwill. After all, Chen Feng's group was formidable, particularly Chen Feng himself, rumored to have defeated even the likes of Zhao Shu, a remarkable talent. Acquiring the map without engaging in combat was, naturally, the most advantageous route. I find this offer rather unappealing, Chen Feng replied, his expression unchanged, displaying indifference. These individuals were indeed jesting. The map to the dragon pillar had been traded for a vial of the god of witchcraft's life spring, and they thought to exchange it for mere points? A fool's errand. Yang Ding's expression faltered, and he managed a bitter smile. Why resort to such stubbornness? Grant us a moment of courtesy for future ease, and besides, even if you possess the map, are you certain you can contend with the Sword Rain Pavilion? Rather than courting death, wouldn't it be wiser to accept the points? Chen Feng replied coldly, firstly, we do not require your points, we shall seize our own. Secondly, I do not know you, so why should I extend you any courtesy? Now, be gone. Chapter 65, a one-man show against all. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ding's countenance stiffened, gradually morphing into a livid expression, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent as he gnashed his teeth. Never in his life had he been spoken to in such a manner by a peer. It was audacious of Emir Dan Pavilion to act with such arrogance. Their Yang family, though not on par with the Holy Dragon Merchant Guild or Sword Rain Pavilion, held a prominent position within the imperial city, possessing a deep-rooted foundation that commanded respect. Yet, these insignificant whelps dared to show such disrespect. A lithe youth echoed. It seems we must resort to direct action, as Xiao Xiao suggested. After all, this is an unrestricted free-for-all. No one will know if we eliminate everyone from the Dan Pavilion here. Yang Ding's face was a mask of gloom and resentment. After a prolonged silence, he slowly suppressed his fury, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He regarded Chen Feng with feigned regret, spreading his hands as he said with savage amusement, very well. I had hoped to resolve this amicably, remaining as friends. But since you are so recalcitrant, it seems you must meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxin and the others arched their elegant brows, their spiritual energy surging as their jade hands instinctively grasped the hilts of their swords. However, Chen Feng abruptly raised his hand to halt them. There's no need for you to act, I can handle this alone, Chen Feng declared. Lu Qingxin's expression flickered, and she opened her mouth to speak. However, before she could utter a word, Chen Feng took a step forward, his gaze fixed upon Yang Ding and his entourage, and said with a smile, a duel or a gang fight? The choice is yours. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of Yang Ding and the others, seemingly provoked by his words. Never had they encountered someone who dared to show such disdain towards them. Since Brother Chen is so inclined, let us not stand on ceremony. Let us all attack together and slay him, Yang Ding uttered with chilling resolve. In the instant that his murderous words fell, his figure shot forth like a bolt. His unrestrained spiritual energy surged like a torrential tide, unleashing a cataclysmic force with his fist.
Knowing that this youth was formidable, far beyond the ordinary, he unleashed his full power from the outset.
The power of the 8th level of the transformation realm was unleashed in its entirety. Ha!
A roar resounded as his fist, imbued with searing crimson spiritual energy, hurtled towards Chen Feng's throat. A deafening boom reverberated as the fist, laden with immense spiritual energy, abruptly halted before reaching Chen Feng's throat. A golden shield of light enveloped Chen Feng's body, adorned with astonishing patterns of roaring dragons and howling tigers. Yang Ding's fist struck the golden shield, yet failed to inflict even the slightest damage.
How can this be? Yang Ding's face contorted with disbelief.
This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Even with a disparity in strength, it should not be so vast. He was a powerhouse at the 8th level of the transformation realm, yet he could not even shatter a simple spiritual energy shield. Behind him, Lu Qingxin, Mu Xin, and the others stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them.
The spectacle was undeniably shocking. Is this all you've got? Trying to rob others with such paltry skills? Chen Feng mocked with a grin.
His fingers clenched into a fist.
Chen Feng's body moved.
He unleashed a ferocious punch.
The dense golden spiritual energy imbued with an indomitable force, hurtling towards Yang Ding's head. In a flash, Yang Ding's expression shifted as he hastily raised his arm to parry with another punch. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed as their fists collided. The spiritual energy,
in its brutal and overwhelming form, shattered his entire arm. In an instant, his body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground.
Yang Ding!
The other 6 members of the Yang family cried out in shock. Upon landing, Yang Ding spat out a mouthful of blood. The arm that had collided with Chen Feng's was now a mangled mess of flesh. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Chen Feng, his mind reeling with disbelief.
9th level of the realm? How could this be? Stop fighting one-on-one, let's kill him together.
The maiden with braided hair spoke with a grim expression. The other 5 also showed fierce expressions, and their violent and unmatched spiritual power broke out continuously. The 6 people pulled out their knives and swords at the same time. Under the cover of that spiritual power, these knives and swords immediately made a buzzing sound, like dragons roaring and tigers howling, rippling with an extremely tyrannical wave. As the Yang family who made their fortune by weapons, they have many treasures of extraordinary grade.
Obviously.
The treasures in the hands of these people are all of extremely high grade.
Shwa shwa.
6 people tapped their toes at the same time. And the sharp sound of breaking wind resounded, and they all violently swept towards Chen Feng. The shadows of swords and swords, carrying an astonishing edge, were slashed down at the same time. However, Chen Feng did not dodge or evade, and still stood there. When the shadows of the swords and swords were about to fall on him, they directly passed through him as if there was no obstruction. The figure in front of him became illusory, and the spiritual light dissipated, like some kind of fireworks.
After image?
The braided maiden shouted in shock. She never dreamed that this guy's movement skills were so strange and unpredictable.
Xiao Xiao, be careful.
One of the thin youths seemed to notice something and shouted in shock with a drastic change in expression. A thick arm covered with dragon scales suddenly tore through the sky and struck from behind. That kind of ferocity and violence seemed to be able to tear a person into pieces on the spot. The braided maiden immediately reacted, without the slightest hesitation. Turned around and slashed her sword behind her.
Dang!
The light of the sword fell, directly and on Chen Feng's shoulder. There was no splash of blood.
Only a sound of metal. How can this be?
The braided maiden widened her eyes, her cheeks filled with an unbelievable color.
At this moment,
Chen Feng was not only shrouded in a layer of body-protecting golden light, but also had extremely tough and indestructible dragon scale skin. Only to see the latter stretch out a hand, directly pinched her neck, her face showing a ferocious murderous intent. The maiden's cheeks flushed red, her beautiful eyes widened. Perhaps she never dreamed that she, who had reached the 7th level of the transformation realm, would be easily caught in Chen Feng's hands.
Stop! When the others saw this,
their faces showed panic and they rushed over immediately.
Go to hell!
Chen Feng snapped her neck without hesitation, and with a click sound, the maiden instantly lost her life. Chen Feng shook it hard and threw the braided maiden's body out, hitting the thin youth who rushed up again behind him.
The terrifying force directly shook his body away. I killed you.
Swiftly, a robust youth, his face flushed crimson, surged forward with murderous intent blazing in his eyes,
brandishing a blade in a ferocious downward arc at Chen Feng.
In that instant, Chen Feng drew his sword.
Beneath the twilight's embrace, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi shimmered with a sanguine, bloodthirsty aura. 900 layers of sword pressure coalesced upon the blade in a heartbeat.
Chen Feng advanced, his form akin to an arrow unleashed from its bow.
Devoid of ostentation, the sword's velocity defied perception. Like a transient star in the firmament, the blade kissed the youth's throat.
A severed head tumbled earthward, akin to a discarded bauble.
Yang Ming.
A lament of anguish reverberated as the remaining scions of the Yang clan beheld the carnage, their eyes brimming with wrath. Never had they conceived that their concerted assault would yield such grim results. Within a fleeting moment, 2 of their kin had succumbed to Chen Feng's prowess.
Slay. I implore you, slay him. The remaining quintet bellowed, their voices laced with fury. Unleashing their full might, they erupted with torrential spiritual force, their bodies catapulting towards Chen Feng from divergent vectors. Chen Feng crouched low, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Boom!
Unparalleled spiritual energy cascaded from his being. As golden light converged upon the blade,
the sword pressure escalated exponentially.
Tempestuous winds howled through the arboreal expanse, stirring up dust and sand.
The treetops swayed violently. An indomitable sword aura reached its zenith.
In this moment, Chen Feng unveiled his extraordinary swordsmanship. Facing the coordinated onslaught, Chen Feng propelled himself forward, his body shielded by spiritual energy, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Ephemeral sword shadows danced, as a fleeting star cleaved the heavens. A maiden of ethereal beauty lunged, her blade aimed at Chen Feng. Yet, before her strike could land, the starlight-like sword had already grazed her throat. Such was the blade's keenness that it bisected several trees in her wake, the cross-sections as immaculate as if wrought by celestial artisans. From their vantage point, Lu Qingxin,
Mu Shen, and their companions trembled.
Such exquisite swordsmanship had never been witnessed, not even by the esteemed sword sovereign.
His swordsmanship is monstrous, Mu Shen exclaimed.
The swordsmanship of Qin Ruyue, who boasted a sword-spirit physique, paled in comparison to Chen Feng's, resembling mere dross. This artistry transcended mere swordsmanship, it was art. Having extinguished the maiden's life, Chen Feng's form vanished like a phantom. When the spectators regained their senses, he had materialized behind the Yang clan members.
Again, a single stroke. Bereft of embellishment, yet imbued with an ageless, breathtaking quality. However, this beauty was laced with lethality. Swish! The blade flashed, and another head cascaded to the earth. This time, the victim was denied even the chance to retaliate. The reek of iron permeated the forest. The fallen bodies multiplied, all headless. In a mere interlude,
the 7 had been reduced to a pair.
A fiend. He is a fiend incarnate.
A maiden in a verdant dress, her face contorted with dread,
bolted away like one possessed. Chen Feng, his gaze glacial, watched her frantic retreat. With a flick of his wrist, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi became a projectile.
The blade pierced her heart,
pinning her to a tree.
Her eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps realizing too late that the Yang clan's elite had fallen to Chen Feng's hand alone. Compared to the likes of Huo Xianyu, he was an anomaly. The sole survivor, Yang Ding, trembled and collapsed. His once handsome face, known for its charm, was now a mask of mortal fear.
Spare me, I beg you. Chen Feng, wordless, retrieved the Kusanagi no Tsurugi.
The blade was stained with blood,
and the ancient glyphs etched upon it blazed with a sanguine, malevolent light.
To the astonishment of all, the blade began to devour the blood. The crimson patterns writhed, morphing into a fiendish specter of immense savagery. Chen Feng advanced, Kusanagi no Tsurugi in hand, towards the last of the Yang clan.
Spare me. I can be your thrall. I have the stone tablet, you can have all the points. Yang Ding pleaded, his voice rising in desperation. Fool, your points will be mine regardless. Before Yang Ding could finish, Chen Feng ended his life. In an instant, Yang Ding's body stiffened and fell into a pool of blood. Lu Qingxin, Mu Shen, and the others stood frozen, their faces etched with awe. His heart is truly ruthless. Even alluring beauty holds no sway.
Chen Feng turned, his gaze sweeping over them. They recoiled, wondering if he might turn his blade upon them.
Why do you stand there like simpletons? Come and assist. Chen Feng called out.
He proceeded to strip the stone tablet from Yang Ding's corpse.